I'm actually excited about the Giants. The Giants are down that bad that we can't even get a highlight in. How about you just
What's
play?
What's the highlight, Yaz?
Well, no, I'll tell you what the highlight is.
The loudest the crowd's been all year when Yaz pitched. I'm dead serious.
No. I tell you what the highlight is. Ah! Ball 1. Ah! Ball 2. Ah! Hit by pitch. Solera's on. Next batter. Ah! Ball 1. Ah! Hit by pitch. The grunting that was going on in the first inning with Robbie Ray, I get he does that, but my man, it was grunting like he was in the middle of a 5-set, 5-hour extravaganza at Wimbledon. And he didn't even make it out the first inning. And you know what? Call me a sucker, Shasky. But I thought the Giants were going to get back in that game. I was like, you know what? I think they're getting back in this game.
Why?
I just had a weird feeling. And, here we go. Bottom of the third inning.
Uh-huh.
Down 6-1. Conforto reaches on the infield single. Ramos reaches on the infield single. Lamont Wade Jr. singles in left field.
Leads the country in infield singles.
I know, right? And his base is loaded with 1 out in the bottom of the third. And I said, you know what? It's a great time to break this slump. What were they batting? 145, 150, 159 when runners were scoring for July 30th? Well, what happened was Fitzgerald struck out, and McCray struck out.
I'm out.
And that was the end of that rally.
I mean, the Braves aren't even that good, and they feel like a team that executes on a lot of the little stuff better than anything that the Giants do. Michael Harris has been on the DL for how long this year?
For a long time. He's a good player, though. He's a really good player.
Go get that ball out of McCovey Cove. Geez Louise. That's the other thing. Like, if I hear another commentator on the Giants, the ballpark configurations. How come every time another team comes, I see a moonshot that needs to be you need a search and rescue party to go get the ball?
Well, how many home runs they hit last night? 1, 2, 3, 4. Austin Riley got right against them. Matt Olson hit his 21st home run. It was a get-right game for the Atlanta Braves, and it's been a get-right series. This guy, Holmes, never even heard of him, goes 7 innings, gave up 8 hits, 6 strikeouts.
Of course.
Only 2 runs. Robbie Ray doesn't get out the first inning, folks. Throws 39 pitches. And that's your ball game. 3 walks. Now, 888-957-9570. Try to research it. Maybe I was just half asleep. Because as soon as that game was over, I was like, I'd get an early little sleep. The game was over fairly quickly. First 2 batters got hit by pitch yesterday. First 2 batters.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, wait a minute. Wait. So he gets a strikeout on Ozuna. Then you walk a guy. And it's like the Braves didn't even earn most of those runs. And then Michael Harris comes up and he ends the game. And he ends the game with his only hit with the grand slam at the top of the first inning. And so the Giants are now back under 500. They're 61-62. And to me, that's rock bottom of the Farhan era. Now, Yaz pitching in the 9th inning, great, awesome, whatever. To me, it's flat out embarrassing that you're doing that in the middle of August. You're supposed to be competing for a playoff spot. And Robbie Ray, who we waited on for a long, long time, should have saw this coming. The guy's coming off of Tommy John. I don't even blame him. But the fact that the president of baseball operations at the trade deadline had the audacity to say, man, we think we have the best rotation in baseball. Well, you got 2 rookies who's never pitched in this situation before. You have Robbie Ray, who's coming off of Tommy John. And yeah, Blake Snell's right. Logan Webb's great. But that doesn't make up the best rotation in baseball. But also, you need a lineup, Shasky. You need a lineup. You need guys to hit with runners in scoring position. And so you get the top of the first inning, and then you get the bottom of the third inning, and that's your ball game to me. You can't score runs and creep back into the game. You can't tell me 1 out, bases loaded, bottom of the third inning, and you get 2 straight strikeouts. That situation, if you just scratch a couple runs across, okay, now you're crawling back. I know it sounds crazy. I'm trying to be optimistic here.
They're 11 games under 500 against teams over 500.
I understand.
Okay, like that. They're the definition of mediocre to lousy.
Yep.
That's what they are, and that's what they've been for a long time. And look, you can't schedule the Colorado Rockies enough for us to get back into the playoffs. It's
FYI, everybody. The Rockies are not on the schedule the rest of the way.
But you know what? Like, last night wasn't disappointing to me. There's like 7 or 8 different things that you could choose from in terms of this Giants season being the most disappointing. And I put it out there, and I was talking about this year, not all time. I don't want to hear about Angel Villalona and prospects. But like, if I was just going to, like, on the day that Luciano got demoted, which I will defend them on this one, his at-bats have not looked good. Now, I don't know what their plan is for him. I don't necessarily agree with their plan, but I also don't think that he was giving them at-bats that, to me, passed the eye test, that deemed him worthy of being in the lineup. He's just, I don't know what he is. Now, the same thing could have been said for Ramos at one point. He looked like one of the worst players I'd seen, and then now he's been a stalwart for this team. But, like, the 5-year hype on Luciano, it's not even close. He doesn't have a position. And I honestly, we could blame the player. I blame the organization. And here's why I blame the organization on Luciano. Not that they brought him down yesterday, but like just overall, you have to assess your own players so you know where they fit in your organization, positionally, offensively. And if it's not with you, then you need to assess that quickly while they have value so that you can trade them. And I'm seeing this thing when it comes to this team with this organization. They are so risk averse. Can't lose the deal. We can't lose the deal. Heaven forbid we trade away in 6 years a guy who turns into maybe Zach Wheeler. We can't lose the deal, Bonte. We can't. Meanwhile, the Niners, for example, are like, screw those picks. We'll get whoever we need and we'll figure it out. Same thing with the Warriors. Like, say what you want now. The Warriors have not executed trades as of recent. I feel like they've been aggressive. We could, quibble over trying to lose this player or that player, but it's not like they aren't in the mix. And right. I know that they're bold.
Right.
They have done bold things. I mean, swinging a trade for Andrew Wiggins is about as bold as it gets.
I mean, it was bold giving Kelly Oubre all that money just because Clay got hurt. It's like, you know what? We're just going to pivot and try to make the playoffs. And I know Kelly Oubre Jr. didn't fit. They spent over $60 million on that deal. Look, the Luciano deal, which is sad. This is what's sad.
5 years of hype.
Because the tweet, I'll never forget the tweet. It just sounds different coming off of his bat. And he's had taken BP at Oracle Park. But here's the sad part. You tell us that, hey, we're trading Jorge Soler to open up at bats for Marco Luciano.
Well, that's a lie.
Well, he made just 6 starts after getting recalled on deadline day. He made just 6 starts. Went 4 for 21 with the double and 9 strikeouts. All right? Then he was out of the lineup for a week, Shasky. Out of the lineup for a week, and then you're asking him, you know what? Go ahead and return against Chris Sale, one of the best pitchers in the National League. After sitting out a week, hey, kid, sit out a week, but when you start, we're going to bring you back against Chris Sale. Be ready.
Well,
what?
But no, real quick, because he rips one in that game to the third baseman. Look, the amount of people that are like, you got to hustle and sprint and... Like, I was listening to Mark yesterday, and I even texted Mark, and I look, he's allowed his prerogative. Have you ever been in a batter's box ever and ripped one where the third baseman catches it, you take one step out, and you just stop because you're like, damn it.
Wait. That guy ripped it. Did you text Mark that?
What?
Did you text Mark that?
No, I didn't text him that, but I'm saying it now. But like anyone who's played the game has smoked the ball only to have it caught by a guy in the infield, and you take 2 steps out, your body just stops. Now, look, did he sprint after that? No. And that's where he does deserve to be criticized.
Well, that's my point. Even if you smoked one, and look, I haven't run out of a batter's box in a baseball game since I was like 12 years old.
But that start and stop, I will defend him on.
But when you smoke one and you're trying to get playing time, your ass better be sprinting out of the batter's box. But I actually agree with Mark Willard here. You're not playing. You got to play. You got to show this coaching staff and this organization, dude, I need to be on this team. I need to be in the lineup every damn day. You smoke one. You ain't bought a hit in I don't know how long. And you lollygag down the first baseline.
Well, it was after the ball was dropped. That was the part that was...
But then he didn't even speed up. And it was like, well,
that
dude,
was the part.
Come on.
Yes.
I don't care. It was part of it.
The start and stop, I will defend till I'm blue in the face. The part after the ball is dropped by the third baseman, that's where I would agree with everyone.
What if that ball gets through into left field and you're not even hustling? Like, I don't know, man.
Well, you just watched the Pete Rose doc.
I hear you.
Pete Rose broke up a double play.
No doubt.
And this was in the World Series against the Reds when they're down 3-0 in game against the Red Sox when they're down 3-0. And he breaks up a double play and he makes an errant throw. One misplay. It does affect the baseball game. To your point. So one runner in that game might change that game.
But here's my point though with the whole Luciano thing. Not even the point, just the fact that I feel bad for him because I don't think he's been given a fair shot at trying to make this lineup, which is, again, I thought, add him in a deal and go get you a big boy bat. Because obviously this team is missing a big boy bat. As much as we talked about the best rotation, or Farhan talked about it, the best rotation in baseball, and the bullpen set up well, and blah, blah, blah. You needed a bat, a big boy bat.
I don't disagree.
And I would have dangled Luciano for that. Now, you're telling me Luciano, like, okay, he played second base when he got recalled, when he got sent back down to Sacramento after the Pittsburgh and Mets series, right? And he struggled at shortstop. We get it. Brett Wisely's 3 for his last 21. Casey Smith's 1 for his last 27. I can't play Luciano.
Well, he must be a brick over there.
I mean, just play Luciano. Casey Smith is an automatic out right now. Brett Wisely's an automatic out right now. I got to see what I got in my top prospect here.
This goes back to the data boys, and this is what I will say. Like, I heard Kyle call me, like, people just hate him because they have... No. True OG scouts know what positions you can and can't play. So if we're going to move you on the diamond, I need to know where you can play. And part of your value, like, for example, people will talk about Bus Bus, he should just move to first base. The value of what I expect from a hitter at first base is different than the value I expect at catcher. So when Buster is catching and he's batting 300, okay, and he's only hitting, let's say, 15 home runs in a season, that's plus offensive output from a catcher. But from the first base position, that's not. I'm talking about league-wide. Right. So when Luciano was deemed a shortstop, that is the premium defensive position outside of catcher on the diamond. Up the middle. Catcher, shortstop, center field. And if you can't identify him as a shortstop, and that's how it is, well, now his value takes a big hit. So if he's a 20 to 25 home run guy at shortstop, well, in the corner outfield, there's a million of those guys.
Yeah, well, the Giants don't have one of those guys.
Well, and that's why
there's a million of those guys not on the San Francisco Giants. The Giants don't have those guys. They don't even have that guy at first base. But you know what? I'll put this on Farhan. I'll put this on Bob Melvin. It seems like Bob Melvin, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. But Bob Melvin, I'm just not impressed with the manager. I'm not impressed with the lineup calls. I'm not impressed with the in-game strategy. I'm not impressed with the way he handles the pitching staff. I'm not impressed with the way he constructs a lineup. Now, I'm going to go to him until I get other evidence that it's Farhan writing out the lineup card. But you're telling me that you couldn't find, you bring up Luciano at the deadline, and you say, we're going to get him at bats, which is why we traded Soler, which we all know it was a money thing, not to open up at bats for Marco Luciano. So you lied to our face. Mm-hmm. Like anybody could see that. As Guru would say, Ray Charles could see that. You're lying to our face saying that you opened up at bats by getting rid of Jorge Soler. No, you saved money on that. You tried to save money on that deal. But the fact that he sat a week after being called up and a guy that needs to play, and Wisely's 3 for his last 21, and 3 for his last 21, and Casey Smith's 1 for his last 27. I don't care if Luciano is bobbling balls to second base. Casey Smith is doing it. You telling me Luciano can't get a game or two ahead of Casey Smith? This is unfair treatment to the kid. Now, again, when the kid's lollygagging down the first baseline,
it goes both ways.
You got to hustle.
His at-bats have not been great, too. Like, he hasn't driven the ball. Encarnacion has hit more what I call boom shots than Luciano. I think he's got one. Luciano has none. Like, he's a line drive hitter right now. And that is even a little generous, if I'm being honest with you. His at-bats have not been great. And this is a guy who's supposed to have a plus bat. And this goes back to all right, if he's not playing shortstop and you're moving him to the corner outfield, does he really have a plus bat?
Well, I mean,
does he?
In this outfield, he might.
Because Jock Peterson could be had for $8 million, and the guy has 23 home runs and 80 RBIs.
We can't do that. We can't do that.
You're talking about
That's
bats.
not fair.
Do you know on the night?
Jock Peterson $20 million, and he dogged it last year. I'm glad he's gone.
I'm just saying, but like that's 20 home run outfield production on a night where the Giants clearly, like the pitching staff, we could talk about till we're blue in the face. They need a middle of the order guy, and on the night, Aaron frickin' Judge became the fastest in the history of baseball to hit 300. When I heard this yesterday, I said, they should have offered this guy $600 million.
3-0. Hammered in the air, deep to left field. History, number 300 for Aaron Judge. The fastest man ever in Major League Baseball to reach the 300 home run plateau.
I mean,
Ryan Rook on the call there for the Yes Network. Look, I'm over the Aaron Judge thing because you could have offered him $700 million. He's not coming here.
Well, maybe he thinks about it.
He's not coming here. Like, you guys got to understand something about this organization right now. The way Farhan is running things, the way they platoon, that's why the whole Blake Snell thing, he's as good as gone. And look, trading him, he's the only, him and Logan Webber are the only watchable items on this baseball team right now.
Wait, Yaz pitching in the ninth isn't watchable?
No, that's not watchable. That's embarrassing. I actually did not laugh. I thought it was absolutely flat out embarrassing, and I thought it was rock bottom.
The crowd was going crazy, and to me, if I was running the Giants, you know how you want to be embarrassed? I would be flat out embarrassed in a this is your season on the line series.
And Yaz is pitching the top of the ninth inning,
and the crowd is going more crazy over that than anything all week.
So we could say, hey, you should have offered Shohei this and offered Aaron Judge that. I'm convinced those guys look at the Giants when he's saying, "Yeah, I'm good. I'm going to stay a New York Yankee." You may have been able to offer him $1 billion. He may have said no and said, I'd rather stay at Pitts twice for 5. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how bad the Giants are right now. So when you talk about Marco Luciano, maybe he goes to the corner outfield. Well, I'm looking at my corner outfield. How many home runs does Conforto have? 12? How many home runs does Yaz have? You know what I'm saying?
Have you seen one at-bat where this, like Luciano, and I know it's 21 at-bats. We're not talking about a lot. Did you see one at-bat where he drove the ball?
No, but I think the guy needs a chance. The guy needs a chance.
But I'm with you. But Bonte, we've got all these used parts we have to play. You got to play Conforto because you got to.
Well, they didn't give Luciano not even a month. They said they opened up a spot at DH to give Luciano at bats, and they sat him for a week
to bring in Mark Canha.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Who's actually had infinitely better at bats than Luciano,
right?
Which is the reality, and it's just what it is.
I know. PB on YouTube. Shout out to YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a lower rate auto loan, apply online and just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer, the Xfinity mobile text line, YouTube, Twitch. We love you all. PB, you know we're down bad. When Shasky's talking about Jock Peterson and playing Aaron Judge highlights in mid-August, we're so down bad that you just got to laugh about it. Again, I look back to the first inning yesterday, just the game itself. The best rotation in baseball. This series set up great for the Giants. Blake Snell. Okay, you get Kyle Harrison. And then you get Robbie Ray. Now you have Logan Webb today. And when Robbie Ray can't even get out of the damn first inning, that is a problem. And now you could say, well, they lost the deal or whatnot. Well, he got rid of Haniger and DeSclafani. DeSclafani stinks and Haniger stinks.
You signed those guys. It's not like you inherited him and you had to get rid of him. He signed them.
So, but however, the best rotation in baseball.
I mean, that's like when you pull in front of your house, you run over like a plant, and they're like, I went out and I got a different plant. It's like, well, you were the one that ran over the first plant.
So, look, it's all going to come back to it, and we could do it every single day. I'm not going to do it. But how does this season end for the Giants? After last night losing 13-2.
I think I just got the whole thing. Well, like Bob, you're a really nice guy. You're like oatmeal.
One and done.
You know, oatmeal's fine, but I gotta spicing it up with so much brown sugar and blueberries and strawberries.
Right.
He's the most oatmeal guy of all time. I mean, good dude, great. Get out of here. He
just
can go to.
Just fire it.
I need somebody who's a little younger and can tap in. Clearly, the Latin guys ain't feeling you because you're sending all these guys down and you got no connection with the guys. I don't know what the hell's going on.
I'll believe that one alone. Can you play that drop again? Just sell apart? Just sell and just fire everybody. Well, you know what?
I mean, that may come to fruition. San Diego didn't like him.
Well, listen, that may come to fruition because how does it end for the Giants? They're 61-62. And look, you got the A's this weekend. You're trying to prevent a 4-game sweep at the hands of the Braves. That's not going to be easy because Max Fried's on the mound for the Braves. It's going to be a battle, baby.
You're loving this, aren't you? Just a little.
No, I'm not loving anything. I don't love teams.
Your Braves are.
No, I'm not a Braves fan.
Even as much as they're limping in.
I hate the Braves. I'm actually excited about
see how happy Soler looks? Soler looks like he's been freed.
Hold on. Don't flip this on me. I can't stand the Braves. They tortured me in the 90s.
But that was your team.
No, that's not my team. No, that's not my team.
4 years ago, you were on it before anyone.
No, I was just saying they got a lot of talent. Be the Braves. Be the Braves. Like, that's baseball. Like, you know, that's me looking outside the league, looking outside the Giants, saying that's how you run an organization. But I want to get to something on the other side with the Giants because we may be nearing the end of the Farhan Zaidi era. it may be coming to an end, folks. And I got some promotions to talk about. That's all coming up on the other side. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient.
just a little off. It's one of those ones where it's, kind of an anomaly because I felt so good. And the results weren't there at all. So just move past it and look forward to the next one.
Hey, yo, it's Zuchi, man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
That was Robbie Ray after the game. What up, Zuchi, man? Good morning to you. By the way, shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it. Because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. The Giants lose 13-2. But guess what? We're going to invite everybody for some breakfast. And we won't be talking Giants at this breakfast. Starting on Monday, we're giving you a chance to come in and have breakfast with the roast.
Oh, my God.
Friday, September 6th, to kick off football season with us. Listen all week at 7:30 and 8 o'clock. We have 10 spots we're giving away, and each spot comes with a +1 that you can bring to the studio. And trust me, we will not talk Giants. We will talk night. Matter of fact, just let's trick the people on YouTube, Lubman. Let's just change the colors of red. Today's not an orange day. It's just not. Let's stop with that. Let's stop. We need more viewers. Nobody wants to. Nobody wants this.
Shut up.
Robbie Ray. First inning. Just heard the grunting. I was like, man, my guy is giving everything he has. Reminds me of Tony Danza and Angels in the outfield. Remember that last game? He was just leaking oil.
I watched that recently, by the way, and Tony Danza cannot throw a baseball. God bless him.
He was grunting. He gave everything he had on that mound.
They got Matthew McConaughey sneakily in that movie.
He's an outfielder.
Yeah, he's an outfielder.
Yeah.
They have a lot of famous people in that movie. You don't realize that.
Danny Glover's so great.
Danny Glover, Christopher Lloyd.
Christopher Lloyd, Al.
The scene where the dad leaves still, it hurts me still. Dad, where are you going, Dad? In the courtroom scene?
Oh,
the kid still gets me, man.
Yeah.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt, that's the kid.
I know. Wow. He was in Looper.
Inception, too.
Yeah. He's
crazy.
actually a really good actor.
Movie was sad. It has some sad moments.
It did. Looking back on it, there's
Tony Danza died, too. He's like, he's been a smoker for years. Yeah. He's going to be an angel soon.
Well, the poor kid, his buddy, and he was like, is your mom and my dad in heaven playing right now? Like there's a lot of little sad moments in that movie.
No doubt. And
it was the Coliseum, right?
Oakland Coliseum, yeah. Oakland, Alameda County Coliseum.
My cousins, the Galleys, were actually in, he has this posted all the time. They were in the crowd as part of the crowd scene. They went and were part of it.
And they've panned to one of the booths, and there's like a little fun, little factoid there. Tony La Russa's there too.
No way.
Yeah, he's in the booth.
That's cool.
And stuff like that.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Look, it's Scott's thumbnail. You know, Bonte, I was thinking about like just the order for the Giants, like the lineup and everything. Do you know how bad you have to be as an organization to not trade anyone, and to execute all 20 picks 5 years in a row, have international signing money, obviously $200 million payroll, essentially for the last 5 years, free agency every single year? Do you know how bad you have to be at your job to not find one middle of the order guy? You had 100 picks, essentially, 100 picks over 5 years. You had lots and lots and lots of millions of dollars when it comes to international free agency because you can sign a 17 or 18-year-old or overspend or whatever. Then you have whatever could happen in free agency. Then you also have the plethora of picks that you've executed that you could trade for someone else out there. Do you know how it's almost impossible to not have a 30 home run guy in the middle of your lineup?
Well,
and yet they've done it year after year after year after year.
The beginning of the end may be here for Farhan Zaidi, though. Because when you look at the schedule, in the A's this weekend, of course, you got to salvage a game in this 4-game set against the Braves. I don't know what difference it'll make, because in the standings right now, we look at the standings of the Giants and we talk playoffs. I mean, that seems just silly. But there's 6 games now back of the Braves in the loss column. 6 games back in the loss column.
So you're
of
telling
the
me there's
Braves.
a chance?
No, there's not a chance. You're 6 games back of the Braves. All right? You're 9 games back of the Diamondbacks and Padres. So say all that they say. When you look at the schedule starting on August 23rd, and you go up to Seattle for the Mariners after a series against the White Sox. And you got the Brewers, and you got the Marlins, and Marlins stink, but you got the Diamondbacks, Padres, Milwaukee. Look at the September schedule. Arizona, San Diego, Milwaukee, San Diego, Baltimore, Kansas City, Arizona, St. Louis. You got a 9-game road trip in Baltimore, Kansas City, and Arizona. If they're not even competitive in the month of September, I do think management will have no choice but to say, Farhan, you have to go. Because that's what I was told. I was listening to somebody right after the deadline. I said, look, Bonte, trust me on this. If they don't make the playoffs, Farhan is gone 24 hours later. And I was like, I don't know. And then a week later, hearing some of the rhetoric coming out of the organization, I was like, damn, Farhan's going to survive. Now I'm back on the train of the way it looks, if it looks bad in the month of September, and when I say bad, I mean getting swept, losing 2 or 3, scoring 2 to 3 runs a game, Robbie Ray not making it out the 4th inning, Kyle Harrison flaming out, Birdsong leaking oil because he's never pitched this deep into the season, Camilo Duvall's down in Sacramento. I think we are looking at the final days of Farhan Zaidi, and I think a lot of people will say, you know what? We need a change. We need a change. We need a refresher because you may need to rip this down to the studs. Honestly, Chapman, opt out. It's all good. You're a great Giant, but you know what? We got to start from ground zero because you're not better than the Diamondbacks. You're not better than the Padres. You're not better than the Dodgers. And I don't think there's anything you could do this offseason with this current crop of players that can make you better than those top 3 teams in the NL West. I think you're cooked. You're cooked. So you might as well just reset your money, reset your books, and start from scratch. And I think fans slowly but surely, sure, a lot of us won't go to the yard because you're losing a lot of games. But at least we know there's some sort of plan with the new guy here. I don't know what the plan is with Farhan Zaidi. I'm sure the plan is not to have Robbie Ray get pulled in the 1st inning. I'm sure the plan is not to have Mike Yastrzemski pitch in the 9th inning. I'm sure the plan is not to have Casey Smith go 1 for his last 27. I'm sure the plan is not to sit Luciano for a week.
What is the plan?
Back down to Sacramento.
What is the plan?
There is no plan,
well,
basically my point.
Okay, so that
there is no plan. Well, no. There is one plan.
What's that?
It feels like the plan is
to save a little money.
Exactly. Exactly.
So I was thinking about it last night. Like Grant McCray comes up. I'm not even excited, even though I've heard about him for quite a while. You know, his dad was the guy that ran through the fence in minor leagues. That was in all the videos in the 80s that we watched.
Gotcha.
He caught it and went flying through the billboard. Anyway, I've been hearing about this guy for a long time, right? But I was thinking about I'm not even excited anymore. Well, because I don't even know how long he's going to stay up. But I want you to just think the last couple of years. I won't even go too far back. It almost feels like they get into these situations and they're like, you're not doing well. Bring up Wade Meckler.
Yeah.
Who? What? I don't know. Jackson Reitz. What? And you're laughing, but you know it's true. Who was the guy that played first base this year? Trenton Brooks? I don't know.
Oh my gosh, forever Giant. Wrigley Field.
Trenton Brooks.
Yeah, Wrigley Field.
Bonte, let's just rattle off the randos that have played from this team.
Laugh about it. You get a little too hyped up for me. Hey, look, let's just laugh about it, Shasky.
Okay.
This is major. We're watching a real life Major League movie.
This
is Major League 1, 2, and 3 all mixed into one pot. So let's laugh a little bit about
Grant McCray.
Yeah, Grant McCray.
Luis Matos. Wade Meckler.
We
had Jung Hoo Lee in the outfield.
Has Wade Meckler been up this year?
Wade Meckler is on a milk carton.
Where's Wade Meckler? They brought him up in September. Wait, what's the conversation that he could be our center fielder in the future?
Oh, God. And then the poor guy misplayed like 7 balls in the outfield and he looked like a generic player. I said that from the beginning. All right, who else? Who else are the randos that guys you've never heard of in your life?
Honestly, a guy you gave $100 million to, Jung Hoo Lee. He was a rando. I never heard of him until they signed him.
You're not the only one.
Nobody talked about Jung Hoo Lee. I don't hear it. I didn't hear anybody going after Jung Hoo Lee. And all he did was running the 8 center field walls in 37, 40 games.
All right.
I swear to God.
I had never heard of Encarnacion until he got brought up.
Yeah, you talk about the Mexican League.
All right. I had not heard of who Brett Wisely was until last year. Had you?
No. Okay. I definitely did there. I tell you, I don't tap in on the farm. Not the Giants farm system.
Now, I had heard who Fitzgerald was. We kind of saw him he wasn't a highly ranked prospect, but you could see him kind of rising. So I'll put him in there. He's been awesome. By the way, ironic, he goes yard 2 days in a row, and mixed in, you got the guy bunting.
Well, not only that, but Jorge Soler in left field. I mean, the Braves are desperate, man. I mean, I see why he didn't play left field for the Giants.
Sam, who are some of those random arms that have come up this year?
Oh, well, there was Dalton Jeffries. There's that saga.
A's legend.
Jeffries. All right. Who else?
Who else? What other random pitchers have they had?
Who was the guy Flem was ticked off, didn't get called back up?
Spencer Bivens.
Spencer
Howard. He had that one really good start that one time where he saved the bullpen. So, yeah.
Alex Cobb. Hey, he had a great game.
This year alone, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So yeah, Jackson Reeds, that's 13. I mean, we're going on dozens.
Shut up.
Of guys no one's ever heard of. We're dumpster diving for guys, and it's not for like a pinch hit here and back there, for like massive starts.
But you won't play Luciano.
Games.
But you won't play Luciano.
Remember when Farhan said at the beginning of last year that he believed that the days of dumpster diving essentially were done?
Oh yeah,
good times.
Another lie. He also said that Luciano was, Brandon Crawford basically didn't come back because Luciano's your shortstop.
Well, till Nick Ahmed was signed.
Kaiwei Tang. Forgot about him.
Kaiwei Tang.
Who?
That's right.
I love Tang.
I think I checked out the Giants. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Last year, Giants baseball, once training camp opened, I maybe watched 2 games. I swear to God, I did not waste time. Now I'm going to watch this year because I just want to see how bad this gets. And I'm not cackling. I don't think it's fun. All right, we got a break. I was bringing up on the other side, but this isn't fun getting your teeth kicked in by the Braves 13-2. Who's having fun? But I do want to laugh a little bit because we're watching a reality of what Major League 1, 2, and 3, the movie was like. This is it right here. This is it. All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. No compromises. We'll talk about the year of sports in the Bay Area so far. And unfortunately, it's been a year of disappointments. But let's laugh a little bit about it. That's coming up on the other side here on The Roast.
It's unacceptable.
The economy is rough, and traditional four-year programs are just...
What up? What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
See, that's an unfair piece of audio that was clipped without context. Look, are there times where I'm rooting against them because of the greater good of me rooting for them and wanting them to make changes that actually get us closer to a World Series? Yes. Okay? I know.
I'm still laughing at me saying that's an unfair and it's out of context.
Yeah,
like every single one of our drops.
Right. It's just unfair.
No, it's not unfair.
I love the Giants. I do. I love the Giants. And it pains me.
You're rooting against them, though. At the time, you're rooting.
Were you rooting against Chip Kelly at the end so we could have some change?
No, I knew change was coming. I was rooting for a win.
Well, yeah, I mean, come on.
I don't think you needed to root against those Niners teams.
Niner fans were actively rooting against Tom Sula and Chip Kelly. Give me a break.
Yeah, I don't know.
If you're a diehard fan, there are times when you root against your team.
I was rooting against Josh McDaniels last year. I was like, this is such a dumpster fire. This is actually good that he's
But you know what? You say that, and it sounds easy, and then the game happens.
It's very difficult.
And I'm like, yeah, I can't root against my team. I can't root against my team.
Niners, you weren't rooting for the Reggie Bush Bowl. You didn't want to lose that because I did.
I wanted Reggie Bush.
It was in the rain.
I wanted Reggie Bush, sure.
Yeah, I wanted Reggie Bush. But when the game
happened, I was like, I kind of want to win.
No, you did not want to beat the Texans.
I like winning.
You didn't. I like winning. I call cap.
No, well, you can call cap. We're different.
So in the middle of that game, you had lost all year, and you said, nope, this is the one I want to win.
Reggie Bush was one of my favorite players ever in college football. He's on a short list. My top 5, it'd be up there. Peter Warrick, Reggie Bush, Tommy Frazier, Mike Vick, and you could name the 5th player. When the game happens, definitely not Tim Tebow. He's a Florida Gator too. Maybe Ed Reed. He was sick in Miami.
Yeah, he was.
he was sick. Willis McGay, he's sick. And I hated those Miami teams. They were so loaded. But when the game actually happens and the ball gets kicked off, I have a hard time rooting against my team. I do.
No, we all agree, but there are some times.
And I just like, and when they won the game, I was like, man, that's a fun win.
No,
that's a
you
fun
did
win.
not. No.
That was a fun win.
I remember when Tom Sula won that meaningless game against the Rams, and it gave the Rams enough ammunition to move up to go get Jared Goff. Yeah. I was furious that they won that game. The Rams deactivated everyone.
That was Kaepernick slapped one of his last wins, right? Did he throw up the fist? Or that was with Chip Kelly? I was with Chip Kelly when he threw up the fist in the end. So go ahead, Love It.
No, it's usually Bonte. I for the most part agree with you on this one. The one time I think I ever truly rooted against a team that I am a fan of to lose was the final stretch of that 2012 Warriors season when they needed to get into the top 7 of the lottery.
They tanked on purpose.
That was probably the only time. But that was kind of like, it's not so much rooting for them to lose. It was more as like a strategic retreat,
right?
To regroup and get back down the line.
No doubt.
I don't think that's what's going on here with the Giants right now.
But in real time, what I'm saying is in real time, though, when they start playing, I'm like, yeah, I'm not rooting against them, but I understand that they don't have a lot of manpower, so they're going to lose anyway.
Well, I'm still
going to root for them.
Bonte, I'm not sitting here going like, everyone strike out. Let's get no hit and perfect game. No, but I'm saying like, we lost.
At least get a hit before you lose.
Right. I'm not going to.
Exactly. Exactly.
But look, did I lose sleep over these? Yeah, no, of course not. You don't lose sleep over the losses. Like, well, there's a benefit. Like, for example,
there's an unintended consequence.
2019, Steph Curry breaks his hand. Now, that season may not have gone anywhere because they just got beat by Phoenix by 30 points in that game. 30 points. And the Phoenix Suns weren't the Phoenix Suns of today at that point. And it was
this is James Wiseman?
I was like, uh-oh. And this was even before James Wiseman. But I remember somebody from the Warriors walked by when Whitley and I were doing a video on the court after the game. And they said, Bonte, this could be a blessing in disguise because we're not going nowhere anyway. Steph gets rest. We don't have Clay. Draymond's going to be in and out the lineup. Now you get a top pick. And what did you do? You get a number 2 pick of James Wiseman, even though it didn't work out. But in a situation like that, I get it.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
But listen, but once the ball's kicked off and once the ball's tipped off and once first pitch happens, it's just tough for me to like actively be like, oh, I'm going to root against the team. But after the game, you're like, all right, it's not the worst thing in the world, which leads me to saying this. It's not the worst thing in the world that the Giants are scuffling with the September schedule on the horizon. Because if they fall flat on their face in the month of September, and they probably will, well, then we're all going to get our wishes. Because I think 90% of this fan base wants Farhan out of here.
Well, you know what's harder to do? And then like you're saying it's hard to root against my team. It's harder to root for Wade Meckler, Jung-Hoo Lee, Trenton Brooks, Encarnacion, Dalton Jeffries, Spencer Bivens. Like, that's hard. That's hard. Okay? Just because they're wearing the laundry, Seinfeld, doesn't mean that, like, I'm automatically in love with every single player. Like, I mean, it's really difficult to get emotionally attached in the proper way and root for a bunch of dudes I never heard of.
Well, you're already attached to Bryce Eldridge.
You were really high on Jung-Hoo Lee at the beginning of the year.
I was, and I still like Jung-Hoo.
What happened to Casey Smith?
Casey's playing himself out of my love. You know? I mean, you know.
No, I'm not trying to get, but no, they signed Jung-Hoo Lee to
the Beatles?
But no, listen.
You say yes, I say no.
Listen.
That's my love affair with Casey Schmidt.
I guess Jung-Hoo Lee's easy to root for because he has swagger. He has swagger, I guess.
On a team with no heart, it felt like he was somebody that had a little something, or I guess heart's not the right word, a little spark.
Well, I mean, they signed him, and I said, who? And people say Jung-Hoo Lee. I said, who? Who? And he had the song, what is he, the grandson of Wind, the godson of Wind? What, I don't even know his nickname. Well, because he was supposed to be fast, right?
Well, his dad
is the
nickname was the Son of the Wind.
Yeah,
Son
and
of
his
the
dad's the all-time hit leader, correct, for the Korean League?
I believe so. Hits or stolen bases.
Which a lot of people say the KBO is like AAA. So they give him $100 million. Well,
then he fits right into this team.
He's getting 7 this year, 16 next year, 23 the next 2 years after that. And all I do was seeing the dude running the outfield walls and get caught stealing 3 times and have 2 stolen bases. His OPS was 641. And I'm thinking to myself, damn, we're loving hard on the guy who's getting out the blocks very, very slow.
That shows how bad it is.
So, you know,
Giants fans were so quick to try and jump on that bandwagon.
Well, dude, we're done because
they're
we're
doing the
dying.
Jung-Hoo Lee chants at games.
You know what?
Like,
I'm
they
going
were
to defend Giants
so
fans.
hungry.
Let me defend. The most exciting
I'm not
thing that happened
criticizing
this
Giants
year,
fans for. I'm just saying, like, they were really excited to jump on the Jung-Hoo Lee bandwagon. I think it's totally okay.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, we were fired up to see Pablo Sandoval in the spring training games.
Were we?
Yeah. I mean, but there's not a lot of connection. Like, the part of sports is tugging at your heartstrings. Right? You have to have an emotional connection. And I just think when it's a bunch of faceless avatars year after year after year after year, it is difficult to, like, again, like, I'm just reading, there's a million other names, but like Grant McCray, I never even heard of him. But a year ago at this exact same time, you know who else made his major league debut? Wade Meckler. Has anyone heard? Have you even heard anyone utter the name Wade Meckler this season at any level?
Real quick, Ball Bell. Because I'm down on Ball Bell too.
He's just whatever.
The energy after the first inning, Bob Bell. But what was it like?
I think it was more just about Robbie being. You know, we want to make sure he's okay and healthy. You know, he would have wanted to try to grind through it, but no, we come back and, you know, Tyler hits a home run right away, and now it's all 5-1. So no, not at all. Especially after the homer.
It was 6-1. I mean, 5-1, and the energy's back. It was back for a little bit. They had bases loaded in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Bases loaded with 1 out. And that's the biggest problem. They can't hit with runners in scoring position.
They don't have any.
They can't hit.
Beat right now. And at bat for your life. Is there a guy on the Giants that you're handing the bat to?
Yeah, I would.
I didn't see that coming. Who?
Who? Brett Wisely.
Lee.
Casey Schmidt. How's the series gone, Bo Bell?
The first 2 obviously are real tough ones for us, but this team's had a way of bouncing back. You know, today we just got behind it early and, you know, just gave up a bunch of runs. So it was, you know, once you take some guys out of the game, it's a little bit settled before the outcome. But this is one we really need to come back and try to win. Tomorrow's, I don't want to say anything's a must game, but we need to get back to 500 tomorrow and then have an off day and regroup.
No doubt about that. Why did you send down Luciano?
Because Encarnacion was swinging a little bit better at the time. You know, Canna got here too. He was potential DH as well, so things can change in a hurry. And again, we're trying to run our best lineup out there and have our best complement on a particular day. You know, it was easy at that point in time to try to envision more at-bats for Luciano, but it kind of dried up in a hurry.
He dried up in a hurry. That was pregame.
Was that Nick Bosa making an appearance at the beginning? Give me the very beginning.
Yeah, I'll play the beginning. Spinell faded down.
Because Encarnacion was swinging a little bit better.
100%. 100%. But here's the thing on Luciano. I'm not even upset that he got optioned back down, right? You only get one option for the year. He's got one more next year, whatever. Like, that's not even. I'm more just disappointed and deflated that he's not that good.
Well, I don't even know if he's that good because you know what? Honestly, we were told and manipulated as a fan base that Joey Bart wasn't good. That Joey Bart's washed and would never crack a major league team ever again. And right now he's having better off it. Joey Bart yesterday went 2 for 4, hit his 11th home run. I don't know. I know they're losing games in Pittsburgh, but Joey Bart's batting cleanup. He went 2 for 4. He's batting 273 on the season.
Do you know what Patrick Bailey is hitting in the post-All-Star break part of the season?
Under 100.
He's 11 for 89. He's 124.
Wow. My guy in 165 at-bats. So I don't know if Luciano could play because everybody said Joey Bart couldn't play, and they flipped him for a Gatorade bucket. Now looks like a Major League Baseball player now. Wow, Joey Bart's hitting for power, part-time, batting cleanup for the Pirates. Now, thoughts on Robbie Ray, Bob Melvin?
Coming off a long time off, and you're going to have some tough ones. I couldn't let him go any more than that. I couldn't let him throw over 40 pitches with what he's been through, but sometimes there's going to be some soft spots, and today it was more about his command. The velo was down a little bit. As the inning went along, it picked up some, but...
Army of One. Joey Bart on YouTube. He's batting 273. Look up the numbers. He's batting 273 with an OPS at 859. One more time, Shasky.
Coming off a long time off, and you're going to have some tough ones. I couldn't let him go any more than that. I couldn't let him throw over 40 pitches with what he's been through, but sometimes there's going to be some soft spots, and today it was more about his command. The velo was down a little bit. As the inning went along, it picked up some, but...
36. Got him. Did it again. Got him.
The last one.
36. Got him. Did it again. Got him.
My guy was grunting like he was in a tie-break situation in set 3 of the quarterfinals at Wimbledon playing Joker. Ah! Ah! You ever hear those tennis players? Ah!
Sounded like me trying to pump iron this morning.
Really quick on Joey Bart versus Patrick Bailey. Since July 1st, Joey Bart hitting 287, Patrick Bailey 168. Joey Bart 7 home runs, Patrick Bailey 1. Joey Bart 21 RBIs, Patrick Bailey 10.
It's not been great. I don't think this is about
it's not about comparing or contrasting, but it's just my point was everybody, the front office tried to tell the fan base, and the fan base believed it, that Joey Bart's not a big league player. And he goes to Pittsburgh, gets a change of scenery, clears his head, and now he's not getting full-time at bats. He's only played in 54 games. But in 54 games, my guy's batting 273 and he's got 11 jacks and 33 RBIs.
Let me ask, what are all Giants catchers not named Patrick Bailey? What do we have? 1 home run this year?
Oh my gosh.
No, I'm serious.
I don't even...
Like the Kirk Casale, Tom Murphy, Jackson Reitz, who's no one's...
36. Got him. Did it again. Got him.
Bo Mel said I couldn't let him go out there, man. Oh,
you know what,
my gosh.
When I hear Bo Mel, and I'm not, I don't think Bo Mel's that great, but I also don't think he's the worst thing in the world. Like, he's just whatever. He's just totally whatever, right? But here's the thing. He's got a Matt Rule vibe to him. But here's the thing. When you're a coach of a team and you know your team's just not that good, it's like, what are you going to say?
Yeah, I know. You got nothing. He's exasperated.
You know what I call this? This is when one of my CYO basketball team, when we're just not good and we're overmatched, it does, like, I'd have other coaches like, you got to call a timeout. It's like, this game's over, bud. Listen, like, not to be mean, but like, we're down 16. We have no chance of coming back. We're lucky to be down 16. I stick my hands in my pocket. That doesn't mean I'm done and I'm waving the white flag. I just stick my hands in my pocket and I realize there's not much I can do.
Dude, Bo Mel
can't dribble.
Hey, Bo Mel heard that last grunt and said, that's enough. That's enough. Time to go.
You asked, has anyone hit 2 batters to start a game?
Yeah.
You asked that question.
Yeah. In Major League Baseball?
Like 5th grade CYO playoff game, St. Cecilia, St. Gabe's maybe. Maybe down at Twin Creeks this weekend for some 13-year-old who hasn't pitched ever before because you're in game 5 of a tournament and all your arms are used up. This guy's been in the game for, 12, 13, 14 years. I've
never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. But Bo Mel, I wonder what's going on through his head as he sees the Padres rolling right now. The Padres are rolling.
You know what he's thinking?
And he's thinking, I blew that situation. How the hell did I end up back in San Francisco when I had it? The Padres are 16 games over 500. They're not ready to throw a parade for A.J. Preller, the GM that everybody said ruined everything. And all of a sudden, Manny Machado's having fun. They're winning games, and Tatis Jr.'s been on the IL. He'll come back now. There's a question, will he ruin the chemistry? Well, you know what? He'll fall in line.
Apparently it was Soto.
Yeah, apparently Soto didn't like him. And they had the big story. Remember they had the big story?
Yeah.
Oh, man, Soto, he aired out the San Diego Padres. Well, Soto may have motivated the Padres, and Bo Mel may have motivated the Padres. So, look, man.
Soto's a free agent.
Don't even start.
I just said
Don't even start. Don't even do that. Don't even do that. I will not do that one time. Hey, the Giants.
If he goes to the Dodgers, oh my
I think he's standing.
Would you be shocked?
Just cancel the league if that happens.
I would not be surprised.
I think he's staying in New York.
Oh my God, don't go to the Dodgers.
I think he's going to stay at Pinstripes.
Oh my God, please don't.
I think he's staying in Pinstripes, but I think Blake Snell might be a Dodger.
Well,
I think Blake Snell's going to be a Dodger.
By golly.
So
listen, are we just supposed to, honestly, as a Giants fan, are we just supposed to, just say, the next 10 years are the Dodgers?
I thought we were already saying that.
I'm not giving up.
I forget the Dodgers.
That way.
The last 10 years have been the Dodgers.
They're out of sight, out of mind. You're behind the Diamondbacks and Padres now. You're behind the D-backs and the Padres right now. You are a 4th-place team in a 5-team division, right? And I know every division has 5 teams. I get it.
Well, they might reconfigure that.
Maybe.
When they add the 2 new teams.
Maybe. But they're a 4th-place team behind the Diamondbacks and Padres. You're 9 games behind them in the loss column. All right? 8.5 games back because, the game's got to matter. You got to mix and match the game. But 9 games behind the loss column. The Padres and Diamondbacks. Forget the Dodgers for a second. You're behind the Diamondbacks and the Padres. And the gap is growing wider and wider and wider the more and more Farhan runs this team. So when you look at a game like last night, and a must-win game, and Robbie Ray doesn't even go 1 inning. 1 inning. And again, the bottom of the 3rd inning. Your bases loaded with 1 out to try to get back into a game. A good team's like, you know what? We're not out of it. Let's get a big hit here. Maybe it's 6-3. Maybe it's 6-4. And you strike out and back-to-back at-bats to a guy we never even heard of on the Atlanta Braves. We never even heard of this guy. Grant Holmes? He pitched a career-high 7 innings yesterday and earned his first major league win and had no trouble doing it. That's where we're at right now. In-game, out of the game, long-term, short-term. This is disappointing. And in the next segment here, 888-957-9570, it's been a pretty disappointing year when it comes to Bay Area sports.
Statement.
What has been the biggest disappointment to you, Bay Area sports fans? 888-957-9570. Was it the Niners losing the Super Bowl? Was it the Brandon Aiyuk situation that has yet to be resolved? Was it the Golden State Warriors not making the NBA playoffs? Was it Draymond Green getting suspended? Was it Moses Moody not playing? Was it Klay Thompson moving on to Dallas? Was it the San Francisco Giants? What has been the biggest disappointment in the Bay Area so far this season? Now, the Niners could flip the switch and get us rolling here in the second half of the Bay Area. Steph Curry hasn't been a disappointment, winning Olympic gold, but for the most part, it's been a disappointing season, a disappointing year for Bay Area sports. Bay Area fans, what's been the biggest disappointment? 888-957-9570, line them up. And we could laugh about them because I don't want to turn it into negativity or whatnot, but it has been really like, wow. What the hell's going on around these parts?
He's never going to live down Farhan, the best rotation in baseball quote.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, it's one thing to say we have one of the better rotations. Like, you really have to be calculated with your words, right? When you're speaking at a dais. No wonder they didn't want televisions taking it live and radio taking it live, because they knew it was going to be clipped and sent out. And guess what, Farhan? You said it, buddy.
And guess what? It's still clipped and it's out there. And every day I look at Twitter. Like Harry Barrison, I brought him up yesterday.
Yeah.
And, he's like, Bonta, I'm living rent free in your head. And then I'll read this text. I read this text from him. He goes, actually, his wife, Rose, her old coworker, who she hadn't heard from in years, texted her at 7 a.m. yesterday morning. They're talking about Harry on 95.7 The Game. And he goes, I didn't even have to ask what it was about. I already knew what it was about.
And what was it?
Because he was like, Bonta got the best rotation in baseball. Look at this. So
you can't. Okay.
I think he was
one time through the rotation.
He's saying it tongue in cheek, but the Red Series got him gassed up. He got him gassed up. You know how us fans operate. We flip flop.
Bonta, the start yesterday from Robbie Ray, it's not as severe, but it so reminded me of the Barry Zito start against the Padres in Game 161. Opportunity to salvage the contract, and just he was in a horrible year. That you remember that game?
Oh yeah,
where he walked the bases loaded and I believe walked in a run. And Bochy's like, all right, I got to get you out of here. Like that's what. And I think he went 2 or 3 innings in that game. I forget what the specifics were, but he had an opportunity to just don't throw up all over yourself. Like Barry, if you just don't throw up all over yourself, we could win the division at home today on this day. And he ended up waiting until Game 162, and then ended up having to be Johnny Sanchez. Robbie Ray, dude, we just needed you to go 4 or 5 innings yesterday. You couldn't even get 3 outs.
He couldn't get 3 outs.
3 outs.
He couldn't even get 3 outs.
But the grunting thing, we're really into it, huh?
I didn't even know if he got 2 outs. Did he even get 2 outs?
Got 2 outs.
Was it 2 outs?
0.2 innings.
0.2. What was the second out? It wasn't before Michael Harris, was it? I don't remember that.
The second out was when Bo Mel pulled him out.
So he struck out Ozuna. And then
he did strike out Ozuna.
He struck out Ozuna. I remember that.
He struck out Laureano.
He struck out Laureano.
That's
okay.
easy.
Gotcha.
Ramon Laureano.
Was it Michael Harris home run after Laureano? Laureano's having, he's back in the Bay, baby.
I mean, make a play in the outfield, doggy.
There's been so many former A's to make plays in this series.
Sean Murphy.
Matt Olson going opposite field as a left-hander too, by the way, just making it look so easy.
How about Sean Murphy getting off the schneid?
He smoked that one out.
He smoked it.
From our good friend Paul Simpson. Matt Chapman, 60th in baseball in RBIs. Kind of says it all, doesn't it? Best player on the Giants.
Yeah, boy.
60th.
Probably our Willie Mack Award winner.
That means every team has 2 guys ahead of him, and he's leading the Giants. Every team in baseball.
Damn. Biggest disappointment in the Bay Area, the A's leaving Oakland. That's a good one from the 510. Line them up, folks. 888-957-9570. I'm going to hear from some fresh voices here, some new fans, some Bay Area fans. What has been the biggest disappointment so far in the Bay Area in 2024? What is your biggest disappointment? Does it have to do with the Warriors, the Giants, the Niners, the Sharks, the A's? Maybe it's Cal. Maybe it's Stanford. Maybe it's USF and St. Mary's.
Shanahan?
What is your biggest disappointment in 2024 in the professional sporting scene here? That's coming up. 888-957-9570. That is coming up. Brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. I'm optimistic like BPA. I want my money. I want my money now. I, Bonte Hill, will never lie to you ever again.
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Bonte and Shasta.
Oh, man. Good morning to everybody out there. It is Thursday. Tomorrow's payday. I think some of our money hits today, though. Look, Spinelli smiling ear to ear.
Certain banks.
Well, unfortunately, there's a lot of bills coming up.
Shout out Fremont Bank.
You know,
did you hear what's happening?
No, what's happening?
Well, full service banking and no compromises is always happening.
Celebrating
There's
60
a summit
years.
that might be on the horizon. I don't know if it's been announced. I don't want to leak all the information. I know that the big boss man.
Bonte, you didn't know this, but I foresee the future.
RJ.
Right now I'm starting to miss those playoff checks with the Golden State Warriors.
Right now, not earlier in the year.
It's so for me, I'm starting to see some things. I'm like, uh-oh. All the parking we're paying for and everything. I was like, uh-oh. So for me, that may be the biggest disappointment of the season is the Warriors of 2024. And I'm talking about the current year for Bay Area
from
sports.
January to now.
From January to now.
Because I could make an argument like disappointments. Luciano, 5-year hype, not meeting the expectations.
You only get one.
No, I know.
You got to leave some on the table.
I'm laying some out. The entire Giants offseason not delivering for the full year the way we expected it to. Jorge Soler, Jung-Hoo Lee, Blake Snell at the beginning of the season.
Robbie Ray.
Like that's its own thing. I know I don't want to criticize him. I'm not ready to throw him out, but Harrison was the number 1 ranked left-handed starter prospect for almost 2 calendar years. And he's been fine, but he hasn't met the hype. I think that's the fair point. Like, I'm a little disappointed there. Disappointed in Luis Matos. Disappointed in Camilo Duvall's regression.
Anybody disappointed with the 49ers front office with the way they've handled the Brandon Aiyuk situation?
Absolutely. And I'm disappointed in Aiyuk to a degree.
Are you disappointed in Shanahan for the way he coached the Super Bowl?
Well,
I know a lot of A's fans. 888-957-9570. Disappointed in ownership, Fisher, Cavill, Stadium, City of Oakland. Shark fans, are you disappointed? Maybe they're probably the ones who popped the champagne. They got Macklin Celebrini. He was at the game last night.
I mean, I'm thinking about the Warriors. I was disappointed that Draymond's season went the way it went with all the suspensions. Extremely disappointed. I'll keep it 100. I'm disappointed the LeBron James trade didn't go through. Now knowing what we know. Yes. What?
I just don't think that ever was going to happen, but I understand you being disappointed. Probably more so, though, the Klay Thompson situation.
Wow.
That's incredibly. That Sam brought that up to be. It's probably the Niners Super Bowl loss and losing Klay Thompson. Those are the top 2
disappointments.
I think so.
So far in the Bay Area in 2024. Now we can flip this year. Maybe the Giants go on a hot heater here and get in the wild card.
You can't even say it with a straight face. Maybe going on a heater.
When does crack? Now, so the cocaine's happening. When does that crack come into play for you?
Is it the disappointment of not getting Lowry marketing? Are you disappointed that you didn't get Paul George on the Golden State Warriors?
It bothers me.
Are you disappointed that Luciano stinks?
Are you disappointed the Paul George trade didn't go through?
I just said that.
Are you though?
Oh, me? Oh no, I told you from day one. I'm not with Paul George. No, I could have been talked into it. And
that was a little disappointing. I was disappointed. I'll give it.
I mean, Paul George is okay, but you got Steph, so maybe Paul George does fit. He knows he's the second option, and you got Steph Curry right there. Sure.
Were you disappointed that Steve Kerr got all the slander that he got for not playing Jason Tatum?
Yeah, it's always disappointing when I see people ripping our head coach who got 4 championships. You can make the argument that Shanahan. You can make the argument that Shanahan gets more praise than Steve Kerr, and Steve Kerr's the one who's helped bring banners here and change the system of the offense and unlock Curry to become one of the most deadly offensive players we've ever seen in NBA history.
I just think NBA coaches are viewed as less valuable than play callers.
Which is crazy. Because you got to manage...
Coaching's pretty important.
No doubt. But basketball is too. You got to manage those egos, man. Managing those egos with Kevin Durant, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Andre Iguodala, and keeping them all on the same page to win the championship. I watched Dale Harris try to coach the Lakers. Didn't work out for him.
No, I agree. I watch
great teams have talent all the time, and coaches You let players just run amok, and next thing you know, you lose the team. You need somebody there with an iron fist to know how to manage these egos, to lead. So
no doubt.
I get disappointed.
There is some truth to his lineups being a little suspect.
Yeah, no doubt. There's lineups there where we all scratch our head.
Yeah.
That's going to happen. But when you got a lot of guys who are basically on equal playing field outside of Steph Curry, it's going to happen. It's tough to pull that same lever and pull the winning lever all the time. He's done it for a long time, but Kerr's got 4 rings. He's got 4 rings.
Were you disappointed that Shohei deferred $900 zillion?
Oh, that was wow.
I was disappointed he didn't get popped for the whole betting thing because he clearly was involved.
So let's read a couple. Loveman, if you could pull up YouTube and read a couple from the YouTube page here on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570-650. Shasky, disappointed Ritter didn't win state in basketball. Boys hoops, they're loaded. They did lose to Legion. That was a tough game. I was watching that on YouTube. Ritter came up. They're gonna reload though. Ritter to be back.
I got one from YouTube. A Yellow Jacket. He's disappointed that Draymond outlasted Clay on the Warriors.
That's fair. That's fair. A lot of people are disappointed.
Draymond's a good one. Just the suspension too. That whole thing because it did leak into the new year. I think a lot of Warriors fans are disappointed in Draymond Green.
Yeah, no doubt. Because it was the most important.
Yes.
It was the most important season of his career.
I'm actually more disappointed in the whole Draymond thing than even the Clay thing. Because I do believe the Clay thing, it's very disappointing. But at the end of the day, it's also Clay's right to go wherever he wants. So as disappointed in general I am over the whole thing. I just feel I just Draymond, just the whole Draymond thing. Yeah, I think it played a big part in how we view Clay too, because for whatever reason, Dre's getting a pass for a variety of people.
And Draymond and Lacob's mentioned it, Kerr's mentioned it, everybody's mentioned it. He missed 27 games. They were 13-14 of those 27 games without Draymond Green. I do believe they win 50 games with Draymond Green. And now, if he plays all 82, I don't know about that. Let's say if he plays 70, I do believe they get to 40, they get to 50. I truly believe that because Draymond on the floor is a hell of a basketball player. And you see it when he's on the court. Man, I keep thinking about that play against the Dallas Mavericks at the end of the game where he blocked Kyrie Irving's driving to the rack. He's able to recover, block a shot, and get the steal and save the ball. And give the Warriors possession. He's still balling at a high level. But it's the other stuff that we get disappointed in. You got to stay on the court. How about this one from the 209 Xfinity Mobile text line? I'm disappointed that Farhan got a contract extension.
I don't know how you look at the body of the work and yep, sign me up for those 6 years of that. If you're running a business, it's just how does that pencil?
Farhan's cooked.
Right? I'm disappointed that despite how the season's gone, it still doesn't feel like a lock that they're going to move off of him.
Yeah.
Well,
it's a disappointing set of standards that the Giants seem to be holding right now.
Well, if they face plant in September, you see that 9-game road trip? Baltimore, Kansas City, Arizona?
Yeah,
oh, my God.
I can already see the offseason. If these guys stay healthy and this rotation pitches like we did over that 1 week, but we do it for 30 weeks, we could be in the mix.
How about this?
For the 6th spot.
So maybe not. Maybe we're just disappointed in Greg Johnson, the owner of the Giants.
Absolutely.
Maybe we should be disappointed in him because at the deadline, the Giants look like they just started pity pitching. Yeah, we got to get under CB2. We got to get under CB2. We got to move off somebody. We got to move off somebody. And you didn't buy, but you didn't really sell either.
If you were to nail the Giants down to 1, because I'm going to nail the Warriors down to 1, and I'm going to nail the Niners down to 1. What is it for you in terms of most disappointing for the Giants?
That's a tough one. If I had to boil it down to 1, the fact that it just seems like in year 6 they really don't have a plan. That all the lip service they gave us about not bargain basement shopping and not platooning or whatnot, they went back on their word in the first week of the season. And we've had to watch Nick Ahmed, Austin Slater. Mike Yaz has been a whippy boy around here, but, Conforto, and you've had no outfield room. It's taken injuries for guys like Elliot Ramos to play. It's taken injuries to get guys like Tyler Fitzgerald in the lineup. Like if Nick Ahmed was healthy all year, we may not see Fitzgerald.
How crazy
Think about that. You know what I'm saying?
How crazy
so I think the disappointment is we hear one thing, but they just completely lie to us.
Yeah.
The Giants have completely just right in our face. And some of us sit here and take it like dummies. Like, yeah, okay, we believe you. Yeah, go Giants. They've completely, even Marco Luciano. The fact that Casey Smith is 1-4 his last 27 and Wisely's 3-4 his last 21, and you sit Luciano for a week? It's like Steve Kerr not fighting minutes for Jason Tatum almost. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get that. Like, Tatum give him a couple carbs here and there, and he did in the gold medal game, to Steve's credit. But Marco Luciano can't get a sniff. A sniff?
So the
and now he's back in Sacramento. So the roster politics and all the lip service they've given us to Giants fans, and they've gone back on their word.
I think for me, for the Giants, the Luciano thing is the microcosm of everything. Overvaluing your own, not having a clear plan for him, not identifying what he's strong and not strong at regarding, like, does he have a defensive position? And then being pot committed to seeing him succeed or fail through a 2 or 3 week run. Is that not the microcosm of the last 6 years?
Yeah, it is.
So it's everything that you're talking about. When I flip it to the Warriors, Clay is very disappointing. Draymond is extremely disappointing. Andrew Wiggins might be at the top of the list, though. I'm going to be real with you. Andrew Wiggins, for me, it's more the fact we're not allowed to really talk about some of the stuff with Andrew Wiggins. For me, is like, what is going on? Like, that's the biggest disappointment, because I don't know what's going on. I don't know if he's never going to be the same emotionally, mentally, physically. Like, I don't know what. I'm so disappointed in the whole Andrew Wiggins thing. I knew that they squeezed him and he played at an elevated level that maybe was not sustainable. I didn't know the bottom was going to fall out and he was going to be nearly unplayable and untradeable. That's really disappointing. At least when Draymond, like, I'll give you this. Draymond is extremely disappointing because he's getting himself suspended. But when he plays, I don't question his heart and his toughness and how good he still is. I still question all those things with Wiggs.
Yeah, I'm still buying stock in Wiggins.
Okay, you can buy your stock, but I'm disappointed.
But no, that's fair. That's fair. I'm disappointed overall that I'm buying stock in Andrew Wiggins. See, you got the drop. You got the drop. You got it ready to roll, Spadoti. Ready to roll. When it comes to the Golden State Warriors, I don't think it's really hit Warrior fans yet. But November 12th is the day Klay Thompson returns to the Bay as a member of the Dallas Mavericks. And there's going to be video tributes. There's going to be a standing ovation. There's going to be a pregame show dedicated to Klay and what he did with the Golden State Warriors. And all those numbers, all those memories are going to pop back up. And we're going to be like, damn, Klay was an all-time great for us. And the way it ended with some of the fans and, you know, obviously with the Golden State Warriors and the contract or whatnot, that to me is the top disappointment. It's like, damn, I thought the big three would possibly retire together. And I get pro sports. It's hard to keep all three guys together, even the Spurs, for crying out loud. Tony Parker ended up playing with the Charlotte Hornets for a year. But the fact that Klay walked and now he's with the Dallas Mavericks, it is sad. That is the biggest disappointment. It's like the Splash Brothers are no more. Rocco's no more. He's in Texas, fishing on a lake.
Just to add on to that, the disappointment part, because I agree with you, Bonte. I think with the Warriors, it's the most disappointing development over the last year has been with Klay. The way it ended, not just the 0 for 10 against the Kings, but just the frustration and anger that fans had towards Klay Thompson at the end. Like, he should have gone out with like a hero send-off, but it felt like it was almost like a just go kind of feeling with him. And that's what's really, like, the fact that it ended in such a sad way for me is very disappointing.
How many, can I ask though, like, in how many hero send-offs do you get outside of a retirement?
Not many.
Yeah,
you don't.
I can't think of too many that, like,
you don't.
Montana was not ceremoniously, traded. Like, he was not happy.
No doubt.
I know Ronnie Lott wasn't happy that they put him on that exemption list where the Raiders could sign him as a free agent. They basically left him unprotected.
But to Sam's point, though, the way he went, I can't get this out of my head. I'll never forget the Warriors playing the Phoenix Suns. Steph Curry hits the game winner with 0.7 seconds left. A great Saturday night game. And I get on the flight. And the guy in front of me, Bonte, what's up, man? And starts talking Warriors, and he goes, Clay's got to go. Clay's got to go. And I asked the young man, how long you been a Warriors fan? I don't remember what he said. But he basically was like, Clay's got to go. He's a cancer. Get him out of here. And I was a little, I was tired from working that night and getting ready for Las Vegas and go to the Super Bowl, and I'm on that flight, and I just looked at the guy. I said, hey, man, I'll talk to you later. So I was ready to slap the hell out that kid for talking about Klay Thompson like that. Now, I wasn't going to slap the guy. I'm not going to say that. Physical violence, I don't condone that whatsoever. But to my point was like, that's how we're going to treat one of our legends?
It's kind of ugly.
That is kind of ugly. We're going to treat one of our legends like that, It was sad.
I'm not exonerating that behavior because I think there's a lot of weird vitriol toward Klay, but it was a struggle bus for the last year and a half, for everyone. Team, right. Player, role, fit, this, that. Like it was a struggle bus. Like it was. So I understand feeling that way to a degree. It can get a little ugly online and stuff when people have anonymous accounts, but like, I don't know. I just and I'm not trying to defend the Warriors. I'm just saying in general, it doesn't feel like anybody leaves any situation dignified. Very rarely. Like Harbaugh didn't leave the Niners in a dignified way.
He didn't.
I don't remember, Aaron Rodgers or Brett Favre leaving the Packers in a dignified way. I definitely don't remember Deion Sanders leaving in a dignified way or Kevin Durant. Like it usually happens with a little bit of spice.
Mm-hmm. Niners biggest disappointment.
Well, this one's the number one is overtime rules, Super Bowl, boom. Everything else, is close. That's number one.
Oh man. Yeah, I how can it not be number one? How can it not be number one? The 49ers losing the Super Bowl. And it feels like they have to get over it because Brandon Aiyuk is not around. Trent Williams is not around.
Okay, how many days for the hold-in? How many days?
Well, what? Yesterday was training camp day 15.
Okay, so we're 15 days in on this.
15 days in.
I don't think I could do another 15.
Oh, well, you can do another 15. I mean, I said that about the Giants. I can't do another 15 games, and here I am 15 games later. I'm still hanging around during the dog days of August.
You've done a full circle.
Trust me. Listen, last year, by August, I was done with it. I swear to God, I think from August 1st through the end of September, I probably watched 2 Giants games. I said, I'm done with this crap. There's no way you keep me in front of a tube. I'm going to play Madden. I'm going to play Madden until I'm blue in the face. I'm going to watch all the training camp practices. I'm going to read all the... I'm not watching. Now, I got the Giants on the laptop while playing NCAA. I'm just like, boy. And you hear Kite just exasperating that booth. You hear Krug. Like, we're going to have Dave Fleming coming on at 8:30. I'm going to tell Dave Fleming on the front end, hey, Dave, you earned that day off tomorrow. You earned it. And you need it. Flim, I know you're out there listening. You deserve that day off tomorrow. You and the whole crew. Hope you guys have a great time out. Boy, it's tough right now. It is tough, but when it comes to the Niners, because I know you heard their latest development. I want to get your...
What's the latest development?
Well,
what is it? Did Brandon Aiyuk dap up a fan wearing Niner gear and so now he's staying with the Niners? Or did he like a Washington football post and now he's going, a football player's post and now he's going there? Like what?
Adam, it's too much for me.
What minute thing that I should read really deep into? What happened?
This one right here from Cam Ibbott, who joined Willard FP yesterday. FP was in the building. FP said, Tangelo. I need to text him. He was coming at me on Twitter. Wonder how he's feeling right now. You bring the smoke to the king. You better expect some smoke back, Spadoni.
Here's my shower, Bonte.
Wait, what was that? Big pause, FP.
Here's my shower, Bonte.
What was that?
Made some good times, FP. FP makes me smile.
Sounds like it.
He makes me smile. Cam Edmond. That's
okay.
With Willem FP.
Just the whole
Willem
thing.
FP. He makes me smile.
Pause. I don't know. Maybe I'm too worried.
Maybe he makes me smile. FP, I love you. Beer's on me next time. Here's Cam Edmond.
He doesn't drink beer.
I know he does.
He's a top shelf guy.
Yeah, I don't even drink beer, so I don't know why I'm saying it.
A couple top shelf guys over here.
I don't even drink. I don't drink at all. I don't think I've had a drink in a long time. Cam Edmond with Willard and FP.
I spotted Brandon Aiyuk watching the football practice for the first time in a while, but he did it on the sideline, and he usually hasn't been up close like that. But mind you, he was about 50 yards away when practice was kind of getting going in team drills, and then red zone drills happened, which is kind of near where Aiyuk was, and then you started seeing the interaction among teammates. Even John Lynch came by and like shook his hand and patted him on the back. So for me, I'm trying to interpret, okay, what does this mean? Is this a, hey, congratulations on your new deal, glad you're sticking around, or, oh, hey, we're going to miss you, good luck, as you go along as a defector? No, it was more of a, hi, how are you? Good to see you again. Nothing else new here. So it's almost like it was the status quo, but at the same time, just watching Brandon and how he paid attention to practice, he was invested. He was paying attention to every single play and looked very much a part of this team.
That's the latest with Brandon Aiyuk.
Poor Cam having to decipher body language and.
Hey, I love it.
No, I'm not mad at Cam at all. I'm not mad at Cam.
He wore a red t-shirt with the Niners logo on it. I think the Niners and Aiyuk can come into their senses. Let's get this contract done. Let's go win a damn Super Bowl. I think that's what Jerry Rice was basically insinuating on Instagram. Come on, Aiyuk, let's go. He has a chance, honestly. We'll get just for a second here. Think about what Aiyuk has done so far in the Niners uniform. He's only 200 yards away from surpassing Deebo Samuel in all-time receiving yards with the 49ers. He has another 1,000-yard season. He's going to be in the top 10. Brandon Aiyuk signed on a long-term deal. He has a chance to be one of the best. Jerry Rice is always going to be number one. T.O. is always going to be number two. But Brandon Aiyuk has a chance to be an all-time wide receiver for the San Francisco 49ers when it's all said and done. He's that good. He's that good of a route runner. He has special hands. He can run, block. He does everything. Well-rounded wide receiver. Let's make this thing happen. Let's get this thing done, and let's go win a damn Super Bowl for once. All right?
Me and all the other Niner fans are like the Jimmy Butler meme where you just look physically exhausted, and you're just sitting here did that, okay. I'm going to be honest. It's hard for me to say Brandon wants to be an all-time Niner when it's dragging out the way it is. And I know there's business.
I said he has a chance to be an all-time Niner.
I know, but it's all that kind of stuff, the business side of it has just all that other crud doesn't even feel even close to appropriate, considering how difficult this has been.
Man, I listen.
And it's
pro sports.
We're exhausted.
Yeah, well, you know what? Buck up, baby. Start to get ready for the New York Jets. Cam Newton on Trent Williams.
Because he's a veteran and he signed his last contract coming off of unrestricted free agency because he tested the waters, that makes him open to these CBA rules where, yes, he gets fined $50,000 a day for missing camp and practice. But when he misses a preseason game, he misses 1 week's worth of regular season paycheck. And that's $1.1 million. And that happened last week. And because of the veteran contract that he signed, he's not the 49ers cannot cancel out those fines or make them any less. It's written into the rules. So whatever contract he eventually signed, it's going to have salary cap ramifications to probably cover the losses he's incurring right now.
So there you go.
I mean, it's just poor Trent.
So
poor Trent. Cry me a river.
That's the legends of Trent Williams. But we all know they need Big Trent. They need Big Trent. Here's George Kittle. How he feels about Trent Williams' absence.
Trent Williams is Trent Williams. He's the greatest football player to ever play the game. It's like him and Aaron Donald. I mean, that I've played against. And, for all the people who are going to, list off 90s and 80s players, I'm sorry. But the best I've ever played with. And so, yes, he's also a massive human being. He's a silverback. He just has a presence to him. And so, yeah, not having him in the locker room at all and stuff like that, it's weird. But we all love Trent, and he's doing what he thinks is best for him. So it's okay. And I think Jalen Moore's done a good job of playing left tackle for us. And also, I appreciate getting extra reps because one thing about Trent Williams is I don't need to practice with Trent that often because he's so good that it's more of me hey, George, get out of the way so I can block this guy by myself. And I'm like, hey, man, you make my job easier. So getting the extra reps with Jalen, I think, is really beneficial because he's gotten a lot of snaps for us in the last couple of years. And so if I can get really good at working with him, Trent will just fit in seamlessly. Not worried about it.
Not worried about Big Trent.
I am. I'll admit it. Trent's a guy that he's a large human being. He's had injuries at the end of every season, it seems like. Every season, when push came to shove, he's hobbled around out there. The game is violent. Yeah, I am worried. We did this last year with Bosa, who is in much better physical shape than actual Trent Williams, though they're asked to do very different things. And he had a horrible down year by his own standards. I am worried.
Do you think the Bosa thing was a distraction?
Yeah, I do.
Well, you know why I asked that? Because the Niners did open the season 5-0.
Oh, okay.
And nobody talked about the holdout.
Well,
he came in Pittsburgh. Wait. He came in.
We talked about defense.
No.
Oh,
no. What I'm saying.
Player.
What I'm saying. What I'm saying. When Bosa came back against Pittsburgh, they beat Pittsburgh 30-7.
Pittsburgh's not that good.
Well, they made the playoffs last year.
I don't care that they made the playoffs. The Niners are a Super Bowl contender.
They made the playoffs last year. All right. They beat them 30-7. Then they go to week 2 and they beat the Rams 30-23. Then they beat the New York Giants on Thursday Night Football 30-12.
The Giants are terrible.
And then they beat the Arizona Cardinals 35-16. And Brock Purdy has one of those special days in 49er history throwing the football. I was like, wow, this is Steve Young 2.0. What the hell? This guy is on fire. And then they beat the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday Night Football 42-10, and they were 5-0 heading to Cleveland. And at that point, nobody was talking holdouts. We were saying, this team really is special.
But they
may lose only 2 games. So I'm not here for the distractions after the fact. They opened the season 5-0.
Baldy just told you it was a distraction.
No.
Baldy told you. Do you believe Baldy?
Baldy's not right about everything.
Okay.
Right?
I
Baldy's
believe
not
it's
right
a
about
distraction
everything.
to a degree.
I'm just saying last year with Bosa, it became a distraction because he started bringing it up. Yeah, the bye week really hurt me. I've been experimenting. But nobody was saying that when they were 5-0. They beat the Cowboys. You were saying, who's beating the Niners? It's our league. It's their world, and we're just living in it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but when people are riding high, no one's complaining. When you have adverse situations in any walk of life, that's when people's true colors start to come out, and the real starts to come out. When there's a little bit of noise and there's a little bit of adversity, that's when people start talking. That's the reality.
Well, I remember December 3rd when they beat Philadelphia 42-19, and we came in the next morning. We weren't talking holdouts. We were talking about how the NFC runs through the San Francisco 49ers.
All right.
And then after the fact, we started talking, oh, yeah, it's a big distraction, blah, blah, blah.
So you just think the holdout means nothing?
I didn't say that.
So then what are you saying?
I didn't say that. I'm just saying we feel like it's a distraction, but what if they start 5-0? We won't even be talking about the holdout. Because last year, they opened up 5-0. We were heading into the Cleveland game. Spadoni did the show with me. We were heading into the Cleveland game. What was the conversation going into the Cleveland game?
My take, I think, that day was it's not enough for the Niners to win that game against P.J. Walker. They need to win by 20.
Right.
That was my take.
Dude, we were riding high.
Take? I respect it.
We were riding high heading into that game. We weren't talking holdouts. We weren't talking distractions.
This year. Like, to your point, the team can go 16-1. And if they lose in the first round or the second round, because they'll get the bye if they go 16-1, but if they lose in the playoffs, the whole entire regular season is negated. It's all about championship.
No,
it sucks to be in that bubble, but that's where they're at.
I understand that. That's not the conversation we're having, though. The conversation we're having right now is that the distraction part of everything. If they open up the season 5-0, we're not going to be talking training camp holdouts anymore. We only bring it up when it's like, oh my God, the sky's falling. This guy held out, and it's a big distraction. The Niners literally opened the season 5-0. And nobody talked training camp holdouts until Nick Bosa, after the 3-game losing streak, was saying, yeah, I started off slow. I've been experimenting. It's not working. We got a new scheme. And he started throwing the defensive coordinator under the bus.
When you reflect on what you've done throughout the entire year, all that stuff matters. Just because you had a great run at the beginning doesn't mean that they weren't overcoming some of that stuff earlier. Doubt. They were also, like the Giants, what did they draft? 4th overall this year? Like, and those were great games. The way they dismantled Dallas was special.
That's what I'm saying.
That was a special game. But listen, we also ended up realizing at the end of the year, like, Dallas got dismantled by Green Bay. Dismantled at home. So I don't know.
They made the playoffs. All I'm saying is you could pick apart the teams and say, well, they lost in the first round. They didn't do this. They didn't do that. My whole point is Nick Bosa showed up 3 days before Pittsburgh, and they blasted the Steelers 30-7. Right. Fred Warner blew through Najee Harris, and nobody said anything about the holdout. They were 5-0, and we were riding high. That's my whole point. I don't care who the team was.
So as long as they go 5-0 to start the season, nothing matters.
It's not going to matter with the fans. Nobody's going to bring it up.
I think nobody's
going to bring it up.
You hear about this with Cooper Kupp and Matt Stafford. All of the reps that you take in the training camp stuff and all the stuff behind the scenes, it all builds to something. That's part of the beauty of football is all of the synergy and the going through the grind and all that. And it doesn't pay itself off until January and February. But that, to me, it all goes into it. That is the essence of football. Unlike the other sports, you practice 5 and 6 times to the one game. And so, I do believe holdouts matter. And I do believe everyone being on the same page and being singularly focused on one thing, that does matter. Because the great coaches that I listen to, like Bill Belichick, who's been on everybody's podcast, is saying, all these little things, fights, contracts, playing time, all this stuff, it's wasting energy on things that you could be otherwise wasting your energy on when it comes to the playbook.
That all sounds good. Where did the Niners end up last year? Where did they end up last year?
They ended up losing in the biggest game of the year, and everyone was falling apart.
In overtime, right?
And they were falling apart.
In overtime.
Yeah.
They made the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl.
Practiced every single day the overtime thing. They all spoke about it to a T.
Well, that's a coaching thing then. Well, that's not a training camp holdout. No. That's not distractions. That sounds like preparation by the coaching staff.
The catch, for example. Dwight Clark and Joe Montana practiced it every day for 2.5 years at the end of practice. So you could say holding out it's all of the reps building up to something.
But I don't understand how not knowing the overtime rules by the coaching staff has anything to do with the holdout.
No, I think it's the cumulative. Look, again, it's the cumulative effect of everyone on the same page day one building towards something. That's what I believe.
Well, it sounds like a lack of preparation from the coaching staff not knowing the overtime rules.
That's part of it.
I don't know how that has to do with Britt. You could still practice the overtime rules with Nick Bosa away in Florida, working out with his mama one-on-one.
Bosa had a bad year. Bosa had a bad year.
One-on-one. But he didn't make excuses until they had the 3-game losing streak and he started throwing the defensive coordinator
under the bus. But it didn't look like he had a great year.
I know he didn't have a great year.
I know week 1 ended up being good for him, but 2 months in, we were looking at him he don't look right.
Yeah, but all I'm saying, though, it was such a distraction. They opened the season 5-0. And they looked dominant.
We know this.
They went 30, 30, 30, 35, and 42. It was such a distraction. They opened up 5-0 is my whole point.
You know what? Everyone should show up week 1.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying it was just such a distraction that they opened the season 5-0. We were literally talking about them being the best Niner team since '94. So we could say it's distractions all we want to. And if they want to make that excuse about holding out, being a distraction, I say they were 5-0 and nobody was talking about it by that point.
To me, that's like saying hey, you're going 150 and you didn't get ticket. You're doing a good thing. Keep going 150.
No, it's not.
It eventually catches up to you. I think it catches up to you.
No, that's silly. That's silly. And it caught up to them so much, they were an overtime away from winning the Super Bowl.
No one's saying they can't overcome it.
Right.
What we're saying is today and the last couple of weeks, it's left them behind.
Possibly. But is there any doubt once Trent Williams comes in that he's going to play like an all-pro?
I don't know. Who knows? Guys fall off.
Possibly.
Everyone said that about Bosa. And then the guy is literally on the sidelines at the most important point of the game in the season at the end. And he says to Baldy, the whole offseason and the way it played out really affected me down the stretch of the year.
You know what, though? He got his $120 million, and he stuck the Niners for a lot of guaranteed money. And I don't want to hear it because when his mom joined the station, don't you worry about Nick Bosa. He's ready to roll.
Well,
when Nick Bosa got off the private plane, let's go, Niner faithful, I'm back. To me, it sounds like a bunch of excuses. I'm not an excuse-making business.
Well, is it an excuse or is it an explanation?
Don't tell me, no, it's an excuse. It's an excuse when you start throwing the defensive coordinator under the bus and saying, I missed out on training camp. Because tell me about that after the win. You beat Pittsburgh 30-7. Tell me that you're rusty.
Well, but
beat the Rams 30-23. Tell me that you're rusty then. Don't tell me that the lack of training camp hindered me from being an all-pro after a 3-game losing streak. Talk to me after the wins.
It's a byproduct of his own actions, right? That is undeniable. He played a huge part in him not being ready. Okay,
exactly.
I don't think it's the team's fault. No, it's literally Bosa and his agents and his representation played a huge part in him having a down year. And there was a depreciating effect in critical moments of the most important game of all of their careers.
All I'm saying is it was such a distraction. They opened the season up 5-0. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, see,
the excuses afterwards. The excuses afterwards. You want to make excuses about missing training camp? Fine. It was a distraction. It helped. It screwed your lack of preparation up. But it was such a distraction. Fred Warner damn near having a defensive player of the year type season. It was such a distraction. Charvarius Ward was an all-pro cornerback.
Yeah, but those guys were at practice every day. Those guys were at practice every day.
But Charvarius Ward was dealing with groin injuries.
But I need the whole team. But see, this is where football is just, you need all 11 in perfect synergy all year.
No, I agree with that.
To be able to accomplish what they need to do. This isn't about just being a good team this year or anything. Like,
I agree with that.
Unfortunately, they backed themselves into it's all about winning the big one or not.
I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is nobody around here was talking about the holdout when the Niners were 5-0 last year.
No, but we were all in preseason.
And then they opened up 5-0, and we're talking about them being the best team in the NFC.
But I go back to my dad. Just because the results are good doesn't mean everything you did building up. Like, you aced the test, but you didn't study at all. That doesn't mean that you should not study moving forward. That's my point of view.
Injury report. Fans, some of you guys on the text line, I'm not even going to bother with it. It was such a distraction. The Niners opened up 5-0 and ended up in the damn Super Bowl. And all these excuses came out after they lost. I don't want to hear from people after you lose a game. Tell me about you. Give me the adversity when you win. We're riding high after the Pittsburgh game and the Rams game and talking about how dominant this team was. So I don't want to hear anything about, oh, man, now it's a distraction last year. Yeah, in hindsight, everything's 2020, right? In hindsight. But if Aiyuk signs, say, next week, and Trent Williams comes a couple days before the Jets game, and this team opens up 8-0.
Yeah, they can overcome it. No one's saying they can't overcome it.
And that's what they did last year. They did that last year. Well, and it wasn't a distraction. That's all I'm saying. How was it a distraction when they opened up the season 5-0, go to Philadelphia and
I'm listening to guys that played the game. Man. I'm listening to Baldy, and I nod with him. That's what
Baldy last year was saying it's not a distraction. We got to cover Baldy. Baldy, who's played this league, so I don't agree with everything Baldy says, and I love Baldy. But Baldy also said last year, Bosa could show up at the airport the morning of the Pittsburgh game, and everything's going to be okay.
Well, I think he
also said that
that's
too.
Not accurate.
You know what I'm saying?
I think we've learned now.
And he's been around holdouts for a long time.
I know, but we've learned now.
So I'm not going to buy this whole excuse
accurate.
thing that, oh man, it was a big distraction. They literally opened the season up 5-0, was blowing everybody out the water.
The Chiefs had lost Chris Jones, and they lost that game early on in the season. I bet if you asked everyone on the Chiefs, even though they won the Super Bowl, was it easier or harder to go on the road for all the playoff games? And they would say, knowing what we know now, yeah, we overcame it and we won the Super Bowl.
They relished
it. But we probably wouldn't want to make it harder on ourselves.
They relished it. But you also got to remember Travis Kelce missed that first game, too.
No, I know. But
if Kelce plays, they probably win that football game.
Again, you're making it harder on yourself than it needs to be.
Again, I don't know how. J.J. McCarthy out for the season. Tore meniscus in his right knee. Suffered the injury against the Vikings, against the Raiders last weekend. Vikings will now turn to former 49ers backup, Sam Darnold. He's going to start the season for the Minnesota Vikings. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Dave Fleming will join us at 8:30. Dave Fleming to talk about the Giants. We also have... Who else do we have? We have somebody at 9:20 as well. I already forgot.
Jake Hutchinson.
95.7 The Game Insider.
I also want to, on the other side, one of my buddies, we think we're down bad here in the Bay Area just in general right now. One of my buddies last night was giving me the plight of being a Viking fan and a Minnesota sports fan.
Oh, it's not easy.
Yesterday was a very bad day for the Minnesota Viking fans.
Shout out to my guy, Brandon Velasquez, who I used to work with at Yahoo Fantasy Sports. Minnesota everything. And if you want to go down the Minnesota Viking rabbit hole,
I would like to
go down his Twitter page. Nothing but misery happens to Viking fans. Nothing but misery.
My buddy David Linsmeyer, he was like, he cornered me and he was like, you have no idea what this team has done to my soul.
No Super Bowl wins. Nothing but heartbreaks for the Vikings. More coming up on the Rust.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. The Giants lose 13-2. Brandon Aiyuk is yet to sign with the 49ers. Trent Williams is still in East Texas. The Niners had to cancel their joint practices. Maybe that's the most disappointing thing of the year. We could have saw Chris Olave going one-on-one against De'Amon Lenore. Where does that rank on the disappointment list? 888-957-9570. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. The Niners back on the practice field today. Mooney Ward, how much do you miss Brandon Aiyuk?
I think the season hasn't started yet, so we don't know how much we miss him yet. I think the offense is still clicking on all cylinders. You said give you my perspective on what's going on. I don't know, to be honest. I don't want to say nothing crazy, but they'll figure it out eventually, for sure. They'll figure it out.
Pretty good answer.
So yeah, I don't think he's right. We don't know. We never played a game without him.
Exactly.
There's nothing to read into that. We don't know, but our offense is still clicking, and he's not going to say, yeah, the offense is really struggling without Brandon Aiyuk.
We get no separation.
Yeah.
It's making my job a lot easier in practice.
You're not going to say that, so other teams will be like, ooh, Travis Ward, you hear what he said about his old offense?
I'm a little worried about this first-round pick we took. I don't think it's going to work out for us. Like, he's never going to say that.
Never going to say that.
Mooney Ward, big year for him. He's been a really good 49er as a free agent signing. He kind of came out of nowhere. And it's interesting that, I think if he has a monster year this year, he's going to be printing money. Who doesn't need a secondary player in the league? Everyone's looking for corners.
The fandom thing is fascinating me, Shasky.
What part?
Everything about it. Because I'm a fan. But I went to journalism school where you kind of get desensitized and you become objective. Right, Spadone? You kind of get into love, and you guys know what I'm talking about. So, because I never had this talk. Like, I see Yellow Jacket on YouTube, right? And I didn't even notice. Because Bonte, I wanted the Niners to trade Bosa mid-camp last year. Because he held out. I was just thinking about myself, like, wow, what if they did trade Bosa? It would have been one of the most idiotic things this franchise has done since trading Charles Haley to the Dallas Cowboys. And they've done a lot of idiotic things since then.
We definitely talked about it at the station, though.
I remember that.
We broached it a couple times. We was like, hey, if you can get the Khalil Mack trade package,
well, I asked the question of, let's do the thought exercise. How many first rounders could you net in a potential Nick Bosa deal? It was a thought exercise. Right. I remember I phrased it that way.
And so I remember saying to myself, boy, I would have a hard time trading Bosa right now because I need to get a player who can help me this year.
Yeah.
This is the same situation with Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah.
If you're going to trade Bosa, you trade him at the NFL draft so I get some players. But again, you don't think about trading Nick Bosa. Like, you sign Nick Bosa. You need Nick Bosa. He's one of the 5 best pass rushers in all of football. Even in a down year, he still gets doubled. Now, I want to see him play better against the run, and I don't like the fact that I'm hearing that he may drop back in coverage.
Yeah, that shocked me.
It's like, no, I want you putting the hand in the dirt and rushing the quarterback. Yeah, that's what I pay you for.
It's like me asking Aaron Judge to bunt.
Right? Hey, Aaron Judge, I need you to drop back in the deep middle. I need you to play the hook. I need you to play this.
That's why I went back to New York.
Hey, Brock Purdy, I really want you to do more power runs up the middle in between the tackles.
Quarterback powers. I need you to run a quarterback power.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
Do not.
Dude.
Do not.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
His film.
Yeah, he's done.
CFL, he needs to play. Listen, like Anna said, in wet and rainy Soldier Field, babe, is the quarterback supposed to get hit like this?
No.
Roquan Smith was blasting Trey Lance running quarterback power. It's just like, what are we doing? I've never seen a stretcher come out faster on the football field. I swear to God, I've been to a lot of football games in my life. Pro, JUCO, high school, Pop Warner. I've never seen a stretcher come out that quick.
But at that moment, 49er football came back.
So mean. God, it's so mean.
Use check? No, it was use checking up. It felt like that was 49er football. I remember Mark Willard in the crossover goes, well, that was 49er football. And then he sipped his iced coffee like this. And then the next week we had to pick 8. and they scored 10 points against Nathaniel Hackett's Broncos.
One of the worst teams ever in the history of football.
You could be a Niner fan, or you could be a Minnesota Viking fan. Minnesota yesterday, my buddy Linsmeyer, he comes over to me and he goes, hey, I don't ever want to hear you complain about the Niners. And he goes, but you will, and you're entitled to. But let me just give you the plight of the Viking fan. And I go, okay, shoot it at me. It's like, we lost our quarterback for the year. I don't even know if he's any good. We liked Kirk Cousins. We lost him, okay? We were actually starting to gain some steam last year, and he tears his Achilles after one of the great games he's ever had. He's like, we have a great wide receiver. We don't know what we have in defense. We signed Aaron Jones, and our second-round pick passes away in a car accident.
Fourth-round pick, Kyrie Jackson.
Oh, I thought it was second-round pick.
Yeah, I looked into Kyrie Jackson.
Okay, which I had forgotten, okay? Then he's like, Addison is out for probably 5 or 6 weeks, the wide receiver who everyone liked, and I think he had 1,000 yards last year, or close to it.
Balled out last week, too, in preseason against the Raiders starting defense.
Being a Minnesota Viking fan is a tough plight.
So, my boy Brandon Velasquez, shout out to him. He's now living in Chicago. By way of Arizona State. Got fortunate enough to work next to him at Yahoo Fantasy Sports. He did a great job producing that fantasy football show. So I was helping out with him on that show for a couple years. And he's one of the only Viking fans I know.
I know 2.
I know him, and I know Shaka in Berkeley. Shaka in Berkeley's a Viking fan.
I didn't know that. My buddy Danny, who has taught me to be a butcher, he's a huge Viking fan.
So I'm just looking at his timeline right now. And it's NFL memes. Vikings fans since 1961. And it's stop giving us your toughest battles. Aww. And it's God saying, how are you still alive? There's another one that he retweeted. Can we simulate through the 2024 season and go right to the 2025 offseason? You know,
oh my God.
I mean,
we get them week 2?
Wow, they said sophomore star wideout carted off the field being the second worst news of the day is a perfect summary of what it is like to be a Vikings fan.
Addison kicked the Niners' butt, too. He's good.
That's tough.
I believe he transferred into USC.
Yeah, I think
was
so.
That
yeah,
what it was?
From Pitt.
Yeah, I didn't know it was Pitt. Okay.
Yep, from Pitt. So, you know, Jordan Addison carted off the field. I'm not sure what the severity of the injury is. But it's him, a Viking fan page. And it's a Viking fan in the middle of the street, just getting rained on in between cars, hoping the cars run them over. Like that. Life is a Viking fan. It's probably similar to being a Buffalo Bills fan. It's probably similar to being a Cleveland Browns fan and a Detroit Lions fan.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. Well, Lions fans last year, the NFC Championship game, I usually talk that talk at football games.
No, I felt happy for them.
But we were down so bad. And for them to lose that game that the Niners had no business winning, there was a row of Lion fans sitting behind me. And the tears that was about to flow from this grown-ass man. I said, dog, I hugged him. I shook his hand. I said, you guys will be back. You guys, we got nothing to be ashamed of.
You gave him the OG perk up?
Oh, I had to. I shook every Lions fan hand out of that stadium.
Wow.
Walking out of that stadium, I said, you guys are, because they earned that game.
Yeah.
We didn't deserve to win that game.
Did you hear Amon-Ra St. Brown's dad talking in the stands during that game? I mean, you got to go for the field goal here.
Yeah.
You're not going to go for the field goal? Why are you throwing to him? Why are you throwing to him? Like, I was like, oh boy, Reynolds. I think Amon-Ra St. Brown's dad might come into the field and take you out, dude.
Well, Reynolds did drop the passes.
No, he was wide open.
He dropped 2 passes.
Hit his hands, though. Hit his hands.
Wide
so
open.
it was a great decision to go. And I'm glad Amon-Ra St. Brown said that on I'm glad he said that on the receiver doc, saying that that's what we do. We go for it on 4th down. We got our coaches back. That's what we do. That's their philosophy. And they called the 4th down plays. And quite frankly, Reynolds dropped the pass. He dropped it. He dropped the pass.
Yeah, but sometimes you got to slow down to fit into the parking spot. I agree if you have a philosophy in life, but there is a time and place where it just maybe doesn't fit. You know, the triangle doesn't go into the circle hole. That's all.
Yeah, I hear you. But Reynolds did drop the key 3rd down.
Oh, Reynolds had a horrible game.
So Brooks
Conrad hit him up and said he had a bad game.
But their field goal kicker, I think his longest that year was 47 yards. So it wasn't like it was going to be a chip shot field goal. Their kicker was erratic, very erratic. And so I had no problem with them going for it on 4th down. The guy dropped the pass. It was a great 4th down call. He dropped the pass. You get a 1st and 10 up 24-10, and they were averaging 7 yards a carry. That game was over. Dan Campbell's going for the kill right there. So it's hard to hate on the Detroit Lions, but Viking fans are miserable. I mean, you got the Timberwolves. Twins haven't won since 91.
We brought up the 91 team. The boss was in Minnesota when that team won. Can you name any of the players on that 91 Twinkies team?
Yeah, Ken Herbeck, Kirby Puckett.
Yep.
I want to say Gary Gaetti was on that team.
I don't think Gaetti was on it.
Gaetti wasn't on that team. Was Chuck Knobloch was on that team.
Yes, he was.
Jack Morris pitched Game 7, went 10 innings in that game. Who else was on that team? Who's the third baseman on that team?
Do you remember a pitcher by the name of Scott Erickson?
I do remember Scott Erickson. Yeah. Scott Erickson was in for a long. Was he on that team?
Pagliarulo was the third base.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's the outfield outside of Kirby Puckett?
All right, we got Shane Mack.
Chili.
Shane Mack in right field. Not Shane O'Mac. Shout out money. And then center field, Kirby Puckett. Left field, Dan Gladden.
Dan Gladden. That's what I was thinking of, Dan Gladden. I thought he played third base, but Dan Gladden was a good player.
That Twins team was a fun team.
Oh, they won in 87. They beat the Cardinals, and then they beat the Braves in 91. And that was when the Braves had Steve Avery, who I thought was going to be better than Smoltz and Glavine.
They all thought he was going to be better.
Steve Avery was dynamic in that postseason run. And so the Twins, 1-0. They won Game 7, and Jack Morris pitched all 10 innings. And that was after Game 6, in which Kirby Puckett had it when they had the plexiglass in the Metrodome. They had the plexiglass. Kirby Puckett steals one off the plexiglass.
126 pitches.
Yep.
That's actually not as much as I thought it was going to be. That's incredible. 126.
Wow.
He was
strikeouts.
Dealing.
2 walks.
Dealing. And then Kirby Puckett hits the home run, and Jack Buck on the call for CBS Sports. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh my God, this World Series is awesome. That was great. 91's World Series is awesome. Awesome. Kirby Puckett, man, poor guy. Dennis Martinez hits him.
I just
ruined his career.
Yeah.
He passed away a few years. Like, one of the first books I read in elementary school was the Kirby Puckett book.
Really?
Teacher, because she was like, I need you to read, and I need you to understand what you're reading. I know you could read, but you need to understand it. So just give me all these books, and then she got it. She was like, how about we just read some sports books? I got some autobiographies for you. So it was Kirby Puckett. And I was like, can you name this about the chapter 1? I was like, yeah, Kirby Puckett's from here. Da-da-da-da. And they figured out the trick. They got me.
Kirby was a burly boy.
He's a big boy.
Yeah.
But you think about those all-star teams, like the Instagram accounts come up.
Oh, I love them.
And they show the AL, NL starting lineups. And Kirby Puckett's like in all those lineups. It's like Bo Jack. When Bo Jack's on 30 for 30, he goes, man, the American League, we were stacked.
They were.
He was like Jose Canseco, Kirby Puckett. And they're like tipping the hats. They're like, damn, they're stacked.
Team was loaded.
Loaded. So, yeah, Minnesota fans. You could be a Minnesota Viking fan. But you know what? It's not easy being a Niner fan these days.
We've got a little Buffalo Bill in us in the last 20 years.
Oh, yeah, we do. I mean, at least they got blown out by the Washington team, and then Dallas blew them out. I mean, the New York Giants one was close. The last one against the Cowboys, I believe they were up 13-6 at the half. They ended up losing 30-13. Buffalo.
I mean, Leon Lett trying to celebrate.
They knew it too. They were so tight. They knew it in that last game. Each Super Bowl that they hit to. They're actually up 14-7 at the Rose Bowl against the Cowboys. True story. They were up 14-7 and Jim Kelly got hurt. And then Dallas just 52-17. And I remember that Super Bowl was like the Niners have the record for most points in the Super Bowl with 55.
And we didn't want that.
And I was like, please. And Don Beebe helped us all. Yeah, was it Don Beebe or Steve Tasker?
Stripping Leon Lett.
Just stripping Leon Lett at the goal line. Yeah. Thank God.
Well, was it Don Beebe or it's Tasker? I think it was Don Beebe.
Was it Steve Tasker or Don Beebe?
I think you're right. I think it was Don Beebe.
I can't stand Don Beebe because Monday Night Football.
I know, Green Bay Packers.
Marquez Pope touched him on the knee. He got up and scored a touchdown. I was like, yeah, he was a touch.
70 yards.
And they went in overtime.
Yeah.
Chris Dolman was a guy, right, who apparently didn't touch him. Or was it Marquez Pope?
Chris Dolan, by the way, Palma High School legend.
Not Chris Dolman. No, I'm defensive end. I'm thinking of Chris Dishman, the corner from the Houston Oilers.
Chris Dolman, I should say.
Yeah. My bad. I got that mixed up. Cleveland Indians haven't won a World Series since 1948. Could be an Indians.
Best team in baseball right now.
I believe in Stephen Vogt.
Did they make a big, like you've been on this before anyone, Stephen Vogt, did the Giants make a huge mistake not hiring him? Or is it just that Cleveland's just a better run organization?
I think it was a little bit of both, but my thing for Stephen Vogt or Will Venable or any fresh face, we don't need a retread. Like, like the Giants, Dusty Baker, great innovative hire, never been a manager before.
Yeah.
You promote him. Cool. Something fresh. Then you go to Felipe Alou, and I remember Alou, he was good. They went wire to wire, but I was thinking to myself, boy, Alou, okay, whatever.
They went kind of old.
And then Bochy. Bochy was kind of, I was like, boy, Bochy, really? We're going to go Bochy? Now, Bochy won us over. Bochy won us all over, but I was not excited. Yeah. Remember even talking to Pop on the Afternoon Delight, was like, we all weren't fans of Bochy. Like, did he win us over? But it felt like this hire after Gabe Copper, he needed something fresh and new. And he went Bo Mel. Now, I get Bo Mel's been a manager the year before, but we had an up-close and personal view of him in Oakland, California with the Oakland A's. Mm-hmm. And we saw how those wild card games went. And then we saw how the San Diego situation went. And it was like, that's our big hire, Bo Mel. It just felt stale.
Can I throw a name at you that I think we should? I'm dead serious on this. And I don't know if he has any interest. I don't even know if he'd be any good. But somebody that I think of that I think the Giants fans would instantly. What about, because like the trend now is you get a young guy who just finished playing, right? A younger guy relative to the age group, or you get some old grizzled guy who's been in your system for 50 years, right? Like the Atlanta manager, for example. You think Brandon Crawford has any interest in managing?
It's interesting.
If anybody knows the Giants way, clearly is addicted to the travel of baseball. And I know he has a bunch of kids and he wants to raise his family. I'm not going to speak for him. And I just wonder, a guy like that coming back to this organization, he would be immediately accepted by the organization in terms of the fan base. And it would buy you some time too, because he's a rook. You know what I mean? In terms of coaching.
Yeah, I just think about the personality, and I think he's quiet. He might be too quiet.
But he is a flair guy to a degree in terms of like he's going to accept dudes and how they play. I don't know. I'm throwing names out there.
You know, I like the name. You know what name I like a little better? Buster Posey.
Yeah, I think he's just.
I don't think he's going to manage. But boy, I think Buster Posey, the mind and the philosophy and the respect he commands. Like Crawford would command respect. You're right about that. He would get people fired up.
I just think he has instant credibility.
But I just don't know. Is he outspoken? Like, who is he as a person? He just seems very, very quiet to
DJ
me.
Craw is like a thing in the locker room, or was for the clubhouse. So I believe he understands how to vibe with young guys. He's clearly, I don't know. I think he's clearly a guy that everyone respects and likes.
No, I'm here for anything new. I'm be here for it.
I think they need to think outside the box. And I think if you go like the Matt Williams generation, that's almost too many generations removed from this modern player.
Nah, no doubt. I think Buster Posey gets you the most cachet. I think Buster Posey, and look, I don't know if he wants to manage. I don't know if Crawford wants to manage. Who the hell knows?
We're throwing darts.
But I'm thinking just in terms of getting this fan base back, getting this fan base excited again. You get a 3-time World Series catcher who's going to go into the Hall of Fame one day, and Buster Posey. Now we're cooking with hot grease.
Well, and I'll give you another name. We'll see what ends up happening. And I know everyone in the country, I'm going to say this name, and people are going to say, he can't win with that team. I love Aaron Boone. And if Aaron Boone got fired from the Yankees, I'd be all over him.
Yeah, I would too.
I love Aaron Boone. I think he fits. I think he's maniacally obsessed with winning. I think that this guy is being crushed in New York on the daily, and he hasn't had a great pitching staff. I'd be totally in on Aaron Boone.
I know who people won't be in on him, but I would be in on. He's a little older, and he may not manage again in his life. If all those guys, you can't get Boone, you can't get Crawford, you can't get Posey, I'll call Buck Showalter. I call Buck Showalter. I swear to God.
Did you see where he's working?
Was he
MLB Network?
Yeah, MLB Network.
He was hitting fungos on set to Harold Reynolds yesterday. It was great.
At least Buck knows how to develop talent.
He'll get you to the playoffs.
He will.
He'll at least get you to the playoffs.
I'll give you that.
Think about what Buck has done, though. Think about what Buck has done. Develop those core 4 Yankees.
Yeah.
He had his fingerprints all over those teams.
Texas Rangers,
Hank Blaylock, Mark Teixeira. Who else? Ian Kinsler.
Yeah. He developed the young Diamondbacks.
The Diamondbacks. Yeah. The Orioles with Manny Machado and company. They were knocking under. How many playoff appearances did they have? They had a couple playoffs in Baltimore. Yeah. Chris Davis is actually a player.
Yeah.
Now, Showalter's old. He's 70. But at least I know that guy knows how to light a fire in somebody's ass, and he knows how to develop talent.
That's a good point.
He will get the best out of you.
Actually, not bad.
Great interview too. He's good.
Great interview too.
He can speak to the media.
Well, he's salty.
Yeah, he's but he presents it in a way where like it's endearing almost.
Yes.
It's like, okay, this guy's been around. Like there's one thing just to be a jerk to the media, but like he could do it in a subtle way where it's just like, okay, that's fun.
I call Buck.
Well, they need credibility in terms of like fan PR, and I think they thought, Melvin, it's gonna hit. I'm just.
I call Buck.
Melvin doesn't hit.
No, you know what? Now I kind of want Buck now. Now that I think about it, I want Buck.
When you were saying that, I thought for sure you were going to say Dave Roberts when he gets fired after this year.
Oh, you thought I was?
I thought Bonte was going to say Dave Roberts.
Because you know why I'm cool off Dave Roberts? Because I seen Dave in big, high leverage games do exactly what the front office wants. I need something a little. I need somebody who's going to have a little bit of like.
I need some fire.
Yeah, fire in
Throw
the belly. Like,
bucket.
We're down here in the dugout. We're going to do something a little different.
Oh, you're not going to run hard? Get your ass out the game. Get in the clubhouse. I'll talk to you after the game. Like that Luciano stunt. Buck would have pulled his ass right then and there.
100%.
Get in the dugout. Take a shower. You might as well just go to Sacramento right now. I don't even care. We're in the fourth inning. When did he make that play? Third inning, fourth inning? Your ass better be in Sacramento by the time this game is over. That's what Buck would have done.
Yeah, Buck would have been. I'll give you that.
You know, Aaron Boone may have done the same thing.
But the problem that I keep coming back to is like, I truly don't want to like run out Bob Melvin. I don't think he's the best in the world. I think his handling of the bullpen has been suspect at best. But I will say this, really hard to make any assessment when this roster has a gazillion guys who I wouldn't want on my team anyway.
Now, I see SFA drummer on YouTube, Shasky, because you're right about that. I'm not trying to run out Bob Melvin either.
Like, how do you make an assessment on somebody when he's picking amongst these options?
I know. I agree. But I'm just cleaning the house. SFA drummer. I'll tell you one guy who won't work, but I see what your thought process is. Ozzie Guillen. I don't think that flies in this market.
No.
He says some things.
He lasted a week with the Marlins.
He said the one thing in Miami that you're not allowed to say in Miami.
He's too much of a firecracker.
You know what's crazy is he tried to defend the quote about I love Fidel Castro, and there was a longer quote, and he was explaining that people have been trying to assassinate him for 50 years, and the fact that he's still alive, that's why I love him. And it's like it doesn't matter what the context is. You cannot say I love Fidel Castro in Miami.
When your ballpark is in the middle of Little Havana.
I know.
I got a question I want to throw at you guys. Though. You know, we're talking about
people have been like outrunning communism.
You imagine Ozzie Guillen taking questions from Kawakami and Baggerly?
Oh, boy, that'd be a tough one.
Did he look at Evan Weebeck? What do? You going to ask a question or what?
And Killian, day one.
I'd grill him. But I got a question for you guys.
Alex Pavlovich asked him a slow, drawn-out question.
We love Alex.
Alex has been on fire. His podcast is really good. Giants Talk podcast on
I wish you'd hype mine up
Sports
that
Bay
way,
Area. No, I do. Garlic fries and baseball guys all the time. It's the best damn Giants Talk in the Bay Area.
But this week.
But Alex Pavlovich is pretty damn good on that podcast,
you did get Farhan.
I've been stealing a lot of nuggets from him. Go ahead.
But no, so Shasky, you started off this conversation by asking why they didn't go after Stephen Vogt. I'm kind of curious I want your guys' thoughts on this. After the Giants pivoted from Bochy to Gabe Kapler, who was a relatively green manager, he only had a couple years in Philadelphia. Do you think the Giants kind of maybe overcorrected here and maybe wanted to go with a far more experienced manager rather than go with another first-time manager or someone who's only managed for a couple of years? Just want to throw that thought out there.
I'm convinced that they literally, on all these moves, rosters, and they just close our eyes, let's throw the dart. Bob Melvin. Like, I don't think they have any long-term thoughts. I don't think they know
why. Bob Melvin.
It's whatever sounds good in the moment.
But I do think, to Sam's point, like, had they hired Stephen Vogt, like, that might have saved Farhan even more so, because you're going with a new guy.
Yeah.
It's like that's what you probably should have done.
Yep.
Now, did the ownership go down and say, hey, no, we need like a big boy in here?
That's why I think there might have been a little bit of an overcorrection here in terms of we want someone who's been in this for a long time rather than let's take a chance with someone new. Whether you agree with that sentiment or that philosophy or not is another thing. That's just, I'm kind of wondering if maybe that was their thought process.
Well, I had heard from people that I trust that Bob was an ownership hire and that Bob and Farhan, there's already been some, creative friction.
Yeah. Farhan should have never been allowed to hire a second manager. That's the number one thing right there, which is a joke. But you know what? I want Buck. I don't know. He doesn't have rings. Bochy didn't have rings either. Buck has been close, man. It's hard to win. It's very hard to win. I take Buck right now. Buck could fix this entire program. That guy knows baseball, man.
So we'd have Buster hiring Buck while Brock is quarterbacking the Niners.
I love that. Buster, Buck, Brock.
with Brandon Pachepski.
Man, Buck don't play that, man.
More B's.
Hey, Buck don't play that. Buck he does not play that, man. I want Buck. I've talked myself into one. I want Buck Showalter to be the next manager of the San Francisco Giants. Man,
I'm optimistic.
Hey, you know what, Lubman? Can you book Buck Showalter at some point in next week? MLB Network. Let's get him on the show.
That's a good question.
Let's get him on the show.
I want him.
I want Buck on the show now. Because I was very impressed in that Yankees documentary. Very impressed. And I like what Buck did with the Orioles and the Mets. I do. Buck is good, man. Buck's a good manager. All right, Dave Fleming coming up on the other side on the River Islands guest line, brought to you by Save Mart, Lucky, California.
Everyone's playing the savings road trip game of Monopoly at Lucky. This week, collect bonus game tickets when you buy Or-Week.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
What's that beat from, Spadoni? West Coast?
It's Nicotina.
Is it Nicotina? Yeah, I knew it was a West Coast beat.
I think this is Equipto Nicotina. Halos and Horns.
Bay Area beat.
Lost Hawks, yeah.
Yeah, no, that beat's fire. Always makes me think of the West Coast, just riding in the drop top or something with the drop down. Dipping, hydraulics. I want Buck. That's what I want. Next manager. I want Buck Showalter. 510 says on the Xfinity mobile text line, no one ever blames the players. Well, what about the guy who brought the players in? Should we blame him?
Did you see the little article that Spadoni sent over in the group thread?
Which article?
Well, basically, baseball, it's an ESPN article from today. I was listening to Scherzer and Verlander actually discuss this a couple of weeks ago. It was made the rounds, but they're looking to implementing some form of a rule. It's a suggestion in baseball where the starter would have to go 6 innings, right? Unless they got hurt, unless they gave up 4 runs, or unless they topped 100 pitches. You can't remove your starter. Now, I had seen one that Verlander and Scherzer were discussing where they said, if you take the starter out before the 6th inning, you lose the DH for the game.
Wow.
And I like that one too. So the second you take the starter out, you start taking out the DH. So what they're trying to do is a couple of things. Number one is incentivize guys for not throwing max so they could last long enough. Incentivize guys to go deeper in games and try to not have max effort dudes going 4 innings and starter, the openers and things like that. Like
ask Dave. We got Dave right now on the River Islands guest line.
I find it interesting. I don't think it's perfect. I don't think it's foolproof.
I'm just looking through it right now.
I like it.
I'm looking here, 2014 starting pitchers average just under 6 innings per start in 2014. This season, that figure stands at 5.25 innings, and it's down to 4.3 in AAA. So they're not getting to work, which is why we see, Kyle Harrison struggle to get through 5 and 6 because he wasn't extended there in AAA. 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on that, folks? Dave Fleming joining us here on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it the time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lake? Won't you ask Dave, Shasky?
Hey, Dave, did you see this article? And good morning.
Good morning.
It's a suggestion about making starters go 6 innings. Obviously, you can get removed if you give up more than 4 runs, if you throw 100 pitches before the 6-inning limit, or if you're injured. It's obviously trying to make people not throw, max effort for only 2 or 3 innings. It's trying to incentivize guys going deeper into games. I'd also seen things floated out where the starter, once he's removed from the game, you lose the DH. Like, I like the idea of at least looking at this.
Where I have not read. Where did you see this
ESPN article today?
Yeah, I guess Spadoni just sent it to us. I'm just looking through it. Where basically you look at the innings, Flynn, from starters. In 2014, starters averaged just shy of 6 innings pitched per start. It's down to 5.25 this season. And in AAA, they're not even going 5 innings as starters in AAA right now. The numbers are down all across the board.
Yeah, and lots of what you guys are talking about there. There's lots of issues. I do agree with the general premise that baseball's pitchers are.
Flynn, we're going to put you on hold just a second. Your line's choppy a bit here. We're going to put you on hold just a second here and fix your line here. This is interesting. Now, guy has to throw 100 pitches. Wait, let me see. The objective is to prioritize starting pitching, not to leave a struggling starter in to reach innings threshold while the ERA skyrockets or at the risk of injury. So the league's conversations have included carve-outs, instances with pitchers would not have to pitch the required 6 innings. Some instances when a starter would be allowed to leave early might include throwing 100 pitches, giving up 4 or more runs, or if he gets injured. Outside of those exceptions, pitchers would have a mandate to make it through at least 6 innings that would force teams to rethink their pitching staffs to meet the new standards. Very intriguing.
I think this also would go into, there's a conditioning element, especially with the pitch clock, and you would want guys like, hey, like if you know that you had to go 6 or whatever instead of a couple of innings, like Jordan Hicks learned, like maybe I don't throw 100 every single pitch, and I taper down a little, and I throw 80%, and I'm more like I do believe the art of pitching to contact, the art of taking a little off the velo and really painting the corners and mixing up speeds and where you're throwing in terms of height and angle and left, right, inside, outside. Like all of that is getting lost in the max velo era. There are still excellent players that can paint. We saw the game the other night between Snell and Sale. That was brilliant. But I don't know. I find this to be just interesting. Hey, Dave.
Hey, Mike.
I think we got you back.
What did you think? What do you think of this?
I agree with what I was starting to say was the general premise of what is the best version of baseball? What's the most fun, enjoyable version of the sport to watch? And I believe that version is one where starting pitchers are featured prominently. The biggest disadvantage with baseball is that our stars, even Aaron Judge, Barry Bonds, they come up 4 times a game, right? Like in hoops, Steph Curry's touching the ball every single time. So just from a pure entertainment standpoint, our stars in our sport don't get to be as involved as the quarterback in football, the star scorer in the NBA, whatever. And the only similarity is to a quarterback, to a Curry, is the starting pitcher. And the game is really fun when you've got, but the game you referenced from the other night, Snell versus Sale, was just a super fun, intriguing game to watch because of those two guys. And so the general premise of how do we make teams, almost force teams, even if it's against their will, prioritize starting pitching, I like that premise. And if next time you guys have Buster Posey on, I think Buster's number one issue in the game today, big picture, is this issue. Like he really is focused on how do we make starting pitching a bigger part of baseball again, like it was for most of the history of the game.
Yeah, we were just talking about Game 7 of the 91 World Series with Jack Morris went all 10 innings and threw 126 pitches. You'll never see that in today's day and age. And, last night, unfortunately, we didn't see Robbie Ray go more than an inning. And he just didn't have it last night. And that was unfortunate. In the must-win game, as we look at the calendar here moving forward, starting August 23rd, things ramp up for the Giants, as I believe they had the 7th toughest schedule the rest of the way. Robbie Ray just unfortunate last night. It's tough to ask for him to be a Cy Young Award winner right away after missing all the time he's had from the Tommy John surgery. But, boy, right away you're thinking, 5-0. This is the last thing you need for the Giants as they struggle to hit with runners in scoring position, Flem.
Yeah, I think last night was, for me, a lot easier to dump and just get over. Like, he didn't have it, and they took advantage with one swing. They had one hit. One hit. And you're down 5-0 and sort of punched in the gut. The takeaway for me was the 2 nights prior. You got to win those 2 games. They had every chance to win both those games. And I know Sale was awesome, but your guy was awesome too. And when you're the home team in those late game extra inning situations, you have a big advantage. And for 2 nights in a row not to be able to score that placed runner, you could look back. We could end up looking back and saying those are the 2 nights that really cost the Giants their chance. Those are the ones that were more upsetting to me than the one last night. Last night was frustrating and no fun to watch. But that kind of stuff does tend to happen with a guy coming back from surgery.
I'm not going to lie, Flem. I'll stick it to you, crew, Kipe, and everything said, boy, you guys deserve a day off on Friday. You guys in that poop after those extra inning games, and then last night I was telling Shasky earlier today, well, you guys need a shot ahead to see, man. Just take the day off and just relax and get away from this stuff, man. This is heart-wrenching stuff right now.
It is. And you know what? Everything is fraught right now with the Giants, and I think it's almost part of the issue with this franchise at this particular moment. It's like everybody is just so desperate to find the magic solution, and like what And so every day becomes like a referendum on the whole organization's philosophy on how they're doing stuff and how they're developing and how they're building a team and how they're playing in games and how they're coaching. And man, that's a hard way to survive. At some point, this whole group has to hit a comfort zone, a level where it's like, we're just going out there, we're competing, we've got our team, we're sticking to what we believe in, and that's what we're doing. And it is emotionally draining. And that's, that's part of the disadvantage of digging yourself a huge hole, where you start off the year and you don't play the way you wanted to, and then you're just playing catch up. And so every game, there's this pressure and buildup on every single game. Baseball's a sport where a game like last night, even the best teams have games like that. But it's so much harder to just get over it when you're in the position the Giants are in. It's not, they're not out of it. It's not over. But I think you're clearly seeing a toll of all of these games piling up one after another on this team. And those pressure, the runners in scoring position, the easiest explanation is because what's different, like the Giants have hitters who are capable, and the easiest explanation is they're just putting a ton of pressure on themselves in those spots.
Yeah, I mean, just the other night, and I don't want to get all crazy back and forth on this, but like first and second, and Conforto grounds into the double play, and then you go into that 10th inning, and Schmidt's at second, the ghost runner, and Fitzgerald, he's just had amazing at-bats. Like, I understand why you'd want to bunt there. I just don't want to bunt that guy in that situation. And I don't know if Bob was caping up for him because he did it on his own, but I just hated that whole sequence. I'm like, that's the one guy who is swinging the bat really well right now, even though his runners in scoring position data isn't the greatest. It's like he walked into one already and hit one over the wall. It's like, ugh. And then he bunts in, and I don't know, there's an interference call, and Schmidt's going to get thrown out at third anyway. Like, that whole sequence, it was frustrating to watch. I don't know. It was driving me crazy.
It was. I wouldn't have bunted him. That's me. But I can understand, Iglesias is like the unknown guy. He is so good. I do understand the sentiment that is sort of in the back of your brain, especially after watching what he did the night before. I do understand the idea of, we got to score that one run and live to see another inning without him in there. And anybody else but him, we got a better shot. And so I think that's, that at least is some justification. You got to, and this, I'm not criticizing anybody specifically, but you got to emphasize to your player, dude, this is not a sacrifice. You have to, with his skill set, you got to bunt and try to beat it out. And it just wasn't the right type of bunt. If you're going to ask him to bunt with his speed, he's a top five sprint speed guy in the game right now. And you gotta make sure he knows this is a bunt where you're pushing it or pulling it down the third base line to try to beat it out for a hit, where the worst case scenario is it's a sacrifice and you get the guy over. But we got a chance to get you on. If he beats it out for a hit and Schmidt is at third, and then Fitzgerald gets the full green light to go, because you figure with the tying run at third, they're not throwing down with a guy as fast as him. Now you're cooking. And that's, look, why is that so frustrating? Because that is the difference. That one play, you execute that one play, and I think you win the game, and they didn't do it.
I know. I love that little sequence there. Fitzgerald's a good example of somebody who, he rose the ranks, but he never was highly touted and has definitely outperformed any expectations that I had. Ramos came up, came down, and has been a revelation this year. So I don't want to say that it's the end of the all for Luciano. He's still very young. I get all that, but I am frustrated. It's like 5 years of hype from prospect rankings and all this stuff that's independent of the Giants. He doesn't have a position. His at-bats didn't look great. I get why they sent him down, but I'm not disappointed that they sent him down. I'm more disappointed that he's not driving the ball and he doesn't have a position. And it's like, we're already here, and I don't see an optimistic future for the young man. And so I'm really frustrated on just the whole Luciano development. Where does he go from here?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a big, big question for this organization, because I think you're right on a lot of that stuff. And you can't have a 22-year-old be a DH like that. Just that it limits his future so much. And whether there's blame to be assigned for waiting this long to decide that he's not a shortstop, or whether, I think the optimistic view is that, hey, look, the guy's always been a shortstop. Every game he played from the time he was 4 years old till the time 2 months ago he was a shortstop. He's a developing player. We're giving him a chance in his comfort zone to stay there, to let the bat develop. I mean, that's the positive outlook, and I don't totally disagree with that. But now if you've decided he isn't a shortstop, all over again, because I don't think the second base experiment was going all that well down there. Maybe that's where he sticks. Maybe he's a corner outfielder, but that's going to be an off-season project. So now you're going to go down to Scottsdale in October and start, repping him out in left field or whatever. And it's like, man, it's a lot of setbacks for a guy who you were hoping by now would be a big impact guy for this franchise. And he still has hitting ability. He does. He's got incredible bat speed and raw power. He's got a real good understanding of the strike zone. There is material there to work with. You got to fight the urge as an organization to give up on the guy and just tell yourself, the guy's got talent. The guy's got talent. Don't give up on him. Keep working with him. Ramos would be a great example of somebody who the talent is there. We got to be stubborn about this and see if we can unlock that talent, because he's good enough to be a middle of the order type hitter. That's the kind of raw ability he's got.
Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Going into last night, Flem, and this is, maybe you can answer this question because I don't understand it. Giants were 0 for 10 night against Charlie Morton with runners in scoring position since July 30th, before last night, when they had an opportunity down in the bottom of the third, one out, bases loaded, could get back into the baseball game, but back-to-back strikeouts there, and the rally's over, and the Braves go on to win 13-2. But since July 30th, entering last night, they were batting 154 with runners in scoring position, 19 for 123. Now, I don't know if it's approaches. I don't know if it's just bad at-bats or pitchers blowing them away. What do you attribute that to? Because it's been a problem for most of the second half of the season, Flem. Hitting with runners in scoring position. Gosh, Lee, what is going on here?
They're the worst. I mean, they're the worst or second worst over the last month, and it's a miracle they've gotten into the position they have. And it's not just the batting average; it's zero power.
Yep.
Like they've hit for no power in those runners. Like one time, run into one in one of those at bats and just crush one and put the game out of reach. Nowadays it's like begging for just a bleeder through the right side to get somebody home. I just go back to, I don't know how else to explain it other than to say this is a team that's putting a ton of pressure on themselves. And for whatever reason, they haven't been able to unlock that, like get rid of that feeling. Because their overall offensive numbers, their run scoring numbers, there are middle of the pack or maybe even a little better. Saw this last road trip. They hit 15 home runs in 7 games on the last road trip. It's not like they don't have some offensive ability and have shown that. It's just those at bats, the whole thing changes. And it just, to me, the only explanation is that they're putting too much pressure on themselves. And that's all. So how do you tell a guy, don't put pressure? Like, what do you do about that? Like, I don't know what the solution for that is other than somebody's got to break through and get one of those big hits or a few of those big hits and kind of alleviate the pressure for everybody.
I was going to ask you next about Flem, about Birdsong and Harrison, about any concern there. We could say that for next week, but we do have the Bay Bridge series coming up Saturday and Sunday. Friday, day off. Hopefully you enjoy it. You and the crew, you enjoy it with the family or whatnot. Then we got to go to Oakland one last time at the Coliseum for a little Giants and A's. Favorite memories of the Bay Bridge series? Are you going to be a little sad about it, knowing that, man, this is the last time I'm going to be in this booth? Although obviously the Coliseum needs a renovation. It's not the best booth in the world, but it is the last Bay Bridge series. That is happening. The reality is here, Flem, that the A's will no longer be playing in Oakland next season.
Yeah, well, let's get this out of the way first. There will be zero sentimentality about the booth. I will not miss the booth. The booth or the Coliseum, there will be no tears shed.
No doubt.
None. But I will definitely be sentimental about the fact that A's, Giants, Oakland, San Francisco will be gone. Like, we have a cool thing. Not many places have what we have.
Mm-hmm.
And I really feel for A's fans. I love A's fans. I do. And, you know, sometimes in this Giants-A's rivalry, they could be very petty. And I didn't always agree with the way the A's sort of handled the rivalry. But I love A's fans, and they're passionate and emotional, and they love their team, and they're proud of their community. And it sucks what's happened to them, and it absolutely sucks what's happened to that franchise as a whole. And so I will be sentimental about that part of it, but missing the Coliseum, no. I will not miss the Coliseum. They're dragging me over there to do those 2 games.
I hope a possum comes says hello to your Flem this weekend. That's karma for you. Maybe there's a possum waiting on you there this weekend.
Should I bring some treats as a final going away gift or something?
You might need to, or some spray.
Oh, God, yeah.
What's going on with Pat Bailey? I mean, the guy was really good this year, all the way through June, and then it feels like July, he hit a wall, and August, the bottom has fallen out. He's got like 4 extra base hits in the last, 65 days or so. 3 for 46 currently in the month of August. His defense is still there. You know, he threw a guy out the other day. It's just offensively, he just doesn't look right. And I know he put on a lot of weight in the offseason to be prepared to not wear down. And I know the position, did this to Buster. He wore down as the season went on, but not this bad. What's going on with Bailey?
Yeah, it's a hard question. I wish I had a better answer for you, and it's one they have to solve. Patrick Bailey's one of the most important players for this team going forward, like high on the list of most important players. And so they have to figure out whether this is just a weird coincidence that it's happening 2 years in a row. It doesn't seem like it's a coincidence. The good news is, and I think this is actually really good news if you want to feel good about Bailey, the good news is that the defense, as you said, last year the defense really fell off. And it was like the whole thing came apart in the last month. He was the throws were, I don't know how many errors he made in September last year, but a lot. You know, he was chucking it into. His defense has been outstanding here. So to me, that's a really positive sign that some of that work that he's done to last the season a little longer is paying off. My best, this is just purely like amateur analysis. I do think that the switch hitting thing for him is really complicated. And when you're a catcher, and you're in the middle of a season and you're grinding out day-to-day game planning with your pitchers and trade deadline, new guys come up, you're learning new guys, Blake Snell, you're learning him, Robbie Ray, you're trying to figure out how to work with him, and your swing gets a little out of whack, and you've got 2 swings that are totally different. That is a lot. And I do believe that the burden of being a catcher, being the leader of the whole pitching staff, and managing 2 swings is very complicated for him. And I think the right-handed swing has been a mess, and his left-handed swing has suffered because of it. I think, you know, he's always going to be a stronger hitter batting left-handed. And, you know, it might be that the Giants are going to have to try their best to manage that workload a little bit better next year in terms of whether it's not exposing him to as many left-handed pitchers. The problem is you're seeing it as well as we are. Like, now teams are just attacking him with lefties. Mm-hmm. Like, if his spot is coming up in the later innings, a lefty's coming in. And I think that's got him a little off kilter. He's got a great attitude. I talked to him the other day. He's all in on, you know, leading the pitching staff. I think there's a lot of positives in the midst of this big slump, but they got to do their best to try to help him avoid something like this in the future. His swing's been better the last few days. I think he's coming out of it. I think you'll see more production from him from here till the end of the year, but it's really hard to survive a month where you get a couple hits. And that's like, you know, he was 1 for 42 or whatever he was. Like, I don't care how good you are on defense. It's hard to help your team when that's the case.
He's 1 for 42. Casey Schmidt 1 for 27. Wisely 3 for his last 21. It's just somebody get a hit, a big hit. And you know what? It doesn't get easier today. Max Fried's on the mound for the Braves. So, Giants got to salvage one in this series against another tough pitcher for the Atlanta Braves. So, Flynn, enjoy your day off tomorrow. Hopefully they get a win today. Send you off, get some nice little wine in tomorrow, and then get ready for the Battle of the Bay for the last time between the Giants and the A's. Flynn, thanks for the time as always, brother.
Just be thinking of me here in a few hours. I'm before the game today. I'm taking my girls. They're going to college today. So.
Oh wait, you got the day off? Oh,
congratulations, Dave.
No, I'm gonna do the game. My wife is taking them. I'm taking them to the airport, but it's a big day in the Fleming household.
Who's it hit harder? Is it hit you or your wife harder?
It's hit her harder, but it hit me this morning pretty good when I woke up. So I'm going to make some pancakes for everybody before we go to the airport.
Look at you. Look at that, Flynn.
All right, now I have to ask, maple or blueberry?
We do a mix of plain. I like the blueberry, but I'm the only one, so I probably won't make any of those this time. And the kids still, even though they're going to college, they still want me to throw some chocolate chips in there.
I love it. Oh, man, the tears are going to be flowing. I taught my daughter off to Montessori school. I was getting choked up. I can't imagine college, opposite coast. Oh, my gosh. Oh, Flip.
Clean it up, Bonte. You can't cry at Montessori. Come on.
I know. I can't. I'm a big softy, man.
Like
I'm a big softy.
Hardened veteran giving you advice over here.
We'll be thinking about you, man.
I
man. Congratulations, though. That's a great moment for you and the family and your wife. That's an awesome
great
moment.
Parenting.
I'm excited for them. They're going to have a great time.
Absolutely, man. Well, we'll be listening today, Flem. Have a good call.
Yep. See you, buddy.
All right, talk to you guys soon. Bye.
All right.
Yep.
Dave Fleming here on the River Islands guest line, man. That's awesome, man. Jumping the kids off to college, man. I do need to clean it up. I get emotional all the time.
You're talking to the guy that cries all over the place.
Dude, I mean, when I pick up baby Chaz from gym camp, she sprints to me, hugs me tight, starts kissing me on the cheek. I'm like, I don't want these days in. So last night, for example, Mama was out again. She's getting her hair done. So, she, we were asleep by the time she came home. So, daddy duty, daddy daycare. And baby Chaz, came out the room. I left the nightlight on in her room. Yeah. She's like, Papa, you forgot to turn off the light. I'm trying to sleep. So I turn off the nightlight. I come back in. Then I'm cleaning one of my pair of Jordans, the Carmines, cleaning them up, scrubbing them. It's like, all right, I'm going to get to sleep early. Giants are getting smoked. And she comes back in the room. She's like, Papa, I can't sleep. I'm like, why? It's too dark. I'm like, what do you mean? It's always dark. That's how we get the best sleep. I don't want to sleep by myself. And I was like, Mama's not here. I said, you know what?
Come into bed.
I said, get in the middle there. Get your pillow ready to roll.
Best.
Yeah, I know.
Benny at 3 a.m, kid you not, just staring at me in my room. I dropped the OF. I was like, what the? I was like freaked out.
Yeah.
He's like, Dad, I was calling for you. You didn't come. I was just like, I'm sorry. I didn't. Just staring at me. I was like, just get in bed. You can get in. I'll just go on the couch for the next 40 minutes.
So get used to it, kid. I'm going to let you down a lot over the next 10 years.
Dad, what are you doing? I was like, you're in TK now, all right, dude? You got to sleep by yourself.
Right, no.
You got to man up. You got to man up, brother.
The toddler bed is totally backfired on Anna and I. We thought, oh, man, she's ready for a toddler bed. She's ready for a bed. No more crib. We could have run out the crib for another year because baby Chaz never jumped out the crib. She's a daredevil, but when it comes to that, she just stay in the crib. Yeah.
Oh, dude, my little guy, 9 months old, cannot walk at all. Can't even, he's barely living. He is kicking every night, kicking. And then both legs go through the holes of the what is it called? The crib. And he's trying to pull himself up every night. He's going to be climbing out of that thing in the next couple weeks.
No doubt. But then Anna, she came home and it's like, oh, so both of you guys are in the bed. I was like, me, I'm a big softy. I was like, baby, just get in the bed. So I had the Giants game on. She goes, Papa, turn it off. It's time to go to bed. I said, hold on. I just got to watch the final outs.
Yes, it's going to pitch, hun. Just hold up.
Watch them tasking. And I was kind of infuriated about it. And she was like, Papa, put your phone down. It's time to go to bed. I was like, you're right. Sleep mask on. We're knocked out. And that was that. And she slept in the bed the whole night. Even though she fell off the bed apparently last night. And there's one. So I don't know how I do this. In the middle of the night, I could sense her at my feet or something like that. And I just get up and I grab her and bring her to you do that same thing?
It's like a sixth sense almost. You just feel, the kids in the round.
It's dad reflex, right?
Yeah. No, it's a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing. I didn't know that. I thought it was just me. Apparently it's a thing.
I also get kicked in the head all the time from Norm.
Oh, that happens all the time. I'm immune to that.
Backhanded, everything.
I'm immune to that. Feet's all in my face. Getting kicked in the what. It is what it is.
Did that hurt your soul when he said clean it up to you?
No, that's fine. I love when Flem talks trash. That's why I love Fleming. Because we could bring that out.
Clean it up, Bonte.
Clean it up, Bonte. I love that. Clean it up. I love that.
Such a great drop.
I love when Flem claps back like that. I love it.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
Clean it up, Bonte.
That's nonsense.
It's so good.
I love it. I can do a sugarcoat job.
Pancakes or waffles? I'm forcing you to choose.
Waffles.
I'm a waffle guy too. I like the way the syrup sits in the little squares.
Yeah.
And then the butter. Like I want the butter to not be fully. I want it like oozing. I want it oozing. I don't want it to be evaporated.
Get a little char on the waffle too, just a little
bit.
Oh.
I think peanut butter on waffles are very underrated. Throw some bananas on it too. I'm not mad at that. Pancakes, I've never been the biggest pancake guy.
Well, even though most waffles and pancakes are actually the same ingredients starting with, Bisquick, right? And most.
The batter is usually the same, yeah.
Right.
Yes, exactly. But it's how you prepare them. Yeah, I'm more waffle. But we don't have a waffle machine at the house.
I also grew up on Eggo waffles.
That's what we did.
Eggo waffles my entire childhood.
Yeah.
Eggos.
And then when you were really lazy, you microwaved them. And then they're just
that's next level lazy.
That's next level.
That's next level
we had
lazy.
a toaster oven.
I've never fucking that's next level lazy. It's like, I'm just gonna let the microwave do the work. That's next level lazy. I'm
a blueberry syrup guy. Gotta have my blueberry syrup.
Gotta have it.
It's a very specific bottle that I don't know the brand. I just know what it looks like. It's glass.
Shout out to my guy Big B. Just got a text from him. He's listening to the roast. Shout out to Matt Payne out there. Big Dog City. It's his birthday day. It's his birthday. Don't bother me though, Big Dog City.
Is it?
Yeah, it's
Happy
his
birthday.
Yeah, he's a month ahead of me. So August 15th, Big Leo. Yes, he was at Raiders open practice yesterday.
Oh, was he?
Flew to Vegas.
Yeah, there's a lot
Vegas.
of people there.
Well, we had a very iconic argument again after the Crawford fight because he saw a dude in the Niners fan start talking junk. And I said, man, why you leave us worry about the Raiders? And I was like, worry about winning 8 games for once. And then we got into it. I said,
worry about winning 8 games.
Then I said, you know what? Don't be mad at me because you guys didn't hire Jim Harbaugh and hire Mike Singletary 2.0. Oh, I was talking that talk.
Bro, when I watched them have cigars, they were so happy Jimmy was going to be out the door. They all had cigars in the locker room. That's not why they were
Raiders won
cigars.
8 games last year, by the way. Just saying.
They did.
They did win 8 games.
They did win 8 games.
I got worried about 9.
Beat the Brandon Staley list Chargers.
The last team that beat the Chiefs.
They did.
They beat them on Christmas Day.
They did.
And then the entire Super Bowl run, we'd like to thank the Raiders for actually lighting the fire under us, and that's why we haven't lost since.
Yeah, thanks, Raiders. You did a disservice to the 49ers. They went back to Vegas and beat the Niners and won in the Raider Stadium.
Al Davis smiling somewhere.
No, he's pissed somewhere.
No,
he's
pissed too.
No, he does not smile.
The Raiders made the biggest mistake having the Patrick Mahomes doll in training camp. That's going to backfire.
That was a fan. I'm going to hold on. A fan brought that.
That fan's stupid.
Well, the players should have stayed away from that.
Well, Jack Jones loved it every second. Jack Jones owns Mahomes at this point. He has a couple picks against him.
He does.
He does.
I do like Jack Jones.
No one owns Mahomes.
I do like Jack Jones. Yeah, Jack Jones is tough.
And then he snatched the ball away from the kid in the crowd.
Yeah, I do like Jack Jones, though. Jack Jones is tough. He was born to be a Raider. He was.
Antonio Pierce loves that saying, by the way. I was born to be a Raider. It's a mindset.
It's a mindset.
You just don't get it.
He loves
Is breakfast for dinner the nicest delight of
I'm
all the different like food surprises?
Guy. Yeah, that's not me.
I'll vibe with breakfast for dinner.
Yeah, I love breakfast for dinner.
I used to, but not anymore. I got to have some pasta. Got to have some chicken. Got to have a salad.
You ever do pasta for breakfast?
No.
Oh, yeah.
The kids do. It's really weird, but I don't
Spaghetti
care.
breakfast, man. It's great.
Now, I will say I've done pizza for breakfast.
Oh, who hasn't?
Yeah.
Do you heat it up first or you just do the cold pizza?
I heat it up. I can't eat cold pizza.
It depends.
Cold
it depends on what kind of pizza
you got to heat it up.
Those thin ones, you can't eat those cold.
No.
Yeah, I'm not a cold pizza guy. Never have been.
See, like if I have like 4 slices of pizza, like I'll probably heat up 3 of them and one of them I'll probably just eat cold.
You know who is
you're just that hungry?
You know who's not I'll throw some chocolate chips in there for you, hun, kind of a dad? It's not Steiny. No way in hell he's let's throw a little whipped cream on those pancakes.
A little salad, some beans, a touch of pasta, some chicken.
Steiny's probably making his kids make the pancakes for him.
Real quick, back on the Raiders.
I bet Guru throws down a mean little breakfast.
Real quick, I gotta get this out. By the way, on the Raiders, just the whole Antonio Pierce saga, the whole cigars and yelling Raiders. The fact that the last post game he goes, "All right, I've done it all the time. Now it's your turn." And he had media members in the presser screaming, "Raiders!"
Got to get that buy-in from the media.
Oh,
Gotta do it.
Oh, people were so mad about that. I'm pulling for Antonio Pierce. Good for him. Good for him.
I'm excited. Week 1, Chargers Raiders low-key's going to be really Harbaugh on him. I can't wait for that handshake.
Just the way he talks, though. Like, the Raider way. We got the best fans in the world, but we understand ticket prices are expensive, so we do this open practice. He talks a good game, man. He really does.
Commitment to excellence.
So does Singletary.
I know. That's why I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried about this phone call as you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Jake Hutchinson, 95.7 The Game insider. He was so good last week. We decided to do it again this week. He may be our insider all football season. Brian in Palo Alto.
Let's go.
Wow.
Excited for this. I live for these calls.
It's all for the best with the Giants. This is what had to happen for Farhan to be gone. And, we all knew when they fired, scapegoated Kapler that they were just kicking the Farhan can down the road. And now it's come to roost. A year later, it's every bit exactly what we all said it was a year ago, right? Which is this guy's just not capable. He's incompetent at his job. And here we are. And, it's not a surprise, but, at this point, we're now beyond Jed rationalizing Balky mode here, right? This is, if they keep him another year after this, it's just pure denial and.
Let me ask you, BPA. What if Farhan is back next season? What if he is back?
I mean, I would say that the collective apathy of Giants fans will if we thought it was at bottom now, it's going to find a new bottom. That's what I think. It's they can't bring him back. That's the reality, right? To play the kids, Luciano, no. Ramos, Ramos didn't even draft him, right? Okay, so I guess what are you going to say? Yeah, Fitzgerald, 6 years in, Tyler Fitzgerald. That's my rationalization to keep me. Sorry, no, it's so not close to good enough. 6 years, Tyler Fitzgerald, Patrick Bailey's hitting 180. Okay, it's time to move on, right? If some of these other young guys, do you move on
from the manager? Do you move on from the manager
too? What do you think of Bob Melvin? I'm curious.
Obviously that's Melvin is not the problem in the same way that really Kapler really wasn't the problem, right? The problem is Farhan. Does Melvin get sort of caught up in the collateral damage of that? Maybe. But I don't think it's impossible they could bring a new GM and that person would want to keep Melvin on. Melvin's a pretty respected guy. They just don't have good players, right? Again, when you play in Major League Baseball and you don't have good players, the outcome is not going to be great. Right? It's just pretty simple stuff.
Brian,
and they don't. Sir.
No, yeah. I want to get here. I want you. It's almost impossible to go 5 years, 20 rounds every single draft, free agency, international free agency, and not have a legitimate 3, 4, or 5 hitter at any point during that entire time. It's almost impossible to do that.
Yeah, he's just not good, right? And this is not a small sample size, and you move on. And the Giants show that there's a serious organization. Get somebody in here that it doesn't throw anyone in the farm system under the bus. It just doesn't.
So, are you a fan?
It means that
BP. Are you a fan that just stops watching? What do you do? What do you do? Do you hate watch? Do you watch it? Do you just laugh? You laugh at the at-bats like yesterday Robbie Ray doesn't get through the first inning. What do you just turn it off?
I don't watch.
You don't watch it?
I don't turn it on. I was into it in 2021. I know there's, there'll be a bunch of front office burner guys that rip me for that, right? And say I'm not a real fan. But the bottom line is it's an unwatchable product. It's an unwatchable product from an organization that, and obviously you can fire Farhan. I think the organization in general has some serious issues in ownership. And I don't know, obviously, that's getting back to Warriors and Bobby Rowell and all that stuff type of issues. But it's just not a good organization. Farhan's not a good president of the front office. Bob Melvin is a good manager if you give him good players, right? I think that's what I think.
Yeah, interesting.
Good call, BPA.
He's right. Everyone's afraid to say he's just Farhan's just nah.
Yeah, I'm not going to read Kyle Kelly. I'm laughing at what you wrote on YouTube, but I'm not going to read that. No. Farhan's idea. Yeah, look, man, I've been on Farhan since 2022 to the point where I'm not beating a dead horse. It is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, who do you hold accountable? The players? I guess that's your question for Giants fans. Who do you hold the most accountable? Is it the manager? Is it the players? Is it the front office? All right, we'll get to Jake Hutchinson. We got some breaking news? No? Oh, it was like, wow, Brandon Aiyuk side? Let's go. Oh, okay. All right, have breakfast with the roast. Starting this Monday, we're giving you a chance to come in and have breakfast with the roast. Friday, September 6th to kick off football season with us. Listen all week next week at 7:30 and 8 o'clock. We have 10 spots we're giving away. Each spot comes with the +1 that you can bring. That's happening on Monday. You want to listen in for that. 20 people get to come have breakfast with us here at 95.7 The Game. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Save Martin, Lucky, California. Jake Hutchinson, our 95.7 The Game insider, to talk some Niners here on The Roast.
Clean it up, Bonte.
Everyone's playing the savings road trip game of
Hey, yo, it's Zuski, man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
Oh, baby. Wiz Khalifa. Dude, this get on my level. Oh, yeah, this is hard. This is Vegas. Watch how this little thing. Like the boom, boom. Yeah, Wiz, man. Wiz was, that was road trip music right there. That was. It was really good.
Wiz Burger. Wiz Cheese.
Wiz Cheese. I do like Wiz Cheese.
Taco Bell's getting a burger. Do you guys see that?
I did see that.
Yeah, I'm not.
I sent that to the thread.
Yeah.
I thought Bonte'd be all over that.
I'll try it. Don't worry. I'll let you guys know.
I saw it and I said no. Now you're ruining Taco Bell.
No, Matumbo.
Now you're ruining Taco Bell.
You're ruining Taco Bell? Get off my lawn.
Like, I got to work out with the personal trainer later today.
Yeah?
You bring up Taco Bell, and I start thinking about Taco Bell, and I start thinking about that cheesy gordita crunch.
Oh, the Crunchwrap Supreme.
Oh,
I love how serious his face is. Once like that.
Dude, you have no idea. When that hits your mouth, and you take a bite into it.
No, I'm well aware.
But I'm not going to Taco Bell for a burger.
Uh-huh.
That sounds like a health risk. You want to talk about finding the tubs? Papa Shasky, I can't find the tubs.
Find the tubs.
That's what we're going to be talking about after Taco Bell burger. I can't find the tubs, Papa Shasky. Every time I pop a tubs now, I think about him.
He is probably up in heaven right now berating Willie Mays about how poor this Giants team is.
Oh, my God.
Right?
How's Papa Shasky thinking about this team?
Oh, he can't stand watching them. It's like they don't play good baseball. Like, it's very simple. They don't play good baseball.
No, the greatest is after the Seattle Monday night game when the Niners lost.
Oh, yeah.
They were doing the Periscope Live, and Shasky goes, you know it's going to come down to the end of the season between the Seahawks and Niners. I was like, oh, yeah, it's coming down to the last regular season.
Literally
there's
the last play of the year.
No, I was like, there's no doubt in my mind is going to come down to that. Because I remember Danny Fryer, former assistant program director, they don't really need to win the Falcons game, Bonte. And I went crazy on them. They lose the game, and Seattle lost. I said, see, I told you they could have won the game.
It's a great Danny Fryer impression. I'll give you a 4 for that.
Yeah.
I need this Warrior season off.
Yeah, when he said that on the show. Were you on that show call? Were you filling in?
And you almost killed him.
Oh, we started yelling.
You're like, what?
Yeah, you know, after 6 years, Bonte, it's good to take a step back and I just need a break. I said, what? You need a break from winning? What the hell is wrong with you?
Could you imagine, like, right in the middle of it, Belichick's like, I'm okay with having a couple down years. I need a break from winning.
Yeah. Jake Hutchinson, it's not fun covering winning football. I just want to cover the Chip Kelly 49ers, Jake.
Steve Jobs. Let Apple just not have a couple of good productive years.
Yeah, let Microsoft take over the world.
Exactly.
It's okay. I need a break.
I'm exhausted with trying to keep up.
You imagine Joe Lacob? Yeah, you know what? We're not paying a tax. I know we got Curry, but I just want to win 15 games.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
Enjoy 95.7 game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Penninelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by ACO Pest Control. The Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. Jake Hutchinson joining us live on the River Islands guest line, and all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. It's in the time for you to discover the islands. I did. Let me tell you, it was awesome. River Islands in Lathrop. Had no idea. My guy Shona Shumter lives out there in Lathrop. He told me to stop by.
Nice.
Jake, River Islands. Maybe we need to move to River Islands together,
not
Jake.
The question. That's not the question. The question
Brendan
is,
Aiyuk staying at River Islands right now.
In or out on Taco Bell burgers?
Ooh, that's a psychotic question for this early in the morning, but I kind of love it. I would do it. I will say I went to Spain, and in Spain you could get a taco and 3 beers for $4.
Oh, my God.
And so I have trouble coming back to the U.S. and going to Taco Bell, but I would try a Taco Bell burger and feel terrible about it.
Wow. He's
going on big worldwide trips.
Dude, I like
making
that.
Us feel bad.
Hey, dude.
Family money? Can I borrow something?
Hey, well, now, where were you at in Spain, Jake? Barcelona? Where were you at?
Yeah, I was in Madrid years ago. I studied abroad, and that was our move. Just happy hour at Taco Bell, baby.
I want to know, what do you study when you study abroad?
Nothing. You study different types of alcohol and food and the cheapest way to get around.
No, you study Spanish women. That's what you do. Come on, Jake. That's what you were doing. You're studying the women out there. Because you know what? I almost studied abroad in Australia. I was very close to studying abroad in Australia.
What were you going to study? What were you going to study?
They had a broadcast journalism sector in Australia by way of SF State.
So you're going to learn a new language and broadcast in that language.
Australia, they speak English in Australia. Right?
Oh, Australia.
Austria. No. I wasn't going out there. I was going to Australia.
Yeah, I was like, that does not sound like a Bonte Hill trip to Germany.
Yeah. No, I never forget my guy, Andrew Payne, saying, boy, I went to Australia for 6 months and, all I did was have fun, if you know what I mean. And I said, boy, if I do that, my journalism career is probably not going to get off the ground. So anyway, let me clean it up. Jake, Niners. All right, Brandon Aiyuk not signing. It's going to get done today. I guess it's the number one question.
Yeah, I think it's imminent. Like that, at least a decision has to be made. Like it seems like the Niners are closer to working towards an extension at this point than dealing him. I think if they, decide there's just no room to get a deal done, then they trade him. But to me, it's never made sense. It's August. Why would you trade your star wide receiver? I think a deal gets done this week. I'd be kind of surprised if it doesn't. I've maintained I think a deal is going to get done this whole time, despite how stupid this whole saga's been. So we'll see. But he was out of practice, whatever that means. But
yeah, Niners gear on, Jake. Jake, he had Niners gear on.
Oh my God!
Apparently, yeah, just hanging out on the sidelines, like pretending that he's, on the team. I guess he's still on the team. Like he's out there. He's out there at least trying to pretend he wants to be a part of it. I think he does. I think both sides just play this thing so weird, just like straight up bizarre on either end. And it'll end up with a big deal, I think.
So I want to look at that wide receiver. Maybe I'm the only one focused on this. I watched the preseason game with a fine-tooth comb because I have no life. But that being said, there were a couple guys that stuck out to me. But I want to know how they're looking at practice, because practice, it sounds like, matters to Shanahan as much, if not more, than some of these games. And they didn't get these practice games in. So you're there. Tay Martin. I like Tay Martin. He seems like a player. How's he been looking at practice? Can he make this team?
I don't think he can make this team, but I do think he's like a guy where you stash him on the practice squad, and like if you bump him up, you feel pretty good about that. I think, to me, they've got like 5 wide receiver spots locked in. They keep Aiyuk. It's Aiyuk, Debo, Jennings, Pearsall, Jacob Cowing, and then the 6th guy, I would bet it's probably going to be Chris Conley. They guaranteed him a little bit of money. He's looked really good. I just think it's hard. I mean, the only other route is like if you're going to be a punt returner and like they go the Trent Taylor route, but they can also keep him on the practice squad and just bump him up.
He stinks.
He's not great. He's not great, but he can fair catch a punt, and Kyle Shanahan values that.
Hey, you know what? We've had issues fair catching punts. So that's a good point.
Ronnie Bell out then, you think?
Yeah, I think with Ronnie Bell is like he's not an explosive athlete. He's made some impressive catches, but it's like he doesn't have, like, Juwan Jennings has like some sort of magic to him. Like he's not an elite athlete, but he can just sort of make plays when you need him. I don't know if you totally trust Bell in that regard, and you definitely don't trust him as a returner. And it's like his hands aren't that reliable. So for him, like if he was going to make this team, I think he'd have to look like every ball coming his way, he's going to catch. And there's some days he's looked terrible and some days he's looked incredible. I just don't think he's been consistent enough for the Niners to feel like, he warrants a roster spot right now. But, it wouldn't completely shock me. My gut tells me it's a no.
What about this linebacker situation? Because with Greenlaw out, there's a lot of stuff up in the air. Everybody's in love with D. Winters, rightfully. I like what I saw. I was looking at the other guy that they drafted in the same year, I think it's Jalen Graham. He didn't look as good. He was very upright in the game. I really like the Bethune kid from Florida State. I mean, is this somebody they could stash? Do you think he can make the roster? I mean, he was making plays.
Yeah, it's kind of wild because linebacker is one of those positions where you kind of worry about it with the Niners, and then you watch training camp and you're like, oh, they've got like 5 guys who could be their 4th or 5th linebacker. They just always produce. Johnny Holland's such a great linebackers coach. They've just had a great pipeline with that. I think Jalen Graham is a guy they like. He's got size. He definitely has some stuff to work on, but man, like when he fills a run, it's like he's going to demolish somebody. He gets a little too hyped up. He's a guy that has almost started a couple fights. I think he started one, actually. But he's like physical. He's physical. He's got a frame they like. I think he's rangy. He probably needs some work in coverage. Bethune's a guy that's interesting. He's had ups and downs. I don't know that he's got enough pure size or athleticism for them to keep him if they only keep 5 linebackers. I think that's going to be like a special teams decision. To me, it's going to be Warner, Campbell, Graham, Winters, and then the 5th guy, either Bethune or like Flanagan Fowles or even Curtis Robinson. I think special teams is probably going to dictate that.
Talking to Jake Hutchison, our 95.7 The Game insider here on the River Islands guest line. Jake's been down at practice here. By the way, some breaking news in the NBA. Shasky's boy, Joe Harris, just retired from the game of basketball. 3-point shooter in the 2019
the greatest
NBA
shooter available a couple years ago. Joe Harris retired.
Joe Harris retired.
After
your guy.
robbing the NBA of $75 million with a ski mask.
Your guy. Real quick.
Couldn't guard
Jake,
a mailbox.
Back to the wide receivers. Pearsall. I was. Is he back on the field? Is he practicing? What the hell is going on with Ricky Pearsall?
No, man. He's still out. He's keeping an eye on him every day. He's doing some rehab stuff. It's a shoulder. Like as far as I can tell, hamstring, he should be fine. He went back to practice and then he injured the shoulder. So at least in terms of lower body, I think he should be all right, which gives him some confidence. But yeah, no, he's not been out there. That's a major concern. And I'm a guy who's been high on Pearsall since before the draft. I really like the pick. Mm-hmm. I think he's going to be able to produce from you day one, but he's a rookie, man, and he's got to practice. And these are the most this week. Today, they're calling it the mountain. This is their longest practice at camp, and Pearsall is probably not going to be out there. Man. So that's something where I don't care how impressive you've looked as a rookie. You need those reps, and it is worrying that he's not been out there.
Damn. First-round pick, man. I'm going to lower my expectations for Pearsall for the season. Second tight end, Logan Thomas got cut. Outside of George Kittle, we always talk about the second tight end. Who's going to step up? Who's in the lead for that job? Because I'm not going to lie, Braden Willis, I wasn't as impressed in the Tennessee game watching him in that preseason opener. Willis disappointed me. So who's that second tight end right now on the 49ers, Jake?
Yeah, it's Eric Saubert. I mean, he's honestly, you watch him in practice and he can really block. That's why they brought him in. That's why he's been in the league so long. He's also made a few catches where I think he's like a pretty clear number 2 tight end. I think Willis is a guy, he can't block. Like he can't. Like it's a problem. And I don't know why. Like he should be able to. They put him at fullback a little bit. I still think he's your 3rd tight end because of his receiving ability. They haven't had a guy, to me, it's like Ross Dwelly, but Ross Dwelly wasn't athletic. He just had great hands. Mm-hmm. Braden Willis is at least athletic and can move. So I think that's something where they probably go Saubert and Braden Willis. I think they cut Cam Law too. I haven't seen anything from him to feel, impressed. The other guy who's like actually looked decent, I don't think they keep him, is Jake Conges. Like he's actually pretty good. He's made a lot of catches. He can block. He's pretty well rounded. Again, I don't know that they keep him, and we're talking about a 4th tight end, but he's looked all right too.
All right, let's go to the quarterbacks. Let's rat-a-tat-tat these because I thought Brandon Allen made a lot of really high-level throws and guys were dropping balls in the preseason game. What's he been looking like at practice? What about Josh Dobbs? I thought he played better as the game went on. And then Brock Purdy, what's he look like at practice? We still haven't seen him in a game.
Yeah, every quarterback yesterday except for Purdy threw up a deep ball that was short by about 5 yards. Not the most inspiring practice yesterday. I will say, Brandon Allen, I think they've seen enough of him, especially in the preseason, to know that whatever, hiccups he has in practice, he can do what you need in a pinch. If it's a multiple game starting situation, I think that's kind of why you got Dobbs, because he's got some upside. I think Dobbs has come on better in practice over the last, few weeks. At the start of camp, he looked terrible. Allen's just, sort of lukewarm, but again, he can do whatever. Tanner Mordecai has not impressed me. He's only gotten a few reps, but again, Purdy only had a few reps and he made him work. So as far as Purdy though, he's been fine. I think he's not really, I think yesterday he was throwing the ball without a lot of zip. It was hanging up there, allowed a couple incompletions. I haven't been totally wowed by him in camp so far. He's had some days that have been really impressive. But, again, I try not to make too much out of training camp for a starter when we've got plenty of tape on Purdy and what he can do. But, yeah, if you're asking me, what have I seen from him? He hasn't blown me away in camp. But, he also hasn't had Aiyuk or Trent Williams, so it's hard to evaluate.
That was going to lead me to my next question. How does this offensive line look without big Trent Williams? Because I know a lot of people say, we need Trent Williams at camp. And then I see a couple people say, Trent doesn't need camp. Well, how does this offensive line, can they go into a game week 1 against the Jets without big Trent Williams and function as an offense?
No. No. Wow. I mean, sure, you can survive a little bit. But the Jets also have some pretty good pass rushers. Like Will McDonald's kind of nice. They've got the other guy, Jermaine
Johnson.
I almost called him. I almost called him Jermaine Jones, U.S. men's national team. Shout out.
There you go.
But yeah, they've got some dudes. They've got Robert Saleh dialing that up. If you don't have Trent, that's a problem. I think part of this practice week and deciding whether Purdy plays is how comfortable do you feel throwing him out in a preseason game behind this offensive line and whether they can protect him. And I don't see any reason to feel confident. And I'm not saying Jalen Moore has just been a turnstile. He's hit a couple good reps and no one's really going to compete against Nick Bosa. But Trent Williams can stop Nick Bosa. Jalen Moore really can't. He's stopped him a couple times. I just think if you're out there week 1 and you got Jalen Moore and Colton McKivitz as your tackles and a rookie in Pooney and Jake Brendel and Aaron Banks are your 2 best offensive linemen, that's those are scary hours right there. I would not. You're talking about throwing $55 million a year at Purdy. If you want to do that, make sure he doesn't, combust behind this offensive line.
So would you play Purdy in this preseason game without Trent?
I think they probably want to get some first-team reps, but I also think, Dennis Allen really runs the Saints hard, and they might put their first-teamers out there and not let up. I think Shanahan will make a decision based on, do they actually practice well today? The offense hasn't looked great. I think if the offense doesn't look great again, you probably need some first-team reps this time. So I would suspect the starters, maybe only a drive or 2 for Purdy, but I think the starters are going to play on, Sunday.
Most promising player you've seen through 3-4 weeks. Most disappointing player you've seen through 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, I would say most promising. It's tough between Malik Mustafa and Renardo Green, but Renardo Green's been playing on the outside, and they were in the red zone yesterday, and Brock Purdy, his first read was Juwan Jennings, and he put the absolute clamps on Jennings. Now, he's a guy kind of like Charvarius Ward where he gets a little handsy. He's probably going to get flagged a little bit as a rookie if he ends up starting. But, man, I think that guy is for real. I've been really impressed with him. Most disappointing, I think Pearsall's probably been the most disappointing, but Isaac Orendo, the fact that Isaac Orendo is a guy, Pearsall, I at least know he's a polished receiver. He can run routes. Isaac Orendo, I don't know if he knows how to play running back yet. He needed this camp. He's super fast, crazy athletic, one of the fastest, I think the fastest running back in the draft. But I don't know if he knows how to just hit a hole in outside zone, and he hasn't been out there. That's probably been the most disappointing thing to me out of the rookies, at least.
We watched him pop his hamstring first day of practice, Shasky.
I knew right away.
We're like, that's not good.
Multiple weeks.
That's
if
not
good. A month or 2.
Oh, boy. That's not good.
Who's been Purdy's number 1 target with Aiyuk out? Because Aiyuk's kind of dominated preseason practices the last couple of years. Who's been the guy that he's looking to first?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think some days it's Kittle, some days it's Debo, but he's throwing the ball to Juwan Jennings a lot. And maybe it's because they're having to use Jennings a little bit more in Aiyuk's role. I think Jennings still been mostly in the slot, but he's been going to Jennings a lot. And Jennings is just a funny guy, man, where, again, I talked about him earlier. He tested terribly at the combine, but he just somehow separates because he's so physical and so long. But, yeah, I'd say Juwan Jennings right now is probably the guy that I would give the edge to.
Wow. Wow. Jake, with some true serum there. Go get your mic on. Get your mic on. Get your mic on. Get your mic on. They can't hear you.
I said, Jake, let me know if Brandon Aiyuk even looks at Kyle Shanahan today, because I know he was wearing clothes yesterday. Does he look? Do they lock eyes? That's the report we need today.
Yeah, I'll write up a full practice report on body language. We saw John Lynch yesterday, took a call, put his hands on his knees, and whispered something to Kyle Shanahan. I'll be taking diligent notes for you, Shad.
Thank you. You got any Giants thoughts on your way out the door?
No, I try. I can't bring myself to watch him most of the time just because it's so nauseating. And it's like there's nothing worse than being in the middle and not being like, all right, we're young, we're moving towards this. The thing of them just being lukewarm, just this like tepid team, I can't stomach it, man. I just have the guts to suck or go for it. Like, don't be in this in between of like pretending you're going to compete when we all know that's not happening.
Well, you know what I could stomach, Jake, right now is some of those tacos you had in Spain and what you're doing out there studying abroad. I want to know more about that trip. The hell with training camp. The Giants, who's going down to Spain and Madrid and everything?
Yeah,
where else you go out there, man? You take the train out to Europe, you go down to Paris? Tell me about this, man.
Yeah,
wow.
You go out there. Yeah, I got to go to a lot of places, but Madrid, man, you get some like, there's so much food, man. You get the fried green peppers with the salt. You get so they look like hush puppies, but they've got like jamon and cheese inside.
Man.
They've got it all, and they just give you like beer and bread, and you're just drinking wine, and everybody else is more attractive than you, and it's great.
Oh my God, is more attractive than you.
You're right. You're not lying about that. Jake Hutchinson, 95.7 The Game.
Jake, what are you going to do after this? Like, what are you going to hang up with us?
He's going to practice, right?
Are you going right onto the field?
Yeah, they practice at 10:25, so I'm going down there now, I got your notes on Aiyuk.
Do you have new shoes for George Kittle? Do you have new shoes?
That was rough, man. That was rough. I left before Kittle talked. I felt disrespected. Listen, I'm not out there rocking, Kyle Shanahan's Yeezys or
they're expensive.
Like some Air Jordans out there. I got my basic Nike kill shots.
Right.
I think they look nice. I felt a little bit attacked.
But you know what though? Shame on some of you reporters. Like maybe Elko's been on the beat for over 30 years. Cam Emmett's been on the beat for 30 years.
These are dads.
Barrels have been on beat for 20 years. Who else is down? Eric French has been on the beat for a long time. Grant Cohn's been on the beat for a long time. He's wearing the same dingy ass Vans. No. Let me finish. Step up your shoe game, reporters.
It's expensive.
Aaron from Crown 4 was down there rocking dope kicks, and he shouted her out. Look, Jason Dubas rocks dope kicks. You know my kick game is on point right now. Step up your game, reporters.
I don't think that's fair.
No, that is very fair.
It's one thing if it's your boys and your family or something, like people that you're intimate. I thought it was a little, like it's not the end of the world.
They've been talking to each other for years.
Yeah, but you don't rip people's
They know these guys. No. Step up the shoe game, Jake. You heard Kittle. I'm with George Kittle.
I'm with Jake. I'm with them. I'm a media member now, so I'm with you.
No. Jake, great job today.
What is going on
You're doing
here?
awesome. You're becoming one of my favorite guests. You are.
Appreciate you guys so much, man. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys throughout the year.
Next week. Good stuff, Jake. Jake Hutchinson here on the River Islands guest line. You know what? He's right.
Play the Kittle sound.
No, hold on.
Clean it up,
Hey, let's clean it up. Here's do we understand? Here we go. George Kittle opened his presser, and he had every right to do this because he knows him. He talks to him every time. Okay. George Kittle's been a great ambassador for the team when talking to the media. He's always giving us quotes. Here you go. George Kittle opens up his presser by calling out media members for having some just dingy kicks on.
I think before we begin, so you guys are out there at every practice. You guys watch us all the time, but there's a special teams period where I catch some footballs and I like to observe you guys. And you guys really need to up your sneaker game. It's absolutely atrocious. I got some Vomeros. Those are fire. And Grant wears Vans every single day. New Balances. They look like Vans. Yeah, those are Vans. It's okay, but you wear those every day, so I need you to switch those up. But I observe all your guys' shoes, and I am disappointed in you guys as a community. So if we could up those, please. It's year 8, guys. Let's figure this out together.
Year 8, guys. I love that. Especially Grant. We love Grant Cohn. So Grant Cohn, if you're out there listening, he tweeted a couple years ago, I'm the highest paid journalist in the Bay Area. So Grant, Let's get the kick game right, baby. Get some J's on, get some Yeezys, get some Air Max 97s, get some Griffies on. You know what? You've been on the beat for so long, making all this money through podcasts. Not only Grant, but Matt Mayoko and Matt Barrows. I'm going to tell Cam Hammond about it too. Step up your kick game. Let's go. We're not just beat writers anymore. We're entertainers. We're on YouTube. We're podcasters. We're visible. We're on camera. First thing John Sackey said to me, Jonathan Sackey over at NBC Sports Bay Area, when I got the job for the pregame host, you better step up shoot game. We're going to do a lot of head-to-toe shots.
You're being presented in front of television and stuff. I don't know. Look, I don't think it's the end-all be-all. I thought it was a cute, harmless little joke, but at the same time, it's like, come on, man.
It's like it is serious, huh?
Well, it's just like some people don't, like, on the real, like, I know a lot of kids out there, and these are reporters, so they're adults, but I know a lot of people that can't afford expensive shoes. Like, I get it. Life is hard. I'm not here to like, and I think it's it's a little like, come on, Kittle, read the room.
Oh,
dude.
come on, it was millions. A joke.
Come on, dude.
No, listen. Every media member took that clip and tweeted it out. I was like, Kittle made fun of us. They're all happy about it. Well, they gave us some shine. It's not that serious. Have some fun, laughing a little bit. Come on, Chas, you're not really doing that.
No, I'm not. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't think it's that big of a deal. But what I'm saying is like, for me, it's sensitive because I brought this up that we didn't afford everything in the world, but like I'd have one pair of shoes throughout the year that my grandma would buy me.
Sasky, I get that. If you want to get deeper, I wore Pro Wings.
I know,
K through 5th grade.
I don't remember the feelers that I used to wear.
Right, I had 3 outfits in high school.
Even though we did make fun of Sam earlier this year.
So we're grown ups who could all take a jump. These are people.
I'm not losing sleep over it. I do just like
No, I don't cringe because we're older, and I like. If you want to talk about shoe, like my shoe game 5 years ago was awful. I wore the same dusty-ass LeBrons. I wore the same Gumby Jordans. It is what it is. But you can step my game up and shout out to 1985. My boy Chris over there at 1985 Gallery.
Well, but can you at least acknowledge this? Some people are shoes people and some people aren't.
Yeah, I know.
And if you're
George
not,
Kittle was just having fun.
Like my dad wore Air Marnocks.
Oh my
forever.
God, George Kittle was just having fun.
No, I know he was.
I like that. And the fact that he's like. And it's his way of saying, look, I like you guys. You guys are my buddies. We're family now. He's like, just step up the shoe game. Just give him a little jab. That's all it was. It's not that serious. Come on.
I don't know.
I was brokered in everybody at this station growing up, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not about that. It's just having some fun.
Well, it's easy when you have all the money in the room, and it's just, I don't know.
Oh, come on, Sasky.
I'm not saying, look, I'm not saying it's the end all be all. I didn't take it that serious. I just cringed a little, like, that's all. It's like, I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have done it. That's just me. Like, I'm just saying.
Would you have done this? Would you have done this at the trade deadline? Or said this at the trade deadline?
I think as we looked at how this season has unfolded so far, a couple things really stand out. One, which people have talked a lot about, and it's certainly how we feel internally, is it's been a long road to get our rotation to the place it's in now. We feel like we have the best rotation in baseball. So, when you have starting pitching like that, it can get you on a roll. For us, to keep that group together, seeing how we played this past weekend was, really high priority. And obviously we had to be open to things that might come up. But that was really our central philosophy going into the deadline is we have a rotation that can carry this team down the stretch and get us on a roll.
Well, you got that soundbite. And then you got this from Farhan at the deadline.
The deal last night was a lot about creating at-bats for Luciano, who's really come a long way offensively. I think we have seen his trajectory over the last few years, and we talked a little bit about how he can get put under a microscope because he's been such a highly thought-of prospect from the time he signed at 16. Sometimes you lose the zoom-out big picture of how much progress he's made, and we've really seen that over the last month.
So much so, he sat for a week. Farhan Zaidi.
Why does it always sound like whenever the Giants are doing talking with Farhan or whatever, it's like it's being recorded on like a VCR from like the 1980s?
They do it on purpose.
Yeah, I mean,
limit the access.
Other markets did a pregame show on the presser, they would have ran the presser. They would have ran the presser and then had a post-game on the presser analyzing what he said on the presser and the fact that we got none of that with the San Francisco Giants. Again, this goes back to introducing Buster Posey as one of the owners of the team. And you did it on a Zoom. You should have waited. Hey, Buster, what's your schedule look like? Okay, let us know. We'll send a private jet out there. We'll get the red carpet. We'll invite all the media members. We'll hold it in the big auditorium, and we'll introduce you. Said you did it on a Zoom. I mean, that's just a microcosm of many, many things that have gone on under Farhan Zaidi's leadership and Greg Johnson.
Like, when you talk into a microphone, you do have to think about, like, the repercussions, right?
Right.
And you have to think about, like, when you're a GM, and we saw this with the New York Giants in the Hard Knocks doc, where the guy's basically telling them, like, hey, look, this is going to get aggregated if you say this. If you say this, don't say this. And we only saw a snippet of what, is it Joe Shane? I forget.
Joe Shane.
It's the PR guy for the New York Giants telling them, like, what is going to get asked and what they're going to cling to, okay? And so, like, I don't know, man. I think that you got to realize that if you say, we think we have the best rotation in baseball, that's a strong sentence. Now, maybe he meant to say, we think we have one of the better rotations in baseball. But you have to understand that people are going to cling to that, and they're going to go, the second you start to falter, everyone's going to point to that. And I've seen it in the last 3, 4, 5 days. Oh, you said you have the best rotation in baseball. It is obnoxious to come out and be like, one time through the rotation against the Rockies, you basically come out like, we've got the best rotation in baseball.
It's not aging well. It's not aging well. And I'm afraid that when August 23rd rolls around and you begin that 3-game series against the Seattle Mariners, it's going to be a rough 6-week end to the season for the Giants. And I think it could create more vitriol, more hate, more empty seats. And I got a tweet last night that said, hey, Bonte, I'm ready to donate for a plane to fly over Oracle Park saying fire Farhan.
Oh, my God.
Now, I was kind of just joking with that, but I think that's the type of territory we're getting into with this team. In our lifetime, the Giants have not had a stretch like this. Now, 94, 95, 96 were some tough times, right? Very tough times. But coming off the strike year, you still had Barry Bonds. At least you had a star. You had something. You had Barry Lamar Bonds. Right now, I don't.
What if we GoFunded Joey Bart to ride Bart with a sign that said fire Farhan?
Wow. We gave up on him early. I mean, you manipulated the fan base basically saying that, not you, but Farhan, the Giants, saying Joey Bart's not a big leaguer. He's a 4A player. And we all believed it. And then you look up here in the middle of August, Big Dog's birthday, August 15th, and you say, damn, Joey Bart's got 11 home runs, batting 273.
More than your starting catcher.
In half the at-bats.
JT Snow at one point gave up switch hitting, right? And he went straight to lefty. I think they might ask him to do that, Bailey. That would be, he's batting 205 from the right side this year. 205. This is not good.
Time for Fast Five.
It's time for the...
Clean it up, Ante.
Start us off, Shasky.
All right, my final thoughts are quite simple. You can't hit the first 2 guys of a game. I mean, you just can't. This Giants team can ill afford to drop down 5 runs in the first inning and think that they can get out of it. They're just, the bats aren't potent enough. And right now they have to play near flawless baseball to be in all of these games. Their margin of error is just not good enough. And so, like, to think that they're going to scratch and claw back from a 5-0 lead, it sounds good. And I know they've got a lot of late game heroics, but that's not a template for winning baseball.
Nope. Spadoni, what you got? By the way, Grant Cohn just posted a video saying, take a look at me now, George Kittle, my Adidas.
We just heard from Jake Hutchinson, did a hell of a job, hell of an interview. Find it on YouTube or the Odyssey app. But he mentioned the U.S. men's national team there. The U.S. men's national team on the soccer side made a huge splash yesterday, gentlemen. Yep. Obviously, no more Greg Berhalter. Hashtag Berhalter is finally out. But Mauricio Pochettino, former Tottenham Hotspurs manager, former Chelsea manager, has managed the likes of Neymar, Messi,
PSG,
Kylian Mbappe. He was PSG. He won 3 Ligue 1 titles over
By the
there.
way, Mbappe yesterday, Real Madrid.
Oh, they're going to be so sick. He's the next Ronaldo. He's going to be amazing. He's going to eat up that entire market. It's going to be incredible. But this is a very savvy and legit hire, and I'm actually excited, much like Bonte about the Giants this season. I'm actually excited about U.S. men's national team.
When does Joe Harris's podcast start?
He's only 32, by the way, Joe Harris.
He's made a lot of money.
Best shooter in the league.
$75 million
You know
contract.
what? It's smart of him to do this with his health intact. I actually commend him. Smart guy.
650 should be the mobile text line before you get in here, Loveman. My final thought from the 650. We got
family.
Hey, I like this. We got somebody coming in with a final thought. Thank you, baby Jesus. Baseball's almost over. Football is upon us.
It's always baby Jesus.
Hey,
Baby Jesus is a big time giver.
Thank you, 19.
It's like Ricky Bobby.
Jesus.
I like the baby version.
I like Big Jesus, but anyway, go
I
ahead.
like the baby version better. You know, what Farhan said, best rotation in baseball, I guess he was maybe 2/5 right. Guys, since he said that comment, Logan Webb and Blake Snell are combining for a 105 ERA and a 128 batting average against, which is pretty good. The other three pitchers, Robbie Ray, Kyle Harris, and Hayden Birdsong, a 908 combined ERA and a 295 opponent batting average.
Sam.
So 2/5 of a good rotation.
If it was a fifth, we'd all be drunk.
If yeah, that's true.
He doesn't know what that reference is.
If it was the fifth, we'd all be drunk, something like that. I remember listening to Low Neal.
There you go.
It's
same
E40.
church, same pew.
If it's the nuts for candies and butts, something like that.
We'd all have a Merry Christmas. We'd all have a Merry Christmas.
That was back. That was back.
Oh, that was
If
pretty
ifs
good.
and butts were
That was
candies
pretty
and nuts,
good.
we'd all have a Merry Christmas. It's hard to speak low. I don't do it very well.
In the latest, Charles Barkley calls out Steve Kerr again for not playing Jason Tatum. Barkley, get over it. My final thought is...
Barkley is getting over it.
My final thought is... I'm not going to go there. You know what my final thought is? I love sports. That's it. I love sports. There's a lot of sports going
Really
on.
dug deep for that one.
Yeah, I did. I was going to talk about the shoe game.
Sports,
and whatnot.
man.
Have some fun.
What's
but
the best
sports,
shoe
man.
you own?
That's a great
Because
question.
you're a shoe guy.
Well, I'm not really a shoe guy. I just became a shoe. I was a shoe guy. I just couldn't afford shoes. Now that I could afford a couple pair of shoes, I love shoes all the time. I love my Carmines. I was cleaning them last night, but then it changes day to day.
What are Carmines?
Jordans.
Which ones?
The Jordan. What are they? The Jordan 4s. I want to say the Carmines. Well, I could be wrong. I always get the numbers
Are they
mixed
white,
up.
red,
They're white
black?
and red. White and red with the white shoelaces. I love
White
those.
and red,
Also
okay.
love my NMDs. I still love the Adidas. They're very, very comfortable. Shout out to Langston out there working with Adidas. But bye. We got to go. Maybe Brendan Aiyuk signs. That's my final thought. Brendan Aiyuk.
10:01.
He's going to sign? He'll probably sign at 10:07. That's it for us. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity at Home. We're on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Have a good day, everybody.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
You don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Words, man.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Can't find my headphones, Goo.
Well, you got some on, baby.
Yeah, but they don't work right. Got an issue.
You know what? When do we get paid? Tomorrow. You need something?
Yeah, just throw that other set.
Here comes, but you knocked the thing down behind you.
Can you throw that other thing behind and then
Can I hit you in the face?
Oh, thank you.
Nah, I love you.
What's going on, man?
I get haircut day on Juice. Yeah, Marky D.
Who's Marky D?
My barber. 430 DNR Barbershop. You know how you get Spadoni when you come in with a cut. There's no better feeling, Stoney. Come on now. Because I look rough right now.
Oh, there's a better feeling. There's a better feeling.
That's a 4. I would know. I'm going to give you a 4 early.
I'll tell you, speaking of better feelings, you feeling better about the Giants after you declared it a must-win?
I have waved the white flag. I'm mad at everybody. I'm disappointed. I am disappointed. And, Stoney, I'm starting to focus in on Melvin. And and then Farhan, you should have been fired. I don't think you're going to get fired, but the audio of him telling the world, we traded Soler, and I'm not saying this is why you guys are losing to Atlanta because of Soler, but it was supposed to be about Luciano, and he's in Sac, taking the Amtrak back to Sac for McCary. Help me out. This is a mess. Just start over. Steiny started over. Why would Snell want to come back here? And then Ray looked like Ray Charles on the pump last night. Couldn't get out the first inning. Hitting batters. What was that last night and what I deemed, and I think you were part of it, real quick, Steiny, a must-win set. It's a wrap. Saran.
Oh, boy. See, he puts me in a tough position right off the bat.
No, I'm just being honest.
I'm just being honest. All right, so, I'm thinking I could ask I'll ask Evan. Evan. Okay, so he came out and he did his thing, Guru. Yeah. And I don't know whether I should focus on the Giants or focus on Guru waving a white flag, which means nothing.
Oh,
it means absolutely zero. Or should I continue to focus on Guru that thought this team was going to be good? Help me, steer me away from making
Evan was at the game last night.
Yeah, just like the Giants, I left early.
Wow.
They never showed up. Steer me away from not coming down Guru's road and keeping it on the Giants.
Well, you just did it. I don't know what you need my help for.
Right.
Lock in.
Yeah. Evan, he was at the game, said he left early. They didn't show up, but you were watching. You didn't expect that.
Well, you didn't.
Ray not to get out the first inning. I had something on Twitter that didn't pop. You guys didn't like it on the Vine. I said as Ray walked off, he opted in on his way back to the dugout. That's a 5.
It was within the realm of possibility.
He opted in, Steiny, I ain't going nowhere. Man, that was hard to watch.
Do we even know he has an opt-out?
No, he opted. Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
So does Snell.
Goo.
You see Harris take Ray to the bay?
Yes, I did.
On the fly, Evan. That ball didn't hit in that was in the water.
Believe it or not, the one thing I did have a problem with, I don't know why he took out Robbie Ray. I swear to God.
Go ahead. I'm going to be quiet.
So it's 5-0. He's got 2 outs, finally. I mean, why not let him try to finish the inning and get 3 innings out of him so that you don't have to go to your bullpen? You don't have to go to the guy who should be closing, Sean Jelly. No, it was bad. I mean, what do you want me to say? It was bad. Anytime you have a position player pitch in the 9th inning.
Speaking of which, Donnie, how many Giants position players are part of the future? I mean, guys are going to have a job by default, but we were talking about Judge and Ohtani, and I'm in it, man. They have nothing remotely close to get excited about. So am I wrong for coming down Melvin's road? But when you look at top 10 payrolls going into this season, the San Francisco Giants are there. And I don't know if this is just a byproduct of a hitting coach, but I'm just saying I just cannot. And let me give you this caveat. Evan, you may know this. Since Farhan said they got the best rotation in baseball, Snell and Webb have a combined ERA, I believe it's 1.54. The rest of the gang, Steiny, 9. So those two have handled their business, but since that phrase...
Not after last night.
Oh, well, you're right there, too. Well, I didn't even include Ray in that. It was just Snell and Logan Webb who's throwing today. But, Steiny, this is rock bottom for me, for the Giants, I believe.
Oh.
Because you spent money to have these results.
So they last won a title in 2014.
Okay.
They haven't won a playoff series since.
Man.
What makes this rock bottom as opposed to any of the other 9 years? I'm going to be honest,
the payroll, the Gorilla Glue, the duct tape that you went and spent when you went on a binge to go get, players that you thought would, at least get you to football season. And I just don't see how they get up off the mat. I won't say the phrase that hurt you, that you can't stand hearing. I will not say it. But I am utterly disappointed at these 3 games. I get, you battled, but then when you need the coach to make a decision, you got Tyler Fitzgerald, who actually is the only one doing something right now, and you have him bunt. And it's like everything they're doing is just, I feel like, what did Willard say yesterday, him and FP and with you, Steiny? They have no confidence, and I think Melvin is part of that, and that doesn't do any good for anybody.
It's a lot there. There's a lot there. Here would be my question, and I was thinking about this last night. So I'm looking at the Giants. Let's just go position players. They have one player. They have one player. Matt Chapman. That's it. And here's what I mean by that. At the start of a season, how many guys do the Giants have where you can say, you know what? This guy's going to hit 250. He's going to hit 22 homers, probably knock in 80, 85 runs. Yeah, he's a pro. That's what we can expect.
Can I be honest with you? I thought Soler was that. I thought that would be pretty much his stat line. Like, you could guarantee that, Steiny.
But when you look at the team like that, why would anybody have thought that they're one of the top 6 teams in the National League? They have one player, position player, who is proven. One.
Damn. Well, you look at the rotation, with nobody foresaw except Evan. Snell getting off to his, what he does annually, his slow start. But you looked at the rotation led by Webb, and we kept saying when Ray and Cobb would get back. Oh, Cobb actually pitching pretty good, Steiny. But, it was going to be defense, fundamentals, timely hitting, and I bought into it. But this is, I know you're not on Twitter. You don't need to be. You're watching the games. Social media, Giant fans, they are fed up.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's time for a change. Sam Cook, change gonna come. Farhan. Okay. But the worst part about this with the faceless ownership, I believe he's going to get another shot at it.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's where it really starts. Now, if you say, hey, Matt Steinmetz is going to take over, I think the fan base, it's going to be some turbulence, some rough times, but at least we're headed in a new direction. If you continue to run this guy out there, my gosh, what's the definition, Steiny, of insanity?
This is why baseball's a tricky subject. Because on Monday,
yeah. I'll own it.
Not April. Like, I just, here's the way I look at it.
It's been 8 years of this, just like you talked about it. They haven't won a playoff series since 14, Steiny.
I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is, that's why you can't take a 3-game winning streak and think you're going to turn it into 17 of 21. There's not, like, who can look at this team objectively and say, we're underachieving. No, they're not. How are they underachieving? They don't have any position players. Snell's their best pitcher. He missed half the year. Logan Webb had a little lull mid-season, middle of the year. Robbie Ray didn't pitch the first half of the year.
Well, I thought it was Gabe Kapler. I thought that bringing in a new manager would change the fortune. I bet Gabe is in Miami sipping his latte laughing like you guys thought it was me. That's the other part of this, Donnie. I thought I liked Bowmel, but when you look at his resume, and for whatever happened in San Diego, it didn't work. But damn, he had talent in San Diego, and he wasn't the guy to lead them to the next chapter. I don't know, but I feel like a loss today, it's already bad.
What if they win today? What if Logan Webb throws a no-hitter?
Your boy's going to come here and I will not say a damn word to you tomorrow.
Okay, then what if they sweep the A's?
No, give me 12 days. Give me 2 weeks.
I won't.
Give me 2 weeks.
I won't. I won't give you 2 weeks.
And I feel like you're right. I don't deserve that. But I'm not playing. Steiny, they and you know the worst part about it is you gave up 5 runs, but what did you do with the bat? Time and time. Bonte tweeted last night.
Hey.
We
pay the respect to Johnny Holmes.
Hey, hold on. He said this thing might not be over. Maybe the Giants offense would peck, Woody Woodpecker, peck away at the lead, and they still, when it's all said and done, there were like 3 or 4 at the time, runners on base, strikeout, the same effing at bat.
Yeah, I
love Fitzgerald, but don't tell me he's, who am I looking for? Not Johnny LeMaster, A-Rod in it. Like, I like Fitz, but you're a guy right now and you're playing damn good. But come on, Steiny. This team strikes out and whiffs anytime the chips are, when it's go time. They got no hitters.
I don't like to criticize teams that are playing to their level.
See,
I don't like to criticize teams that are playing to their level. If you can somehow show me that this team should be 12 over, then I'd criticize them.
It's not my job. It's theirs.
Well, they don't have the personnel to be 12 over. Wake up.
Oh, man.
And you know what?
Conforto.
Oh, now we're going to...
No, everybody has...
Okay, go ahead. Here, let me tell you what. Let me get baseball reference up.
No, they all have holes in their swings.
Let me get baseball reference up.
They're two-strike approaches.
Let's just do this. I'll run down the lineup.
No, yeah, okay.
Patrick Bailey.
You might want to send me up to the plate. Hey, Pat, I love you. And you can throw a runner out.
Okay. But 2 months ago, he was the heir apparent to Buster Posey. Can you believe this guy defensively?
That's still facts.
Look at his pop rate. What's that stupid thing now they call when...
Evan had it at 1.7.
What is it?
Pop time.
Yeah, what's his Pop Tart?
I'll give you 2.
Lamont Wade.
It's the end is near. He can't even run out a double. And I love what he's not... Steiny on a good team, Wade maybe he's a platoon guy.
So why do you think they should be better? This was so predictable.
See, but you're talking to me like I'm Farhan. That's only, you're spitting fireballs, but it's bigger than me.
Well, there's
burn it down and start over.
What'll that do? Here's the problem with burning it down and starting over. You and Lubman and the rest of you people listening, you don't have the stomach for it.
Well, you're getting the same results the last 7 years.
You don't have the stomach for it. I looked at Evan yesterday. Yeah. I went out with my friend Evan.
Before the game?
After.
Yeah.
After the show.
Yeah.
And what do you get? I said, hey, man, how many years did the Astros have where they stunk?
Oh, they were the Lastros.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, remember that?
Yeah, but then they got Altuve. They got all kind of guys. Seeds, blossom.
Yeah. You know why? Because they paid the price. They stunk so that they could be good in 5 years.
But they stayed the course. They let Altuve in the gang blossom.
Right.
Not sending
you don't have the
strength on Amtrak every other week. Jimmy jacking around with Ramos.
You don't have the
Player
stomach.
of the week 1 point. Hey, we're going to send you back on the train. Like, they have no plan, and now they're panicked. They are in Farhan. Oh, we're going to get Luciano at bats. He's been up here 4 days. I know it's more than that. But come on, man. Really, Farhan?
They're 500, Goo.
They're one game under 500.
Okay.
I'm not going to raise my blood pressure. I'm just disappointed. I'm hurting for Giants.
The other thing you've glossed over, and I'll just say you because I can use the plural you. Yeah. You don't have the stomach. You don't have the stomach to tear it down and rebuild it. Giants fans don't want that. Warrior fans don't want that. Niner fans don't want that. For whatever reason, there's a delusional part of the fan base that thinks you can shortcut things and all of a sudden you're going to win.
But they went and spent money, almost $200 million, Steiny.
Right.
So that signifies that they believe.
Again, okay. And how many everyday players did they sign?
Well, one got hurt for the year, the center fielder, Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yeah.
Okay, you got Conforto. He was supposed to be an everyday player.
If and when the Warriors will go 44-38, you can't criticize them.
Well, that's different.
They're at
the end of a championship dynasty.
But the roster is the roster, and they have 44 win talent.
Okay.
The Giants roster is their roster, and they've got 80 win talent. But nobody's underachieving.
But Steiny, you went and spent money on things that have not worked. Soler got traded. You went and got a guy that said yes to you, and you traded him. Just think about that. A guy that's hit 35, 38 home runs in the Major League Baseball. He didn't even last.
Okay, so whose fault is that?
That's management.
Okay. So, fire him. And what do you do with Melvin?
Oh, boy. Is he the guy to lead if you start over?
I'm asking you. I don't know. And I get it. I'm putting all the pressure on you to answer the questions. I don't have the answers.
Pressure. I'm just...
No, I mean...
My dad's a Giant fan. I heard for him.
They're not very good. But they haven't been good for a while. And there was no indication other than unrealistic optimism that this was going to be a 87, 88
So do you take offense to me or anybody in Giant world saying a lot of these dudes, Steiny, are underachieving?
No. Who's underachieving? I take offense to this.
All right.
707. Goo, why are you surprised? That's what I would say. Why are you surprised?
I need some time. No, seriously, I need some time. I think some guys are underachieving, Steiny. And what about coach him up, manage him up? And that's why I'm bringing up Melvin.
Who's
I'm
underachieving?
Bringing up Pat Burrell. You cited Chapman, but it's not just him.
Chapman's not underachieving.
But runners in scoring position, he is. Well, runners in scoring position, it's collective. Steiny, it's the whole team. And Chapman's won you 20 games with his glove. I get it, but
Chapman
is not a one-player problem.
Well, right. Chapman's not the problem. Matt Chapman is the one player on this team who is doing exactly what you thought he was going to do.
I won't take that from him.
Scott's in Marin. He wants to talk about the Giants' problem. Is that singular or plural?
Not 5, not 6, not 7. Multiple problems.
Hey, Scott, what's up?
It's not even good, man. Hey, it's not just the Giants, though. You look at Major League Baseball collectively. These guys come up to the plate, and you see these numbers that are all over the league, and it's a disgrace.
It is, wow.
The Giants cannot put the ball in play. I mean, it's not just the Giants. The whole league can't put the ball in play. And you talk about Matt Chapman. Yes, he's an excellent defender. He's a very good player, but he is not a mainstay. He's not a middle of the order guy. He'd be a great piece on a great team, But on a team like this, he can't carry them.
No.
Conforto's the same way. Is the same way. Yastrzemski's the same. These are
You're
not
right, man.
good players, man. And I said it even before this series started. This is not a good team. The Braves are not a good team.
Hey,
this third wild card thing is a joke.
Hey, let me just. I want your response to this, Donnie, because he's on fire. Listen, I'm a great teammate, and that's why I'm going to shout out Mark Willard. I'm driving home yesterday, and the game Monday where it was Snell against who was it? Snell and Sale. Two great pitchers. But to your point, I was like, that might have been one of the best performances by two pitchers I've ever seen. But, dude, if you saw, even I'm putting the Braves in this to your point about guys in their approach, hitters in Major League Baseball. Those guys were swinging at some of the worst. Like, what are you guys doing? And then I thought of it, and Willard brought that up. Like, was that the best performance of some of the worst hitting we have seen by Major League Baseball hitters? So, to his point, Steiny, there is something there, Major League Baseball wide with the hitters, but just swing at it. As soon as they see white, just swing the bat.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to my resident pitching expert,
Evan, D3
pitcher, Evan.
What?
Just help me out here. Actually, help Guru out. Can you explain to him why it's more likely for a bad hitting team to struggle with a great pitcher as opposed to a good hitting team struggling to hit off a good pitcher? It's Chris Sale, and it's the Giants lineup.
Yeah, I understand that.
Well, the one thing that was disgusting about that, in my opinion, is the fact that Marco Luciano was essentially thrown to the wolves. Like, the dude's gotten 5 starts since the deadline, since you apparently said that you wanted to move off Soler to get him some more at-bats. And then you don't start him, and the first time in the week you let him hit is against the Cy Young.
Come on,
That's just messed up, dude.
And that's the other thing. You guys all...
That's a great point, E.
And I was set up beautifully.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? Oh, and here's the other part. You find out, for 5 years I've been hearing about Luciano. Turns out he's Eric Pascal.
Well, do we really know?
Pascal was first team.
We know he has a frying pan for a mitt. But as far as Eric Pascal, I'm not going there, Stoney. We haven't let him hit. And now my man's back in Sacramento.
Oh, he'll hit there. He'll hit there, Goo.
What about Soler in the outfield? Bonte, I keep going to Bonte. 2 days ago, he tweets, because he was throwing shade at the Giants. I didn't know Soler could play the field. A day later, he went
wake up and smell what's happening here. What's happening here is what happened in Golden State from 1995 to 2006.
Now, that's heavy.
Look.
Wow.
Okay.
That's heavy.
Who was the problem last year? Oh, it was Jock Peterson. You look at his numbers this year in Arizona.
You called it a professional club.
Carlos Rodon. How's he doing this year?
He's doing
pretty darn good.
So is Cobb, too.
And how's Soler doing in Atlanta?
Well, he got hot in Denver.
Okay.
But I get your drift. No, hey. So what do? Mouth?
You go to Adam in San Ramon.
There you go.
You go to Adam in San Ramon. What's up, Adam? How you doing? Hey, Adam.
Gentlemen, good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Talk to us.
Guru, you might be the most ungrateful fan of all time. Wow. Your partner is going to be a dog in a manger every day, but you are just, I can't, your team spends $220 million and you have a beautiful facility, but yet that's not good enough for you. What is it going to take for it to be good enough?
Wow, the facility, you got me, but it's about wins and losses and continuing the rich tradition of Giant baseball, getting to the postseason. So I don't overlook one of the, if not the most beautiful ballpark in major leagues, but that's not good enough. Give me a homegrown player in the outfield that can hit 30 home runs. Give me the next, who am I looking for? Barry Bonds. Give me the next Brandon Crawford.
That's
all people. It's not when it's forced down your throat. Matos, Luciano, Harrison. When all that is forced down your throat, you just sit back and you wait for the seed. You ever see a seed grow in a garden? Then you put the fertilizer on it. Farhan's been here long enough for the garden now. The tree, you have something.
Goo, you said it, not me. There will never be another Barry Bonds. Never.
Give me Chili Davis.
There will never
Chili Davis.
I'm talking about for the San Francisco Giants. And while we're at it, I got news for you.
Chili Davis.
There will never be another Steph Curry. So when you say, I want to see a Bonds, I'm telling you right now, you're never.
All right. OG,
and you never will.
I'm going to call you OG on this one, Scotty.
And you never will.
Let's turn it down a notch. give me something that I can pack the car and the kids.
Blake
and tell them
Snell.
we're going to see.
Blake Snell.
That's one every 5 days.
Well, Lindsay come.
And Blake Snell is September. He'll be out of here. End of September.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Why the president of baseball operations can't close a door?
What do you mean? Got Chapman in here?
No, you got to sell yourself to him.
They did. Their payroll's really high.
No, I'm talking. Well,
all righty.
Good luck with
Help
that.
me with Guru today. What do you do when a guy thinks the team's going to win 100 games and they win 80? That segment was brought to you by Safeway. This guy is such a D.
Head to Safeway this week for these member deals. Signature Select delicious pork spare ribs.
Guru, you might be the most ungrateful fan of all time.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
He said ungrateful.
You are.
I thought that was a compliment when he was coming down my road.
That's about the worst thing you can say about a fan.
Ungrateful.
Yes.
That ain't cool.
And I'm going to
That is not cool.
I'm going to follow it up.
Dude, I'm seconds away from a hold in. I'm not feeling the show. I'm not feeling you. Just let my takes breathe. You keep doing it a couple more times.
My buddy Don texted me. He wants to know if there's a working defibrillator close to the studio. I can't say it. Defibrillator. That's the thing.
Tell Don hello. There's only one Don.
Don and my buddy want you out at Contra Costa Country Club. I'm the one keeping you from it.
Before I get, I think you kidnapped Mike that we were supposed to Half Moon Bay. He has not called in 6 months.
I know he hasn't. Dude,
if you've interfered with me going to Half Moon Bay.
All right. Here's where I want to start.
You said you had bad news.
I do have bad news. And the caller's right about you being ungrateful. And I'll tell you why. See, everybody laughs at how old I am.
What?
Everybody laughs at the life and sports experiences that I've had. And this is the ultimate, don't you get it moment. All right. How many dynasties have we had in the Bay in our lifetime?
A's in the 70s, they won 3.
Oh, God, I didn't even think of that.
Okay. The Warriors currently. The Niners with Montana and Rice. And
baseball.
Evan, you tell me, you just quick. Bucket or no bucket? Giants
A's
3 and 5.
Into Niners, into Giants, into Warriors.
Okay, so Giants do count. Yep.
Now here's where you need to grow up. You all need to grow up and understand what's going on here. The San Francisco 49ers. Well, I'll start with the A's.
Right.
The Oakland A's won 3 straight World Series.
Damn.
The following year, they lost in the ALCS. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They won 3 World Series. They went to the playoffs twice in the next 12 years. Okay, who's next? The 49ers.
Let's do it.
They won 5 Super Bowls.
Number 5.
After the 5 Super Bowls, they went to the playoffs twice in 12 years. Okay?
Yeah.
The Giants, they won 3 in 5 years. They made the postseason twice since then and have not won a series. And while people don't want to hear it, the Golden State Warriors have won 4 titles. They've now missed the playoffs 3 out of 5 years, and it's possible they could be looking at a drought. You can't sustain a dynasty. We've had 3 dynasties here. They've all culminated with a 10-year drought afterwards.
Who's asking for a championship?
There you go.
Who you just sat here
there
and said
you go.
last
It can't be
block,
done.
You said this team
Can't
don't
be
even
done.
have an everyday player.
Yeah.
Nobody's asking for a parade, pal. People are asking for promise and potential.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you.
I get the point of that exercise, but it's the cabinets are bare for the San Francisco Giants.
Quit
and the 3 of 5 for the Warriors. It's funny how you just one of them was a chip.
You're right. One of them was a chip. The point stands. Quit saying there's a price to a dynasty if you don't believe it, because there is, and we're still seeing it with the San Francisco Giants.
Oh,
it's
man.
just the way it goes.
14 was a long time ago. Son.
That's right.
10 years ago.
That's
man.
right.
And this is a whole different regime.
Yeah, just like the Niners.
And you won 107 games, but you couldn't sustain it.
Yep.
You needed baseball blue chew.
Yep.
And you couldn't get it. So it's almost like you're telling fans, relax.
I am telling fans to relax.
To win.
You can't.
You got a baseball, president of baseball operations who's inept. So you're giving Farhan a pass then. He shouldn't be fired.
I don't care.
No, it ain't about if you care. Should he be fired?
I don't care if he gets fired
but
or
he
not.
should be fired
okay, if you
based
say so.
on his job.
Okay, if you say so.
No, it ain't about if I say so.
What I'm telling you is everything that's happening with the Giants is the natural progression from a dynasty.
No.
It doesn't take 2 years to okay, well,
so
what
you're saying
what about
Farhan took the job with no expectations in, predicated on that premise of,
I'm saying
hey, we used to be a dynasty. Our last one was 14. We won't even judge you because we know we're just going through what Steiny pointed out, a natural evolution of a dynasty or the days after a dynasty.
I'm just saying, you guys out there that think you can just win every year, you can't.
Giant fans don't think that because they haven't. You just pointed it out.
Right. Again, I've pointed out 3 dynasties in the Bay. They've all ended up the same way. Is that a coincidence? I don't think it is. I think after you have a dynasty, you're going to fall off. It's just a matter of for how long.
Yeah. Well, the Niners have been to 3 Super Bowls since that dynasty.
I'm talking about the following 12 years. Yeah. So that's where I do think. And you know what? Fans of every sport can jump in here at 888-957-9570. We're having some fun. I mean, it's hard for me to get incensed about the Giants because at the beginning of the year, I was like, okay, Giants.
I'll give you that. But you weren't impressed.
Huh?
But why was
anybody impressed?
Because Farhan was brought here, Steiny, to replenish the farm system or the nuggets they had in the farm. They would be, going through their baseball puberty, and all people are asking is for them to compete. But look at you at the beginning of this year, and you're not by yourself. You didn't even have any hope or expectation for this team. But here's the thing,
and this is where I'm going to get upset. All you want them to do is compete. On Monday, they were competing, according to you. Like, so 3 days does not change the team. It's like, yeah, they've lost 3 in a row. Now they're a game under 500. By and large, this whole season is gone. It's who they've been.
What if it culminates in a non-playoff berth? It'll go, and it'll be another.
Make a decision on Farhan. Listen, I'm not saying fire him or not fire him, but I think, like, you know what?
They can
we acknowledge that the that the rat on the table, is an elephant on the table. They can't sign free agents. They can't sign free agents.
Well, this guy under Farhan, they can't.
Who did Sabian sign?
They had their homegrown players, so they weren't so codependent on going outside. They had their stuff inside. That's all. And Steiny, the guys and gals get fired in jobs all the time. When you get enough time to find out, you know what? It's just not working. It's time for the next person to get a crack at it. And I think in year 8, which feels like year 50 of Farhan, it's time to give somebody else a crack at it. And what the worst part of this to me is he's going to come back because he is under contract. He's going to come back, Steiny.
The 925. It doesn't take 10 years to recover from a dynasty.
Man.
Well, yes, it does in the Bay. I just gave you 3 examples of dynasties followed by 10 to 12-year droughts, or at least only 2 playoff appearances.
Right. Those are facts, but it doesn't make it right. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. The Giants win in 14 with a group of the recipe is the same. They win with a group of players in 14. Everybody's attached to those players. Those players get re-signed till 2018. Guess what? They're over the hill in 2018. But that's what they did. Now at 18 or 20, what are you going to do? We got to change the direction of the team. Okay. Just changing the direction of the team does not guarantee it's going to work out well. So you hung on to Posey and all those guys too long. And that started the downfall. And then you fired Bochy and Sabian, and here comes Farhan, and he's trying stuff, and it doesn't work because sometimes it doesn't work.
Right. But I feel like you're asking fans to be blind to the fact, I'll just use Luciano, how they've dealt with Luciano not even being able to, decipher if he could play the field or go find a new position. How they've handled him this year has nothing to do to me with the dynasty.
Okay.
That's negligence. And how they jerked around with Ramos. Now, these two could be just average players, but it's funny how you do it in the Bay, but I think of the Atlanta Braves back when they had Smoltz, Glavine, and Avery, and they had success. And then now they've won a World Series years later with a whole new cast of characters. And we see it with the Yankees, the Dodgers. We see it with the Spurs. You know, it's like my whole point is, what do the Giant fans have to look forward to right now? And Farhan has had ample time to at least, you know, have that answered. And right now it looks like Fitzgerald and Ramos, and Fitz is, I love it, but Steiny, I mean, is he the real deal? I don't know. But man.
I think the Braves are a pretty good example because like they've missed the playoffs 9 times in the last 35 years, basically, with a lot of different. It's just not, I mean, they've only won 2 World Series, but that's an organization that's found a way to remain competitive. And I don't really recall too many big name free agents that they've been able. Now they've gotten guys through trades. They've grown players internally, but it's not as if they've been massive players in free agency. I mean, their biggest free agent signing this last couple off seasons probably like Chris Sale, but he was damaged goods when they got him. So, I mean, it isn't as if you can't be competitive year in and year out.
Love it. I mean, Steiny, you started the show and you said it's what I feel. How many position players do they have? And I think you said 1.
Yeah.
Somebody might call, say 2, 2.5. Okay. But that's a problem. And Farhan was sold to me as the smartest guy in the room. I'm going to do it and take what I stole or learn from the Dodgers, who, oh, by the way, I know it's L.A., Steiny. They've ran this whole decade. And I know they only got 1 bubble championship out of a World Series, but they know how to identify talent. And you got me with the Barry Bonds, and then I defaulted to Chili Davis, a homegrown outfielder that can hit you 30 home runs. I'm not asking for Babe Ruth.
Well, but the lack of power from an outfielder has way preceded Farhan Zaidi.
Fair.
I mean, guys don't want to come here to hit. That's a big problem. So if you can't, you know, it's like the thing I don't understand is you got to take what you've been dealt and try to win with it. The Oklahoma City Thunder, they're never going to get free agents. Never. Okay? So they made a decision as a franchise to stockpile young players. And now it's starting to pay off. Does it mean
because they hit, though, right?
That's right. That's right. So if you can't sign free agents, you better have a great farm system. They don't.
Do we? Okay, just I'll go back to Luciano.
Who drafted Luciano?
He was here before Farhan got here.
That's not Farhan's fault.
But I guess the opportunity is his fault. Why wouldn't he be getting at bats?
Because he's not good. You know why? Because everybody thought he was better than he was.
No, but Steiny, his whole thing is he can swing the bat. I'm not saying Rod Carew. My bottom line is if the Giants, and again, I don't know what's on the chalkboard in their clubhouse, he should be playing the string out. That's how you find out.
Then he plays the string out. They lose. They get 5-10 games under 500. How are the fans going to react?
Well, it looks like the train is headed that way with your current players.
Right. It looks like It looks like it's headed that way with your current players on Thursday. It didn't look like we were headed to it that way on Monday. We just didn't.
But what does that do for the Luciano's future? The fact that the president of baseball ops said we made a trade so Steiny could play.
I'm not going to stand up for the way they've handled Luciano. Right. But I'm also not going to be sitting here thinking, hey, Luciano's really good. No, he's not. He's half a player. He can't field.
But there's a position for you to be half a player in the modern day Major League Baseball, and that's called a DH.
Okay, and then he's one of the worst DHs in the league.
But wouldn't you want to know that?
I think we know it. I think we're learning it.
I just honestly believe we need to see more.
Okay.
And that's just that's a minute part of it all. You got 2 pitchers here that might leave you or they might opt in, but the bottom line is not under your control. And if the Giants still are going to be what they are, Steiny, and this thing gets ugly, which it could, and they could get it back right, I mean, you better get somebody else to convince Snell to stay here. And if you're going to go down the rebuild or tear it down model, why would you even want Snell here? Why would you even want that on the books?
Because he's one of the best pitchers in baseball when he's healthy? I don't know. I don't know. To me, this season's a rerun. They can't sign free agents, and their farm system's not that good. And that's been a problem now for, 6, 8, 10 years?
Well, they got Snell and Chapman. Do you think that's just because of bone meal?
Look, dig 1 inch beneath the surface, and you realize why they got Snell and Chapman. They didn't get Snell and Chapman like they would have wanted, like they tried to get a Bryce Harper, a Stanton, an Ohtani. They got those 2 guys because they slipped through the cracks.
But the bottom line is they were yours. You got to use their talent to try to get to your goal.
Second-level talent. It's second-level talent. Blake Snell's only pitched half a year. He gets hurt. Those guys are not the free agents I'm talking about. Those guys were more of a risky proposition because they weren't signed early. They had nowhere to go, and the Giants took a flyer on them. And if they signed them to 1-year deals with player outs. See, that's the other thing. There are no Giants. They don't have an identity. They don't have players who are here year in and year out.
And I think that starts in the front office, and that's why I would make a change.
Well, to me,
for maybe a man or whoever, Steiny, that could sell the ballpark, that could sell the city. I mean, what do you have to lose at this point? And I know I'm not by myself because a lot of people thought he should have been ran, but I think that one would hurt if after this season's over, and I know I need to slow down, it's not, but somehow they don't make the playoffs and he comes back. It's like, wow, Farhan.
Yeah.
Like there's no accountability would be the message I would be getting from ownership.
I mean, listen, fire him, don't fire him. If you fire him, then what are you going to do? What are you going to do with Bob Melvin?
But at that point, I think that becomes an easier question to ask or answer.
Probably.
Because you got a direction. Like you said, I don't know what they're doing. I just really don't. I really don't. Casey Schmidt, Steiny, not mad at the kid. It don't look like he has the goods. Okay. I'm watching Brett Wisely on a daily basis. I'm watching Ramos, not mad at him. And Tyler Fitzgerald's taking advantage of an opportunity. He's got pop. But I don't know if these are guys for the future or what. But, man, you just talked about it. 1 position player in your estimation. And there are 8 other positions, 7 other.
Why would a free agent want to come to the Giants? Just because you were once a preeminent organization doesn't mean you're always a preeminent organization. The Warriors aren't going to be the same organization in 2030 when Steph's not here.
But Steiny goes, I feel like I'm talking to my old sales manager. Daryl, why do they want to buy from you? Make them want to buy from you. So when you throw that question at me, somebody's got to be able to have the pizzazz, the flair to convince somebody to want to be a part of the Giants and even tap into. I know it's been bad, but it's going to be better, and you're going to be a big part of that. It's mouthpiece.
It's lip service. It's lip service. This team, what can this team sell?
Wow.
No, hitters don't want to come here. Can we all agree on that?
Hey, I'm not trying to raise your blood pressure. And Soler came here, Steiny. But just give me, why did he come? He came here
because he had no other offers. Okay.
Well, if you're going to do that, then I'm never going to be right.
That's right.
The people that come here or don't come here. If you tell me the ones that came, the only reason he came is nobody was here.
Well, then quit asking for an Ohtani, a Judge, a Harper, a Bonds. Those guys aren't coming. You've got to go get Soler and Chapman.
Man.
What? You answer to me. Why didn't Judge come?
He never was going to leave New York. That's just
Why didn't Harper come? Why didn't Stanton come?
Right.
Why didn't Ohtani come?
I give it to you.
They might have all had different reasons, but the common denominator is they don't want to play for the Giants for whatever reason.
Real quick here, the same guy was part of the sales pitch to recruit those guys. So am I off base by saying maybe it's the guy that was in front of them?
I love
leading the brigade in regard to the pitch.
I love Brian Sabian. He didn't sign free agents.
But again, they were built different.
That's right. That's right. And that's where I get back to it.
So that's why when we look at Farhan, he's been here long enough to, okay, the free agent thing, you struck out Farhan, you've been dealt a bad hand, the ballpark. What about then we can go to the minor league system.
Yeah.
And look what Luciano has there is no Irv. I know it looks bad that he just made that comment about the Soler trade and they wanted to see Luciano and he's gone. Donnie, that doesn't match what you said.
Maybe they've seen enough of Luciano. Maybe they don't think he's very good. I mean, and the other thing is, and I'm not sitting here saying it's easy, but looks like they're trying to build through the farm system. Guess what? I don't see anybody in the farm who's going to be a superstar or star even.
Well, let's hope you're wrong, but that makes this more dire and depressing. Like when you talk about the Astros, when they were the Lastros, what was the theme? They're all growing together. There's going to be some stars, and there were multiple.
Yeah.
To where they won, they cheated, but they won the World Series. I don't find that at all. I guess I thought the Giants were doing something, their version of something like that, led by Luciano, who we heard a lot of, Harrison, Ramos, and Matos.
A couple things, 408, don't even go here. Pence was a trade. Secondly, you're saying, I'm talking about stars.
Yeah.
You can list Renteria, Morse, and Peavy all you want.
They don't count.
I'm not talking about those kinds of free agents. Those are the exact
Big
kinds
boys.
of free agents that Farhan signed. Snell, Chapman, Ray, Soler, same group. I'm talking about how do you get the next Barry Bonds in here? And I just said it can't happen. Like, how do you get a star in here? I don't know. I don't know how you get a star everyday position player. I don't know. He must come up through the farm system.
But if my job's on the line, do I have that much time? So that's why Farhan was in front of Judge and Harper and Stanton and the likes. Like, I need an immediate,
He was in front of those guys to put on a show for the fans to make it seem like they're trying. It's the same thing Joe Lacob's doing.
So you don't think a guy like Bob Myers could have closed one of those deals? You think
for the Giants?
Yeah, for the Giants. That's what I mean.
It's a good question.
No,
I'd say no.
But the fact that you said it's a good question means you thought about it. And I would say yes, Donnie. That's how powerful a sales pitch and a mouthpiece
Kevin Durant did not come here because of Bob Myers.
And I totally agree with you.
Kevin Durant came here because
he wanted to win.
That's right.
Yeah.
So there are no Kevin Durants that want to come to the Giants because they can't win.
Man.
I mean, hey, it's not a mystery. 925. This team has to win before it can attract free agents. I would agree with that.
But that's an oxymoron. You need talent to win.
Looks like they're stuck in a rut. Like every team after a dynasty. They're stuck in a rut. I'll tell you what, right now, if you think I'm gonna let you
now tell them to hold in, man. You keep coming at me.
If you think I'm gonna let you run down the Warriors for the next 6 years when they miss the playoffs 5 of the next 6, you got another thing coming, buddy.
Still, you don't know me. I told you
You too, Evan.
If the Warriors go 6 years without making it, I'll be hurt, but nobody's to blame. This is the price.
Well, why's Farhan to blame?
Because he's done nothing since he's been here that he said he was going to do when he took over the job.
Don't make us hold in.
Evan, I'm for real.
I would not allow Guru to hold in. I would say get out of the building.
Okay, Lynch.
As a team, you know what? You know what? Fine. Oh, you want to try something like that? Here's what I would do.
He didn't like it.
Here's what I would do if I were Bosa or Kittle. I would say I'm not practicing today. How come, Steiny? That horse is behind's not practicing.
See,
he's under contract. Right. Yeah, try to hold in.
Oh, what?
I'll be right with you, man. I'll be right with you, and we'll have 4 hours of dead silence.
Man.
I'll catch some balls
and the ratings
from the
might go
manager.
Up. Huh?
I'll catch some balls from the equipment manager.
Evan, I know we're up against it. Yeah. I'll ask him on the other side. I was just going to ask Evan if he thought Farhan should be fired. Like, I mean, that's kind of the... Am I
Other side.
All right, there we go. Pay the bills.
That segment brought to you by Lucky California.
Everyone's playing the savings road trip game of Monopoly at Lucky. This week, collect bonus game tickets when you buy Oro Wheat bread and save.
Are your eyes green?
They're brown.
But they're a different color. They look green today.
This guy.
His eyes are green.
Well, I've been told I do have beautiful eyes.
I didn't say that.
I'm busting wood.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
How's everybody doing? On something. This Mr. Fab.
Oh.
Yeah, Fabby.
Now, I noticed you say Mr.
No, Mr.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say.
Like Keith Mr. Jennings.
Now, see, he was
Former
Mr.
Warrior. Yeah.
With the R. All right.
Depending on what set you're from, Stoney.
You guys, hey, I get it. I get it. I'm challenging the Bay today. I get it. And I get why nobody wants to take on the challenge. I understand. But this is what I want to get into. And listen, I didn't come in today thinking this. That's why it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
The 925. What does a World Series 10 years ago have to do with building a team now?
I feel like I typed it.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, I just gave you 3 examples of dynasties in the Bay where after the dynasty, there were dry spells of about a decade. I got to go through it again. After the A's won 3, they went to the playoffs, then they went twice in 12 years. The San Francisco 49ers, after their last Super Bowl, went to the playoffs just twice in 12 years. And now the Giants, after their last World Series, have gone to the postseason twice in 9 years. This would be the 10th. And to me, the Warriors are still on the brink. Here's what I believe. There's a pattern, and it's this. You win a title with a core. Then what do? You keep the core around too long. Then you start to lose with your core that had won for you before, but they're older and they're no longer a championship type team. Then what you do is they eventually leave. But at that point, your quality has diminished because these were the guys who held up their end of the bargain for 10 years. Yeah. And so you're starting from scratch. And when you start from scratch, there are no guarantees. Then you get into a cycle where you start to lose. And then, yes, unfortunately, nobody wants to come because you've started to lose. And you're no longer a marquee franchise. And the guys who brought you to that level, Posey, Crawford, Bumgarner, Lincecum, Kane, Sanchez, all the rest, they're gone. And so there's no longer an allure with the team. And that, to me, is why there may be different details, but that's why after a dynasty, it can't just be a coincidence that's what's has now happened to the last 3 Bay Area teams that have had a dynasty. Okay. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, it can't be a coincidence.
But I would tell you, Steiny, life is bigger than where we're at, just in the Bay. And I'm not mad at those examples. But when you bring in all the other teams, then you kind of get away from the point you're trying to hammer home. My whole thing is nobody is taking a job. No regime is taking over getting that credit card of, hey, we had a dynasty with our past regime. We're just going to let you skate. It doesn't matter. We're not going to hold anybody accountable. We're going to ignore the misses in the draft and things of that nature. The Giants have had opportunity. And if you're telling me that you're going to buy Farhan not being able or being dealt a bad hand, the lovely city of San Francisco, miss me with that. He's been in front. The free agents have taken meetings. And if there was a Bob Myers or the Michael Jordan of mouthpieces, maybe those deals are closed and we're talking about something different. But I will say this about Luciano because I can't get over it. We saw Jordan Bell, and we know the Warriors were winning then, so it was a long shot for him to pop. But we saw enough of Jordan Bell to say, you know what, and Eric Paschal, you know what, Steiny, he don't have the goods. They're not in the league anymore. I do not feel that way about Luciano. I have not seen enough of him.
Well, what if they have?
Do you trust they? That is another question I have.
Did you need to see more of Wiseman to know the kid couldn't play?
I got to know, but we saw they committed to him, and we saw enough failure or enough where, oh boy, he doesn't have it. I don't feel that way with Ramos. I don't feel that way with Matos, and I don't feel that way with Luciano. So when you follow up and say, hey, Goo, what if they? I don't trust they, because they are the reason there's no hay. And if you're going to tell me there's no hay because of what happened in 14, I'll give you that, Stoney, but that's not how it works.
No, I agree. So fire him.
I really believe.
Go ahead and fire him.
And start over.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Somebody else a new vision.
I'm not here to I'm not here to stump for Farhan Zaidi. I'm here to tell some fans that they are unrealistic year after year after year.
Like, okay, last thing. I love this. Okay, let's just take the 2 years they did make the playoffs. Bochy lost to the Cubs at 16. You don't think Bruce Bochy managing that Giant team the year they won 107 may have done this, that, or something else and won that series? I think about that. You ran off and said, for whatever reason, wink, wink, Bochy wasn't the guy. Farhan needed his manager. I'm just saying, had Bruce Bochy, who since won a World Series, since you guys said, you know what, see you later. I'm just wondering, had Bochy managed that 107 team against the Dodgers, maybe, Steiny, they win that series, and then we're talking about something else.
I don't think they win 107 with Bochy because that's not how he managed. Like saying Bochy and that team, that's not even realistic. If they would have kept Bochy, they never would have gone down this road that they are going down with Farhan Zaidi. They changed direction of it. Okay, let's say they had Bochy's still the manager, and I don't know, Farhan never comes. I don't know what happens. What do you think happens?
I wonder if that would mean something to Judge. Would that mean something to Harper? And again, it's just Steiny, sometimes when you fail, and I think that's not harsh, when you look at what Farhan has done and what he has not done, sometimes it's just a new vision, somebody taking over, and things could get better. And that's all I'm hoping for Giant fans.
Yeah, well, guess what? The Giants' job is harder than most teams. And that's what happens when you get into a spiral.
Now, why? So
they're in a spiral.
But what you just said kind of, because I'm waiting on Willard and FP, I wonder what they would say to what you just said about the Giant job is difficult than others.
It is.
Because of?
I just told you. They can't sign a hitter. They can't sign a star hitter. Apparently, and I don't know, other people know more than I do, but apparently the farm system isn't good enough. These players. So there you go. I mean, go ahead. Should Farhan be fired? Sure.
Okay. All right.
Sure. Fire him.
If you ain't fighting me on that.
Why would I?
Yeah. No,
I wouldn't fight you on that. What I'm fighting you on is, okay, how long are you giving the next guy? And I'm not saying
4 years at least, Donnie.
Okay.
5?
I also think that most fans don't have the stomach for an acknowledged brutal stretch for 3 years.
But I think sometimes when the rat's on the table, you know that you're the last rose. You know it's going to be hard and there's going to be losses, but there's a vision. There's a payoff at the end.
The Giants, and I'll be honest here, because of their fan base and because the paramount thing is getting fans, they won't do that strategy.
Even with that beautiful ballpark.
That's why they won't do it.
Wow, man.
The Giants cannot come out and say to their fans, we're ripping it all down. We're going to try it this way. By the way, there's no guarantees, but we are going to try it. But we're telling you guys, we might be looking at 3 straight 100-loss seasons.
And who can pick up the phone and call what fan and be? Maybe you disagree, but you don't feel lied to.
Well, then you're not going to the game. You're not going to go to the games. And that's what they can't stomach. I guess you can stomach it in Pittsburgh. How come? Because they don't draw well anyway. Listen, fought like 888-957-9570. We can talk more about it. But like what? I don't know what the solution is with the Giants.
I don't think they're at a disadvantage, partner, when it comes to free agents down there. I really don't.
Okay,
and I
continue to say that as every big name walks away from him. But it's
not like the big name is not taking the meeting. Then I would be like, what, you're onto something.
Then keep Farhan because he's 1 year away from closing a big deal. Is he?
Well, you're 0-4, it's 0-3, whatever's at
exactly.
Now. I would be. It's again. I keep going to sales. Glenn Gary, Glenn Ross. Is it the leads or is it the salesman? You know what I'm saying, Stotty? At some point, you really believe, and I'm not saying you're wrong. That ball, the right person couldn't put a press on a hitter and get him to put on the Giant uniform.
Goo, you just asked me what you thought the problem was. I said they can't sign a big boy hitter in that park. You said to me, Steiny, I really don't think that's the problem. Oh, okay. Then there's a big name around the corner. I think it's a problem.
But
I think it's been a problem.
The right guy to close that big name.
I don't know that anybody can.
I think we know. But if you're going to tell me it's the park, then it don't matter who's selling it.
That's right.
See, I do.
That's right.
I do.
So that's why you have to get players who come up through your farm system who are power hitters.
You get Theo Epstein, all the guys have had success that we look at, them fixing things, the fixer-uppers, and the Bob Myers per se, Steiny, guys that have a personality and,
so
and,
you
and,
think,
and pizzazz
you
and
think,
can sell your city?
So you think players aren't signing here because of Farhan Zaidi?
It's a combo, because that would be unfair. And then when I say Soler, I know you're like, Goo, he ain't Judge. Nobody else wanted him. But
I'm looking at Aaron Judge, and I don't think Farhan had anything to do with him not coming. You know what? The Yankees offered me $400 million, and
that's a big one.
And the Giants offered me $400 million. But you know what? I don't like Farhan Zaidi, and that's why nobody's coming. No, it's the ballpark for hitters.
Well, I seen Soto, who made this park look small. Judge made it, Juan Soto, he made it look small just this year when they came with the Yankees. So did all the prolific power hitters didn't have a problem hitting the ball out of that park.
You're talking about one series. A guy comes in here. Yeah. Gary's in Daly City. What's up, Gary? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, you guys. Been a fan since the 60s of the Giants.
Yeah.
Boris plays the Giants for suckers. I mean, if you came, say one of the stars came here, like you guys were saying, they would just pitch around him. He'd be intentionally walked. That would always happen. So why come here? Where can you you have protection in your lineup? The Yankees, the Braves, teams like that, the Dodgers. You got protection. Boris played the Giants for fools. I mean, and their farm system is not developing guys. How many strikeouts have they had this year? You got Pat the Bat Burrow and all these guys. And all this. No, I mean, come on. Let's be real. They're in deep trouble. I mean, if people are going to really analysis it, I mean, they got some pitching, and that's it.
Well,
none of the big stars are coming here. And I've been there since Mays and McCovey and those guys. Who's coming here? Who's going to come here? They're going to be walked intentionally. They're not coming here to play in this ballpark for this team. And that's being honest.
He could go on, but he's not gonna.
Yeah, we kind of give you.
I think Gary was the guy who did that.
Yeah, but it's the beautiful part of baseball, Steiny, is a baseball lineup. Like Evan, if he puts fears in hitters, he helps me, and if I put fears in hitters, it helps you, and that helps Bedoni. So it's a trickle down effect. But I just cannot, for the life of me, look at the failure or the lack of success trying to get a bopper in here and not say or think to myself, maybe it's the guy selling who's on record and had to go fix it, is saying beyond the ballpark.
I believe it's true.
I can keep going if you want, but I'm not.
That sounded like you.
Like, again, guys don't come here for whatever reasons they have. I have no idea. I think part of it's the ballpark. Do I think part of it's the city? Yes, I think part of it's the city. Is part of it that they don't win anymore? That's probably most of it. But I believe the ballpark hurts. I believe that on balance, a 40 home run hitter won't come here. On balance.
So let's just say you're
you
part
better
of the
get
Johnson
one through the farm
family.
system.
Matthew Johnson, this year's over. You don't make it. What message are you signaling to your fans, and are you letting Farhan go? Or it sounds like, Steiny, you've built a case to where it's bigger than him.
I think it is bigger than him. I definitely think it's bigger than Farhan Zaidi.
Now, what about the strikeouts by all the hitters? Is it all the hitters' fault, or when you you could do this and not? Maybe it might be Pat Burrell. Maybe whatever you're doing is not resonating with the hitters, even though they're professional hitters.
Well, then I would rely on my cynicism and say, do you really think the Giants' problem is their hitting?
I'm watching guys whiff.
Do you really think if you sub out Pat Burrell for somebody, this thing takes off?
Now, take off is strong. I feel you get better results, partner.
Okay.
Like if I see you going up there with two hey, meet me in the office. What we going to do, coach? Hey, we just going to watch some film. Dude, Steiny, do you see what you're doing with your front show? Like that, I don't know if that's happening, but I'm telling you this, Melvin's, Steiny, he looks like he's lost something. And again,
most managers do when they manage a terrible team. Boy, now Melvin sounds defeated. Yeah. No kidding. They can't score any runs. Let's listen to Bob Melvin, see how desperate he sounds. Hey, Bobby, how'd Robbie Ray do tonight?
Coming off a long time off, and you're going to have some tough ones. I couldn't let him go any more than that. I couldn't let him throw over 40 pitches with what he's been through, but sometimes there's going to be some soft spots, and today it was more about his command. The velo was down a little bit. As the inning went along, it picked up some, but...
So if he had a no-no, he was stopping at 40? No, Bo Mel.
No, but he's talking about the amount of pitches in one inning.
Oh, okay.
That's what he was afraid of. Right. Not that he couldn't throw 90 total pitches, but the 40 in one inning is what he said is going to kill him.
I never want you to feel good, so I'll never give you a compliment, but I will tell you, I would think about what you said at some juncture tonight, this evening for me, Get a Life, about the price of a dynasty. But Steiny, I'm sorry, man. There are standards. There have been drafting. There have been courtship of free agents and hitters. And I think it's fair to say or blame one Farhan Zaidi for where the Giants are at now, because listening to you, this thing could get worse.
Of course it could. They're 500. Of course it could get worse.
Well, what's bad about this year's 500 is you went and spent on it. You went to Nordstrom's, not Nordstrom's Rack. You went to Nordstrom's.
Okay. Please don't tell me you're using Nordstrom as the highest end of the highest stores.
Yes.
Then they went to Nordstrom Rack.
Well, I guess I'm looking at the receipt. You spent a lot of money wherever you went.
Nordstrom is judge.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm looking at
Nordstrom Rack is Solaire.
I'm looking at the receipts, Donnie. You spent a lot. You bought a lot.
Okay, go fire him.
American Express, they want it all.
Go fire him. I don't think it's going to do much good.
Now that's sobering if you're right.
I mean, I don't think it'll do much good right away. The new guy's going to have to come in and implement whatever.
Right. What Farhan had umpteen years to do.
Oh, Father Time in Napa has some Giants trivia.
Oh
my God. Somebody reading the room.
Hey, fellas, to preface this, it is just embarrassing in terms of what the Giants have put out in terms of power, literally in a half a century. And I don't understand for the life of me how the Dodgers can have such an incredible farm system. You know, Giants have money, Dodgers have money. It really is irritating that we haven't been able to go to a game and feel like, oh man, we're a three-run homer away from being right back in this. There's no such thing as that. When the Giants were kicking ass, it's homegrown, it's Bumgarner, and it's Posey. And that's across, honestly, if you look at it, that goes across all sports. You look at Steph Curry, homegrown, right? Yep. Brock Purdy, homegrown. You know, you got to make this happen. There's no excuses. On that point, I would like it if you knew the last Giants outfielder, homegrown, developed outfielder, to hit more than 20. I didn't say 50. I said 20 home runs and make an all-star game. I'll give you a hint. Almost as long as me. Go. Give it to me.
Chili Davis.
You know when Chili Davis broke into the major leagues? You know when he hit those 20 home runs?
75.
Chili Davis hit 20 home runs in 1983.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, man.
Yeah, that's a mic drop, Father Time. Appreciate it.
Yeah. That's bigger than Farhan, but.
What was it like back then?
Now, see, I didn't like that. You handled it.
Oh, look at Spadoni. Spadoni's like, oh, I'll tell you what.
Dude, boy.
Spadoni is like the sports writer from the Des Moines Register who finds himself in a scrum with a coach, and the coach says something that's so dumb, but he laughs because he doesn't belong there in the first place, but wants to suck up to the coach.
Oh, man. He had that smile on his face.
Spadoni jumped out of that chair.
I saw, whoa.
What year? 83?
Yeah.
1983.
I wasn't even in high school yet, baby.
1983. Now that you asked,
where were you?
You made a big mistake. Starting my sophomore year at Franklin and Marshall College. Should have started. I should have started. But he went with a senior.
I met the criteria.
Thank you.
But I wasn't.
I
can see you. You probably hated the dude that
Joe Straining.
You probably did. You weren't friends. Let me guess.
No, actually, we are friends.
Okay, all right. That shocked me. I could see you holding a grudge.
The worst offensive player I've ever played with in my entire life, but the coach loved him because he could pick up a guy in the back court,
94 feet,
and I could only pick up a guy at the opposite foul line. I couldn't
make the right choice.
Wasn't great at pressuring the ball out front.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jesus in L.A.
Don't mess with the Jesus.
Hey, Zeus, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
Hey.
I'm a Giant fan for many, many years. I live in the L.A. area. I watch the games every night on MLB. I'm disappointed, but I'm very optimistic. I understand, a lot of the shit that's going down with Farhan and the things that he's doing, but
let's go to, we got to put the guys on hold for a minute. That L.A. guy, gotta watch the language. Watch the language.
But he's an optimist.
You got to be.
Yeah.
Oh, he's Jesus.
No haircut for me today, Snotty. Barber just canceled.
Sounds like you're a real important client.
Sounds like Christmas just got I'm hurt. Oh, no. Evan, you got any clippers, bud? Oh, man. Dude, why am I hurt?
Hair looks good, dude.
Let me invite some old timers into today's show. You saw my stat. The A's,
oh my God.
The 49, the A's, the 49ers, and the Giants. After their dynasties, they had approximately a decade of non-success.
Right.
I think the Warriors are right there on that precipice. So I'll ask you, is that just a coincidence, or why do you think that's happened to all three of our teams in the Bay who've had a dynasty?
Stoney, you're not cooking the books, as I used to always tell you, but it is a coincidence because you're just keeping it confined to the Bay. But if we broaden that thing, we would see more teams, And
I think what we would see
come back, maybe not win a chip,
and I think what we would see
success.
Is that somewhere along the line, something happens.
Okay, but I'll say this to
the Spurs get Tim Duncan after David Robinson. Right. So that could continue.
Let me say this to that. Farhan was not hired based on that being predicated on,
of course not.
Hey, so that's so the standards are still the standards, and this is beneath the Giant fan standards. Just listen to the tone, go to social media, listen to Kruk and Kipe, listen to the post-game show, listen to Flim with Bonte and Shasky Steiny. This is not good enough.
No,
and I love you for that nugget.
Of course not.
But at the end of the day, this man has failed. More than just a few times to me. I'm sorry.
All right, download the Odyssey. First of all, 888-957-9570 is the number. I'll get the calls on the other side, provided you don't use profanity. KC and Nick. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
You got a little cop to you.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a
if I were your program director, I would fine you every time you make a reference to a Pennsylvania high school.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Stop it.
I just realized something. We went an hour and 32 minutes, 92 minutes, without bringing up Aiyuk.
Nice job.
Dude,
he's in red today.
Oh, my God.
Evan.
Dude, what's going on
I
there?
don't know.
You're on to something with that voice.
What does it take to get out of a spiral? A losing spiral. I have the answer. Huh?
Advil.
I have the answer. What did it take for the Warriors to break that 12-year playoff?
Identifying they have a problem.
Baron Davis.
Well, no.
Who turned it around after they missed the playoffs 5 years? Steph Curry. What happened to the A's after their dynasty in the 70s? How did it break? Canseco McGuire.
Shooty Babbitt.
How did the 49ers get back on? Colin Kaepernick.
Right.
Boy, how did the 49ers sustain since Brock Purdy?
Yeah, I don't want to wait that long.
Yeah, well,
I'm bummed.
What now?
No haircut.
You need to grow it out.
Who are you, Dr. J? Why did you say that?
I told you I like Bonte's hair when he grows it out.
You did tell him that.
Yeah. I do. What you they're responsible. Okay. Yeah, Giants. Oh, now you're
dude, I am.
Do you care or do you want to just nap?
I keep it real. I like the last 3 nights. He couldn't get out of and he was grunting like Spadoni tweeted Nate Dogg. Did you hear him grunting? Evan's like he does that all the time. I said, I was a little louder yesterday, Evan.
I didn't notice him grunt.
That grand slam by your boy, man. Granny! Laugh into the mic.
Let's have a little fun here. That. Bob Melvin was asked if the energy might have been sapped after a 5-run first. Why isn't it working? I just pushed the sound.
User error.
8, 7.
Tyler hits a home run away, and now it's all 5-1. So no, not at all.
Hold on.
While we reset, let's listen to Robbie Ray.
36. Got him. Did it again. Got him.
Is
like
that
Monica
Wimbledon
Seles.
Or a baseball game? That Wimbledon. Swing. Then a miss. Yeah.
This is a crazy first inning.
Give me that one more. Can you play that one more time? He sounded like a
36. Got him.
Oh
did it again. Got him.
Oh my goodness. All that to get shells, Steiny. Hit 2 batters.
They only had 1 hit off him.
Well, they only
had 1 hit that was Robbie Ray or the guys he hit.
That was incredible. Wow.
Let's hear what hey, Robbie, what happened in the first?
That was a weird one. I felt really good warming up before the game and just came out the first inning and was just a little off. That was one of those ones where it's, kind of an anomaly because I felt so good. And the results weren't there at all. So just move past it and look forward to the next one.
I wonder why he sounds so down after giving up 5 in the first inning.
No, he didn't make it out of the first is probably what, man, that's kind of like, yikes.
You know what? Evan, tell me what you think, because you're the pitching expert.
I threw 2.
But he was more like Maddox. You were just a thrower.
By the way, we can listen to something that Greg Maddox put out yesterday.
I sent it on the Vine.
Really, really cool.
We will do that.
It's
because
incredible.
I need to listen to it, because even though you sent it, I didn't listen.
Boy. Right.
But I heard it's pretty good.
Bonds and Maddox.
Fair. As Robbie, Evan, am I crazy or not? Like, I don't think he was as bad as the results were. Like, he got ahead of some guys. And
he hit 2 dudes to start the game, Stott. He didn't walk the other.
But he didn't hit him square.
Anytime you put 5 on without a hit. Like, I think the Giants were down at one point. Was it 6-1 or 5-1?
5-1. Yeah.
They'd given up 1 hit.
Right.
And it's at one point it was either 6 or 8, and they'd given up 3 hits.
Wow.
That only happens if you're putting guys on base, which is the one thing you can't do.
And the 2 guys he hit, it was 0-2 on both. Well,
I liked his approach.
I need you to be my manager. Stay in there, buddy. Break a leg.
All right, let's get back to the energy in that first inning and what happened after 5 runs scored. Bob Melvin.
I think it was more just about Robbie being, we want to make sure he's okay and healthy. He would have wanted to try to grind through it. But no, we come back and, Tyler hits a home run right away, and now it's all 5-1. So, no, not at all, especially after the homer.
Okay, those are the kind of answers that bother me.
Yeah. Break it down, Steiny.
Oh, no, they were gung-ho. I mean, they were fired up after being down 5-0. How can it not affect you? Man. It affected Evan. He left in the third.
Man, I watched the whole broadcast.
I turned it off after it was, let me see. I'll take you through my night. Saw the 5, saw Fitzgerald's homer. Who hit the third? Was it Olsen?
What about Soler trying to catch Fitzgerald's homer?
Huh?
Boy,
Giants could use a guy like Soler. Spraying it to all fields.
Stop.
Then I went to the radio, and there was equal disgust on the radio from the announcers. Then I went back home, and it was 13, and I said, I think I got the gist of this one.
Yeah, they squandered an opportunity. This week has been an opportunity.
Which one?
Having the team that you're chasing in your ball yard for 4, and, not even to show up yesterday. Think there was any correlation with having your heart ripped out the night? They're just not getting it done with the bats, Nani. But yesterday was about the pitching. Still no, I mean, their offense is offensive. How about that?
Yeah. I'm not even going to score that one.
I didn't like it.
So, Evan, help me with some of this sound. What's this stuff from Farhan? I'm not going to get to it. Is this from Better Days? These were for Better Days ago?
Yeah, this was from the trade deadline when he discussed the best pitching rotation in the league.
All right. I'm going to go to that in a minute because I want to hear more of a Bob Melvin. Here's how do you think the first 3 games have gone?
The first 2 obviously are real tough ones for us, but this team's had a way of bouncing back. Today we just got behind it early and, just gave up a bunch of runs. So it was, once you take some guys out of the game, it's a little bit settled for the outcome, but this is one we really need to come back and try to win. Tomorrow's, I don't want to say anything's a must game, but we need to get back to 500 tomorrow and then have an off day and regroup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turn this thing around. You got Logan Webb on the mound.
It don't matter if you got Jesus. You need somebody that can hit. They got 2 runs last night, Steiner.
How's Tyler Fitzgerald hitting for you? Is he doing enough?
I mean, he's flashing right now. I mean, Ramos flashed the first half to an all-star appearance, so I have no problem with it. Baseball will humble you. He's come back to earth, but he looks like he belongs. Fitzgerald, come out of nowhere. Can he sustain it over 162? I don't know. But Evan pointed out when you look at Fitz in late innings, he ain't having the same results as early on in the game, but I do like him, but they just don't hit, partner.
Evan has some Evan, tell us what you were telling us about Tyler Fitzgerald. It's not an opinion.
Yeah.
He's looked at some advanced numbers.
No, look, Tyler Fitzgerald is hitting the crap out of the ball, and he's about the only exciting part offensively with this Giants team. But the amount of players that across the minor leagues strike out at a rate that he does and then have a long-term career are very few. Yeah. So what he's doing is an exceptional outlier. But just like Wisely earlier in the year, Schmidt to some extent last year, even Ramos to a little bit in the first half of the season, there's probably going to be a point where he tapers off a bit. And that's like my biggest issue with the Giants is that they are far too dependent on players like Tyler Fitzgerald carrying them for a long period of time when it's unreasonable to expect that that's going to continue. And they haven't had enough players that consistently can do that at the same time. Like first, at the beginning of the year, I don't know, could have been Conforto. I think Conforto was really hot to start the year, then he got hurt. Okay, so who's going to pick it? All right, well, you don't have enough bats altogether that perform at a level that you need to win. Yep. And I just think it's interesting that, I mean, you talk about trying to develop young players, and someone like Luciano gets 5 starts after the break, and then he gets subbed out for, a prospect, Grant McCrae, who's nice, but
can fly.
I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're trying to do.
That was Bowmel or that was Farhan?
That was Farhan.
Yeah, see, and that's what I hate about it, guys. But also just Stoney about Fitzgerald, that's why it was a joke you had him bunt. That's why that was a joke.
Not everybody agrees with you.
And even if you get to third with 1 out, the way this team is hitting, that's not even automatic. If you're the Yankees or the Dodgers or you're a powerhouse offensively, I get it. But this team is so impotent at the plate, so I would have let the young kid hit, man.
Well, and I respect that, but I lean heavily on my 2 baseball experts.
Who you got?
Evan Giddings and Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic.
Bags.
And both those guys disagree with you. So I'm going to.
But Evan, you don't listen to him.
No, I do listen to him.
Yesterday he said, Goo, I'm coming. I can kind of feel you on that. I don't all the way
I'm not
agree.
saying he couldn't feel you, but he understood the other side of it too. The other side of the argument.
Well, it didn't work, so my side was the right side.
And that's what I would disagree with you about, because it's baseball. I think sometimes you can make the right decisions. They just don't work out.
Well, you don't bunt. That's not a part of who you are. And then you try to bunt all of a sudden. That was stupid.
Evan.
It was desperate by the manager, and it blew up in your face. Let the young kid rake. It's my 2 cents.
What was his philosophy there, Evan?
Which one?
The bunt where they should have thrown the guy out at third.
Fitzgerald?
Out.
Yeah, that was the biggest issue. Schmidt got bailed out.
They got bailed out and still didn't make him pay. Yeah.
By the way, this is really the crux of the issue with the Giants right now. This is from the 650. Fitzgerald is the face of the franchise right now.
And so was Ramos in the first half. So was Wisely.
They don't have a face.
Hello? How about in ownership, too? They're faceless.
Why don't they have a face?
Scared.
No, they're not scared to have a face. Nobody wants to be the face, or nobody's good enough.
And the
to
Giants
be the
got
face.
money, too, ownership. They got deep pockets.
And they spent.
Well, you got me there.
Bob Melvin left to answer the Luciano question. Why have they moved off Luciano right now?
Because Encarnacion was swinging a little bit better at the time. Canna got here too. He was potential DH as well, so things can change in a hurry. And again, we're trying to run our best lineup out there and have our best complement on a particular day. It was easy at that point in time to try to envision more at-bats for Luciano, but it kind of dried up in a hurry.
Okay.
Wow.
Can we focus on the first split second? Can we focus on the first? He gets asked about Luciano.
Because Encarnacion was swinging a little bit better at the time. Canna got here too.
He did not want to answer that question.
Wow, man. So you sacrificed him for Canna.
I like Canna.
I don't even know where he came from. Get out of here, man. I'm Troy Aikman. I don't like any of it. And you said they spent, but they were like Brett. Not Wisely. That's a 3. You gotta look at you. Somebody give me a number. My boy said 2.
3.
Oh, 3.
I'll give you a 3.
Yeah, that was a bar. GP3. Like, how did he know to hit the button that fast or even find it? GP3. They don't get enough credit for what they do and bring to the show. The timing.
Let's go to Mike. Mike's in Santa Clara.
Oh, boy.
That's where Brandon Aiyuk isn't practicing.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. Good to hear from you. I'm just curious. I'm, hardcore Giants fan ever since, 84. I'm just what the hell do we have to do to make a freaking move, to make this team relevant again? I mean, I'm even thinking about even trying to put Logan Webb into a trade. If we have honestly if we have the best lineup with starting pitching with Blake Snell and everyone else, what do we have to do to get someone over here? It's honestly disgusting at this point. just to try to find a bat that can actually power us to be relevant again, or even just get some sort of like, just making the Giants fans happy at this point.
What would that be?
Well, I really wish we had we tried harder for Vlad in this point.
Gotcha.
Just as an example.
Right.
But we need something. And I don't know what's going to happen during the off season. I don't think any of us do at this point. But even trying to make a trade for it. But for me, guys, I would even try to put in there Logan Webb just to get something if it's a trade in there at this point.
I'm with you.
Because if we honestly have the best, if we have like the best, starting pitching lineup, as Farhan says, which it's okay. It's okay. I could still go to ball with that at that same time. So thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of people would hit the cardiac muscles, Donnie Webb, but I'm just okay. You got these great pitchers, and why would Snell want to stay here if you're not a threat to win? But if you're not going to swap out the players, which it doesn't look like, you went on a spending spree. What does next year look like? I don't know. Do guys all of a sudden get Tulich under Pat Barrel, Steiny, and their approach is different? I like everything's on the table for me with the Giants because this can't continue. And you talk about when was the last time they won a playoff series? 14?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my, that's a decade.
Have you remember I brought up that stat?
But I'm just think about it, man.
I do think about it.
And think about Logan Webb. He's just rotting away here, not even pitching in big time games.
Are they failing Logan Webb?
Wow.
Are the Giants failing Logan Webb?
Ask him. But that's not too far-fetched, brother.
I just don't understand why they haven't really tried to build a team around pitching. And you could say they did it this year, but they did it this year out of necessity.
Well, you had Gosman and you ran him off.
Exactly. And by the way, how's my guy doing in New York?
Rodon. He's got his groove back. But when
how many other guys?
Peterson, that
Jock
hit me.
Peterson.
That hit me. Alex Cobb pitching pretty well. I'm just saying.
How's Joey Bart doing in Pittsburgh?
They're doing well.
They lost 10 in a row.
They did, but he's doing well for himself.
He's hitting 340?
He got about 12, 11 homers?
It's in 260.
Yeah. Joey is a player. He's hitting better than what you got here with Bailey, but behind the plate, Bailey's 1.7. What is it?
It's an organizational failure.
I don't know
what the answer is. I really don't.
And I don't think they do. And what scared me about I don't even know if they know what the question is.
Now, that's poignant, but what does it mean?
Have you looked at Farhan as a failure? You cannot sit here and say, oh, this dude's doing an okay job because we're in San Francisco. Let me tell you something about this beautiful city. Let me tell you something about the
caping for the city.
It doesn't need caping. Just drive across the Bay Bridge.
All right.
Just please, Donnie. 3-5. See, we called it a dynasty.
Yeah, with homegrown guys. Well, see, if you don't believe that there's truth, that big boy hitters don't want to come here because of the park.
I don't believe that.
Then prove it to me.
Well, give me the job, and I'll go wine and dine, have some margaritas, some salsa, go to a nice Mexican restaurant out here, and I'll sell the Giants. That's what it's about.
You know what, Goo?
Give me Theo Epstein. He'll close somebody, Steiny. I really believe that. I watched that dude at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame ceremony. He wasn't working the room. That's who's selling. It's like asking a girl to dance. You got to have flair. You got to have dress right. You got to have confidence. This dude ain't doing none of that. But San Francisco. No, it's a combination. Get Bobby Myers in there. Closers close, Steiny. Pat Riley would close.
No. You're so off base.
I swear I'm
to
not.
my way of thinking.
I feel like I'm watching my favorite movie.
I don't know where to go. If Guru, you won't even acknowledge that part of the problem's the ballpark.
Okay, I hope you think
you
I'm
won't
not.
even acknowledge.
There's a
you won't
smidgen of
even
that.
acknowledge that part of the problem could be not all, the city. You don't acknowledge that maybe a small part of the other problem could be the taxes.
Ohtani's paying taxes, the same taxes in LA.
You're not
that we're paying
acknowledging.
here.
You're not acknowledging.
Crime is the same in LA that it is here.
You're not acknowledging that some players might not want to play here because this franchise doesn't win anymore.
No, Stoney, come on now.
Okay.
I think that's heavier than the ballpark. But the whole thing is convince me. What's the plan? You are the plan. If I'm talking to Judge, if I'm talking to Stanton, we're going to build around you.
Okay. And why would they do that, Goo? Why would they do that?
Well, why would they take the meeting, partner?
To create leverage, which they used.
I'm not saying you're wrong on that, but you act like we didn't have our finger at this station on the breaking news sounder that Judge was going to sign here. Willard and Dibbs went and did a show in Linden, his hometown. But don't run from you were like, let me Bubba on Twitter reporting that he might. All that happened. All you needed was a salesman.
They did not. Okay, then fire Farhan. The free agents will come flooding in here.
I would rather not get him, knowing at least we tried something different. That's all. This dude has failed, Steiny.
I'm not sitting here saying he hasn't.
And it's not the second inning of his tenure. We're in extra.
That's all fine, but to ignore what is pretty obvious to me is a failure on your part.
The taxes. Ohtani's paying the
ballpark.
Oh man,
what? I know people hate to hear it. But it's true. It's a lot of different factors. It's never one thing.
We had Brett Boone on. Maybe we get a hitter that can speak to how much do you think that ballpark is the main reason boppers are not coming here.
Like, I don't even care about the main reason.
Made that park look, and I know you're like, that was one series. Well, no, Schwarber, Ohtani, Judge, Soto, right-handed hitter, left-handed hitter.
So you're taking a one-series sample size.
And I'll give that to you, but you know what I mean,
and
man.
I just don't. I mean, what more proof do you need?
Fitzgerald ain't having a problem hitting it out. And but what if it was somebody 10 times, better at hitting long ball that's more established than him?
I just don't understand why you can't see why, if my name's Matt Steinmetz and I hit 45 home runs last year as a Yankee, why would I even consider coming here?
And I hope you know that I'm trying to give you.
The ballpark's harder. The team is not good.
Wow.
Maybe you don't like the West Coast. Maybe you don't like the taxes. I'm just saying to ignore the things that are staring you in the face.
Now that's being strong.
You're not acknowledging that the ballpark doesn't have anything to do with it.
But it's not 100% why they're not coming.
There is no 100%. It's going to be a variety of reasons for each player. And the problem is there are way too many reasons not to come here. Then all you have to do is find one. But there are countless of them. Pete, you hit the nail on the head. It's a pitcher's park. Build with pitching and defense. Or how about speed? Why isn't this team faster? It's going to take something out of the ordinary.
Or somebody.
Or out of the ordinary. That's the way to get out of this.
David Hernandez on the YouTube. Stoney hit the nail on the head. I don't agree, but I'm not.
Because you think that the San Francisco Giants are a preeminent franchise in Major League Baseball. That's the other thing you need to get out of your head, everybody. They're not.
They're a story. Wow.
Oh, they're a story. So are the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yeah.
What does that do? What does that mean? It means nothing to today's
They got
player.
Paul Skeens, they got O'Neal Cruz, and they got some young, up-and-coming superstars.
Right. But my point is the Giants are not a premier franchise in Major League Baseball right now. They're an afterthought.
Yeah, and they've earned that.
That's right. That's why nobody wants to come here. That's why it's a vicious cycle. And that's why you can't look at this team and say, oh, we got to go. Come on, Goo. That segment sponsored by Safeway.
We go down the tough roads, Donnie.
We don't.
Toyota Tundra.
Head to Safeway this week for these member deals.
a bald man. If you got a head full of lettuce, you're never going to know that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Wonder.
Let me reset here. Just to let everybody know what we're doing. Because I swear to God, I don't want to come across as saying everything's fine. We started the show by you. I think what's ridiculous is somebody being incredulous that the Giants are 61-62. Like, if you, like, you lose me if you think this is a team that should be 10 over and they're not. Now, having said that, I don't have the answers. I just have kind of maybe reasons why I don't think they're doing as well as they should be or doing better than they are. So I am not sitting. If you want to fire Farhan Zaidi, I totally get it. What's this, his 8th year or 7th? He's made one postseason appearance. So if you want to fire Farhan Zaidi, maybe they will. And maybe the front office that he's put together just ain't it. But I think there are problems that are more embedded right now with this organization. Doesn't mean it's going to last forever, but right now, I think they've got a lot of things working against them. That's all. And I don't know what the answer is, but I do think that drew under the broadest of umbrellas, to me, is you don't have a history of signing free agents here. You don't. And there's got to be some reason for that, but whatever it is, that hasn't been the strategy that this team has used, at least when they won their 3 World Series.
And I appreciate that.
So then then you've got to do something else.
Let's focus on the farm.
Okay.
And the way that Luciano, he just comes to mind because he was just shipped down, the way that all 3 of these guys have been used, how you needed Ramos by necessity is the only reason he cracked the lineup, and he took advantage of that. But you just kept jerking their chains for so long. And under Farhan, Steiny, I do believe the farm system is no better off than when he came here, and that was what he hung his hat on. He walked around here with his chest out. I'm the smartest guy in the room. I'm going to do this or that. And it's been diddly squat. And the 10 games over, real quick here, the 10 games over, that's not what I'm holding the Giants to. I was holding the Giants to what I've been saying and having fun with Dibs. Happy birthday to Dibs too. Is the math is still there? That's what I was. And for them to have Atlanta come in with everything right in front of them and not just lose the tough games because you say, "Goo, they battled," but not being fundamentally sound, going against everything that you haven't done all year with sacrifice bunts, bunting, lets me know Melvin's throwing everything at the wall, hoping something sticks. But for Farhan, for him to say, we're going to pull the plug, even though we're in it for the 3rd wild card, bucked the system about a month ago, talking about it's on the players, and then trade Soler, who you brought over, and he said yes to you. And then when you traded Soler, you got up there and you said, you know what? We're going to get Luciano more at bats. And for him to get basically, and I'm throwing a number out here, it's not even 7 at bats since then. I'm done because now I feel like they don't even know what they're doing. And that, to me, is what you could sell me on. It's time to start over. And sometimes, Steiny, you start over just to start for the sake of doing it, to get the stench out of trying to just hit your head up against a wall expecting a different result.
To me, one of the reasons, if you're saying, these young guys, they're jerking them around. Okay, why are they jerking them around?
See, I don't know.
I think I know one of the reasons. And one of the reasons they jerk young guys around, if that's the term you want to use, is because they haven't and they can't, for whatever reason, commit to playing young players because they're afraid that the Giants fan base won't show up, and that is something that drives their organizational philosophy.
You really believe that?
Brian Sabian, the previous general manager, came on with us, and I asked him specifically about this fan base and how important it is. And he acknowledged that they absolutely consider the fan base when they're making moves. And maybe it's this. The people atop this organization, maybe they know the fans can't stomach 2 70-win seasons in a row just because the players are young. I think that's part of their philosophy.
Okay, but why go up to a microphone as the president of baseball ops and say, hey, Steiny's good. You're going to get a look at Steiny. That's a commitment there. And then if that's why Steiny, I'm not saying you're making excuses, but miss me with that.
With what?
They don't want to commit to the young. But when you tell the world that Evan's about to get some at-bats because we traded Soler and he only gets 3 at-bats, that's like, what happened in 3 at-bats? You're telling the world you're committed to him, and then you just, like, nothing's making sense.
Luciano, to me, makes total sense. He really does. He's not Farhan's guy. Farhan didn't draft him.
Well, who's this guy, then, if we want to go down that road?
I don't know. I don't know. But, this is one of those things. I allow for possibilities. Like, for example, I allowed for the possibility that James Wiseman couldn't play.
Right.
And he couldn't. And he still can't. And even though people clamored for him for 2 years, the fact is he couldn't play.
Right.
But I didn't see enough of him. But Steve Kerr and Bob Myers and Dunleavy did because they see him every single day. And I can only assume that Farhan Zaidi looks at Luciano and says, he ain't it. He ain't it.
But what about and I'll get off of Luciano. But
I don't need to see him.
What about the position failure that we all got to see exhibited on the major league level?
Fair.
How could your scouts that work underneath you, Farhan, not know this dude was not an infielder if that's what they deem him not to be? Like, that's negligence in itself. And I really do believe you're selling, because we get some fans, Bay Area baseball fans or Giant fans, short when, you know what, we're going with the young guys. It's going to be some turbulence. But give me that message, and you're still getting the same results, Steiny, of no playoff, but you have hope, and you get to see Steiny grow.
You had hope on Monday. You had hope on Monday. And there's again, this team's 500.
And they're
not the White Sox.
Steiny, there's still hope if you're into looking at the standings.
And there is a difference between 61 and 62 and 45 and 75. Right. Marvin in Livermore says I'm wrong.
Get him, Marvin.
What's up, Marvin?
Hey, guys. Steiny, usually I agree with you, but you throwing stuff against the wall saying it's the stadium, it's the taxes. All you got to do is compare. Cleveland gets people, Detroit gets people, Yankees and Mets get people, Dodgers and San Diego, all of them with crime and high taxes. I think the issue is Farhan, because he signs guys to 2-year contracts with a player option. And so if they do great, they leave. If they don't, they stay, and you're stuck like that. That makes zero sense to me to sign a guy 2-year, give an option out. It should be a 3-year with an option after the second. So if he does great, you got him control for the second season. I don't see any other team giving 2-year deals with player option for the second year. Again, you lose all the leverage. If the guy does bad, I'm opting in. If I do great, see ya. Like, how does that make sense?
No, good point. But Steiny, I'll bet you don't need me to back you up. But when you're desperate, you're desperate. That's why these guys got all the power. That's why they got the options. But yeah, Steiny, I'm not saying when you talk about taxes and the ballpark.
I don't like.
Give me somebody that's going to embrace it and take it as a challenge and try.
I just don't like. I'm not saying they can't get a free agent because of the city. I believe there are myriad reasons why they have been unable to land a big hitter in the free agent market. I think the park could be one of the several reasons. I think the city could be one of several reasons. I think the taxes could be one of several reasons. I think the fact, and this might be more important than all the others, and I believe it is, the fact that they are a losing organization is why they can't get players. I think there are a million reasons why they can't get players.
One of them, Farhan, might not be good at his job. Okay, all right.
Yes.
Now that I feel better.
Yes, that might be one of the reasons.
All right.
Absolutely.
If you got that on the list, I can hear the others.
But the other thing is, you're right, Goo. The reason they're desperate. They can't land a guy on a 5-year contract. That's why they have to settle for Chapman and Snell. That's the only way they can get him. If you want to change that dynamic, fire Farhan. Go ahead and see what happens. I'm not saying it won't work.
Right. Now, and I kind of answered this, but you mentioned the old regime, Evans and Sabian. Even though they didn't depend on the free agents, I felt like if they needed one, Stoney, they had the pizzazz, the wherewithal to be able to close a deal and sell the city and the team.
Any free agent they got was probably, at least from a 2009 on, had a lot to do with the fact that guys wanted to come here to win. Nobody's coming here right now to win. They're coming here now to get paid.
Well, somehow that cycle's got to change.
Right. You're absolutely right. I have no idea how. Eddie's in San Ramon. What's up, Eddie? How you doing, man?
Doing all right. How are you?
Good.
Yeah. So you were talking about how nobody wants to come because of the ballpark. I kind of differ with you on that one right there. If you can't hit the ball, you can't hit the ball. And if you can hit the ball, you can hit it, the gaps right there, or whatever, runs will score, right?
Right.
So as you relate to it being the ballpark, I think it's the talent which is there on the team that is not able to have everybody have the buy-in that you're looking for at this point.
Wow.
That's my two cents. So that's my point.
Oh, you know what, Eddie? I'll pick up on that. I absolutely agree with that. And I get baseball's not basketball, but you keep switching players out every year.
Oh man, that's your point.
Like I
would totally agree.
When Robbie Ray had that first game, Robbie Ray's not bought into this team. Robbie Ray's bought into trying to win 6 games in the second half of the season and convince the league that he's a premium pitcher again.
I'm getting some love and I'm getting hate on this front, Stoney. I'm not sitting here telling you Luciano is the next Eric Davis. All I'm saying is I don't believe, and you might differ, let me know. I saw enough of James Wiseman, and the Warriors might have been wrong and did him no favors, but you can play or you can't. They started him when he came. I saw enough for the hands. Oh, boy. I just don't feel that way about Luciano. That's all. I'm not telling anybody he's the next thing, but good God, Stoney, let him go a month or a month and a half batting 112, or we hadn't seen that at all. And for Farhan to say anybody's name but Luciano the day Soler got traded and then not let that plan play out should let every Giant fan know nobody knows what the F they're doing, and including Farr. Now he's just talking. They don't stick to a plan. I think that's fair, partner. And just on the Luciano front.
And I think it is so easy to say, we'll play Luciano for a month even if he hits 112. That is so easy to say right now. But as he goes 0 for 4 and 0 for 3 and 1 for 4 and 0 for 4 and 0 for 4 and 0 for 4 and 2 for 4 and 0 for 4 and 0 for 4 and 0 for 4, at some point, you can't do it. I happen to think he stinks.
No, with the bat?
I just don't think he's very good. He does not look like anything resembling a complete player to me. But what do I know? Like, I just look at the guy and say,
well, he's never had his Wiseman moment. He's never had his
sometimes you don't get a Wiseman moment because you don't deserve a Wiseman moment.
But we could have said that thing about same thing about Ramos until they needed him and backed into him taking advantage of it.
And who knows? Who knows how good he's going to be?
And I'll give you that. But you got to be excited. the returns are positive for Ramos, Steiny. The guy made an all, even if it's based on a first half, he parlayed that chance into an all-star berth. You just kind of wish Matos would have got the same luxury. And Luciano. Again, Steiny, you could be right, but I just feel like you're acting like we've seen this dude bat 112 for at least 3 good weeks.
And I think you're underestimating the fact that because of this fan base, I think the organization feels like it can't go in that direction.
But to that point, who are you really fooling if you're going to be a slave to that mentality? 61
Nobody.
and 62 is not exactly
they
lighting
fooled
it on
you
the
up
fire.
until Monday.
Well, no,
I don't want to be a jerk, but they did.
The math fooled. The math.
Okay.
So nobody fooled me. The math was still there.
See, you're talking about this team like it's a different team today than it was Monday. And it was the same team. It's the same team. It's the same players. This team's around 500. Could they catch lightning in a bottle the last 6 weeks? It's possible.
But what if I or anybody else out there has gotten turned off by watching them flail or strike out with runners in scoring position to the point now where it's set in, Steiny, nothing's going to change. This is who they are.
Well, I'd say this is who they've been. Mark's in San Jose. What's up, Mark? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? You guys are killing it as usual.
Oh, thanks, man. Thank you.
Hey, I just wanted to touch base with you guys. I'll give you a little bit of background. I'm a recovering A's fan who has started to take my wife and 3 kids to Giants games this year. And truthfully, all I'm looking for is good baseball, guys. It doesn't matter who the name on the back of the jersey is, truthfully. But just to give you a little backstory, I was with FP. Can I get the little water drop? Doing a fantasy baseball camp a few weeks back. Nice. And thank you. Sat there with Will the Thrill. Awesome. Great guy. But him, FP, and Marvin Bernard happened to be out there all talking about the same thing and getting back to basics, man. I'm tired of watching the Giants' business side of the baseball affect the fundamental side of the baseball. We got to get back to playing good ball. Good, solid baseball, whether that's a sac fly or a bunt to move a guy over into scoring position. When you guys are losing 1-0 and can't create small ball, it's tough to win in this league. And when you're 61 and 62, those 1 and 2 games matter.
Yeah.
Right? We're not the Dodgers. We're not trying to be the Dodgers. We've obviously showed the entire league full of free agents we're not the Dodgers. So how are we going to do it, guys? It's got to come from the grassroots. And you're seeing it. You're seeing it coming with Matos. You're seeing it with I want to see Luciano up there. I think he's going to do well. You just got to give him a shot. Now, is he a shortstop? Doubt it, but that's okay. We still want to see it.
Can I ask you a quick question before you hang up?
No, go for it. Let's get to Half Moon Bay if you ever get a chance. Me and you, let's go. It's on me.
Oh, boy. Let me just ask you this. Will Clark may not even want this job, but do you think Will Clark, a guy like that lives and dies and breathes baseball, could sell the San Francisco Giants as is better than Farhan is doing in his tenure here with the Giants? Do you believe that he could do a better job selling the Giants?
I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about talking to Will the Thrill.
That's all
I'm telling you, he could do it. Give him 5 minutes with any player. He'd have that guy in San Francisco. The man played a candlestick with Barry Bonds. Guys, I put one off of the wall. I'm right. I bat right-handed. Have since I was a little kid. Switched over to the left side in this fantasy baseball camp and put one off of the brick wall in right field. It is not the park. It's not the city. It is the ownership and it is the general manager. Let's get this correct.
Right.
It has nothing to do with the park. It's the most beautiful park in baseball.
I appreciate it, brother.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Yeah. Mark doesn't think it has Mark doesn't think it has anything to do with the park.
And we'll never really know. But Steiny, it's about Will Clark. He would sell the hell out of this.
I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
We've reached the point of the discussion where you're out of ideas. You're just naming a great player.
No, he's going to join the morning roast tomorrow, Will Clark. And when you hear him talk Giant baseball and a team that he loves, Steiny, that he works for, that's what the enthusiasm.
St. Little League.
No, but no, it's a big league.
This
you need the right people to sell whatever your thing is.
And Patrick Ewing and Rick Barry.
What about them?
How'd Magic Johnson do? You're out of ideas. You're out of ideas if you're just mentioning Will.
So you don't think
why
Will
not Matt
Clark
Williams?
can sell the Giants?
Why not Matt Williams?
And you could throw his name in there.
Right, he's got more experience than
no,
Will
it's
Clark.
not. It's energy. It's enthusiasm. It's selling the team. Not saying we got Texas. We got to.
It's not a rah-rah sport. You play the game.
You just watch the Pete Rose.
You play the game as hard as you can, and you let the chips fall.
We're talking about management now. They got poor leadership.
Okay.
For every Will Clark, though, there's one of those for every other franchise. Like, for every Will Clark, there's a Cal Ripken Jr., there's a Sandy Koufax.
Right, but Evan, what I would say to that, who gives a rat's ass about those examples? We're worried about the toxic Giants.
No, I'm saying, why would they listen to Will Clark over Cal Ripken Jr.? Like, if you're why wouldn't you listen to a legend from another organization? Like, if I put Trevor Hoffman and Will Clark in a room, I'm going to listen to both of them.
But that doesn't match. Trevor Hoffman is not part of the Giant family.
No, but I'm saying if I'm a free agent and I'm listening to a pitch,
right.
You can put Will Clark in a room, and if I'm the Padres, I'm going out and I'm getting Trevor Hoffman.
I get you, Evan. That's phenomenal. But I would rather have a guy go in there up against a Trevor Hoffman with that enthusiasm and that energy and that pizzazz that I think Farhan lacks. That's all. That was a great.
Well, you wanted the manager to be the GM.
No, I want him to sell the team and close some deals. I'm not the guy like you just giving scholarships. Oh, we had a dynasty in 2014. Nothing to see here. You kidding me?
Well,
Get out of here. You're fired.
You're not even willing to acknowledge the tangible issues that our organization has.
I'm based on results. I don't care about team. Okay. I'm based on results. What have you done for me lately?
Okay. So if you don't think the ballpark's a factor, keep trying to go out and sign Aaron Judge.
Well, why did Farhan take? He should just quit then, Steiny. With that mind, he should just quit.
Or
He's been dealt a bad hand.
Maybe try another strategy.
Which is
built through the farm system.
I thought he was doing that when he came.
I'm not sticking up for Farhan.
Sounds like it.
No, I'm not. What to me is like.
I'm waiting.
They ain't the Dodgers, Goo. Get over it. They ain't the Dodgers.
I understand.
They're the Golden State Warriors under Chris Cohan right now. Nate in San Francisco. What's up, Nate?
Hey
guys.
Hey.
This is very appropriate right now because that was a little bit of a rain cloud of a game last night. I definitely do not want any more Farhan, mostly because I think what Steiny just said is pretty much right on. We are the Cohan Warriors right now. Nobody wants to play for us. People who do want to play for us are on prove-it deals. And as much as that's fun to watch sometimes when people have career years, I think the 107-win season was pretty much that for like three players, and I think we gave Kapler and Farhan a lot of credit, and now we're kind of going backwards. So not sure what we can do at this point other than start over with the front office, and I would love the ownership to start over as well, but, get what we can get.
Appreciate the call. Remember when the Warriors stunk? They'd sign Corey Maggette or Danny Fortson.
Keep going.
Or Mark Price.
Yes. That's where we're at.
That's what Conforto and Soler and Snell and Ray are right now, at least in their careers. And you can't. Here's the other thing.
I'm not fighting.
You can't make fun 24/7 of how old I am, and then think Will Clark's going to be the answer to this young generation.
But Steiny, if you hear, you know what? Come on, man.
They'll roll their eyes at him.
Stay young for their whole life.
They don't know who Will Clark is anymore, Goo.
But the baseball players do.
Do they?
I gotta believe you got some sense of history.
How old's Will Clark now?
He's
50?
A little older than that.
He played in that year you guys were talking about earlier.
Hey.
Exactly. Marco Luciano has no clue who he is. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And,
wow.
Yeah. Is it out? Oh, on the other side, we'll talk. We'll finish up with the Giants.
All right.
The Giants.
Gigantes.
And then we've got some news with the Warriors. Their schedule's out on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, everyone. If you
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you. Talking Giants mostly today, but we're going to get into a little Warriors news. They've released the schedule, but I got two guys on the River Islands guest line, I'm going to call it, even though they're callers, but they're big callers. Frank in San Rafael wants to talk Giants. Let's wrap up some Giants talk.
Yeah. You know, the reason the Giants aren't winning is because, like, you had Dave Kapler, who won 105 games against the highest payroll of the Dodgers. And I don't know if they won the division that year or whatever. I think they did. And that blows me away that you hire Bob Melvin. Why do you think the Padres are up 5 games in the wild card? Because they got rid of that Sleprock. He's a Sleprock. He's not a winner. Why would you get rid of Dave Kapler, who wins 105 games? And then when you tell the Giant fans, you know, real nice, I know a lot about sports. I'm the king of futures, okay? They call me Frankie Eyelashes. I win a lot of money, you guys, okay? I pick futures, and I'm the king, okay? I picked Baltimore to win it all in 14-1, okay? I know my stuff. I bet the Kansas City Chiefs every year. I'm up $110,000. They're going to three-peat.
Wow. Frankie, leave your number with Evan. Frankie rolling. 100K.
Yeah, Guru's got a neighbor.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, and I've said it. What's Gabe Kapler thinking? We all thought he was a joke, ran him out of here.
2 things can be equally true, as one great man said. What is the meaning of schleprock? Schleprock is a gloomy, unlucky, and depressed teenager known for having exceptionally bad luck and a friend of Pebbles and Bam Bam. He often shows up and causes trouble for others, though unintentionally.
Oh, boy.
So he's a character from the Flintstones?
I guess so.
The one thing that Melvin doesn't have going for him, and he could give a rat's behind, the Padres are balling without him.
They balled with him.
But you know what I mean, Evan. Not last year.
Max is in Campbell. What's up, Max? How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. Shout out to Corey Maggette, though. That was a good little.
Was that a good? I always liked him too. But
I mean, it always reminded me of like the Clipper squad with Quentin Richardson and Darius Miles.
Nice.
I mean, that was after, but that was a nice squad. And shout out Union City. You feel me, young goat?
Yeah, you know.
Hey.
Yeah.
But I mean, to me, like the reason why people don't want to come here. I mean, let's compare the integrity and just the aura of John Lynch, Bob Myers compared to Farhan Zaidi. I mean, it's point blank, right? I mean, you got to be a very good people person and someone that you're attracted to, right? And it's like, where did this guy even come from? It's like, I don't even know. I mean, he's a mystery to me. Like, it's just so weird. Like, I don't even know any real baseball player that really respects what he's doing. I mean, I've never heard it. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think that's a big thing. And then also, Steiny, I mean, what's your handicap? You about like a 10, a 12? Where are you floating at right now?
13.5. It just came out today. It always comes out at the beginning of the month and the middle of the month, your handicap. I'm a 13.5, Max.
Shout out to NCGA. So you're breaking 90 every time, baby.
Yeah, not every time, but you know, they omit some of your worst scores in a handy. Hey, Max, you know how handicap works. I still shoot in the 90s once in a while.
Yes, sir. And I do want to play with you guys one day because I'm floating around. You know, I don't want to. I'm a humble cat. I'm not even going to say it, but I've been playing for a long time. So we got to get out there and get after it.
Let's do it.
Yeah. So I just think Farhan is he's just an odd cat. Is all I got to say.
Thanks, Max.
I'm out.
Thanks, Max. Yeah.
Well, give me somebody with some juice, Donnie. That's all I'm asking for.
It's all I'm saying. Farhan may be part of the problem. All I'm saying is, like, somebody's here saying, you couldn't be more wrong, Steiny. It's not the park. I'm not saying it's all the park. I'm saying it's about 8 things, probably. But the park is one of them. All right.
The schedule, Steiny. I got it on my phone.
Okay. Let me set it up.
All
right. First of all, join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park on Friday, September 6th. That's fast approaching for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament. It benefits the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. All right, Warrior schedule's out.
If I asked you how many national televised games you and Evan can guess, how many you think, Stoney? 82 game season.
What's the maximum? What's the maximum you can have?
Now that I don't know.
Well, they're not very good anymore.
I'm going to say no to that the maximum.
I'll say 14.
24 national TV games.
Oh, so obviously you can get more than 20.
No doubt. 14 back-to-backs, and their first televised game is at home against the New Orleans Pelicans. That would be, Stoney, October 30th. October 29th.
The 27th against the Clippers isn't on TV?
Nope.
Why not?
It is that I don't know. Maybe no Kawhi. Well, he'll be there. He'll probably be hurt. But the first one is October 29th. Yeah, home against, and it's a back-to-back against the Pelicans. Oh, yep. New Orleans, Zion.
Who's broadcasting the Clippers game on the Sunday, the 27th?
It'll probably be on NBC Sports Bay Area.
Gotcha. Nice.
Yeah, right.
So that is televised.
Yeah. Well, it's televised, but national televised.
They don't even here's all you need to know about the Warriors. You don't have to get past game one. They're not playing opening night.
Well, what about Christmas? That's more sacred than opening night to me. Yeah. And they made the Christmas cut.
Oh, that's good.
Now you got me thinking.
7 of 10 on the road.
Man.
To start. What do you mean, man? They won 25 road games last year. Smelled like a fast start to me.
They lost their second best scorer.
Who?
Clay.
Oh, now he's their second best scorer.
Well, he was the second highest scorer on the
last
team
year.
last
You were
year.
like, he stinks.
Steiny, stop.
Evan, do you have the press release?
Yes, I do.
Read me some of the highlights, because it's tough for me to gauge what we're really looking at here. It looks like November's going to be a lot of home games.
Boston.
December.
Yeah, Boston. November 6th is an ESPN game at Boston, Steiny.
All right. When do they play? That's a good way to do it. The defending champion Boston Celtics come in January 20th. It's a Monday, January 20th. The Lakers come into Chase Center on
good call.
Christmas, December 25th. And then again, they only in here once?
No, you got to.
Dallas, Orlando?
Lakers.
January 25th, which is a Saturday.
Yeah.
Okay. Who else are you interested in?
That's an ABC game. Give me Klay Thompson. I know you mentioned Dallas.
Thank you. Very, very
when
good.
When does Klay come into the Bay?
November 12th. As close to 11/11 as possible.
Oh, wow.
Who says?
Did you come up with that?
That's just a coincidence.
I think the NBA does a pretty good job at trying to
You think so?
Well, remember last year the Warriors had that, was it 11-23?
Draymond, Klay, and Steph, 30.
Yeah. Or, sorry, November 30th, 2023.
That's tiny.
No.
That's how the young minds think. That's
no.
And remember, the Warriors got it in front of that, asked for that specific game to get it home to honor the Big Three. It was well planned.
What's the date of the game numerically?
The 12th.
11/12.
I said as close to 11/11 as they could get.
I'm looking at no game on 11/11.
As close to 11/11 as they could get.
Thank you. You don't think they could have finagled something if they really wanted it on November 11th?
Well, it's a Monday.
Couldn't.
It's a Monday.
Okay.
I'm mad about opening night.
They don't have national televised games on Mondays. It'd be on NBA TV.
Mm-hmm. 11/11.
Oh, they got Barkley in the building that night.
They couldn't get it done on 11/11 for our local legends.
They keep their we keep our Martin Luther King spot. We host Boston, Steiny.
That's the one day in the schedule that every team plays. All 30 teams.
By the way, Steiny, because I know you're kind of
not on national TV, but they all play.
Well, since you're so worried about nationally televised games, would you like to guess how many teams have more nationally televised games than the Warriors?
This is
Give me the music.
Yeah, this is what I like.
Boston. Well, it's a joke.
Oh,
then.
Is that wrong?
Then it's a joke. I'm not doing it.
I'm with you.
I'm not lying.
Lakers. Well,
Tatum, Brown, and now the schedule.
Let me tell you who.
I just stopped the music because that's it.
No, that's not it.
Oh, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Warriors have 36 nationally televised games.
NBA TV does not count.
Nationally televised.
No. Give me the ESPN ABC numbers.
Well, let me tell you, I got 24. Evan, it says 24 national TV games here on Monday.
Right here. This was earlier on NBA, I forget their live show. But the Lakers have 39 nationally televised games for this upcoming season. The Warriors have 36. The Celtics and the Knicks are tied at third with 34.
But you're missing the bigger picture.
So
NBA
the Warriors
TV.
are still box office.
If you take NBA TV out of the equation,
can't do it.
The number one team right now is the Minnesota Timberwolves.
You sure about that?
With Ant-Man, the most exciting player in our league. Yeah, Finchy.
Wait, the guy that didn't know how to the guy who didn't know how to pop a champagne bottle?
That was great.
That shows that he's serious about the game.
By LeBron.
Means he's never won anything before.
Yeah, got to the Western Conference Finals in his third
national
year.
TV, okay, so 36. They didn't count NBA TV.
Nobody gets NBA TV. That should not count. Like, every time I try to get a game on NBA TV, it's like, yeah, you can't. I'm like, what's your provider? I'm like, I don't have a provider.
Yeah, sorry, it's not on Fubo.
Dude, there you go.
Hey, Fubo has the Warriors and Giants games. That's where I saw Robbie Ray knock it out of the first inning.
Marketing second game of the season, Stoney.
Oh, yeah, that'll fill the arena.
Not televised, NBC Sports Bay Area. Marketing. They're at Utah.
Oh, yeah, that'll be a revenge game.
Oh, man.
For
what could
who?
it been?
For the Warriors.
Right.
Let me see what else sticks out.
Kuminga's going for 35.
But when you read that Slater article this morning, Stoney, about that, he kind of talks about it like marketing was never going to, Utah was never parting ways with him.
Well, and that's... And
so
I'm sure
the Pods and Kuminga and the Warriors not willing to not give up.
Yeah, no.
That didn't add up to me.
Okay.
Well, just me.
Okay, well then why'd you buy it hook, line, and sinker at the time? Mm-hmm. Here's the other thing. Yeah, I get why you don't think they had a shot at those two guys. Because you don't want Lacob and Dunleavy to have any accountability. So if they were never really available, well, then they are doing everything and anything under the sun for Steph Curry.
No, I told
the results don't matter. I mean, as long as they tried.
You're using me.
It's so funny.
The Giants on you.
Hey, Mike Dunleavy tried for Laurie Markkinen. Woo! What a great effort. They were aggressive. I like their style. Aggressive for Markkinen. Oh, Farhan was aggressive for Judge. No, he didn't get it done. That's worse.
Where is Ja? Steiny Ja will be in the Bay Friday, ESPN game, November 15th. The new look Grizzlies. They're going to be good.
They might be.
And Wemby. When does Wemby come to the Bay?
That's also a good one, Goo.
I'm looking for Wemby. San Antonio. Boy.
Uh-oh. San Antonio looks like they might only be in twice. Oh, check that. No, San Antonio. Oh, Victor Wembanyama only in the Bay one time.
Is that April?
And it's April. It's the third
April
to last
9th.
game of the year.
What's good? That has to be that
Just
has to
in
be
time
wrong.
to stamp the Warriors' top 4 seed.
That has to.
Has to what?
I want to see Wemby sooner than that. We will, but here in the Bay.
He might not even play. The Spurs will be in full tank mode by that point.
They got Chris
They'll be
Paul,
resting
Evan.
their stars for
They
the
got
first
Chris
round.
Paul.
Oh, they're waving the white flag
Oh, boy.
for Cooper.
Could you imagine?
Yes.
That'd be unreal.
He is, man.
I don't know how good he is yet.
Who did we talk to
I don't know.
that said he is the best American prospect since? Oh, Kevin Durant. We had him on our show. It wasn't BG. I forget. It might have been Evan and I. You might have been in Europe. But, yeah, they said Steiny, I mean, Flag's got the bag. He looks like the part.
I guess. By the way, we can jump into that. And first of all, our guy Anthony Slater, I think, is top notch. He doesn't put the headline on the stories. And in fact, the story wasn't.
Okay, hold on, partner. Is that how it goes? I thought a rapper writes his song and then he names the song, or any songstress. They write it and they title it.
Did you say rap?
Yeah.
Yeah, Anthony Slater's not in the rap game.
Whitney Houston?
Right, he doesn't rap, Anthony Slater.
Sing?
He's a journalist.
He sing? So you're telling me the writer writes the article, but somebody titles it?
That's correct.
Oh, I never.
Yeah.
They have an editor.
Yeah.
I don't know why that bothers me, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like all of Steiny's amazing pieces that he won awards for.
Oh
Yeah,
my
he didn't
God.
name any of them.
Right. Except my blog.
So did you ever have a problem with?
Yes, of course.
That's what you got out of that? Why would you title it that?
Yeah, I've had those occasionally.
Wow, dude.
Yeah.
I learn something new every day.
Wow, dude. Anyway, and this is important. I don't want to, like, I'll just give you my answer. It's not a shot at Slater because he didn't write this headline. But we've heard this before.
All right.
Is the Warriors front office failing Steph Curry? Is the Warriors front office...
We've talked about it.
Exactly.
Right. So, I mean, Steiny, that's a real question. And I think, let's be honest here, Steph has not exercised that, 61, 62 million extension he can get. It's quiet on the set right now, but we've talked about this ad nauseum about, is Curry looking around like, has the front office done enough? And you just talked about it. If he believes they were all in on PG and they were all in on Utah and those two teams weren't willing to participate, I think Lakeup and Dunleavy look good to Steph as far as you tried. So I think that's a fair headline because I think that's the title of the jam in regard to Steph and his future here. Are they doing enough to make him happy?
And as far as the question goes, to me, the answer is a resounding no. Is the Warriors front office failing Steph Curry? No, they're not failing Steph Curry. They never have failed Steph Curry. But to me, the more interesting aspect of it is what Slater got into, and that is Steph Curry right now, and I want to know what Warrior, because this is what it's all about. Steph Curry right now is eligible for a 1-year contract extension. We could turn on the internet tomorrow and say Steph Curry is now under contract for 2026, 2027 for $63 million.
Damn.
Mike Dunleavy was asked about the extension, and he essentially said, yeah, whatever Steph wants, he'll probably get, or something like that. Yeah, whatever Steph wants. So what Slater said is that
Woo, boy, shout out Dave Fleming. Yeah.
Depending.
So it's not just me, man. That's great.
It's live radio.
It'll be better when you hear it again, too, when we come back.
Point is, Slater believes that will be the first window into what Steph Curry is thinking. He's got between now and October 21st to sign a 1-year extension in 2026, 2027. To my way of thinking, feel free to disagree at 888-957-9570. If I'm Steph Curry, I want that money.
Oh, my.
I want it yesterday.
We said the 7th, you and I, months ago.
So he's been at the Olympics. He's now taken some time off from basketball altogether, according to sort people. And so
what's there to think about? Steiny, you have a phone.
My point is, if he doesn't sign an extension by October 21st, Slater's suggesting, and I would agree, that would be the first sign that Steph is holding the organization's feet to the fire. If he doesn't sign a 1-year extension in the next 2 months.
But wouldn't that be a gamble? And I love the chef. And you know I'm different than a lot of people. I still think he has a lot left. We just saw it. But Steiny, I'm asking you, and I mean, how attractive is a 38-year-old Steph Curry? Is he, you know what I mean? Now we're getting later and later in his career, and it's all chef on mine all day, every day. But why wouldn't Steph take that, like you said yesterday, and because he won't be attracted to other teams?
To me, there's only one reason why he wouldn't, and that is because he could leave earlier if he doesn't do it under a certain scenario. In other words, the reason he wouldn't take that extension is because if at the trading deadline, the Warriors are 25 and 35 and 20 and 30, he knows that the organization knows he could walk at the end of the next year. It makes perfect sense to me. It would be one way. Now, I happen to believe that if Steph Curry signed that contract today, 3 weeks from now, he could say, yeah, you know what, I still want out. And they have to deal with it.
Right.
But I agree. I can't think of it. And Warrior fans, I don't know how you feel about it.
$60+ million.
Why would Steph Curry not sign a contract for more money than he's ever made in his career when he's 38 years old? To me, it feels illogical why he wouldn't do that.
I'm totally with you, man.
The only reason I can conceive of, and maybe that's twofold. One is because he can hold the Warriors' feet to the fire a little bit. And maybe the other way, or the other reason would be, and he's also maybe given the Warriors more of a sliver of flexibility because he's only got 2 years left rather than 3, though again, I'm not convinced that 3 would be a negative if you're another team.
But he's betting on himself that at 38, Stoney, he'll still be that attractive as he is now.
Yes.
Wow. And I'm not saying he's not, but boy, we see what LeBron is at 40, so I don't know why. Oh, my gosh, man. And $60+ million? Stoney, I would have did that thing yesterday. I would have did it before the plane touched back from Paris.
Yeah. So I wonder, and I'll explain it again because it's not the easiest thing to understand, but I wonder what Warrior fans think of that. Again, why wouldn't I'm not reading anything into it. Let's just put it out there. But Slater's suggesting that if Steph Curry, that depending on what he does, whether he signs the 1-year extension or not, that it could be a signal as to what may be coming down the pike. And I kind of think he's right. I think if the offseason comes and goes and Steph Curry did not sign that 1-year extension,
he's got you on notice.
Why? Maybe because he views it as a little piece of leverage where he can tell the team, let's say at the trading deadline this year, you know what? We're 10 under 500. It's probably not going to get much better next year. Why don't you go ahead and move me? See if you can get this thing up and running after I leave. And the team that trades for me will have the 30 games after the deadline and then all of the following year. So if you're a team that acquires Steph Curry, you're going to get him for a year and 30 games. I don't know.
And he's not thirsty for cash, so as much as I keep saying it like it's me or you, Stoney, $60 million. Yeah. And those comments in Vegas, again, I'll never forget them. I think this is following that mold or that model. Show me what you got. Show me what we're working with.
Because there's a few things that can happen here, and we'll talk about it more on the other side. But I'll throw a couple scenarios at you. All of them are within the realm of possibility. And then, look, the tea leaves are the tea leaves. 888-957-9570 is the number. And download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. That segment also brought to you by Robert Half.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring.
Dude, I just busted in his office this morning. The door was closed. It was all bad. I want them to send a message.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Hey, Evan, we're looking at a good start tomorrow at the Ship.
Take it away, Steiny.
Oh, let me turn something off.
Oh, boy. Turn the radio off.
Clean up on aisle. Look at
our first one on the house, on Guru.
What happened?
Aiyuk.
Oh,
Brandon Aiyuk.
Jerry Rice. I tweeted at him yesterday.
Oh.
What'd he say?
Let him know. He didn't respond.
Yeah, what did he say?
He probably in hiding, but I let him know I wasn't happy. Yeah. You can't tweet tomorrow.
Double or nothing? Double or nothing?
Dumb or nothing. God, dog it. But it's Evan's birthday weekend, so I got you, pal.
Are you going?
I'll be getting ready for the trip. So,
are you going? That's not what I asked. Are you going?
I already told him
to
I
your
wasn't
colleague's party?
No, because it's Saturday. I leave Sunday. Red Eye Saturday night.
That's why we're doing our thing tomorrow.
Yeah, we're
at the
celebrating.
Ship.
Be ready, baby.
By the way, you're buying me one too.
Oh, wasn't
that was yesterday?
It's been a minute since Steiny splurged.
Well, on you.
used to grab that thing.
On you.
Go put it down. I got us.
It's been a minute since I've splurged on you.
Well, you pay for my parking.
All right. So 9 days ago, by the way, I'm referencing Anthony Slater, really good story in The Athletic about the Warriors and where they are with Steph Curry right now.
He didn't do the title. That shocked me. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yep.
Wow.
So 9 days ago, Steph Curry became eligible for an extension, a one-year extension in 26-27 for $63 million. All right? Now, he's been at the Olympics, and now he's apparently taken a lot of time off. And I went back and I listened to a Mike Dunleavy clip when he was asked about Steph being extension eligible. Mike Dunleavy talked about how it's important for the Warriors to get Kuminga and Moody re-signed, and they asked him about Steph. Mm-hmm. And Mike Dunleavy said, obviously, we'll talk about that too, whatever he wants, meaning whatever Steph wants. So,
makes all the sense in the world.
Anthony Slater's story centers on whether or not Curry wants an extension right now in the offseason between now and October 21st. And my question to Warrior fans is, A, why wouldn't he want an extension right now for 26-27? And then I guess my second question would be, well, what if he doesn't sign an extension in 26-27? Would there be a reason for that other than something that would make you panic? And I don't know the answer to that, but the one thing I do agree with is, depending on what happens, I do think it'll indicate something about the way he's feeling, about the way the Warriors are feeling, and about the direction of the team in the near future.
Yeah. And, you know, if I may, Steiny, I think this is leverage, and I understand it, and I don't think he'll make that decision. Like, he'll just let it go. I don't think we'll know anything by the
October 21st.
Okay. So they're not going to be 20 and 30 because that's not the deadline.
Right.
I just feel like Steiny, he is, this is like part two of, again, this is in his contract, of him saying, I have to look around and believe that you guys are doing everything for the team, but mainly my window, because I'm not going to be here forever at this level. And again, he's not thirsty for the cash, so he can prolong it. But other than that, that's the only thing on top of what he said in Vegas about things change quickly in this league. There's no other explanation.
In fairness, it's a little like Brunson, though not altogether like Brunson.
Explain that.
Brunson gave money up, but he can recoup that money.
Gotcha. And he's at a point in his career where he's younger than Curry.
Right.
Yeah.
So Steph Curry can not sign an extension this offseason and then sign a 2-year extension next offseason for more than 63 and then whatever that second year is, no doubt. But why wouldn't you take a bird in the hand? And
60 birds.
Here's the part that I think is legitimate. There's too much going on to not believe that Steph is thinking about the next year or two.
Oh no, no doubt about it. This is just natural, right? It's natural. It so happens that this is in his contract. But Steiny, what if you were Steph? Again, I know I keep going to what he said in Vegas, but that shook the world in only the Steph Curry-like way. I totally get it. You think he wants to ride out not being in, not playing meaningful basketball after what he just experienced? So I totally get him taking this to the 2-minute warning.
Is there any chance the Warriors, even though Mike Dunleavy's and a general manager is going to say what a general manager is going to say, is there any way the Warriors don't want to offer Curry that extension for 1 year?
Nah. When you just played that soundbite and I heard it from over here, Steiny, and you got me remembering it, and you called me, Goo, you didn't say you disagreed, but you're crazy if you think they're doing everything and bending over for Steph Curry. They are. He's earned it. And as crazy as this sounds, it wasn't another title last weekend, but Steiny, it was just a reminder, not that they needed it, that this dude has built what we are. He's been the maestro of this dynasty. We'll do what he says, and we'll acquiesce as simple as all outdoors.
You know, the one thing, and tell me if you agree with this, Goo, when we talk about the greatest players in the game, LeBron, let's say Durant, Giannis, Curry, Jokic, it feels like we always know what LeBron's contract situation is. Always. Maybe because he always has an opt-out.
Well, and he's moved more than Steph. Steph's been one spot, but go ahead.
I feel like Giannis, we all know he's under contract for another 2 or 3 more years.
Clarice.
I feel like throughout Curry's career, we've never really cared. I mean, we've cared, but it's never been a focal point because he's never been the kind of player like LeBron or like Giannis, who apparently got Drew Holiday traded and got Lillard in there, or even like Durant, who's tested the waters. Like it's never been that important to know Curry's contract situation because he's always been wrapped up, and he's never been the kind of player that says I want out if I'm not winning.
I feel like you're describing frisky. Like those dudes have been frisky.
Definitely.
You're right. Now I think Steph is frisky.
Maybe he is. Maybe he is. What I'm getting to is like for the last year when the Warriors were struggling, what do? Can we trade Wiggins? Can we trade Kuminga? Can we trade this? Can we do this? Can we get Paul George? Can we get Markin? And da-da-da-da. The reality of the situation is we're going to have to talk about this.
Oh, man.
We are going to have to talk about it. If, particularly, the deadline is October 21st. It's the day before the season starts.
That's amazing.
So if he doesn't sign an extension for 2026, 2027, by the start of the season, then he can't sign one till the end of the season.
That's news.
So I agree with Slater. What would it mean if he doesn't sign an extension this summer for 2026, 2027?
To me, it means, and he put the Warriors on the clock. That's all. Am I wrong, Steiny?
I don't think so.
He put them on the clock.
I don't think so.
He turned down $60+ million to put his team on the clock to get the team, back in what he deems championship contention, or Steiny, at this point, just a chance. And when you don't make the playoffs, I don't have to tell you, you don't have a chance. And that's what happened last year. That was I just hate it. Not that he would. I just hate that Steph didn't play big-time basketball and we got robbed of that. He didn't play a playoff game. Now, right. I do got to hey, we're on the radio. It's Warriors on mine all day. Steiny, I'm being real here, and you're rubbing off on me. In a crazy world, do you think Joe Lacob would look at that decision like, hey, Steph, I love you like a son, but somehow knowing I'm not or we're not tied to you for that 60 plus million in a crazy world, do I dare say it wouldn't be the end of the world for Joe? If somehow if you kind of get my drift, Stein, they're going to try.
No, I get it.
But if they didn't have, and that's what scares me about this, I could kind of see you don't want it to happen, Steiny, but you're not going to jump off the Bay Bridge.
I hear you. I absolutely hear you. And the 650, and I'm taking your word for it because I don't have the numbers in front of me. The extension he would sign next offseason would be for $130 million for 2 years. Well, that's $65 a year.
Yeah.
So, yes, he could wait, but the raise he would get by waiting isn't that significant. So,
and it's not about money at this point. It would be about if the chef feels like they can still cook.
And then the other thing becomes, what does Joe Lacob want to do?
I think he's in a position he can never tell us, unless you gave us some truth serum. And he wants Curry, Steiny. But if they saw that, man, we don't have a chance, even with them.
Right.
Man.
Right.
That's just how the mind works. I'm not,
If on October 21st, Steph hasn't signed that extension, they're going to have to tell us why.
That is why.
And I think the story they would come up with would be, Steph is the greatest team player of all time, and he's gonna wait to sign the extension so as to give us, a sliver of more wiggle room or just a hair more flexibility. But I'm not sure that it would give him more flexibility or it would make him I really do believe let me ask you this, Goo. If Steph Curry's got 2 more years left in his deal at 55 and 59, is he significantly more valuable to another team than if he's got 1 more year left in his contract at 63? I don't know.
He's so great. I want to say no, because you know what you would be getting, and you already know that you got action, and he would put you over the top. But numbers do matter, Steiny, and so does the finances. But I got to believe, I'm changing my answer. I'm saying yes. That would have to be a part of it, right?
What?
Him being more attractive if he doesn't do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess it would be how he's playing, obviously.
Yeah. And it looks like if he's betting on himself, if he goes down this road of, hey, Guru Steiny, 38 Steph is going to be just like I am at 36, baby.
Right. And who knows? He might be. There's
a lot of miles in between that when you get there, Steiny, from where he's at now to that juncture.
Yeah, I don't know. I do think it's, as the Warriors season approaches, and we're going to obviously get to some Niners and things like that, but as the Warriors season approaches, that to me is the next telltale sign.
No doubt about it.
It's the next telltale sign. And
what did Joe Lacob text you about this when we talked?
I said I'm overanalyzing it.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Right. And I think what he means is, Steiny, he says, Steiny, here's why you're overanalyzing it.
Yep.
Because we're going to offer him $63 million for that 1 year extension, and he's going to take it.
No doubt. Nothing
and
to
it
see
may
here.
happen August 15th. It may happen the 20th. It may happen
but when you talk
October.
about this much cheddar, and in the article, Slater was like, he's unplugging for basketball, getting away. But it's like, you kind of get a margarita based on after you tell the, hey, I want to exercise that. Hey, Aisha, we got another 60. Like, to not do that, Steiny, to me is like, I feel like he's thinking already. He's telling us what he's doing already.
Yeah.
Oh, no, just me.
Rembry6 on the YouTube chat. Lacob is a businessman, and trading Curry would be bad for business.
I agree.
I don't necessarily agree.
If he's still playing at a high level.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. And that's a big part of it. And I know people don't like to hear this, but let's face it, Steph has more value now probably than he'll have at the trade deadline.
Oh, no doubt about it.
To the Warriors. To the Warriors. And
I agree with that.
I'll tell you what situation I wouldn't want to get into is you start playing the season, and God forbid, oh my God, he's not the same player. Well, now what can you get for him? Not as much.
Oh, man.
If that's the case. Now, I'm not anticipating that happening, but I've also got to be realistic about his age at 36. I mean, here's the other thing.
And he's got a lifetime, what is it, $1 billion contract with Under Armour.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Something like that.
So this 60 Stoney is chump change.
I don't know if I'd say that.
I mean,
not sure if I'd say that.
Give me half a
I mean,
meal.
if somebody's going to rip me off that, I'm probably going to take it unless there are extenuating circumstances. And the last thing I want to say about Curry is, of all the players out there, I absolutely mean this, and it goes back to what I've always felt about Curry and playing with Curry. Of all the players out there, if there's a team or teams that think they need a piece to put them over the top, to me, Curry would be the guy. Whether it would be, even if it would be coming off the bench, he could be the difference between winning a title and not winning a title. And to me, the reason why is because Curry's still great, but he also can go into any situation and figure out the best way for that team to be successful and then fit whatever style of play he needs to play into it.
And how valuable is that? And
I think it's hugely valuable. I mean, think about this for a sec.
Man.
How many teams right now, if you just dropped Steph Curry onto their team, could win a title?
OKC.
Okay.
Memphis.
Okay.
Boston. They repeat. Sacramento.
Philly.
Okay, Philly.
I don't know about Sac, but whatever.
They got DeRozan.
Dallas.
Dallas
has Curry, Kyrie, and Doncic.
Oh, my God.
They're probably pretty good.
Minnesota.
Exactly.
Like I really believe that.
Exactly. And I think maybe that's what this thing kind of leads to is if you're not playing well at the trading deadline, would there be a team out there that looks and says, we get Steph Curry, we can win it?
Man.
And I think there could be 8 or 10 teams that absolutely think that and would be right in thinking that. And then at that point, you're the Warriors and you say, we can get back in business in a hurry right now.
Wow.
It's going to hurt, but we can get back in business.
Oh, man, because remember I told you that haul for Steph would be, oh, my goodness. I got to read something
right now.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah. Yeah,
John Sally.
John
Sally.
There you go. Hey, I got to read something to you because this whole offseason and the Clay departure.
Clay Thompson.
I think I omitted something. And I want to read this to you. And it goes back to what I keep harping on in his comments in Vegas. Any chance Curry is mad about what they did or how they handled Clay Thompson? So this is why the delay. I never really... I talked about it, Stoney, but we say, the Warriors do what they want to do. Any merit to that, in your opinion, about Steph being mad the way that they handled Clay? Because I think I blew past, if they wanted Clay and he wanted Clay, he would still be here. Or maybe he wanted that and Clay was the part that he couldn't control. But
tough to answer that. Tough to answer that question. Because to me, you got the big three, Steph, Clay, and Draymond. But we all know that within that big three, the rules are still different for Steph. And so on the one hand, I could see a fan or somebody saying, I'll tell you what is if Steph saw how they handled Clay, maybe he's thinking, I'm just a commodity too, and they'll do the same thing to me. I don't think he needs to worry about that because he is Steph Curry. But if he's not happy with their whole approach to the way they handled Clay,
I do wonder.
Yeah, maybe.
And Clay's on record as saying, Steph, I don't need you to vouch for me. I'm good, but I don't know. And maybe that deal vanishing for Clay maybe has Steph a little irritated that that's how that went. That the 2 for 48 went away.
Exactly. I don't know.
Well,
that I don't know.
I think as we get further down the road, we'll find out.
And here's the other thing about kind of where Curry is and where the Warriors are. This is what happens to stars as they get older. Like, they have to make a decision on, are they going to stay where they're at, or are they going to go somewhere and try to win where they think they have a better opportunity? See, the reason that this triggers me, something like, oh, this is the definition of filler radio. Steph is never getting traded. Stop wasting airtime. It's not just up to the Warriors.
And that is, hello.
It's not just up to the Warriors.
If Steph wanted to leave.
Thank you.
Let me title it.
Thank you.
And that's what this is about. That's the scary part.
All I'm saying is we're going to be able to start to read some tea leaves one way or the other. That's all.
I kind of wish that decision was sooner, October 21st. Dude, that's going into the season.
No, it's actually not.
Well,
it's stopping right before the season.
No, which means that would be the Warriors playing whoever. This Curry turn, like, you know what I mean? Like, the timing of that is just yikes. Unless there's nothing to see here, it's a nothing burger. Like my college transcripts.
No, but my point is depending on what he does, like whatever he does, it's not a nothing burger.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. But if
That's
he
what I'm
exercises
saying.
it, we're all good.
Right.
But if you get to that telecast and he somehow bypassed, oh, this getting started, Stein.
Right.
Oh,
No,
my
exactly.
gosh. With every loss.
You know what? You said it. We're just getting started.
Oh, man.
In terms of finding out how this may or may not end with Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors. No doom and gloom.
Yep.
No, why is this doom and gloom? I mean, doom and gloom would be, why isn't it done? Problem between the Warriors and Steph. They should have had this done. They don't. I'm not saying that.
Can I bring something up to you and Evan on the other side?
Oh, my gosh. Absolutely.
Feeling's a little hurt. All right.
Okay. We can do that on the other side. And we're going to do it right on 95.7, The Game.
Have you been wanting to find the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural?
We have a standard that's pretty evident that if things stay the same, that's a definition of insanity, right? Keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result. So
this is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Go
Thanks,
on
Tim.
and on.
Appreciate the intro. Oh, boy. Steph sounding down in the dumps.
60 M's on, please. Dude's probably sleeping with that medal.
But the one thing I will say is Goo can no longer,
oh, boy. I need your help, too, you and Evan.
Yeah, we'll do. Just go ahead.
No, go ahead. It
was just like your phrase, he'll never play easier basketball than with it's called playing with the Olympic team. That's easy basketball.
But what did he do? He brought
that's the easiest basketball he'll ever
to
play.
The party. Yeah, bring your own, bring your own bucket. And Steph did that. We're going to celebrate Evan tomorrow on his birthday, rightfully so, and we're family, and I think you guys know my character and who I am as a man, Evan. I still haven't forgot our talk as we went to Fremont Bank for the last summit, Evan and I. It was emotional.
Yeah. Oh, God.
So,
where are you going?
I want to fight you sometimes. Radio fight. So, Bonte, we do a BS&G reunion every day before he leaves. He packs up. And in passing today, Evan, he said he was going to Jason Dumas's wedding in Philly.
Okay.
And while you were gone, I've bonded with Dumas and we've done radio together. And I'm not the guy that when I hear Bonte talk about something he's looking forward to, me, how does it affect me? I hate people like that. But I've been thinking and holding on to it, and I fired off a text to Dumas, Donnie, I'm not mad or competing at all, but I did say, Bud, I thought we had some good talks and seen you at the Warrior game. We done kicked it a little bit in Vegas. Evan, I did say, where was my invite? Wow, dude. Is that out of bounds?
Yes.
And Bonte, I love you. And Bonte said it to us, my brother, but.
No, you didn't. You didn't send him a text.
No, I did fire it off, and he said, the invite thing was the balance, how much you got to pay for people to come was getting up there. But Evan, I couldn't sit on it right, but I needed to know where we stood, and it wasn't as tight for Dumas as it was for me. I did ask him, Evan, where was my invite? And I'm feeling some type of way about it.
What advice are you seeking? The damage is done now. What advice would you like from Evan?
One, do I sound selfish, Evan? And two, am I out of pocket for firing off the text?
I'll say this. On one hand,
I did both.
I wish I had the guts to do that because there's been some weddings of friends and I've wondered, okay, I didn't make the list, but are we still cool?
List.
However, I've never actually sent any of those messages.
Oh, man.
They have remained in the drafts for a reason.
Oh, man, Evan, I appreciate it. Poor Bonte, he was so juiced about, he was going, he didn't even know. I'm sitting there like, oh, my God, I didn't make the list. 90.
Well, last time Bonte was in Philly, he didn't have a good time.
Oh, but you know what? That's a 5. So, yeah, stay away from the ego game, but stand out for that's who I am.
I know. I know it is.
Dumas did him like Harrison Barnes did Draymond.
Man, we did some great radio, kicked it, chopped it up. He hit me in Vegas. We had a good time.
In a way, this reminds me of a lot of the sports debates Guru and I have. And it'll be like Aiyuk. He'll be like, Steiny, what's going on with Aiyuk? And I'll say, the 49ers don't want to pay him what he wants.
Don't do that one, dude. Don't do it with JD.
My question or my response would be like, okay,
read the room.
You didn't get invited to the wedding.
Oh, Evan.
You didn't make the list. That's all the information you need.
To make it, but just I wanted to get on the list, Evan. That's all.
You're not.
Man.
See, that you're not.
I'm moving on. Oh,
and
boy.
by the way, you'll never find out why, because even though Dumas actually can't stand you, he's going to tell you it was a numbers game.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Any self-respecting person would.
He did say it was on his neck.
Oh, my God.
But Stoney, was Bonte said it, I'm thinking of myself, and that's what's bothering me.
If you were one of the first 4 out and someone dropped out and now Dumas reached out and said, oh, yeah, you can come to the wedding, wouldn't that hurt?
Well, that's John Curley. He did that to us, Donnie. We
And
didn't make
I
the
didn't
cut.
Hey, you're basically an extra.
Yeah. But you made the list somehow, Evan.
I can just say I would.
I'm embarrassed, but I am who I am.
I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
I wouldn't do that.
All right. But I fired it off.
There's no need to do it. And what did you say? How did you phrase the text? Did you say why? I thought we had some good times. Okay, you thought wrong.
I put Bonte let me know he was attending your wedding. I didn't make the cut for the invite. Smile emoji. All good. And I let him know I was going to get him on air. But I feel better about it. It's who I am. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
And who you are is part of the reason you didn't get invited.
And I probably wouldn't have been able to go, but I wanted to get him make the list.
And you would have had to buy him a gift.
No problem with that.
Well.
You could always crash the wedding.
Boy, one of the greatest movies made. Yeah, but that was therapeutic letting it out. I feel better now. But I've gotten stiff for weddings.
All you did was put Jason in an extremely uncomfortable position.
And that's what I was aiming to do. No, seriously, for not making the list, Evan, that's what I was aiming. Dude, those hurt when you don't get invited and you think you got something with people.
You have nothing with them.
When it's about money in a plate.
Goo, I gotta ask this. I have to ask.
It's all good, baby.
Did you know he was getting married before Bonte said something?
I follow him on Facebook, him and his beautiful soon-to-be bride. I did know he was getting married. I didn't know when, and I think that was part of the hurt. Was like, it's soon good.
You know what's funny is
Bonte goes, I'm going. I go, whoa, to myself. That's selfish on me, and that's what I don't
No
like.
kidding.
It was about Bonte, but I made it about me, and I don't like those people. I'm serious.
Well, then
Hey,
stop
I
doing
won an
it.
award. What do I,
Stop doing it. As much as you do it, which is frequently.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
The one thing
Uncle Looney said, bring Evan as my +1 when I
The one thing I will say, and it's just been a pleasure for me, and it hasn't been the last week or 2 weeks or month. It's been the last, several years. It has been just gratifying to see that relationship between Bonte and Dumas grow. They have grown into such good friends.
that don't bother me. I love that. Brotherhood. Shout out Philly.
You know what?
I love to hear that.
Well, then maybe you shouldn't talk behind Dumas's back.
I never have. I love the guy. I didn't make the cut.
No, you didn't.
Oh, boy.
Just pretend it's 11th grade basketball.
Evan, whenever your day comes, I better make the cut. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
You'll get an invitation.
What do we got now, Stoney?
I was rocking with Goo until the wedding take.
What?
That was a tough one, Goo.
No,
it's okay.
But you understand, we had some moments.
I
didn't
understand.
make the cut.
Oh, I understand.
And Bonte, when he does his thing, hope I get invited, Steiny.
And there might be another one.
Hit, yeah.
All right.
Divorce rates are high.
Dude, we don't tough it out like the 70s. No, seriously, Steiny, you get married, you stood by, dude. You bought me McDonald's. I wanted Burger King. I wanted divorce. That's where we're at nowadays. It's sad, but good luck to the Dumases.
I think it's beautiful.
Divorce?
I think it can be very beneficial.
You don't want one with me. Quietly, longest running show at the station. Dude, just tap into that. Think about that. Come on, man. That's something.
You wouldn't have the guts.
People get fired left and right.
Divorce, Goo.
What would he'd be happier probably.
I don't need to go there. Keep in mind we work with Sarah and Vinny.
No, you're right.
They've put us to shame.
That is 27?
All right.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Shout out JD, congrats.
Who's that?
Jason Dumas.
Oh. What's coming up next on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition.
John, you like Bubacek in Chicago?
I like him. I'll give you a 3. Shout out Dolly Parton.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, crossover time. Willard in with FP Santangelo.
Yes, sir. The baseball aficionados.
How's it going?
Really good. It feels like Friday, even though it's not. Just one of those days. I had a mental adjustment that I wanted to try to make today. That's all.
Well, it always feels like a Friday when Dibs isn't here.
Well, that's true. That's true. It does.
FP duck.
Holiday.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just I think that the Bay Area sports fan right now really wants to be excited about something. And that's been really, really hard. So the NBA schedule is out, and it's sort of like sparked that for me. Brandon Pajemski's going to be on here in 40 minutes to help us celebrate that, number one. But number two, it's sort of an adjustment in the way we look at the Brandon Aiyuk situation, which has taken over training camp.
We haven't said his name up until just one time.
Well, it'll come up today, but more as a reference of what has gone wrong. And maybe it's also on us, the fans, for focusing on what we're focusing on. And because the Niners season ended the way it did last year. Like Lucas said, and I know others have said this, they're more nervous about this season than excited.
Oh, man.
Bleep that. Bleep that.
I'm excited.
You are. You did a good job with this. And you said yesterday, and let me tell you something right now. I'll tell you something right now. Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams are playing week 1, I promise you. Okay.
Positivity.
So now what do you think about the Niners season?
Which team?
The 49ers.
I'm going to go first. I still am nervous, FP, because a team that's had so much success and things go their way, which they created from 2019, and those two things are off the table just from something bad happening, not just injury. You're asking a lot to do that again and get back to that plateau. So if we were saying the same thing for the Vikings or some other city, I would still feel more nervous than confident that everything's going to happen and the ship is going to get to that plateau again.
Mo, I feel you in that regard because if everything is perfect, it's hard to get back to the Super Bowl again, right? So if you have a little distraction, but I think this team's so professional and their locker room is so tight and they have so many pros in that locker room that none of this is affecting anyone.
Do y'all believe in Super Bowl hangover?
I believe in a World Series hangover.
You do?
Yeah, 100%.
Why?
Because you spend so much physical energy. Mm-hmm. You play way into the end of October. You spend, more importantly, so much mental energy and grinding every single pitch in the playoffs, every single at-bat. You're just locked in, beyond all locked in. And then you spend all this mental energy celebrating if you win. And it's just like a deep breath.
So you mean even if you win?
Yeah, even if you win, you celebrate, and all this mental energy with the celebration, like this is the greatest thing ever, the parade. And then when you're done, and this is just as a broadcaster, not as a player, you just take this deep breath, and you're like, man, I need to recharge, because that was hard, even though it was the greatest thing we've all experienced. You just think as a Giants fan in 10, 12, and 14, as fans, that we were all grinding through every single pitch in all those games, and then the parade on Market Street, and then it was all done, and you're just like, whoa, that was fun, but I'm drained. So yeah, I firmly believe in hangovers, just because it takes so much to get there. And then when it's done, especially if you fall short like the Niners did, to go all the way back to the bottom of the mountain and to make that climb to the summit again, and to get there, it's just a weird feeling that we almost got there, and it was so hard, and all the treatment we got in the training room, and all the injuries we fought through, and all the hardships on the road, and the planes getting delayed, and this and that, and then we got to go through all that again and hope that everybody stays healthy, and we click on all the pages and to get to the Super Bowl again. Mm-hmm. That's daunting, man. That's why what the Warriors have done with all their championships and the Giants in 10, 12, and 14 is so impressive. It's just not about the championship. It's about the journey to the championship and how much physical stuff that is and how much mental stuff that is.
All that said, both the Chiefs and 49ers have at least been...
We're safe now.
...to the semifinals 4 out of the last 5 years.
Broadcasting.
Both of them. So So, I mean, you could turn it off, Lucas. Anyway, point being is, like, they are the best teams. You need to be blessed with health. Like, I don't really believe in it. That's another thing. Too many people, Super Bowl hangover, you can feel it, and the contract holdouts.
You got to go through the grind once. You'll believe in it.
But I think you got to win it to have the hangover. Because if you lose it, you didn't drink. There is no hangover. To me, that pain of losing it supersedes and gets you back. That's what you tap into, that pain of almost winning. So there is no hangover because you lost, and that pain gets you back, but the Niners have.
Most people in football refer to the Super Bowl hangover for the loser, not the winner.
No, the winner. If you're locked and loaded and you got the team again, that's fuel in your tank.
The Chiefs have won 2 in a row. No hangover.
I never understood how guys that have the contract and all the rings like the Warriors get excited to do that all again. Wow. Like, where's the motivation to do that all again?
Yeah,
that's so hard.
Go ahead,
and we got to do it all again.
I think there's something to it. Like, if you're the 49ers, it's not that you can't do it, but, I just look at Kittle and McCaffrey, and, I could see the early season being a struggle for them. Mm-hmm. Struggle, I don't know what a struggle is. But I also think there's a tendency of, after you lose, then you realize how low. You know what? We're 0-0.
Yeah.
That's what our record is. Yeah. We got to play 17 games. And I think early in a season, it does feel daunting. And then I think with a team, and then I think what can sometimes happen with a team like that is after a few games, you realize we're not playing hard enough to get back to where we were. Like, you figure out, or you realize you're not playing as hungry as you were a year ago, and then you eventually get that back, or you don't, and that's what kind of dictates your year.
You think that that's possible with this group? I have a hard time believing with the heartbreak that they've experienced. Let's just spotlight Brock Purdy's 49ers. Okay? Season and a half. You got all the way to an NFC title game. Your arm fell off. Then you got all the way to the Super Bowl. And
should have won.
And you lose in overtime. Yeah. The roster is dotted with superstars and professionals, and a coach who now has a label around his neck of playoff choker, even though that's ridiculous. And that team is going to come out and not play hard enough.
Well, I don't
see that.
I don't see that. Okay, I'll put it this way: I don't see him coming out guns a-blazing.
I don't know.
But haven't you been proven wrong since 2019 to that?
You know why
they lost the Super Bowl, came back, went to an NFC Championship game. Okay,
I'm not saying it's insurmountable.
They've proven to us they'll be ready to go. Will
you know why they will? They enjoy each other
and love the game.
They love each other and they love the game.
Okay, there we go.
So they're playing for each other. They're not just playing for contracts. They're not just playing for awards. I thought it was cool on receivers when Kittle got the 3 touchdowns. He was, what do you have, 3 catches for 3 touchdowns? Yeah, he's like, I'll take that line any day.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a little bit of like self-motivation in it. But these guys, of all the teams that I followed in a long time, they love each other. And that the joy of playing for each other, that's very uncommon in the NFL.
Organizational philosophy in the Kyle Shanahan era that is underrated, which is...
They like them.
The people they bring in.
Yes.
Like this team under Jim Harbaugh at times was a very good team, but it also had some people on there. You didn't know what was going on Friday night prior to Sunday.
Yeah.
Like you had some people now that you really could not rely on.
And we'll let you play even if you mess up.
You've noticed, like we call it like, they've got good chemistry.
This is good stuff.
The organization deserves some credit for the roster that they've put together. It is not simply who can tackle, who can run, who can throw, who can catch. They have put together people that they can rely on, and that leads to, I think, what you're talking about.
But also people that can play and that fit in their system, because guess what?
Of course.
They have a system.
George Kittle on line 1.
They have
Do you know any teams in this town who don't, FP?
They have a philosophy.
That is so boring.
They have a way of going about it. They're like, okay, Guru fits our offense big time. But
sure does.
And on top of that, he's a good guy and he works hard. We've talked to all of his old teammates. True. So we're going to sign Guru to the Niners because he fits in what we're doing here.
George Kittle on
because
line
they
1.
know what they're doing here.
I guess.
But when you're,
yeah.
When you're sending guys up and down, and you bunt
I didn't
one
get
day,
my
and you
targets or
you
blah,
bunt,
blah, blah.
You bunt one day, you don't bunt one day.
Oh,
I mean,
God.
I don't know what's going. I don't know. They're all over the place.
Yeah. Maybe
the Giants are all over the place.
Yeah,
I'm
maybe
not supposed to say the G word yet, but they're all over the place.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I guess I'll be more specific. Like, I don't believe they have any extra motivation or because when I look at this Niners team a little like the Giants in 10, 12, and 14. I feel like it's more about business when they take the field and they start a season. Like, I'm not, of course, football, you play with emotion, but I felt like those Giants teams, you're right. I don't know if it's chicken or egg, but they were professional. Everybody knew how they had to get ready. It fit into a team. And now I just think if you look at the Niners and you're like McCaffrey, Kittle, like, you don't even have to talk about it. They know it's going to be a grind.
Of course.
But they know if we got to stay professional, we got to dot our I's, we got to cross our T's, but they're more likely to do that because they're professional.
They enjoy the grind.
This is why I always fight against the phrase Super Bowl or bust. I will forever fight against it every year, no matter what, no matter how. That's just a rule, and here's why. For instance, when Kevin Durant was here on the Warriors, was there ever a good reason when the season started that they would not win the championship? No. How many times did they win the championship?
Twice.
Well, how many times did they not win the championship?
Once.
Okay. So you basically you batted .667, right, which is great, but stuff happens in a season, and in football, this is twice as true as it is in the NBA. You can be the best team. And the Niners and the Chiefs, I would argue they are. However, especially in football, you have to be blessed with really good breaks.
Yep.
Period.
With health.
I don't care if you've got
doubt
all
about
the
it.
good players.
Yep.
You have to be blessed with really good luck in order to get a Super Bowl. That's why it's so frustrating that when you get there and you should win and you don't.
No doubt.
Because you don't get these
you can't assume
opportunities.
exactly.
And so that, to me, I think we use that and we call it Super Bowl hangover. It's not a Super Bowl hangover. It's just numbers. It's a numbers game. Your chances as an NFL team of going through a season unscathed are not great. The team the Niners will play on their opener is the greatest, most recent example. They thought they were a Super Bowl contender. 3 plays later, they weren't. And the season was over. And that can happen to any team anytime.
That's nothing but honesty.
That's not a Super Bowl hangover.
Yeah.
That's football. That's football. You got a long way to go. I don't worry about them being motivated, professional, or playing hard.
Let me ask you
I
this.
don't worry about that at all.
I'm driving home listening to you guys yesterday,
Thank you.
and I hear Mooney Ward's comments on Brandon Aiyuk and his holdout. Now, FP, I've been around a few blocks. I know good people. I know bad people, and I try to surround myself with the greater good people, right?
I surround myself with bad people.
Look at you.
That's way more fun.
But what if I told you I was a bit irritated at Mooney Ward's answer about Brandon Aiyuk? And
why were you?
Because there was a lot of subliminal, we're good without him. We really ain't really missed him because the league didn't start. And I guess I just come from a temptation background or, the 4 tops of, we miss FP. I can't wait for him to get back. What happened to, I hope he gets his money. Why was the end-to-end? There was some energy of like, not he doesn't like Aiyuk. I'm not doing Skip Bayless. But for me, I didn't feel like you showed you miss your brother. Okay.
Let's let the listeners hear.
Tremendous references. Mooney Ward, 4 seasons, tops, Skip Bayless, all in the same take. That was great.
The question of Ward was, do you guys miss Brandon Aiyuk out here?
I think the season hasn't started yet, so we don't know how much we miss him yet. I think the offense is still clicking on all cylinders. You said give you my perspective on what's going on. I don't know, to be honest. I don't want to say nothing crazy, but they'll figure it out eventually, for sure. They'll figure it out.
Now, what would be crazy? What would constitute crazy? 1,
Picking
and then 2, the offense hasn't skipped a beat. 2, and then 3,
Let me offer a couple of possibilities.
I'm just throwing it out there.
I'm not Charvarius Ward, but let me offer a couple possibilities. First of all, as a player, you know damn well right now you do not go in front of a microphone and firmly take sides, because one is your employer and the other one's your teammate. So
over my head,
you're gonna ride the middle.
It's like me talking about the Giants.
Secondly, though, I do think there becomes a point where teammates get annoyed, and you're like, get into camp.
I felt like that was some of that in that.
We're here. We need you. They offered you money in New England. You wouldn't take that. They're matching Pittsburgh. You won't take it. Hey, Brandon, get here. Third thing, and this is potentially specific to Charvarius. If Brandon Aiyuk gets an extension,
his money,
Ward is very likely the first name that has to leave next year.
No doubt.
So is Charvarius going to come out? Again, I'm just spitballing. Is he going to come out and be like, they need to give Brandon his money?
He didn't do it.
Because it means I won't.
No doubt.
If he's on the Niners, I'm probably not.
Well, Steiny, he definitely didn't do that.
To me, what he means by I don't want to say anything crazy is I don't want to say, well, we can't win without Brandon Aiyuk. Right. And I don't want to say Jed York needs to get off his behind. And I don't want to say, hey, Brandon, get in here for the money that they offered you. Like that to me is what he meant by something crazy. To me, it's just
he's trying to not make the debate shows.
Oh, and he did a great job there. Okay.
Yeah.
You made the crossover.
You guys wonder why guys don't talk to the media. The guy says two things, and we're sitting here like doing an autopsy on it. Like dissecting every word he says. I always go back to how lucky we are that people can even say Super Bowl or bust. How many cities have a team
correct
that we have this excitement over the season that even if, Trent Williams has to be there, but even if Brandon Aiyuk isn't there, we as Niner fans, and Niner Nation, we have a team that can win a Super Bowl. There's 3 or 4 other cities.
And I say that. Like that's where I'm at today. This is just me. I'm not telling anybody what to do, but I want to tap back into that.
Yeah.
There's a game in 3.5 weeks, and I don't want to be annoyed right now by football. I want to be excited about it. I don't want to be nervous. I don't want to be mad. I don't want to shoulda, coulda, woulda. I want to be how you're supposed to be during the preseason with a fantasy draft this weekend and a week 1 3 weeks away. I want to be excited, and so I choose to be excited.
I didn't stress about Bosa last summer.
No.
I didn't care. I'm not stressing about Aiyuk now either. I mean, this is the business side of the game.
FP?
This is the business side of the game, man. I guess you just get desensitized to it when you've lived it.
Well,
it's the business side.
To me, you hit the nail on the head with the dissecting every week. Have you seen the one? It's going around now of Dustin Pedroia.
No. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. It was a 4-error game by the Boston Red Sox, and they lost, and it was a late night. And they're just like, so what do you do after a game like this? And he's like, well, just come out tomorrow and try to play better. Are you going to work on anything? And he's just like, you just try to get better. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then finally he goes, guys, can I go to bed? I need to go to bed.
What was he doing? A radio show?
No, it was a scrum in the clubhouse after they lost the game late.
They lost a close game.
And he was, it's like, Steph went 5 for 17. Steph, what are you gonna? I'm gonna come to the gym tomorrow. I'm gonna shoot my 500 shots like I always do, and I'm gonna trust that my results will be better. Like it isn't. What are you going to work on now?
Well, I would say as a member of the media, it's not like it's a rule. I certainly can feel, even in those locker room settings, how if I were the player, this would annoy the living hell out of me.
Yeah.
However, that goes both ways, right? You want to call it a necessary evil, whatever, like all of it. And for example, I'll bring up Draymond because I know he really triggers people on so many levels.
He would have answered that question different than Mooney.
Maybe, but I think this is one thing he does really well is like he knows that we have a job to do too. You know what I mean? Like I fight back sometimes when you get this answer from a player, not the whole you never played thing, but there's a softer one that gets used now.
I'm a human.
Which is, you either talk about it or you do it. And those who are on the battlefield, they know. And I'm like, no, we're on our own battlefield.
No doubt about it.
This is just a totally different field that we play on.
We can critique.
This isn't competitive business. This isn't hard.
Yeah.
We're not trying to make money for our families. We're not doing this well. That's not why we've risen to market 5 or whatever. Yeah. Like, no, that I reject that. But I think there needs to be, I always feel there needs to be that. If I'm going to be a member of the media, I know that what I'm asking you is probably annoying in this moment while you're frustrated after a loss. And hopefully you understand what we're doing.
No doubt.
In our business.
I did when I was on the other side of it. That's why I'm on this side of it now. And all the beat writers always come up and say, like, you were so accommodating, because I always realized they had a job to do too. And so you go out of your way to stand in your locker when you let a ball go right between your legs in a playoff game against the Yankees that was a sure double play ball, and it led to like an 8-run inning, and we had to fly to New York for game 5 because I let a ball go through my legs. Stood in my locker for an hour and a half. The players were all dressed, getting on the plane. I was still sitting there in my uniform answering questions.
What if I told you Barry Bonds, I believe, is not in the Hall of Fame because he got that lesson when it was too late, and he's on record as saying as much?
Yeah, he was surly with the media.
There's no doubt.
Because his dad was. Man. And he felt like that everybody was out to get him or get something from him.
And they were doing their job.
Well, I think baseball's also different, too, because when you got, like, beat writers are there every day. Like, you know who they are for the back, especially, 10 years ago or whatever it was. And players know the guys that they think know the game, and they know the guys that they don't think knows the game.
Or the guys that they trust and the guys or girls that they don't trust.
Now, what does that mean, trust?
Are you gonna screw me in the paper? Like, I'm gonna say something and then you're gonna discombobulate it and twist it and put it how you want, and then you come over and it looks like you're gonna do a fluff piece on me, and next thing you know, it's a rip job.
Oh man!
And people that you can trust and who you can't trust. Like, everybody trusts Susan Slusser.
I can see Stoney
You
doing
tell
that.
Susan Slusser anything.
Why was I in the business 15 years, Mel?
I'm messing with you, buddy.
And if you say, is this off the record, and some people won't.
Now that's dirty.
Or if they don't have their pad out, their notepad, you think it's off the record automatically, and you say something and it's on the record. And usually,
that would hurt me.
Usually the sign is if they have their pen and pad in their hands,
it's on the record.
It's on the record. But if they don't, and you build a relationship with them because you're with them every single day, and then they go put something you said in the paper when they didn't have their pad out.
Well, shame on all of us. Happy birthday, Dibs. You got me in trouble because I laughed at a dig you. You digged at him early. Happy birthday, Dibs. Enjoy, baby.
It's Dibs' birthday today?
Yeah.
That's why he's off.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Dibs.
Threw some material at him. I laughed. He goes, you laughed at that?
I'm gonna say something. I hope nobody takes this as sexist. Dibs is he treats his birthday like every woman I've ever known. He makes a big deal.
And the station,
most guys I know, I'm gonna take a day off on my birthday. I'm gonna be here.
He gets cakes.
I'm gonna be here, and I'm not gonna tell you that it's my birthday.
Dibbers,
his birthday, Dibbers. Happy birthday to you. He thinks it's a big deal.
We love you, buddy.
He's 50-something today. Whatever.
And Peter's when I was a beat writer,
Brandy.
There was always. I never, of all the stuff that's ever happened to me, there was never anybody that said that was off the record. Because there's
You mean
one.
after the fact?
Yes, there's one way to always figure that out and say, "Can I write that?" That's what I always would say.
Yep.
If I might be talking to you without a pad, you'd say something. I wouldn't just write it. I'd be like, "Can I write that?" Most of the time, I said no, and then I didn't write it.
I would talk to players around the cage as a broadcaster, and they would tell me things, and I'd be like, can I go with that on TV tonight? And they'd either say yes or no.
Oh, there it is.
And if they said no, it just stayed around the cage. It says, yeah, that's fine. It would make the broadcast.
Damn.
Yeah.
Same thing.
All right, it's a good way to do it. It's a good
We'll
way
be
to do it.
listening.
I mean, I think it's funny that how many times have we referenced a pen and pad? Does anybody even do that anymore?
I don't know.
iPhone.
I just sounded old.
Yeah, totally.
I still do it when I prepare for a show.
You prepare
on
for your show?
95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Tiny ends his show with how he prepares for the show, and we start ours by being unprepared. Good Lord, why is all this stuff around here? Lucas, help us out. There's too much stuff around here. We got, man. Being 95.7 the game is like being back in college with 4 roommates. Every room you go into, there's just crap sitting around everywhere. Anyway, hi, everybody.
I was a slob in college.
Well, yeah, of course you were.
Now I'm OCD and like the neatest guy ever. I clean the house every day, but there was like layers of clothes on my apartment in college. You couldn't even see the floor. Dishes like getting moldy in the sink.
Of course.
It's just probably, I mean, it was Animal House.
I don't know
It's
why.
terrible.
Thank you. I don't know why human beings are that way. Like that's the way time works. You go into, when you have teenage kids in the house, you go into their room and you're like, how does this not bother you? What on earth is, I can't even see your floor. Do you come in here and just throw stuff off the walls on purpose? Anyway, whatever. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing great. I'm ready to go today. I'm ready to yell and scream and everything.
You are?
Yeah.
See, and I'm
Look
going
out.
the opposite
Okay.
direction. I want to be excited about stuff, so I just am. That's it. I don't know how many people I have heard this from this offseason. I'm more nervous than excited. I said yesterday to you, and I think that this is true.
Man up.
I said this to you yesterday, which
Can't
is
say
that
that anymore.
if the adult up.
Adult up.
If the 49ers were a movie, their trailer sucks. It completely stinks. They need a new marketing person to repackage this training camp. It's been a bad training camp.
How many trailers have you seen for a movie that you're like, I'm seeing that, that's awesome, and
A
you get there and
lot.
it's terrible?
Well, right.
Trailers
So
can
I'm
be
not-
misleading.
They can, and I'm not saying that the trailer even matters at the end of it. Once the season starts, and that's what matters. But what I'm getting at is I'm deciding right now to put this on my own shoulders.
Yeah.
If you're letting Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams and Parag Marate and Jed York and Business and McCaffrey's calf, and if you're letting all of those things ruin your excitement for the season and the fact that the Niners are coming off a frustrating Super Bowl loss, I don't know, man, maybe that's on you. That's on you. I choose to focus on something different starting today, which is that the 49ers are still a Super Bowl favorite. They are really good. They are stacked. I have, look at my hand here, I'm making a 0. That's how much concern I have about Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams missing week 1.
Same.
0.
I don't care.
They're good. No, but I do care. But they're going.
care.
I know they're going to be there.
That's what I mean.
I know they're going to be
I
there.
haven't worried about any of this, and I feel like I'm as big a Niner fan as there is.
You are.
I don't. Whatever. Take care of business, dude. I mean, I'd love for you to be there, but I'm not worried about it because there's a lot of other weapons. I like this saying, freak out when you find out. Like, I'm not freaking out yet. I'll freak out if they're 0-4.
Well,
I wouldn't even freak out if they were 0-3.
The two things are different. They are different. Like, let me tell you, and I've been saying this every day, that like we are still nowhere near my Trent Williams worry date. And the more I thought about that, I don't even know what that date is. I guess it would be September 9th. And I have literally 0 worry that that's going to come to be.
He knows the playbook inside and out. It's all he has to do is backpedal like 3 steps with his arms in front of him to train. He's good.
Bro, they could sign him during pregame
He's
warmups.
good.
They could sign him during pregame warmups.
Backpedal, his hands out. The guy can't get by him. Brock Purdy's alive.
The Brandon one is different, and I get why it annoys people. But I think it's time to move forward and accept a couple of things, which is that both sides have been overly stubborn, petty, competitive, whatever words you want to use. And then you can choose to accept that or not. You and I said this yesterday. I don't want any more tweets from Pelissero or Garofalo or anybody. I don't want any more about like it's moving down the field. It's a positive day. It's a negative day. There are renewed efforts. Forget it. You're doing your thing. I think both of you are a little bit lame for doing it the way you're doing it, but you're doing it. And I don't think that it is going to affect the season at all.
What's weird to me is this is how the 49ers do business. And it's happened a number of times, right? With Bosa and Debo and then we freak out every time, and this is how it goes. But they were free agents.
Yes and no. Well, no, Bosa wasn't a free agent. Debo, the same thing. They were all
restructuring.
They were all heading into their 5th-year option, and so it's time to get paid. And Brandon he's going to get paid by somebody. The difference is we didn't, Bosa and Debo, there were no, like, the Niners have agreed with the Patriots on a deal they didn't do that.
Yeah.
This has been more contentious. It's been more public. I'll grant all of that. But you're not wrong.
Do you know what you go through if you get to arbitration as a baseball player?
No.
Like, so do
you mean that emotionally, or do you mean like conceptually?
They grant you arbitration, right?
Right.
And if you don't settle, you go to court.
You go to court.
And then your team has lawyers, and they lift up every rug and find out every piece of dirt on you, whether it's statistical or otherwise.
Did you ever do this?
No, I was non-tendered by the Giants. So that's why I signed with the Dodgers.
Right.
But like I've heard stories where you can either sit in court with your attorney and your agent
and listen to all that. Where they're like, well, Mark Willard hit 125 with runners in scoring position. His OPS was this. He made an error in game 3 of the NLCS that cost the Giants a championship. Word was in the clubhouse that he was not a good teammate. I mean, it gets personal. Wow.
And you sit there, and then the judge sits there and listens to all of it. The arbiter, the judge.
It's the weirdest situation.
Yeah, right? And then it's either you want 5.2, the team's offering you 4.2. You can settle out of court for 4.8, but you want your 5.2. I mean, look what happened to J.D. Davis.
J.D. Davis is exactly what I was thinking about.
Right?
Yep.
And now, is he on a team right now?
Yeah, he just got signed, I think, last week by Baltimore, maybe?
Good. Because he's a good dude.
Yeah, he got let go.
But he got caught up, and that rule's got to change where...
Totally.
So, yeah, I mean, it's ugly. The business side of sports, which I hated, is ugly. My agent would call about this, and this, and they're saying this and this. I just let me run out between the lines and get dirty and play hard, and hopefully we win. I hated all that. So I still, as a fan now, on the other side of it, and a member of the media, maybe it's PTSD, but I don't do your thing. But I care about you when you're on the field trying to win my team a game that I'm a fan of.
Yeah, I just want to, this is my suggestion to myself, if anyone wants to do it as well, just pull the lens back. We're way too zeroed in on Brandon Aiyuk. Yeah. Pull the lens back. And if you want to have a bigger conversation about the way the 49ers go about this, that I find interesting. Because you're right, this has been a few years in a row. And I do personally believe that one thing leads to the next. I do believe that the 49er brass is behaving this year like somebody broke up with them. I do believe that the 49er brass got their butts kicked by Nick Bosa, and I think they're carrying that with them. I do. And so they are very stubborn, and the 49ers don't like to lose deals. However, the 49ers have paid and paid and paid and paid and paid. They have taken care of their guys. I don't want to hear somebody say DeForest Buckner, for God's sakes. Don't be over there. Oh, about the one time. They have.
Dibs is saying it somewhere.
The 49ers have done a great job with that. They have paid over and over and over again. So, these things can both be true at the same time, which is that the 49ers have been, I don't want to use the word generous. This is adult sports here. The 49ers have done a good job of taking care of their people. And yes, they have reached an era where I think they run the risk of being a little petty with the way that they go about these kinds of situations.
So once you do get through this, Mark, they treat you like gold. Remember all the grades that NFL teams got last year? The Niners had, they were the top of they got A's and B's in almost everything. So they might be stubborn on this and they don't like to lose on the contractual part of the thing. Once you're done with it, I don't know that there's too many organizations that treat the players and their families better than the Niners from what you hear.
Agreed.
So once you're over with this, it's good. It's probably hey, it's business. Who cares?
So I revert back to something I said about a week and a half ago that I think at moments I've lost. And let's get it back. I trust the 49ers.
I do too.
Does not mean that is not they never mess up. No. I said off the top of this show and others, it is categorically a mistake that they're even in this situation.
Right.
You're potentially playing around with or shopping a star player in August. That's dumb. That's not what you meant to do. I know it's not what you meant to do because good teams don't do that.
Well, if you don't want to be here, we're going to trade you. It probably got to that point where like, dude, come on. If you don't want to be here, this is our best offer. If you don't want to be a Niner, we can find someplace else.
And wouldn't you argue that with each passing day now, and maybe this is what Charvarius Ward and George Kittle were saying yesterday, with each passing day now, it does start to move back into the ball's in Brandon's court. Like if the Niners are going to be like, look, we renewed an offer, we upped our offer, and we agreed with the Steelers, and we agreed with the Browns, and we agreed with the Patriots, and everybody's willing to give you generational money, and you're still in shorts and sneakers. That's fair also. Dude, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You've been given options when you don't even really deserve them. You're not a free agent. Okay, Brandon, pick a spot. Let's go. I think we're there.
And I don't know what happened, but maybe he came back and just, I want to be a Niner, man. Let's go. Let's get this done.
Of course he does.
I want to win a Super Bowl.
Be a crazy person to not want to stay.
Let's have a parade on Market Street. Let's go.
Yeah. But then again, okay, so do it.
Maybe the parade can start from Santa Clara and just come up, 280 the whole way.
Just like a
everybody
1 week parade.
Yeah.
Set up hotel rooms.
Line 280 and then right into by the ballpark to Market Street by the Ferry Building and up Market. Make it like a 4-hour parade.
Brandon Pajamski's going to join us in 5 minutes.
Let's go. I'm fired up for this. I'm going to be fanboy over here.
First question to Pods is going to be like, which Warrior rookie has to take your gig next year? And what I mean by that is Pods has been on this show like 6 times.
Has he really?
In the last 7 months. He's clearly like, he's the pup. So they're like, you got to do the media, bud. You don't hear Draymond's not coming on. Steph's not coming on. Pods is coming on.
I think he's just a good dude.
He is.
Yeah.
We love having him on. And the Warriors are number 2 in the NBA in terms of nationally televised games. The schedule is out. The Lakers have 39. The Warriors are right behind them at 36.
Do you think they got like a quick 5 extra national games when Steph hit that 4th 3-pointer in the Olympics? They're just like, call the networks. We need 5 more games for the Warriors.
No.
That was sick.
I think that
they already decided.
I think that LeBron and Steph have driven ratings in this league for over a decade, and nothing's changing no matter how old they get. As long as they're here, they're the dudes.
Yeah.
Don't you think? I mean, that's what this Olympics said to me. 39 and 36, and they ran the show.
And they can still play at a very high level.
Won the gold.
Haven't really fallen off at all.
Celtics and Knicks come in right after the Lakers and Warriors with 34 each.
Did he look more jacked for the Olympics to you? LeBron looked like an extra jacked.
He always looks more jacked.
No, but he looked a little more like he got stung by some bees.
You check that stuff out, don't you?
I do.
You look at I do. You look at stuff.
I'm Mr. Skeptical with my sports.
All right. So we got an NBA schedule and we got an NBA player. There's your 1-2 punch. And yes, we will also be asking Pods about what the hell was this offseason like? I mean, your name was thrown around all over the place as the linchpin to Lauri Markkanen or who knows what, which had to be another welcome to the NBA type of a moment for him. So we'll get into all of that with Pods in just moments. FP is in for Dibs again. It's Willard and Dibs.
High five. Up top.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
You don't need to play recorded Pajemski. We're about to get live Pajemski. Did you just say that you got all kinds of questions for Pajemski?
Can't wait.
Then let's not wait.
Let's go.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line is none other than Pods or BP or whatever you want to call him. He doesn't mind any of them, as he tells us. It's Brandon Pajemski, who is in Milwaukee, fresh off a trip to a Dodger Brewer game, and a little less fresh off of a trip to Europe, right? How was Paris, Brandon?
Paris was a blast. I had a great time with me and my friends.
We were able to do quite a lot. I've been to Paris once before with Santa Clara when I was there for our Europe trip during the summer, so I got to see it one time without the Olympics, and then seeing it with the Olympics was really fun, getting to see the basketball, what it's like, FIBA style. Seeing beach volleyball from the Eiffel Tower was really fun. So just a lot of things that we had, planned to do and we got to do, and it's very different from America.
It's very different from Milwaukee, Brandon. But like I was telling Mark before we came on, being in the National League all those years and as a broadcaster, like Milwaukee in the summer is one of my favorite stops. And I saw the picture with you and Brian Anderson, and BA and I are tight, so you probably know him for hoops. I know him from baseball. But I mean, talk about Milwaukee in the summer. I love the ballpark. I love the runs on the lake. We don't stay at the Pfister anymore, the haunted hotel. We stay somewhere else.
Yeah.
But dude, like Milwaukee in the summertime, I don't think it gets better. It's one of the sneaky sleeper towns on the tour.
No, I definitely agree. Obviously I've lived in Milwaukee my whole life, so being here for this summer especially, I haven't been able to spend a summer here really since my senior year of high school. So got to enjoy State Fair, which is in the beginning of August when I got back. Obviously Summerfest is here. There's a bunch of things to do around the city, and the weather's always really nice, 70 to 80 degrees, and a lot of people go on the Lake Michigan. So there's a bunch of stuff to do here. And people just, don't really think about it because we have Chicago right by us and stuff like that. So we kind of get underlooked in that aspect, but it's a beautiful city.
I think I might have left out the nicest people ever, too. Did I leave that out?
You left that out.
Literally,
and
we
it's
were
so
the
true.
nicest people on the planet
It's so true.
in Wisconsin. Absolutely.
Okay, Brandon agrees. Although I'll say this, Brandon, Dodgers 5, Brewers 2 on Monday night. You didn't boo hard enough.
Nah, so one of my good friends actually, Gavin Lux, is a starting second baseman for the Dodgers. He's originally from Wisconsin as well. So every time the Dodgers play up in the Bay against San Francisco or Oakland, I try to go and support him. And obviously he was just in town, coincidentally, when I was in town. So just kind of growing up, I'm obviously way younger than he is. But just knowing him through organization of baseball, playing with him, it's cool to see. And even last summer, I went to Dodger Stadium during the summer and caught a game and got one of his jerseys. So we're trying to align it where he can come to one of my games when we play in LA or something like that. But yeah, he's a good friend. So for me, watching the Brewers and Dodgers, it didn't really matter in that instance who won.
Oh man, see that just threw me for a little bit of a loop there. And Brandon, I'm glad that you're clearly now comfortable in your skin as a Bay Area athlete to be on Bay Area radio and say nice things about the Dodgers. That takes some guts.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily about the Dodgers. I think it's just Gavin. Gavin's doing his thing, and it's super cool to see another guy from Wisconsin make it to professional sport.
Fair enough. You hate all the other Dodgers, and I won't let you answer that. I'm just going to go with that. Brandon Pajemski is joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibs, and FP is in for Dibs. So, Brandon, have you done what the rest of us have done? Have you gone over the entire NBA schedule and played like the win-loss game and come up with a final record for the Warriors yet?
I've went over the schedule a couple of times. Haven't played the win-loss game. I feel like that'll kind of just work itself out, but I am kind of pleased that we do get a lot of, I think there's a couple of stretches there where we have 5 or 6 game homestands, so it'll be nice to get accustomed to home for a little bit, and then we have some longer road trips, and I kind of really prefer that instead of the playing 2 at home, then go play 3, and then come back and play 2. I'd rather just kind of have them all at once so I can, when I come home, I can unpack my bags, and when I'm on the road, I can, enjoy myself as well. So I like the schedule. Back in Milwaukee on February 10th, so I'm excited for. Obviously, that's one of my favorite games during the year, so I'm looking forward to that. And then also the in-season tournament. I think we, by far, have the hardest pool out of any group, so I'm excited to play, Clay and those guys, and just looking forward to it, honestly, just seeing what the second year is going to look like. I'm excited. I know I've gotten better. I can feel it, and just really excited to get out there.
How have you gotten better?
I think I was talking to Anthony Slater last night about it, and I didn't have this feeling of getting better as much as I did this year since or this offseason, I should say, since my junior to senior year of high school. And during that time, I really noticed a jump in my game. I could feel it. I could see it. And I haven't really felt that since until this offseason.
Wow.
And I think people would ask me about the Illinois to Santa Clara. I think that was more so an opportunity than anything. But from a skill development standpoint, I feel like this offseason has been, up there with the one my junior to senior of high school. So for me, I'm feeling really good. Took out the floaters, took out the hook shots, kind of putting in more mid-range stuff, more threes off the dribble, more threes off the catch. So just adding different things, and then defensively being able to, take on that challenge, being out there with Steph every night, taking that challenge head on.
Well, you talk about being with Steph. That's a good segue. I was trying to figure out how to ask you this question. What were you doing? Were you at the gold medal game, and what were you doing when you hit that 4 3-pointer?
I actually was not at the gold medal game. I was there for a couple of the games before that. So I got to, talk with him, Steve, Khalid Robinson, one of our coaches, and Clint Carlson were also over there. So I got to talk with them just about it. And it was at the time when Steph was, struggling and not making as much. So we were just kind of talking about it and what his thoughts were. And, he told me and my friends, it was actually crazy that he's going to, go off the next 2 games. And that was against Serbia and France. And he told us, and, he did it. So for me, I was actually at home watching the game. And, I thought it was pretty crazy to watch. It was super surreal. You see it all the time when you're playing with them, but on that stage, when you're expected to win, the whole country, the whole world's watching that. It's pretty special to do.
Were you like the rest of us, screaming and yelling? I mean, you practice with them every day. You've seen this a million times. You've seen it with the Warriors, but like on that stage, were you like the rest of us, just like, oh, going nuts when you saw it, or you're just like, that's Steph?
No, I just was like, he's different. He's different. He's different than anybody that, most of us have ever been around. I think he's, in there for the greatest of all time in that conversation. And, I'm blessed to be his teammate.
Brandon Pajemski with us here on 95.7 The Game. All right, Brandon, I'm going to take one of the phrases out of the answer. We know that this is part of the game and you have to deal with it. But let us in a little bit. What did this feel like this offseason to have your name be such a central piece to all of the rumors? And I mean this both in a good and bad way. I have to imagine, right? Like, your name is in trade rumors, but you're also hearing your team, at least reportedly, say, no, he's off the table. We like him too much. What was this experience like for you?
Well, I think in one aspect it was different. This is my first year going through something like this. So to have your name kind of rumored in something that you necessarily can't control is definitely different. Something that, as a college kid, as a high school kid, you don't have to worry about because there is no trades. So that was definitely different. But at the same time, it was a good feeling to know that, you're wanted across the league. Teams see your value. And at the same time, you see how much value Golden State I have there. So it was good to be a part of that, go through it. But I think Mike and I think Joe did a great job during that process of just being transparent with me and my agent of kind of what was it looking like, what was it going to happen. And, basically at 2 different points in time, they told me I wasn't going to go anywhere. So I felt that as an extra confidence booster that they see a bright future for me as I do myself. And, Joe during Summer League said he thinks we have an all-star, and, I agree with him 100%, and that's something that I strive for and, plan to do in the coming years.
Yeah, I want people to hear this from you because you've said it to us already in the past that, like, your goal is all-star. Your goal is face of the Warriors. Why? Like, what's going on there? Why is that your vision, or why? Like, you know what I mean? What is the importance of that to you?
Yeah, I think, it's the game I love. And for me, being blessed to be in a situation I am, why not try to maximize out your potential? And, why cut yourself short and just be like, you know what, I'm cool with being, a backup point guard. I'm cool with being a role player. I'm cool making my, 5 to 10 million a year. Why settle short for that? And, I think, in one aspect it was different. This is my first year going through something like this. So to have your name kind of rumored in something that you necessarily can't control is definitely different. So I feel like I have, so much potential that I can use and show on the court that, I want to do those things. And, people can say, oh, he's too cocky, he's too arrogant, but I'm never going to sell myself short, and I'm going to try to keep going until I can't. So I think for me, just kind of always being raised to take that next step and be an alpha male, that's just kind of how I was brought up. And for me, like I told you guys before, the all-star thing is something that I think is real. Maybe not a lot of other people think that, but I think it's something that I could do, and, I'm going to keep going for it.
So you mean to tell us that your goals are even higher than Mark Stein's all-NBA lefty team? Is that what you're telling us?
I guess. I just actually seen that today, that I made the all-lefty team, which is pretty cool. We had talked about it during the finals, actually, so it was pretty cool to make that.
Brandon Pajemski is with us. Brandon, I'd also love to hear your thoughts with regard to maybe how this Olympic experience for Steph Curry kind of changed the way outsiders, I'm sure it doesn't change anything for you, but outsiders, I think there's this renewed thought of like, wait a minute, Steph's not old yet. Steph can still be an NBA one. Did you feel that? And what's your perspective on it?
Yeah, I mean, for me, in any situation, basketball related, I will never, count Steph, LeBron, or Kevin Durant out. It's just something that, they've been doing for so long that you never feel like they're getting old. And, I saw the other day, like LeBron will be 43. I think Steph will be almost 40, and KD will be almost 40 the next Olympics. And, for me, I would assume they're going to play if they can. And I never would count none of those three guys out. But for me, people are going to say things just based on how our season went last year and how we didn't make the playoffs and all those kind of things. But when it comes to Steph, I mean, he's one of a kind. And like I said, I'll never count him out of anything when there's a chance to win. So
you talk about setting goals, Brandon, and I used to set individual goals, but then I'd also set team goals. Do you have team goals set for this year? And if you do, can you share them with us?
Yeah, obviously everybody's goal is to win a championship. So that's obviously number one on the bucket list above any individual goal. I think, seeing what that's like to be in the in-season tournament, semifinals and finals, that's another goal of ours to win our pool. We want to be a top 6 team. I think it's super crucial that we get into a 7-game series because, like Steve and everyone else has said, I feel like it's hard to beat a Steph Curry leaded team 4 times out of 7 games. And I think last year, if we were able to get in that situation where we were handed a 7-game series, I think, the results would have been different. So I think just being a top 6 seed after the regular season's over is something that we have our eye on as well, and then kind of just go from there. But yeah, just extending our season. Honestly, for me, being done since I think April 17th, whatever it was, to now, I mean, it's felt like an eternity. And so, I don't want that feeling of having to sit at home and watch other teams play. I'd rather be the last, 1 or 2 teams playing. So just goals like that. And, as a competitor, you want to win everything you can. So anything that comes our way, I know me especially, I'll be ready for it.
If we're going to talk goals, to what level is it a goal for you to be on that Olympic team at some point?
Oh, I mean, that's the number one goal for sure. Obviously, like I mentioned about the All-Star thing, not a lot of people expect it, which is okay because, at that point I'll be in year 5. About to hit my prime. So it's something that I can do. And I watched from the Olympic Games, there's a place for guys like the Derek Whites, the Drew Holidays. There's a place for that on a team like that, given so much talent. And I think, although I think it myself can be ultra talented, I think in that situation, kind of like what Devin Booker did, he played a role for the team to win. And I think for me, I can do somewhat similar. And I know there's a place for that on every team. You look at Derek White and Drew Holiday, those aren't necessarily the top 12 basketball players talent-wise in the United States. I mean, everybody would agree on that. But because they can fill a role and know how to play with other stars around them, they're able to do it. And I think for me, that's kind of somewhat similar to what I look like for the 28 Olympics.
Pods, as an old guy that's retired now and that's limping around every single day, I get worried when you take so many charges. Like all these goals that you have, are we still gonna take tons of charges this year? Because I'm worried about the toll on your body over the long haul when you keep letting these big guys run over you to take the charges.
Yeah, I think it's just something that I've had in my game since I started in 8th grade. I think it helps the team win, and for me, that's what I'm really all about. And I've kind of mastered how to fall after getting contact, so I think that has helped me kind of help my body a little bit. But I don't think it'll go away anytime soon unless I can, just miraculously be a great guard shot blocker like Gary or something like that. I think that'll be a staple of my game.
Brandon Pajemski on 95.7 The Game. Hey, before you run, a quick thought on the Lakers at Chase on Christmas Day. I mean, do you do the same thing we do when the schedule comes out? The first thing your eyes do is go straight to Christmas Day.
Correct. I think for me, it goes Christmas Day, then it goes when I play in Milwaukee. I think those are my two that I look at right away. But I think this is 12 years in a row now being at Christmas. I mean, you can thank the majority of that to Steph and Clay and Draymond. But yeah, it's an honor. It's only 5 games in that day, and being selected as one of those 10 teams is a blessing. And then now being able to play in my second Christmas Day, one on the road last year at Denver and now at home, just kind of seeing what that's like. And I'm super excited to be a part of that.
All right, Pods. Great stuff, man. We really appreciate you hanging out with us for a little bit, and congrats on all the success. And I know everyone's excited that you're still a Dub.
Yes, thanks, guys. I appreciate you for having me.
All right, there he is. Brandon Pajemski right here on 95.7 The Game. See? Good dude, right?
Yeah, great.
Dude.
I love the way he plays.
Yep.
We had Steve on this past season, and he's a basketball player. And Steve agreed. Like, there's a baseball player, a guy that knows how to play.
It's kind of like you were talking about Chapman yesterday.
He's a gym rat.
Yep.
Like, he takes charges, which always scares me. But he does. He falls. I see how he falls. He's got the stuntman fall where he's not going to get hurt. But, like, over the long haul, the hit by pitches on your legs, they pile up.
Yep.
The charges you take pile up. All the hard hits in football pile up. And I think he's got so many great skills. His best skill to me, I mean, he's a great shooter. He's a great rebounder. He's got a knack for the rebound. He plays defense, which is refreshing. But he's a basketball player. Like, he's just a all-around guy that's going to find a way to win and find a way to beat you. And that's how he got in the starting lineup. Not because he's busting threes. And he got in the starting lineup last year because he played his ass off. And I think that's why Warrior fans like him so much. You got all the skills, and he's got skills too. I don't want to diminish that part, but he's just a complete player. He's a basketball player. It's going to find a way to help you win a game.
Yeah, Steve Kerr kept saying, with all the lineup stuff and hand wringing that everybody was doing last year, he's like, I couldn't get him out.
Yeah.
Like, I wanted to get him out. Not that I wanted to get him out, but you know what I mean? Like, I wanted Moses Moody to get more minutes, or I wanted this guy to get more minutes, but he fits into so many different spots, so many different lineups. A little bit of a Swiss Army knife type of feel. And I think that kind of goes to what you're saying and what I think that's relevant for this offseason conversation of Lauri Markkanen or Paul George or whatever. I don't know what Brandon Pajemski's ceiling is. I love that he thinks there is no ceiling. That's awesome. He wants to be, told us that last time, he wants to be the face of the Warriors when Steph isn't anymore. That's a really cool goal. The Olympic team. He wants to be a champion. He wants to, make the max contracts, all those things. That's a great goal. I don't know if that's his ceiling or not. Maybe it is. But if it isn't, you can rest assured that Brandon Pajemski is going to be a 100% helpful asset to your basketball team no matter what. And I think that's why with a young player, you really hesitate to trade a guy. Because you're like, no matter what, if it blows the roof off or if it only goes a little bit away up the stairs, this person's going to be a really good thing for our basketball team for as long as he's here. I think you can already say that.
Yeah. But what you just said about Steve Kerr couldn't get him out of the lineup, we talked a lot for 4 hours about getting your chance and having it and taking advantage of opportunity, no matter if it's a part-time player getting one at-bat, whether it's a part-time player getting late minutes in a game, whether it's a part-time player or Mr. Irrelevant, getting a shot and then taking advantage of it and having the confidence, the cockiness, the arrogance, the knowledge that you can play at this level, and then making it hard for the coach or the manager to take you out of the lineup. I mean, that's what taking advantage of opportunity is. I know he's a first-round pick, and I understand that. But when he got his chances last year, it was like, oh, this kid's all over the place. He's diving for loose balls. He's getting rebounds. This guy can play. I didn't know anything about him. Oh, look at him bury that three-pointer. And then all of a sudden, Steve's like, this guy's helping us win games. And then now he's a fixture. He's established himself as a guy that can help you win games. And there's other guys on other teams that we've talked about that have had those opportunities and haven't done what Brandon Pajemski's done.
No doubt. And I think what you're talking about is not only an important thing, it's a really underrated part of sports debate and conversation. We spend a lot of time coming down the road of coaches. Certainly we have in this town the last 2-3 years, coming down the road of coaches for quote unquote not giving guys an opportunity. Whether it's the Giants for sending somebody down too early, whether it's it's dying group, but there's still some people out there to be like, we still don't know what Trey Lance can do. Like, we really never got an opportunity.
Turn the page.
Okay. And then to a lesser degree, there have been moments of that with the Kumingas and the Moody's of the world. And I'm not saying that the coach is right every single time. Certainly not with rotations. Steve has been on this show and like day after game and been like, messed that one up last night. That one's on me. So nobody's right all the time. But it's fascinating to me how many times people who are out in the real world earning their keep watch sports and don't think it works that way there. Like, dude, I don't care where you were drafted. I don't care how good you look in a uniform. If you're awesome, the coach isn't going to be able to take you out.
Right.
But if you're not awesome, the coach knows. They're with you every day for hours watching stuff that matters for the game that we don't see. And then we're like, Kerr's an idiot. No, he's not.
No, he's not.
We are. We are. Period. Kuminga had I'll do it till I die. The series in Sacramento. He's standing there watching people get rebounds in front of him. And people are like, you won't give him a chance. Right. Because he didn't make the most of some of his early opportunities. And then when he finally got one this year, he did. And so that's great. That's what you're looking. Same thing with Aiyuk 3 years ago. Oh, why is he in Kyle's doghouse? For a reason. For a reason. That's why he's in the doghouse. And then he worked his way out. And that's awesome.
There's so many things that we don't see as fans that go on behind the scenes.
Of course.
Little things and big things. Is he on the training table every day? Is he hurt all the time? Does he have something different every day? What time does he get to the locker room? What time does he get to the clubhouse? Is he the first guy on the bus? Is he the last guy on the bus? Is he a guy that's in the back of the plane talking smack about this, this, and this? Is he a whiner? Is he a complainer? Is he positive every day? Is he always there early? Is he never hurt? He doesn't even want to see a trainer. Is he all about the team? Is he asking the right questions? What kind of attitude does this guy have? How does he carry himself as a professional behind the scenes? We just see from 7 o'clock on every night,
right,
or on Sunday at 1 o'clock every Sunday. We don't see what happens behind the scenes. And that has a lot to do with who plays and who doesn't, who gets chances and who doesn't.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromise. That's FP, of course, in for Dibs. Coming up next, has the preseason buildup for the 49ers in some way been ruined for you? And are you more nervous or more excited for the start of this season based on what's happened? Let's take some calls on that. 888-957-9570. David Lombardi in 2 hours. This is Willard and Dibs.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. And luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help with rates.
Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy. See? I want to have fun. Stop all this stress.
I'm having fun.
No, you're
these
fine.
headphones suck. I got to get other headphones.
You're fine. Oh, you need to get some different headphones? You're fine. You're fine. You're not doing anything wrong. But this whole idea, and I bought into it a little bit, and I'm buying out. I'm selling my shares of this Niner camp is concerning. It's a Super Bowl hangover and the vibes are off. Well, I don't know. Like, are they in charge of vibes? I guess so. Then again, they're just people with helmets practicing football.
People with helmets are people too.
You know? I've
always said.
So, like, yeah. And then I hear this everywhere. I really do. And Lucas, the director of sports at 95.7 The Game for Odyssey San Francisco.
What'd he say?
He's one of these people now. He's one of these people.
What people?
I'm more nervous than excited. Grandy, you're one of these people too, aren't you?
Yeah, but for me, it's less to do with the preseason and more to do just with the expectation and that they keep falling short.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a Grandy thing. I'm fired up. I'm ready.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're fake. You can tell. You can hear it.
Dude, if you're nervous as a sports fan, dude.
Well, no. That's
if you're not, you don't care enough.
Yeah,
that's what I say.
Hold on, FP.
Like, nervous?
No, I get it. It's not nervous like nervous as if you're going into a job interview. Nothing.
I'm so nervous.
Nothing cratering can happen. But there's two things I think going on here. Number one, people don't want to get their hearts broken again, and especially. These two schmucks over here we're talking to are so young, they don't even know that the Niners have won a Super Bowl before.
Yeah, they've never experienced it.
So if you're coming at Niner football from that angsty place, like the way my Giants fandom was, until I was 25 plus 35 years old, when they finally broke through, that's an angsty place. It's not fun.
No, I get it. But
yeah.
My son stormed out of where we were watching the Super Bowl without saying goodbye. I still think he's walking around San Francisco somewhere. I haven't found him yet.
Yeah. Grandy was on the air.
He's like, Dad, you've seen the Niners win a championship. You've seen them win 3 Super Bowls. I've never seen it.
It's his way of saying you're old.
Yeah.
You're old.
Like he literally
stormed
out.
Yeah. Yes.
His wife was there.
I love the young people.
His wife was there. Like, where'd FB? He got mad and left.
I've noticed.
Like, well, okay.
This is a different experience right now for people. I guess, what would it be? So how old would you have to be? What's the line? What's the age line?
I don't know. Do the math. Well, when's the last Super Bowl victory?
But how old do you have to be at that time to be considered someone who, quote unquote, experienced it?
I don't know.
Do you have to be 12?
7, 8, 9, 10?
Yes, you know at 7 or 8 or 9, but do you really care? Do you really care? Maybe. You know what I mean? The 49ers won their first Super Bowl on my 7th birthday. And I remember it, and I cared. I might have cared a little bit more that it was my 7th birthday, but I cared.
I was
into it.
I grew up maize and blue. My mom went to University of Michigan. My dad was a Bo Schembechler fan back in the day.
Okay.
In the Michigan-Ohio State game as a kid, when I was 6, 7, if they lost, I cried.
Yeah.
If Michigan was a big Saturday for our family.
But kids
I still remember that meant something to me.
Yeah.
If we beat Ohio State.
All right, so that means let's call it essentially around 1985.
Okay.
If you have not been born by 1985, I think Niner football right now is a different experience for you than those of us who were born by 1985. It's a different experience, and it's a little stressful. It's emotional. Let's put it that way.
I feel bad for people that haven't seen Joe Montana play. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, if you missed the Niners of the 80s, that stinks. Yeah, because it was incredible.
He's one of those athletes like Steph where you just laugh when you see him do something. We hit Jerry Rice between the 8 and the 0, and you're just, You said, when there's nothing else, Steph hits that 3, just like,
Yeah.
Like when it gets to a point where guys are so damn good that it's all you can do is kind of chuckle to yourself when they do what you Seen them do a million times.
Well, Steph, I think, leads that pack.
Barry Bonds hitting a ball in the corner.
Barry Bonds, but Steph is so much more feel good than Barry that like I don't know that will ever be matched. That pure like, what on earth are we watching?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Are you human?
Yes.
What is the matter with you?
That 4-3 pointer.
Like Steph is right. In fact, Homer take alert, but I think it's true. He may be that guy even out of this market. I think the Olympics went maybe a little ways with regard to that. I mean, certainly the French announcers that we talked about yesterday, they certainly feel it.
They were like, off with his head.
It doesn't mean he's the best player ever, but he is the most like confusing in a wonderful way. I don't understand how, it doesn't make any sense. LeBron walks into a room and you're like, oh, I bet you're good at sports. Steph makes no sense at all. None.
You know the coolest thing about Steph is he's just a humble rock star.
Yep.
I mean, I got stories, but he's as advertised.
Yep. He's the best.
He is just so cool.
He's the best and he'll never be matched.
I mean, is it his parents? It is his genetics? Like, how do you stay that cool, that humble when you're one of the best athletes ever? And you meet him and he's got that Dusty Baker thing where like, he acts like he's known you for years and you feel like he's known you for years and you just met him. Like incredible stuff.
It's
like, I'm the biggest fan ever just because I like my athletes. I like my athletes cocky between the lines and humble off the court or off the field.
He is
when he does the shimmy and then the Home Alone and the night and all that stuff. I love everything about this guy.
Cocky has got to be the word in the English language that got the worst rap. That I don't think, because cocky is only it's only one revolution past confidence. And in my mind, confidence is what makes the world go round.
It does.
If you don't have that, your life goes one way, and if you do, it goes the other. And I'm not saying that pointing at people just have it, because you can't fake it.
No,
you can't stand over a golf ball and just be like, be confident. Okay, I am. No, it doesn't work that way. So I understand it. I've watched it. I've been it. We all have. We have good days, bad days, good years, bad years. But cocky is only, and in a sports sense, it's only a revolution or two past confidence. And I think cocky's got a negative connotation, and in sports, it absolutely should not. And I think it's imperative. You can't do what they do without confidence and cockiness.
Can't be fragile either. If you have it, it can't just go away because you have one bad day. It's like an inner belief in yourself that you can get the job done no matter what. Under real-time bad experiences, things are going south. Your plan is blown up for the day, no matter what it is, but you're like, I got this. People are telling you you're not good enough, and you're like, I got this. I'll show you. When I do motivational speeches, I always say there's two kinds of people in life. There's people that when they tell you you can't do something, they say, okay, you're right. And there's people that say,
yep,
F you, here I go.
Brandon Pajemski.
Fuel in my tank. I'm going to prove you wrong.
I'm going to be the face of the Warriors. I'm not going to bet against him. It might be.
I sat in Bob Milano's office when I was playing baseball at Cal, and Jeff Kent came in and was playing. I was 19 years old. And I said, hey, do you see me playing baseball here? And do you see me playing past the University of California, Berkeley? And he said, no. He goes, use your scholarship for one of the best educations in the world. And I said, thank you for your honesty. You can have my scholarship. I don't want to play here. I don't want to be a part of this. I transferred back to Sacramento City College, went to Miami, got drafted. The best revenge I ever had was he was in my mind all the time. I'm going to prove him wrong. I'm going to show him wrong. I'm going to hit my tee till midnight. My buddies are going out right now. I'm swinging left-handed. I'm swinging right-handed. My hands are bleeding. I don't care. I'm going to keep going. Got to Miami. I'm going to get drafted. I'm going to make it to the big leagues. The best revenge I ever got. And it's nothing against Bob Milano. His evaluation of me was
just
probably
being honest. Yeah.
Probably correct, and I thank him for his honesty. But I was playing for the Giants and doing really well, and he was on the field one day. And he came up to me and gave me a hug. And he said, I messed up. I'm like, no, you didn't. I was 18 years old. I didn't know what, but the best revenge ever is I had a big league uniform on and I was playing really well.
Yeah.
So like I was the guy, and I've always been that guy, whether it's radio, whether it's TV, whether it's baseball, whether it's riding my scooter to work, that I'm going to be the best I can possibly be. And I'm going to have confidence in my ability. And there's nobody that can tell me different, especially at this point in my life. Like if you don't like me, great. I don't care. If you don't think I'm good, I don't care. If I see bad comments on the YouTube line, I don't care.
Oh, you can't get
if I see bad tweets about something that I said, I don't care. I'm to the point now where I've done so much and accomplished so much that I didn't think I could or didn't realize I could, but always thought I could and achieved it, that I can't get rattled. And I think it's cool when we see athletes like Steph that just know they're good and know they're the best and go out there and perform every day on that highest level when everybody's expecting you to on the biggest stages. And they just have that inner confidence. It's not like you're a jerk, but you just know. Like deep down, you know.
When he walked out onto the field, you should have been like, "Oh, how'd you get here?" That should have been. Now I know.
I've never told that story publicly, by the way. I've told it a lot at a bar over a beer.
No, the reason I say that is actually your story is very, very relatable. I did what he did to you. I did to one of my best friends. And I've told this story briefly on the air before, so apologies if you've heard it before. But Aaron Oberholzer, one of my closest friends, right? He made the PGA Tour. He actually got to be about number 20 in the world at one point before injuries ended it. Now he works for the Golf Channel, and he's got 2 boys, and everything is just grand in his life. And so I'm so happy for him. But when we were snot-nosed high school kids, somehow that conversation came up about his future. He was the number 1 player in our high school, and he had goals to be on the PGA Tour, which, of course, as like 16-year-old kids, I'm like, that's laughable, dude. You're not going to make the PGA Tour. Like, that's stupid. Like, and he got in my face one time at lunch. He goes, "You don't think I can make it?" And I go, "No, I don't think you can make the PGA Tour." And he stormed off down the hallway. And later in life, we had a little bit of a parting for a year or so, like where things were getting a little bit whatever between us. And then I got into media, and so I had a credential. And he's playing at Riviera in LA, and he's not happy with me. But I'm like, I'm gonna go make this right, you know? And so I just walked out onto the range where fans cannot go, but I had a credential. So I just walked out there, and he turned around and looked at me and goes, "Oh, that's cool that you can get out here." Yep. And I
still have that chip on the shoulder.
I sat there watching him pound balls at the range, and he calls his caddy over. "Hey," his name was Stacy. "Stacy, come here. I got a story for you. See this guy right here? This guy, I remember back in high school, I told him I wanted to be the PGA Tour, and he told me, 'You're never going to make it.' And I did the same thing your Cal coach did. I looked at him and I said, 'I'm so glad that you proved me wrong.' And I bet my face was on all those balls that you've been hitting for all these years. And I'm so proud of you that you're out here at Riviera, and I hope you go break par tomorrow." We're good. We're still as close as can be today.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
But see, that
so you gotta use that
you
stuff.
Motivated him.
You got to use that stuff. Exactly. He owes his career to me. You're welcome, Aaron. Cheers.
I mean, we're enough with story time, but I have a million of them like that. So yeah,
I bet you do.
But getting back to the point, like even watching some of the Giants players, some of those guys have it, some of them don't.
Speaking of which, they have won today.
Okay,
6-0. We could talk this out a little bit.
Well, it's final pitch with FP.
That's right. You're here. We might as well talk about it. The Giants have won 6-0. Logan Webb, who has totally reestablished himself as that dude in this rotation. I know Blake Snell, what he's doing, but Logan's got it back on track. 7 2/3 shutout innings today. 6-0 is the victory. Giants hit some home runs. They actually hit the ball over the fence today. One of them was by the brand new guy, Grant McCray. So that's a really cool moment for him. 1 out of 4 against Atlanta. Back to 500. And now a day off as they get ready for the last Bay Bridge series ever. Good enough for you? They got 1 out of 4.
You're only as good as your last game, man.
Well,
I'm not going to sit here and go like back 3 games that they could have won. They won today 6-0. Logan Webb went into the 7th inning or more for the 14th time this year, which leads all of baseball. and he's proven to be a horse. They would have been 5.5 back of the last wild card slot if they lost today. I thought today was a must win. Like, we don't like that term, but today 3.5 back, 5.5 back is a big difference.
Well, today was a definite must. Yesterday might have been also. I mean, I do think that I thought a split was probably necessary. Yes, it's not over. The season's not over. They're 500. But I come out of this series still pretty frustrated.
Yeah,
pretty frustrated.
And I my optimism has been rattled. Let's just put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
My optimism, because this team's so infuriating. Like, they're 2 days, they won 3 in a row, and they're a half a game out of the wild card. You're thinking, okay, here we go, giddy up. This is the run we've been, and then boop, 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 and they don't do the little things right. And now they're back to 4.5, and now they're 3.5 today. The A's are swinging. I watched the Mets game today. They do all the little things. They had runners on second and third, nobody out. I don't know half the A's. Some dude hits a 14 hopper to second base, gets the run in, the guy gets the third with 1 out. Next guy hits a sac fly, both runs score. Like, that's how it's supposed to happen. The A's won 7-6 today against the Mets. They were down 6-2. They came back, scored 5 unanswered, and they won the game. So this weekend, Saturday, Sunday dealio at the last dive bar for the last time is not, I mean, that the A's are playing. It's not who you play.
Definitely not a given.
It's when you play them. So,
I mean, they're gonna get a Snell game, so that's good. They're gonna get a Snell game. What is it? Birdsong and Snell this weekend? Is that who they get?
I'm not sure.
I think that's who they get.
I should know, but I don't.
No, that's
unless
fine.
I'm doing the games, I don't get locked in like that.
The last 2 were Robbie Ray and Kyle Harrison, and today was Logan. So I'm gonna go with this is Birdsong and Snell coming up this weekend.
I can look on my MLB app right now.
No, I think that's what's coming.
All right.
Yeah.
Good job by you knowing that.
This is I'm with you. It's incredibly frustrating to watch this team because it's just constant fits and starts. And yes, I know the A's are no given this weekend, but it's only 2 games. I mean, even if you split it, whatever, and then you get some games against the White Sox, and then it's going to get really, really hard.
Yeah.
And I think that those who watch a lot of baseball are all seeing the exact same thing, which is an identity that seems to change every Monday. So I wonder when they play the White Sox, what will their identity be then? Are you about pitching and defense? Are you about athleticism? Are you about power? Who are you? It's a question that has been maddeningly asked now for years. Who are you? And they still don't seem to really know. They still don't seem to know.
I'm around the team every day, and I don't know.
There you go. Then that's a wrap. That's a wrap.
I mean, I think the desire to win there, the will to win there, the work ethic to win, when you talk to the coaches, it just there's something missing. And I've been around baseball a long time. I've dedicated my life to the sport, whether talking about it or playing it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just something that one day you're like, okay, that's it. They did everything right today. They made the plays. He struck out 12. And then you're like, okay, this team can do this. And then next day you're like, what are they doing? And I don't know if there's no continuity because guys are up and guys are down and guys here and guys, we traded a slugger that was locked in because Luciano was going to get at bats. Then you're in a pennant race and there's a sense of urgency. And if he has a couple of bad games, he's got to go sit down because you got to go with who's going to play well at this point. And then you get Encarnacion in here and he has a couple of good at-bats. Luciano's on the bench. It's not time to learn. It's nut cutting time. It's the end of the season. We're trying to be that third wild card spot. If the last 10 days of the season, this team gets hot, who knows? Because that's how this thing goes. You win 9 out of 10 and you get in and you're the hottest team and you've played 10 games that were like playoffs. You can run the table. As the worst team in the tournament, of course you can run the table. But are we developing? Are we sending guys? I'm confused at times. I think, and if I'm confused,
are they developing?
If I'm confused, I'm sure there's guys in the clubhouse that are confused, and I'm sure there's young players that are confused, and then that's where it gets sometimes for me a little weird. Like, Is this a home run hitting team? Is this a pitching and defense team? Is this an athletic team? Is this a stolen base team? Is this not a stolen base team? They're not stealing, now they're stealing. What are they? Is one of my big question marks.
Well,
and I'm rooting for them. I hope they can pull it off. I don't want anybody to get fired. I don't want anybody to lose their jobs. I want the Giants to be successful. That's what I always used to say when the Jimmy G versus Trey Lance convo. I don't care who the Niner quarterback is, as long as they win.
Be good, yes.
Be good and win.
I said the same thing.
I don't care who's playing for the Giants. I just want them to be good and win. I don't care who the manager is. I just want them to be good and win. I don't care who the president of baseball operations is. I just want them to be good and win, so that we could all just go down there and they're having fun and we're having fun.
Well, you asked a question in there that I think is the word right now as we look around at the landscape of sports in our city here. Okay, are they developing? No. Like, to a laughable extent, they are not. Like, and compare it to the other two teams in this town.
There's pressure to win, and when there's pressure to win, it's hard to develop.
But there's pressure to win with the Warriors and 49ers.
And they're developing?
The 49ers are pulling, like, they've got dudes who are making $100 million coming out of the 3rd and the 5th and the 7th round. They've got Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw and George Kittle and Brock Purdy. Are they developing? Yes. Brandon Pajemski was just on this show an hour ago. Are they developing? Yes. The Giants. Good God, what the hell are you doing? You're prized 2 young players who are here this year, neither of whom were supposed to be here. In fact, you tried 4 other people at shortstop before you got to Tyler Fitzgerald out of necessity and had no plans to leave him there until he started homering every day. And then you're like, oh, maybe we should stick with this. And I still, by the way, I agree with your point. I still don't love him as the future shortstop. I love him as the future second baseman. He's not perfect defensively over at shortstop. He's still young. Maybe he will be. But if you told me that's our second baseman from opening day next year, I'm in. I love that. Elliot Ramos, probably not a center fielder, but this has been a really fun year. And he's probably your left fielder to start the year next year. So that's great. But neither of these people are the people that you left here last year thinking you were grooming. You told us when you left here last year, Marco Luciano's our opening day shortstop. Turns out he's got a cement mixer on his hand when he got here and doesn't know how to play baseball. And you spent no time realizing that while he was in the minor leagues for 5 years. Who are you developing? I mean, Patrick Bailey, okay. How about Kyle Harrison? I'm not down on him, but this has not been everything you hoped it would be this year. He's supposed to be a star. Doesn't look like a star right now. It's early. But development to me is the number one word right now with this organization. Does not look like it's happening at all.
It's a pretty good rant.
I rambled there. I'd love to hear you react to that.
No, we got to go to break.
No, but we can react to that.
I'll react to it. But I'm just listening to you. That was good.
The show's not over.
That was A+.
Thank you.
The passion.
We're sponsored by Meineke Car Care Center.
He didn't even yell.
888-957-957. There's nothing to yell about. Maybe there will be later. I don't know. We might get Aiyuk breaking news any minute.
Oh, I promised that today, didn't I?
Did you? Oh, you did.
I did promise that.
But you said by the start of the show.
Oh, well.
You already lost.
I already lost. We locked that down.
Yeah, we got another show tomorrow, so you can try it again if you want.
I'm like a weatherman. I'm right like 3 out of 10 times.
888-957-9570 and David Lombardi in 90 minutes. FP's in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop for total car care. With over 50 years of experience and financing options.
Out of here! Schmidt with his 5th of the year and a line drive.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What is your favorite or the best play on words using your last name that you've heard?
That ball got Schmidt on.
On 95.7 The Game.
Grandy, I was actually going to ask you before you played that because I knew you'd give the right answer. What happened on that highlight that you just played? And I know that you would have jumped in and you would have said what Casey just said, but it sounds like Casey beat you to it. So,
yeah, I was prepared.
That ball did get Schmidt on, and
be careful. That was close.
And McRae, Schmidt on one as well. In fact, were they back to back?
He hit it so hard his dad ran through the fence to catch it.
McRae hammers one deep into right center field. It is out of here. And this crowd is standing. How about that?
Well, that just gave me chills.
I'll tell you this. From the files of things in sports that never get old, Dwayne Kuiper's home run call. It just never gets old.
Never.
Ever.
It's the best.
It is the best. And there's little idiosyncrasies to it that tell you, I think, things about the home run and the situation. Like the inflection he uses that sort of is like either this one, because, by the way, McRae's was out over Triple's alley. Like it was a long one. And obviously, he's in his second day in the big leagues. This is his first big league home run. His dad is freaking out in the stands. And as the ball goes deeper, you know, some home runs are different than others. Some of them, you're up 8-2, and it's the 9th inning, and you make it 9-2. And it's not going to get a full, like, it is out of here. But, like, I just love the little things that he does that sort of say something about the situation. And this was a good one. It's a good one.
You know, when I was back in Washington, I used to call Dwayne all the time for advice. He's probably getting sick of it. Like, you know, I called him on the first no-hitter I was doing. I said, what do I do? He's like, don't be the reason that the other team gets a hit. But he's giving me, you know, be careful what you say, right? Yeah. And he gave me tons of advice, and I basically copied their format in DC. Like, I used all their lines. It was like if you watch the broadcast and you watch a Giants broadcast, you're like, this guy's just copying these guys.
FP's out in Washington, like, bring a glove, get a ball.
Yeah, I did. I did all that. You wear a glove to the game. I mean, I literally, like, because they're my heroes and they're my idols.
Squat.
But with his home run call, the reason he says it is drawn out is he told me it leaves himself an out.
Right.
If it hits the wall.
Because
it is off the wall.
You don't want to John Sterling this thing.
Caught.
Right.
It is out of here.
It is gone.
So
but caught.
It leaves him an out. And then having to try play-by-play.
But caught.
It's the best. It's never not going to be the best. Anyway,
What did I do wrong?
Well, a couple things.
But
anyway.
my partner in DC, Bob Carpenter, had a great home run call. It was like, see you later, with inflection, like, see you later. And when we first started, he would do it too soon. Like, he would say, see you, and then he'd be off the wall.
Right.
And you can't say see you off the wall.
You go into the glove.
So I pulled him aside one day. I was on the plane or something. I said, why don't you wait till the ball is like 5 rows deep and then say, see you later? You don't have to be right on top of it.
Right.
And because that's your call. Maybe the guy's halfway around first and halfway to second, and you're like, deep drive, and then you pause and you see it. And then you go. So then he just started letting it hit the stands and then saying see you later. And then he could really jump on it, and there wasn't any like wobbliness toward the end. And that's a very, like, if you talk to people on the East Coast, they love his home run call.
Yeah. I mean, the way to play it is always just assume it's going to be off the wall, and then you can be a little surprised if it goes over the fence. Kind of like, it's like driving. You know what I mean? Don't assume that the car in front of you is not going to brake. Don't be right on their bumper, because, like, what do you get for that? You may end up in an accident.
Yeah.
But if you leave a little too much space, okay, that's fine.
Well, I learned that the hard way.
Yeah.
Trying play-by-play last year on the radio. I'm like, so glad I'm not doing that anymore. It was really hard.
Well, I mean,
it was really hard.
You got thrown into it.
It was a great opportunity that I really didn't take advantage of.
You Luciano'd that thing.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry.
It was hard.
I don't want to come down on the kid.
And that makes it 2-1.
Yeah. What's the score?
Numbers are hard. Words and numbers are so hard.
One of the teams has some runs and the other one has less.
The Giants are winning.
It's all good.
I probably should have done it that way. Just like Harry Carey style.
Oh, yeah.
And not tried to be so announcery. Just like let it rip.
Announcery is actually a bad word in the industry. Nobody. We're looking for somebody who's really announcery.
You know what was cool the other night? Like JT and I were sitting in an auxiliary booth next to Kuip and Krug just talking baseball. And I was like, what if we just turned on our phone one day and did like a Manning cast and just talked baseball?
Do it.
Because the game's on TV. And if you're at home on your Instagram or whatever, I don't know if it's legal or not, but like the stuff we were throwing back and forth about situations and what was going on real time during the game, and what we thought should happen and what you're looking for as a hitter. And if you're hitting right now, what are you sitting on? It was kind of cool.
It may be that someday. Like, it may be that someday. I don't know if traditional play-by-play and color analyst, I don't know if it's going to be like that 20, 30, 40 years from now.
I don't think it will be.
You know what I mean?
I don't think it will be, as much as I owe everything in my post-playing days to Dwayne and Mike, because they're the reasons I got into it. They're the reasons that I pursued it, because I was like, I want to be like those guys. Those guys are the best. They don't crush players. They're positive. They're good at what they do. They make you laugh. Like that's what I wanted to do.
Well, their beauty is they don't crush players, but when they do, they don't use words that are crushing the players. You're just like, I can hear you. You're mad.
Or when they don't
you won't say it, but I can hear you, Dwayne. You're mad.
Or when you don't hear them, when they don't say anything, and you're just like, oh, they're so pissed right now.
Dave will give you a little. He'll give you a little nod. I'm mad. he'll tell you a little bit.
I mean, not that I critique these guys, because they're I get
this as a good thing.
I get to work with my heroes every day. Like, how cool is that?
Yeah, and
then I think Dave's at a place now where he's doing so much ESPN stuff, and he's so established, and he's so on a national basis looked upon as like one of the best in the business.
Yep.
And he's built up so much credibility and so much resume that he's just like stream of conscious, and he's just saying whatever he wants.
Totally.
And I love it.
And here, watch this transition, is the biggest problem with Giants baseball. For the I don't know how many years in a row, once again, the most popular Giants are the broadcasters. Whoops.
They have been for a while, though. Even with Buster Posey, they were top 5.
I don't mind
you
that.
You go like Buster,
I
Mad
don't mind
Bum,
that, because, the Giants.
Brian Wilson, and then Kuip and Krug.
Right. They've got the best crew. So that you're not going to avoid their popularity. But like you would hope, if you're going to be a good baseball team, that somebody would be have a little bit more standing within the organization than their broadcasters. You would hope. But they don't. They don't. And so, like, this is great that they won today. That's great. That was an absolutely necessary performance. And Logan Webb, I will continue to have his back at all times, no matter what, and forever. Total forever Giant, because that dude is such a gamer. He's
old school.
Exactly. He's taken a leadership role. He gets better in big moments. When he was struggling a little bit a few weeks back, I didn't like some of the things that I heard people, are you supposed to be an ace? It's like, dude, you don't shut him out every time. But Logan, when it really matters, is there. He's accountable all the time, sometimes to a fault. He takes on a leadership role, and he's fantastic in a day and age where you're supposed to be able to throw 98 to put up the numbers that he does. And he doesn't do that. He just makes you hit ground balls constantly. And by the way, that pitch count, without striking people out constantly, is what allows him to go into the 8th and 9th inning of ball games more than anybody else in the bigs. I could not be a bigger fan of Logan Webb. And so that is phenomenal what he went out there and did today.
I got a question for you, and maybe even for our Twitter poll.
Okay.
Would you rather see the Giants crash and burn here and not make the playoffs and there be some changes made? Or would you rather them get on a heater, get into the playoffs, and go deep into October?
I would never root against the Giants making the playoffs.
Same.
Period.
I think there's a huge part of the fan base that wants this to keep going south so the changes are made.
Can I answer your question?
I would say maybe 50-50, maybe more than 50%. Do you think that's too presumptuous on my part.
Can I answer your question with a question?
Yeah.
And all you guys can jump in on this.
Yeah.
Granny and Lucas, this would be fun.
I think it's a good question to ask. A lot of my friends are hoping when the Giants lose, so changes are made.
I don't know that changes will be. That's the other reason. The secondary reason is I don't know that changes are going to be made, even if they don't make the playoffs. I have preached that they could, but I don't know that at all. And I have been very clear. I do not trust the ownership of this baseball team. So I know that Farhan is the one out front taking all of the punches. But it is very possible, if not probable, that Farhan is simply doing what he is told to do. And if you tell me one more day, if any of you believed that the Giants traded Jorge Soler because they wanted to create more at-bats for Marco Luciano, with all humility and apology, you do not understand what you're watching. Jorge Soler was traded because it saved a truckload of money, period, conversation over. That's it. That's the only reason he was traded, and that's not good. That is not what you want your baseball team doing when they're supposedly in a playoff chase. Now, I'm not even saying that it wasn't smart because he was not performing and therefore he's easier to let go. But these narratives that they're throwing, we want the young guys, but no, you don't. No, you don't. 3 weeks ago, it was imperative. You were disappointed in the team. You're a $200+ million payroll. You're paying a tax, and it was imperative that you make the playoffs. And then 2 weeks later, you're like, we need to create some avenues for River Cats. Stop it. No, you're livid at the way they've performed. You're mad at the players, and you decided this team wasn't good enough to add resources to. So you cut your resources. That's it. That's why Luciano got sent down after 21 at-bats. So there's a huge trust issue here. And this is the question I wanted to ask you guys. So I took the ferry to work today, mainly because Christy and I were going to a comedy show after the show tonight. So we only wanted one car in the city. So I took the ferry. And it didn't dawn on me until I got to the ferry. I'm like, oh, right, Giants day game. Place is absolutely mobbed.
Oh, that's why you got here last second.
Mobbed. No, that's not why I got here last second. Right. I did that because the good friend and I were talking for too long to each other across the street. But anyway, so 11:20 ferry in Larkspur. I mean, oh my God, there's the Giants ferry. And then I didn't even realize this. There's the regular ferry, which after it goes to the ferry building, goes to the Giants game. So you got 2 ferry boats, truck full of Giants fans, gear everywhere. Got Lincecum jerseys, Mad Bum jerseys everywhere. And I joked, I sent Christy a text. I go, what do you think would happen if I walked onto this ferry right now and just yelled, Farhan rules?
It would have capsized?
What do you think would have happened? These are all people who are still paying for tickets. They're going. They're on their way to the game to see the 60-61 San Francisco Giants try to avoid a 4-game sweep at home on a Thursday afternoon. What do you think would have happened if I had yelled, Farhan rules?
Have you seen Mutiny on the Bounty?
I've not.
All right.
Do tell.
Anyways, I don't think it would have gone over really well. How about that? You may have hit an iceberg.
Grandy, what do you think would have happened if I had done that?
If I was on the boat?
Yeah.
I would have looked at you with a really strange look on my face and turned around and walked away.
Well, that's just what you do in the big city. When somebody says something crazy, you just got to go the other side of the street. I get that. But I was interested. The reason I was interested, I'm like, because I'm in a group of people. You're all still in. You're going to the game on a Thursday. I mean, I could have gone in there and yelled, do any of you have jobs? I could have done that.
You know what's nice about the Giants? They do the game times. They get the schedule, they do the game times. They gave the Braves a getaway day game, and they're only going to L.A. Most teams would give a night game to the team if they were just flying to L.A.
Really?
Yeah. It's not a given that you give somebody a getaway day game. The Nationals gave the Giants a 4 o'clock start on that 12 o'clock start. They changed it to, and everyone's like, "What? Why are we a 4 o'clock start on a getaway day? We got to fly across the country."
Well, they only changed it because the rain was coming.
So you get the schedule, and then the team puts the game times in. Then you got to send it back to the league, and the league's got to approve of it. But I thought, that's a team you're competing with in the wild card. I know you don't know that in the offseason
Should've
when you
made
get
it
the
a
schedule.
midnight game.
Yeah, it should have been a 7:15 start. Get to LA at 2 in the morning. But
All right,
anyway,
so
sorry.
The Giants are nice. I think we'd like them to be something other than nice. I think we'd like them to have, again, as I've been preaching all year, a bigger number on the left side than on the right side.
That's good.
That's my rule, and they've been breaking it for the majority of the year.
I'm kind of disappointed in you right now.
Why?
That you didn't do that on the boat.
Yeah.
When you said, well, what if I did? Like, if you had any kind of, you know what, you would have done it. You would have just stood up on the boat and say, everybody, I'm Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game, and I love Farhad.
Yeah, maybe they would have started booing before I would have said it if I told them who I was.
Stop it.
Come on.
Stop it. You're beloved in the Bay Area.
Xfinity Mobile text line.
You're going to be a legend when you're doing this and you're 87.
let me tell you about all the.
I remember in 2024, I told you.
I remember the Kyle Shanahan era where they used to.
You're all positive now, and you're just going to be a bitter old man on the air like 20 years from now.
Amazing.
Just going to be like, wait, this guy used to be positive. He used to be a homer. Now he hates everybody.
Kids, let me tell you about
Kristen's
Steph
going to be
Curry
texting
again.
you during the show going, get him, Mark. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, gosh. 650. If I was on the boat, I'd have thrown you off. Yeah. If I was on the boat.
With a life... A life preserver?
No,
or
they're not waiting. They're not
life
throwing
jacket?
They're not throwing a tube to
Throw
you.
the donut thingy at you?
That's, I guess, what I'm wondering. Like, there's still people out there buying tickets and going to baseball games. And sure, it's a beautiful Thursday afternoon, and summer's about to be over. School's about to start. There's a lot of kids on the ferry, so a lot of these are just families taking their kids to the yard.
Which is great.
Yeah. I don't think anybody's necessarily grinding on the standings on that boat.
29,319 today. 29319.
That's pretty good for a Thursday at 12:45. That's pretty good. Again, still summer.
I would like to hear from Giants fans that are listening right now, my question. Are you rooting for the team to do poorly so there's changes? Or are you rooting for them to get hot and get in the playoffs? I think I would. I'm not going to say.
Well, I got both answers on the text line right now. 408, always playoffs. Very next one, 530, yes, lose, so changes are made. Siri's
talking to
calm
me.
Down.
My phone's on silent, and Siri's like listening.
What does she say? Hey, Siri, do you want changes made?
She said, sorry, I can't do that.
Okay.
You suck,
Yeah,
Siri.
she's right.
Siri sucks.
I didn't know Siri's last name was Johnson. No, sorry. Now I hit my... That was you.
I don't know.
That was you.
Hey, Siri.
That's my answer.
I never ask Siri anything because it's never right.
No, I don't.
It's the worst feature on the iPhone.
She often doesn't say anything back to me. She gives me the silent treatment.
Or she sends you to some website that's not even close to anything you said. Tighten it up, Apple.
Yeah.
Let's go. Are they a sponsor? Sorry.
No, my phone is now. We've messed I'm so sorry. We've just messed with everybody's phones who's listening to us.
Yeah, in the car right now. Hey, Siri. Mark Willard.
Well, the stupid thing is stop saying that because we're turning ourselves off. She's going to come on the Bluetooth and they won't be able to hear us anymore. So anyway, how would you answer it, Grandy? Lucas, what would you guys say?
Well, I think the way FP originally phrased it was you're rooting for them to struggle so that changes are made, or a deep postseason run. And if you could guarantee me a deep postseason run, of course I'm taking it. But if you're asking me if I think that if I think that they have a deep postseason run in them, my answer is undoubtedly no. So as a result, yes, I would not mind if they struggle and that forces their hand, changes this offseason.
Okay, but what if we took out of it what they do when they get to the playoffs? Just make the playoffs. Or would you root for them right now to make the playoffs? Or are you rooting for them to struggle so that, by the way, changes that are not guaranteed?
No, we're playing hypotheticals.
But there has to be a third hypothetical, which is that they struggle and don't make changes. It's happened 2 years in a row already.
Which is a similar conversation to the sweep of the Colorado Rockies just before the trade deadline, which maybe changed their mind and convinced them not to sell, potentially.
Lucas?
My answer is get me into the dance.
Yeah.
I just want a shot. That's all I've ever wanted with this team.
And they'll be playing well if they do get into the dance.
Of course. I always root for fun.
Thank you.
Who's not rooting for fun?
Yeah. I'm just saying what I've heard. Word around town
is
a lot of fans that I know.
That's a normal thing when you struggle.
I mean, come on, seriously?
Yeah, but in 2024, like, I don't know how many years ago you and I, nobody talked about tanking in sports. That wasn't a thing, at least not openly. Now, as of 2 years ago, Mark Cuban's on the radio being like, yeah, man, once you lose a few games, just lose them all. And I won't mention names, but I've had a Bay Area sports exec, and I mean exec, with one of the teams talk about, once you're out of it, lose them all. Lose them all. Get a draft pick. That's a real thing. And so I think that we're just more tapped into it now. And so that's all. Whenever your team struggles, whether it's to make changes or just to get a good draft pick, people start going, should we root against them? I just don't have it in me. I don't have it in me to turn on a television and watch 49ers, Giants, or Warriors, or go to one of their games and pull in the opposite direction. It's just not in my DNA.
It's not my DNA either. Was it the Oakland Ballers executive that told you that?
No.
They're going to just tank every game over there
I'll
with
tell you
their
later,
organization that's in chaos right now.
I'll tell you later who it was and what pick they got and who they picked.
Oh, I want to talk about that.
Because he's still playing.
We got to talk about the new the rule that they're thinking about doing.
We can do that coming up in a little bit.
Let's tease it.
The idea,
tease it.
But the idea, yes. All right, fine. I'll tease it.
Tease it, damn it, Mark.
Coming up in about 6 minutes, the idea that is so harebrained, but apparently possible, that'll change baseball to something you've never seen before. All right, there.
That was good. You got me so excited.
But let's do this. 888-957-9570. Your choices are the Giants roll and they make the playoffs, or they struggle and that leads to change. Which are you rooting for right now? We can do that. 888-957-9570. We'll take some calls on that. We see some of you coming in already. We'll start with you right away. So, but yeah, come on. Come on. This thing's not over yet. Feels like it is, though. I mean, I'll admit my tweet last night when that grand slam went into the water. I wrote, and just like that, Niners season is here. That's how I felt in that moment. And I still kind of do.
And sometimes maybe walk away from the Twitter.
No. It's not, that's how I feel in that moment. That's how I feel in that moment. And today's win has only put a little bit of brown sugar on top of that opinion. It remains.
I've never been more bipolar about a team in my life.
Yeah, because they're bipolar.
I just one day, I've said this a number of times, so I'm just all over the place like they are. I'll be in my friend circle and be like, they can do this. You guys are being negative. Yeah. And then 2 days later, I'll call my son. I'm like, this is over, man. They got no shot. And then 2 days later, I'll be like, hey, I don't know. Blake Snell had another no-hitter going in the seventh. That's what I'm talking about. So I feel like that's the opinion of most Giants fans. They're just we're all we need a couch and a psychiatrist at this point.
I do not put it past them to still do something, but I highly doubt it. That's how I would describe what I feel about the remainder of this season.
The psychological effect if they got swept by the Braves today would have been, I think, just as damaging as being 5.5 back at the last wild card slot.
Bomel said it was a must win.
Did he?
Yeah, after the game. He didn't say it before. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. FP's in for dibs. You rooting for or against the Giants right now? You rooting for playoffs or change? What's more important to you? We'll take some calls on that next on 95.7 The Game. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs. Enjoy these amazing deals at Safe.
Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Damn it, Farhan.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, but FP's in for Dibs. Although today is Dibs' birthday, happy birthday to Dan Dibley. You should tweet him or DM him repeatedly. He would love that. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? Our next guest will be David Lombardi in 1 hour, The Athletic, all over the 49ers. And we'll get back to that, but we're sitting here in the wake of the Giants' 6-0 victory, which a birdie tells me Logan Webb did 7 2/3 shutout innings while not feeling well. So add another brick on the wall of awesomeness for Logan Webb as far as I'm concerned. But the Giants win. They're back to 500. That's not good enough. But yes, says Bomel, it was a must-win.
It really was kind of a must-win for us. So those are the guys you want on the mound, those type of games, and he came as advertised.
All right, so they get that win, but I don't know how you couldn't walk away from this homestand, all told, pretty frustrated with where the Giants sit. 3-4 on the homestand. The extra innings losses, the Luciano demotion, the lack of identity, the Robbie Ray start last night. What on God's green earth was that? What the hell was that?
Snowball fight.
I mean, five runs on one hit?
He looked like he was trying too hard. Like he was just like going to throw $1 million and it wasn't coming out, wasn't going where he wanted it. You can't put free runners on against a team like the Braves. So he hit 2 guys and then walked 2 guys and then one went in the water. And then that was it.
That was the end
That's
of
all
the game.
she wrote.
Yeah. So
I like Robbie Ray. I don't think he's scared. I just think the last thing to come back when you have that Tommy John surgery is command.
Well, he's had 2. How many starts has he had?
We talked
Probably 5?
Yeah, we talked about fearless. He's fearless.
The first one looked exactly like that. He did the same thing in the first inning in L.A.
Yeah.
But then he threw like 4 more no-hit innings. That was a weird game.
Yeah, I want him to stick around.
I think that he will.
Even though he wasn't great last night. Anything far from it.
He's not going to opt out and get more than $25 million.
No, I'm a fan.
And by the way, correct me if I'm wrong, Grandy, will you check on this? If Robbie opts in, he's opting in for 2 more. Is that accurate?
I'm pretty sure. Let me check for you.
Yeah, he's opting in for 2 more years if he opts in. He's got a player opt this year, but then if he takes it, that's 2 more seasons as a Giant.
All right.
After this one.
I'm okay with that.
So am I. Remember, we got a very small sample. But yeah, Robbie Ray's that's a big boy. Won a Cy Young.
You want to know something about him that you can't unsee it once I tell you this, and it was told to me by somebody that I shall remain nameless?
I'm contractually obligated to say yes.
Look at his left arm. It's way bigger than his right arm. It's huge, dude. It's like Popeye over here.
Wait a minute. Do you mean like strength-wise or like it's longer?
Size. It's like guns ablaze in his left arm, and then his right arm is smaller. And it's very noticeable.
Why did he do that? How does he lift weights?
Because
one-handed?
Tommy John, you're rehabbing.
Understood.
Your arm, your throwing arm. So you're probably working that more than your right arm, and it's just like huge. He's jacked.
He's got a little wet noodle on the other side.
I can't see it. I'm not going to divulge my source here.
I never noticed it.
Yeah, it's big. His left arm is huge.
Well, usually when we see him, if you look at the camera from behind the mound, he doesn't stand totally straight with his wind up, so all you see is the left arm.
It's pretty common with Tommy John guys when they come back, but not. I mean, this is whoa.
It's like out of control.
It's jacked. He's like 20-inch bicep over here and like 16 on the other side.
I'm gonna look at pictures now. Anyway, let's go to the phones. And again, the question: are you rooting right now for the Giants to go on a run and make the playoffs, or are you rooting for them to struggle that would potentially lead to change? Bunch of texts on the Xfinity mobile text line. 650, make the playoffs. You play to win the game. 925, I can't root against, but I've also lost interest completely. A change would change that for sure. 510, even if we lose, there might be no changes, so go Giants always. 650, lifelong Giants fan, but sadly, I wouldn't mind watching them lose the rest of the season if it expedites Farhan's exit. You're getting a lot of answers on both sides. Ron in Pleasant Hill. Hi, Ron. You're on with Willard and FP. What's up?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Good. So I would say if they made the playoffs, I would say yay. I wouldn't say yahoo. I'd say yay.
Yay.
All right? Because it's 3/4 of the season have gone by, and they've barely hit 500. And so if they make the playoffs, what are they going to do? They're not going to do anything. I would say yes to both. I would say yes to the playoffs and yes to changes.
Can I understand that? But can I share a very brief story with you? You sound like you've been a Giants fan for a long time, yes?
I saw Willie Mays play.
Okay, so that's a long time. I'm sure you remember the Giants series against the Cincinnati Reds in, that was the 2012 season, right?
The Buster Posey home run?
Yes, the Grand Slam.
Yeah.
2012. And I had a conversation with my dad. The Giants are down 0-2 in Cincinnati. And I said, you know what? What a great season. They made the playoffs. All I ever wanted as a Giants fan was to see them win the World Series. And, Dad, they just did it 2 years ago. It's not like they were going to come out and win the World Series again. 2 times in 3 years. Ludicrous thought. Bravo. You tried. You made the playoffs. Good for you. Too bad it didn't work out this time. And you know what happened next. So, like, when you say what would happen if they make the playoffs, my answer is you don't know.
You don't know.
And I'd argue this year more than in other years, you legitimately could say, dude, if somebody's going to huck Webb, Snell, and Ray at you in the playoffs, if I were one of the big boys in the National League, that would terrify me. Don't you? Come on, Ron. You see that, don't you?
Okay, so I have a question for you now.
Sure.
You brought that all up?
Yeah.
Name me 3 offensive players that you really think would do really well in the playoffs.
None. None.
And when you look back on that 2012 team, how many offensive players would you say?
I'm like 1.5.
They had.
Like, be honest now. I know they had some hitters, but at the same time, we called them torture because they didn't score runs.
That was 2010.
Hey, this is math now. This is real. This is a fact. This is not an opinion. This team scores more runs per game than the 2012 team.
They do, but they don't play situational baseball. And the 2012 team got runners over. They got runners in. They fought with 2 strikes. They fouled balls off. They were a pain in the ass of the plate.
You're 100%
They were
right.
pesky. They were clutch.
They had the league MVP.
And they had the league MVP.
Understood. That's why I said 1.5.
And they had Hunter Pence in the dugout.
And Pablo Sandoval and Marco Scudero.
Right.
And then Cody Ross in 2010.
Marco Scudero. He was like, oh my God, I'm terrified.
Couldn't get him out in the postseason.
Marco Scudero's at the plate.
It's not runs per game. It's when you score the runs. It's how you score the runs, and you manufacture runs. And that's what's missing from this team. And in baseball in general, it's not just the Giants. It's just a league-wide thing where it's not situational, stick your nose in the dirt, battle your you-know-what off, and get a base hit, or put a ball in play with 2 strikes with runners on first and third, nobody out. Those Giants teams, the one thing that comes to my mind is obviously pitching, right? And then they were scrappy. They fought. You're like, who is this guy? He fouls off 7 pitches, and a guy you never heard of, a scrawny dude, and hits a base hit to right. And then Buster Posey, one of the best players to ever don the orange and black,
a Hall of Famer.
Made 2 strike adjustments and hit things to right field with 2 strikes. 2 for himself, trying to go deep, drive a ball, do some damage, and then he would shorten up and go the other way.
I'm not arguing that this team even holds a candle to 2012. That's not what I'm saying.
If they get hot and win 9 in a row to get in the playoffs.
My point is that he asked, how many current hitters on the team would I have confidence in? The answer is none. But sports is not about what I think is going to happen. It's about what does happen. There are plenty of things that have happened in sports that I didn't think were going to happen. And I brought up 2012 because at a certain point, once the playoffs started, I thought the Giants were done. It turns out they went on to win the World Series. They rallied and won 3 in a row in Cincinnati. And then they went out there and did it again. It looked like they were cooked in the next series against St. Louis. And then Barry Zito made $125 million for one start. And we loved it. And parade. So That's all I'm saying. And my brain will never not work that way. While so many of you are very comfortable with the Warrior dynasty is over and Kyle Shanahan always messes up in the Super Bowl and the Giants are trash and it's over. You're comfortable that way. I'm not. My brain refuses to do that. So when you ask the question, what would they do if they got there? I don't know. I would love to see it.
One of my favorite. Do you watch Ted Lasso?
No.
One of my favorite episodes ever is when Roy Kent, who is a star soccer player at the end of his career, retires, and he goes into broadcasting. He's doing the pregame show, and all these pundits are on this set. You know the soccer sets? They got like 5 people on them. It's my favorite show. It's super positive, super uplifting about how life can be if you look at it a certain way.
Certain way.
And he's on the set, and it's like one of his second or third shows, and he goes, everyone's predicting what's going to happen. He goes, you don't know what's going to happen, and you're sitting here acting like you do, and you don't know what's going to happen, and you're sitting here acting like you do. I've been doing this my whole life. I don't know what's going to happen. This is ass, and he walks off the set. And I'm like, that's perfect. Because none of us really do know what's going to happen.
Of course not.
We have our opinions. It's fun to talk about. You know, the street corner in the Dominican Republic, when they talk about baseball all day, or Cuba, and they're passionate about it. That's what I love about Sports Talk Radio. You be passionate about something and predict what's going to happen. None of us know what's going to happen.
No, you got it. Like, you got to throw out predictions, but this is the way I like to look at it. And then you got to sit down and be open-minded to where you might be wrong. I mean, sports would be so boring if not for that. That's why I always push back against dismissive points. You can feel, for instance, that the Giants season is going nowhere. I feel that way right now, but I will not. I refuse to say it's done. It's over. They suck. I won't do that.
Well,
I can be frustrated. I can think it's going that way. I make fun of Dibbs about this all the time. He knows this. Happy birthday, Dibbs. But he's the one who sent our show thread, the text, in 2022, in February. Warriors had a bad night against Detroit or something like that. It's laughable that these people think this is a championship contending team. They are not winning anything this year. Oh, but then he did the show with me at the parade with all the stuff flying out of the sky.
What were the responses to that? You just go, oh, that's Dibbs being Dibbs, and nobody responded in the chain?
No, I shot fired all over the place. This is how, you would talk about the Warriors keeping receipts. This is how much of a jerk I am.
I keep receipts too.
The Warriors win Game 6 against Boston. I waited. I didn't say anything. All year long. And I waited. And the second that the Warriors won that Game 6, I remember I went into my room and I pulled out the phone and I scrolled through and I started screenshotting all the times that everyone on the show thread was like, they're done, this is stupid.
You're petty, and I love it.
I screenshotted all of them, and without comment, I just sent them to the thread. Boop. Good night.
That's awesome. That's something I would absolutely do.
Good night, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the game. Yeah, because and again, it's totally fine to do that. That's being a fan. But I push back on the dismissive. It's over when it's not. Right?
It's over when there's, I don't know, an X by your name in the standings or whatever it is.
Even the phraseology I used, halftime Detroit and the Niners, NFC title game. Me and the boys are watching over it at the lovely Christie's house. And my daughter wanted to get some thing done at home. And she goes, I got some laundry to do and whatnot. Will you come pick me up at halftime? And I'll watch the second half with you. I go home, pick her up. And she gets in the car. She's like, what is happening? I'm like, well, they're down to 17 points. And we probably need to start reckoning with the idea that the Niners aren't going to the Super Bowl this year. And she looks at me and goes, Dad, no, we are not thinking that way. They are going to come back and win this football game. And I went, you know what? My bad. I didn't even say they're done. I just said, we might want to start thinking about it. want to open up the idea that they're not going to win this football game.
You were conceding the putt.
And she fired on me. And then after every single touchdown, as the Niners scored, how many unanswered points they scored? 27 or something like that. After every score, she looked at me, huh? See? So, like, yeah, I don't like that stuff.
My dad's a lifelong Lions fan. He said at halftime, they'll find a way to screw this up.
I don't think there was a Lions fan out there that counted chickens. They've been so battered and beaten. But I just, that's me. I don't like that stuff. I don't like calling it over when it's not over. Because that's the beauty of sports, man. That's what we live for, is the amazing stories that unfold when we think it's going to go a certain way and it goes the opposite.
Yeah, but I think Giants fans are some of the smartest fans. Niner fans, Warrior fans. This area has some of the smartest fans, period, because we've all experienced being at the top of the mountain, whether we're a Warriors fan with their championships, the Niners, and the Giants. And we've all had that feeling that this could go in a certain direction by this time, right? Late August. Wouldn't you start having that feeling like this is it's happening?
You would think.
I used to say on the broadcast,
you would
think. It's happening, folks. Enjoy the ride. That was one of my taglines. It's happening. Because a lot of times we're so worried about the destination that we forget to enjoy the ride. And I would say, enjoy the ride, folks. It's happening. And I would say it like when there's a special moment in the game. And as a broadcaster or as a fan, or you can sense when it's happening. And I haven't had that sense that it's happening yet with this team. Like, not to get too deep, but everybody listening, we as fans have been there. We know what it feels like. In 2010, we knew by now that, we're catching the Padres. This is something special is kind of going on right here. I know it happened more in September.
That was September.
I know it happened more in September.
Example.
But you could tell that this team had something going on that year in 12.
And the Padres helped.
And I've been around a lot of teams where you just kind of by the end of August, you knew that it was heading in that direction. It had a feeling. Enjoy this. This is it's happening right now. They won 3 in a row, and I was starting to think, is this where it's going to start happening? And it just hasn't happened yet. I haven't had that feeling. I don't know if Giants fans, I'm sure most Giants fans haven't had that feeling yet this year.
No, and what's really hard to wrap your head around, if you do want to get mathematical and analytical about it, is we've all known the Giants need to go on a heater. I mean, like a real heater. And it felt like maybe it's about to happen. But we all kind of had one eyebrow up because it was happening against bad teams. But the data was the data. What was it? It was like 11 out of 14 or whatever. And you got 3 games above 500. And that's why this series is such a big bucket of cold water. You lost one against Detroit, fine. That's baseball. But this series
should have won that.
Was a huge bucket of water on the idea of going on a heater. And now you still need another heater at some point. And if you look at who's on the schedule the rest of the way, it's really difficult to imagine the Giants going hot knife through butter at any point in the remaining schedule. It's really hard to imagine.
So Oakland this weekend, and the White Sox come to town. Then Seattle's playing great baseball. You go to Seattle. Milwaukee's a first place team. You go to Milwaukee. Got a little breath of fresh air with the Marlins, and then it's Diamondbacks, Padres, Brewers, Padres, Royals who are playing really good, Diamondbacks, Cardinals. Yeah.
There's not a break in there.
No.
When you get to September 3rd, that's it. It's a winning baseball team on the other end every single night for the rest of the way.
The positive take on this is if you do get hot and you do beat those teams, everyone's taking notice, and you're playing hot going into the playoffs against beating good teams. Is that going to happen? Oof.
It's not out of the realm of possibility.
It doesn't seem like it right now.
What we got? 40 games left? Is that right? Are we 61-61? Is that their record? 62-62. All right, 38 games left. Probably got to win. Probably got to go to what? 24-14? At least 23-15. That's at the absolute bare minimum, which would get you 85 wins.
31 of those are against really good teams.
Mm-hmm.
31.
Out of the...
What did you just say?
38.
Yeah, 31 are against really good teams.
Yeah.
Mostly first-place teams or playoff teams.
Well, I mean, you got 3 against Chicago, 2 against Oakland, and 3 against the Marlins. So that's 8. All right, so 30. Yeah, 30 of 38.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Cardinals and Mariners are really good, but they're good. They're viable. So yeah, it's just that's all. It's when you watch sports, are you open-minded to what you can't see? I can't see the Giants going 24-14 with that schedule. It doesn't mean it won't happen.
It doesn't mean it won't happen. It doesn't feel like it could happen right now.
Does not feel like it.
It does not feel like it.
No, they strike out too much.
That's everybody, though. Just watch other teams. You're like, oh, my God.
Well, but there's one thing about striking out, and it's something else about striking out in every situational, need a batted ball right here type of a play. That's what it feels like to me. When the Giants have a runner at third and less than 2 outs, or if they've got first and second and nobody out, like it feels like it's a strikeout 88% of the time.
You want me to break this down?
Break it down.
I broke it down yesterday with bunting.
Let's see.
If you don't practice bunting, every fan thinks bunting's easy.
Mm-hmm.
It's easy if you practice it. Oh, the ball only goes 10 feet. Why can't he bunt? He's a big leaguer. He should be able to bunt. I got in a friendly argument with one of my friends about Austin Slater bunting in extra innings. He couldn't get it down. He's like, he's a leadoff hitter. He runs. He should be able to bunt. It's the big leagues. How come he doesn't know how to bunt? Well, he hasn't practiced it. It's not part of their game. So, I mean, all of a sudden, like with the Giants, if you don't have a 2-strike approach and you never have a 2-strike approach and it's not really ingrained in you as a minor leaguer, it's not part of your organizational philosophy, and now you got runners at the corners with 1 out or a runner on third less than 2 out, and you got to put a ball in play where you don't have a 2-strike. You can't just like invent a 2-strike approach in the middle of an at-bat if you've never had a 2-strike approach in your life. You can't just bunt a 98-mile-an-hour fastball perfectly down the third baseline to get a runner to third base if you've never practiced it. So now we're saying, hey, there's certain times in the game when you have to have a 2-strike approach in August, and you haven't had a 2-strike approach all year. You just don't pull that out of your hat for radio purposes. You don't. It's, I'm going to spread out and choke up now and put. I don't know what that even means. Right. I don't even have a 2-strike stance. And a 2-strike, it's not necessarily a stance with 2 strikes. It's just it's a mindset. You're not going to beat me. I'm putting the ball in play. I'm going to expand my strike zone a little bit, not too much, but a little bit. And I'm not going to let the umpire determine this at bat. And I'm going to stick my nose in the dirt and find a way to put the ball in play. But if you've never done that, it's never even an A ball or double A. We don't talk about 2-strike approach. And now we're all flipping out because the Giants strike out a lot with runners at third base and less than 2 outs. It's just like anything else in life. If you don't practice it, you're not going to be good at it. And if you've never done it, I can't expect Michael Conforto to lay down a bunt when he hasn't bunted his whole career. And you're like, he's a big leaguer, he's throwing a bunt. Maybe. No. But if it's not part of the game, it's not part of his arsenal. It's like asking a pitcher to throw 100 that throws 92. Why did he throw 100 right there? Well, he can't and he doesn't. He just doesn't. So I get the most frustrated I get as a baseball fan right now, and I'm going to sound 104 years old, is like striking out used to be the worst thing you could possibly do. Dragging your bat back to the dugout, that was the ultimate defeat. He beat you, and we used to fight it, and I used to fight it, and I couldn't strike out, or I was going back to the minor leagues. And I honestly believe in no 2-strike approach with nobody on. You're a power hitter. I don't want you to take anything out of your swing. But there has to be some sort of round in BP that's a 2-strike round where you choke up, spread out, and you just play that mental game in your head in batting practice every day. I'm letting the ball get deep. I'm going the other way. I'm not going to strike out.
888-957-9570. We're taking phone calls. David Lombardi's going to join us in a half hour. There's an interesting note out of Niners camp that we haven't talked about yet. So we'll do that coming up next. FP's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Save on a stronger lunchbox at Whole Foods Market. Save 32% with
benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch.
McRae hammers one. Deep into right center field. It is out of here. And this crowd is standing. How about that? Well, that just gave me chills.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, but FP's in for your Dibs. Happy birthday, Dibs. FP's here. Giants win 6-0. I'll pay this off right now, and then we can get to it a little bit later. But Brandon Aiyuk was at camp again today, and again, engaged from the sideline and having conversations with Deebo Samuel right as practice came to an end. That, according to reports, David Lombardi joins us in 26 minutes.
He was also seen at a Starbucks with George Kittle. And who cares?
Order the latte.
Who cares?
Yeah.
I want him to sign.
Yeah.
I want him to be a Niner, but I don't care about all this anymore.
He will be.
Is anybody out there like freaking out about? I'm not freaking out about this.
Yes.
He's going to be a Niner.
No, like lots of people are freaking out about it. Yeah.
You can't control it. Why are you worried about things you can't control?
Twitter has said he was going to be a Steeler for 2 weeks. That's why.
Stay off Twitter.
Well, that's one.
I'm on it right now.
Yeah, that's one solution. But yes, this is not a sourced report. This is a gut feeling based on, yes, conversations around the game and the industry. I feel very, very confident as we sit here today on August 15th that Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams will play week 1 in 49er uniforms. Very confident.
Is there like a rehab clinic for addiction to social media and your phone?
If you find it, I'll go with you.
I'm serious.
I'll go with you.
I always am going to Instagram. I'm always going to Twitter. Or
you do it at a stoplight?
I do it at a stoplight all the time.
I hate that.
I do it on the.
I hate that.
I do it on the crapper in the morning. I do it at a stoplight.
Well,
I do it every. I mean, it's like I pick it up mid segment.
The bathroom's
and I'm looking.
Fine. People have been reading.
It's a habit.
People have been reading in the bathroom for generations.
It's a bad habit.
It's a very bad habit.
It's terrible. And there's some sort of dopamine hit you get from looking at how many people liked your story or what's going on in here. And I need to clean it up. I'm admitting this out loud on this station.
I love it.
I need help.
I'm with you.
That's half the battle, right?
There's a TED Talk. I show this to the communications class I do over at Academy of Art. There's a TED Talk about this. I'll send it to you.
It's a nervous habit too, and I pick it up and I look, and I don't even care what's on there.
It's amazing to me as we talk about social media and teen mental health and everything going on in 2024. It's amazing to me that people don't talk about the phone and social media more in terms of addiction. Like, yes, you'll hear people go, "Oh God, social media, especially for teens and kids, it's so hard. It's really tough." And I understand people thinking that it's some sort of necessary evil, and you're certainly not going to take people's phones away. But like addiction, like it has all the signs.
I'm FP Santangelo, and I'm addicted to my phone.
Good for you. Good for you.
Seriously, I was Copenhagen for 24 years, and then I quit that the day I retired. And
did you really? For 24 years you did that?
14 to the day I retired.
That's one of those that never, like, it looks so unappealing.
Ugh.
I've never even thought about, what is it? What does it do for you?
I don't know. I just want to be like Chili Davis. And Chili had a big dip in all the time, and I was a Giants fan growing up. And when I was in 8th grade, I tried Kodiak, and then Kodiak went to Skoll, and Skoll went to Copenhagen, and then Copenhagen went to a can a day. And then when I got to the big leagues, it was free. There was rolls of Copenhagen in my locker. So I had a can in my back pocket during the game, a can in my car, a can in my house, 3 open cans at once.
But other than feeling like a big leaguer, does it, like, why'd you switch?
It's
you
nicotine.
Switch from
you get addicted to nicotine. It's a bit. And then when I quit, I promised the family the day I quit, the day I retired, I'd quit. I did the whole patch thing and was shaking and shivering and sweating at night. And hardest thing I met, like literally like a drug addict.
Oh,
it's gross.
Yeah. It looks gross.
My
That's the one thing
my
about
4-year-old son drank my spitter, and that was it.
God.
I had like a Mountain Dew can that was
Thank
my
you.
spitter, and he drank it, and I was like, all right, that's it.
When we worked together, I never made fun of him for that because I didn't know that.
He drank my spitter.
That's
And he
so
went,
gross.
"Oh," like a 4-year-old kid. Like, I got to stop this. This is ridiculous. And I put a lot of bad stuff in my body. Like, Google me. I put a lot of bad stuff in my body. That's the one thing I regret. Like, more than anything. There's other things. But like,
sure.
That's the one where I'm always feeling my throat, wondering what's going on there.
Yeah.
But I quit. But now I'm addicted to my phone. And social media. Oh, I don't know if it's which one it is. Is it the phone? Is it social media? Because I really don't care if people text me or not. Like I'm very responsive, as you know. I'm always hitting people back right away because I think it's rude if you don't.
Same.
If you leave somebody on red and you just get to them when you get to them, that's rude to me.
When you walk by your phone in the house, are you able to walk by it without touching it?
Pick me up now. It talks to me.
No, but do you touch it to see if anything's going on? Just a little tap.
I just pick it up. I always pick it up.
You don't walk.
And I have that Find My Phone thing on my Apple Watch that I hit the alarm all the time because I panic because it's not. I left my phone in my car today, and I was in my place and I'm looking around. I'm like, where's it? And you get that sense of panic, like,
wow.
And it was like literally 10 steps in my car, and I freaked out. I know people are relating to this.
Of course they are. I actually think it's funny when you forget your phone somewhere. There's the fear of I lost my phone or I left my phone somewhere, which is terrifying. However, it also says something in the opposite, in that you were not so obsessed with it that you could leave it somewhere. I think that's funny. I drove home. This is when I was working at Fox down in LA, like same thing I do on Sundays now, but like I was actually in the building.
Yeah.
It was a good solid at least 30-minute drive to where I lived. I drove and got 85% of the way home before I realized I had left my phone in the studio. Come to find out that the next show was doing an entire segment in terms of like, how the hell do you do that in 2020, whatever? How's it even possible to walk out of a room without your phone and then not realize it for like 45 minutes?
Yeah, that's weird.
You get in the car, you turn on the car where the car is going to connect directly to your phone, don't notice. Drive for a half hour and then go, oh my God, I think I left my phone at work. They were doing a whole segment on how's that even possible? That's like walking out without your shoes.
I don't even use the navigation that comes with my car. I use
phone.
Yeah, CarPlay. And so I know if my phone. Yeah, but I get that knot in my stomach and that cold feeling if you lost your phone. That's just horrible.
It's horrible.
So if there's anybody out there that knows somebody that I can call or talk to, I need help.
Of course there is.
It's a first step. I need help.
Of course there is.
I need help.
Yeah, of course you do. And of course there is.
Really?
I mean, yeah.
There's psychiatrists out there that can walk me through it?
Well, psychiatrists can walk you, I would think, through any addiction.
Psychologists, psychiatrists, I get them all mixed up.
We can have you committed. That's not a problem.
I
know some places.
I'll do shows with a straight jacket on.
I know some places.
I'm not afraid.
We got you. Hey, join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society of San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. Okay, David Lombardi is going to be on here in 20 minutes. And yes, Brandon Aiyuk was at practice today. He didn't practice, but he was there. And sure, we'll ask him about all of it. But I really do, I want to center a lot of that conversation and a lot of where we're going from here in different spots. And it doesn't mean that Brandon's name can't come up. I'm not going to no moratorium on saying his name. But I just wonder how people are feeling about the start of the season and how this one story has kind of affected that. And I think what it's done is it's opened up the door for like some negativity. In other words, it feels like it's an omen. It feels like it's representative because we were already coming into this season going Super Bowl hangover. How do you climb the mountain again? Oh my God, there's a lot going on. This just doesn't feel good. And then we've been able to use the Brandon thing as like exhibit A. But to the point you've been trying to make for 2 days, if we're just completely focused on the wrong things, if Trent and Brandon are actually, at the end of the day, they're just kind of like, this is business as usual in August. There's people holding out. There's contracts. They always get it figured out. They will again. If you knew that in the back of your mind, if you could just forget those two guys, would you then be excited for the season?
I'm more concerned about McCaffrey's calf than that. He can't be hurt. He's not allowed to be hurt.
He's not.
If CMC's hurt, we're in trouble.
He's not hurt.
Okay, good.
He could get hurt.
I just don't. I'm always very wary of camp injuries and spring training injuries because you start to play uphill and you start to play catch up the rest of the year. Like if you come in healthy and then you get dinged up in the season, okay. But if you start behind the 8 ball hurt, then you always feel like you're playing catch up. And then that injury is always somewhere there and it's going to come out and say hi when you least expect it again. That's why the only day you're 100% healthy is the first day of camp.
Can I read you one sentence from our friend Nick Wagner on Twitter that might make you feel good?
Thanks.
He does a whole thing, training camp day 16 observations, and then there's all these bullet points, okay? Here's one of them. Christian McCaffrey did an extensive workout on the side, doing some running and catching passes.
Okay.
Feel better?
How'd he come out of it, though? How's he going to feel tomorrow?
Oh, he's on IR. He's out for the year.
Stop. Don't even say that.
No, I'm just
You can't even joke like that.
No,
that's not funny.
You better be careful.
Usually you're funny. That wasn't funny.
No, my point is
Christian cannot miss.
Christian's not hurt. Christian's not hurt. Don't do it. Christian's not hurt. Christian is being and the 49ers are being incredibly cautious with their number one asset.
Did you hear Aaron Rodgers talking about how preseason football isn't real football and he has no desire to even participate?
It's not.
It's not. He's right. He's 100% right.
I've wondered this aloud, and I wonder, when is preseason football going away? I would argue that the framework's already in place.
But did you like the Pro Bowl? Play flag football.
Well, people will like defend the preseason, and I think the only reason they do that is because it's always been there, and they don't know any other way.
It's for kids to learn the system and for kids to show that they can play in the NFL.
There's no preseason in college football. They just walk out and play.
Yeah, they play like Elkhorn State or something.
Yeah, but that's fine. Right. You play a cupcake, but you play, and it counts. And sometimes, especially as a Michigan guy, sometimes that game goes awry, doesn't it? Appalachian State.
Ooh.
Sometimes that game goes awry. So, like, why? Why do we need the preseason? I know coaches, I got to evaluate, blah, blah, blah. You can do that in practice. You can do that. You do not need, and
you can scrimmage.
We know damn well the NFL is going to keep lopping games on top of this thing. They're not stopping at 17. Where do you think we went from 4 preseason games to 3? Take one guess where we're going next.
It's money. They charge the same for tickets in the preseason than they do in the regular season.
They turn them into regular season.
It's all about the dollars.
Yeah. And what's more dollars, a preseason game or a regular season game? So turn them into a regular season game. I know they can't just do it overnight, collectively bargained, all of that stuff, but it's going to happen over time. We're not stopping at 17 games. Probably not stopping until we get to 20.
Michigan opens up with Fresno State at home. Then they play AR State. What's AR State?
I don't even know.
Arkansas State.
Arkansas State?
And then. No, wait.
Conference
they open up
showdown.
with Fresno, then they play Texas. Then they play AR State.
AR State.
Where do you go to school?
When's
AR
the
State?
big conference showdown between Michigan and USC this year?
What's a GPA to get into AR State?
Lucas, you don't need to answer that.
That's week 3 in the big house.
2.6 in high school, you get into AR State, I'm going to get in trouble.
I'm going to get in trouble this college football season because the whole thing's just going to make me mad.
They're the Red Wolves of Arkansas State.
Oh, look out. Look out. They sound fierce. No, the whole thing's going to make me mad this year.
What?
Conference games between USC and Michigan. It's the stupidest thing ever.
Don't get me going.
Stupidest thing ever. And I don't.
And then for people that broadcast certain conferences, I'm hearing Dave Fleming, it's like, where am I going? What am I doing?
I'm sorry.
What conference is it now?
I'm sorry. Look at who you're looking at right now. I used to have a job at the Pac-12 network.
Oh.
And now it doesn't exist anymore.
Is there still 2 teams? Wait,
yes.
There's 2 teams left, right?
Can you name them? Can you name them?
Oregon State?
Yes.
And
thank you for adding State. Mark Randy was about to come in here and pound you over the head.
I was about to leave.
Cal?
No.
Where'd Cal go? I should know this.
Did they
Is this microphone?
They're in the
Is this on?
ACC. The Cal
Microphone's
Golden
on.
Bears are in the Atlantic Coast
The
Conference.
Atlantic Coast Conference.
How are they going to study?
How are they
With
going
all
to
the
get there?
travel?
This not going to. It can't stand. It won't stay. It doesn't make any sense. And we always look at it only through the eyes of football. Think of all the other sports. It's the stupidest thing that has ever happened in the history of ever in sports. It's absolutely absurd. And I don't get mad at the NCAA over it. I know we're totally on a tangent now. The Pac-12 ruined themselves.
ADD radio is my favorite.
They ruined themselves.
Question, though.
Please.
I was you with the new rules in baseball. Then I saw them implemented with the clock and the disengagements, and I liked it. Well, I was old man, get off the lawn. That whole winter.
This is different.
You don't think you'll see like UCLA and Michigan in the regular season and go like, "Oh, that reminded me of the 1984 Rose Bowl."
They play already anyway out of conference sometimes. Like there was already enough. And this isn't about the Pac-12 network, and it's not even about like tradition and college football. This is about logistics. This makes absolutely no sense whatsoever that Stanford and Cal's road games are on Tobacco Road. That's absolutely absurd.
Terrible.
You're going to just travel across country every other week?
They got to fly commercial too?
I mean,
do they have their own planes?
That makes as much sense as Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers breaking up. That's why I've never believed it. It doesn't make any sense.
What conference is Fresno State in? Are they still the same?
Who knows? Sure. Mountain Whack. Something. I don't know. Whatever.
The Mountain Whack concert.
Mountain Whack
Conference. I want to do that. I want to be in that.
Let's go.
On the Mountain Whack concert.
I'm in the big Mountain Whack.
I'm in the Mountain Whack Pack.
That's the name of my conference.
Mountain Whack Pack 4.
It's so stupid.
Were you guys saying something about how the Trent Williams and Aiyuk thing, it doesn't actually matter?
That's Lucas trying to get us back on track.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
My bigger
Thanks, Director of Sports.
My bigger question is, and actually, Lucas, you two in that other room should be the ones to answer this because you're the ones who have sort of dabbled with the idea of like not being excited about the season. And instead of excitement, there's like angst in some form. Whether you want to call it nervousness, like what would you call it? What would you call it? You are blank about the season.
A wuss?
What's the emotion? What's the emotion that you want to put in there? You are blank about the season.
I'm nervous because this is the 49ers, over the next handful of years, their best chance to finally win the Super Bowl. And I'm nervous that if they don't get it done, it might not happen with this group of players.
All right, that's fair. Lucas, what emotion would you put in there?
Very, very, very cautiously optimistic. That's what I would say.
Why cautiously optimistic? They've got all the good players.
They haven't done anything to give me confidence that they can get to the mountaintop.
E-Dog is eating a granola bar, but do you want to weigh in? What Evan Giddings, ladies and gentlemen, what emotion would you put in there? You are blank about the 49ers season. He's thinking about it. He's got a furrowed brow.
Optimistic.
Optimistic. Okay.
I'm joyful.
Yeah, nobody said excited. Nobody said pumped.
I'm super excited.
Nobody said jacked.
I'm ready.
I'm fired up.
I wish it was
You don't
week
look
1
ready
tomorrow.
to me.
I just want the games to get started.
Yeah.
The entire offseason has been worried about people not on a football field versus the guys actually on the football field.
August is always annoying in the NFL. August is always annoying.
Yeah.
It's long.
It doesn't count.
There's no fruit. Yeah, August is annoying.
I want Talanoa Hufunga's knee to get better and see him just blow somebody up
That'd be
whenever he
great.
gets back.
That'd be great.
I can't wait to see that again.
Also, what's the frustrating part of this is the Niners are dealing with all of the problems that Super Bowl champions have to deal with. All of the players on Super Bowl champions want to go get paid. And the Niners are dealing with that drama, but they haven't actually ever had the payoff of winning the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Which is frustrating.
That's an interesting take. That's fair. At the same time, I do think teams deal with this maybe more than we realize. Like, I mean, again, the Dallas Cowboys are dealing with it. The Cincinnati Bengals are dealing with it. The Jets went and traded for a guy who didn't show up and then requested another trade.
Don't compare us to the Cowboys.
There's
always drama over there.
But I like
with Jerry Jones and who's coaching and who's playing quarterback.
And they
who's
like
holding
that.
out.
They do that on purpose.
It's like a soap opera.
But that's part of my point with the 49ers this year.
Cheerleaders.
We think we're dealing with something special or different, and we're not. They're just the 49ers. The reason we're quote unquote dealing with it is because the national attention will not quit. I said this, I think I said this to you yesterday. I said this earlier today, coffee with a friend. If you had told me at any other point in my life, at any other point, that in August, the best player on the Dallas Cowboys was A, not in camp, and B, getting into word wars on the computer with the owner of the team, and that somehow was not a story compared to the checks notes 11th best wide receiver in the game holding out from the 49ers. That's crazy. Why is Brandon Aiyuk an international incident and CeeDee Lamb is a yawn and a shrug? How is that happening? It's because the 49ers have become a bigger deal than the Cowboys, and that's nuts. That's nuts. I'm not talking about here. I'm talking about everywhere. They're a bigger deal than the Dallas Cowboys.
That's pretty cool.
The Niners are America's team. Fight me. Tell me how they're not. Did Netflix pick CeeDee Lamb? Nope.
It's because they're more relatable than the Cowboys.
Whatever the reason is.
Receivers help too with Kittle and Debo.
It is what it is.
You got a little 5'3" quarterback out of nowhere.
It is what it is.
It's great.
The finances of this, the name value of this, the expectations of this, the eyeballs to this, the fans that travel to this. Like, you're going to get mad at me and call me a homer for saying this. Some of you listeners, I'm talking about this from a data standpoint. The Niners are a bigger deal than the Dallas Cowboys. And I got evidence from the ceiling to the floor.
Yeah, because we take over every stadium on the road that we play in. Cowboy fans don't do that as much as they used to.
They do, but yeah.
They're pretty good.
Not as much as the Niners.
The playoff game last 2 years ago when they came here. There was a lot of Cowboy fans.
They travel.
It was cool. They were cool too, by the way. I know everybody.
It's because they're the underdogs.
They were cool. I met a lot of Cowboy fans in the green lot that day. We were partying together.
If they were minus 6.5,
I was like, good luck to you guys. They're like, good luck to you. It's like, that Southern hospitality is a real thing.
All right, Brandon was at practice. So was David Lombardi. He joins us next. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. FP in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Dan Dibley here, or should I say Slim Dibley or Dan.
It's not back to Will and Dibby. It's the Willie and Dibby show, but FP is in for Dibs. It's Dibs' birthday. Like I said, please send him 18 DMs. Get creepy on that dude. But just wish him a happy birthday, and then he won't mind. It'll be all good.
Send him pics.
Exactly. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to
what kind of pics?
Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And while you're there, make sure to check out the other shows. Subscribe to them, Bonte and Shasky and Steiny and Goo. They had some great stuff earlier today. Kind of a potpourri Thursday for sure. But the 49ers, never far from our mind. And let's get out there and find out not only what was happening in practice today, but we'll do a deeper dive as well with David Lombardi of The Athletic, who recently wrote about Brock Purdy and how he kind of changed the landscape out in. Did you go to Ames, Iowa, and start digging around? Is that what I read, David?
Oh, yeah. I was sitting in Matt Campbell's office. He told me you were sitting in the very same chair that Brock Purdy was sitting on, and I told him that he was going to start getting snaps at the quarterback position in a game. And then I was in a bunch of cool places. I got to see the training room where he worked on his reflexes, because we know he's got those super quick reflexes, so I got to see that. They gave me the full tour, the practice facility, everything, the locker room. It was really neat. And then I went on a scavenger hunt on my own, and I went to this place called Wallabies Bar and Grill, and they had a Brock Purdy signed 49ers jersey next to a Joe Montana 49ers jersey. So I thought that was the perfect ending to my trip.
And David, I haven't had time to read it. It's right here. I'm just clicked on it. Just kind of go over it real quick. Make me want to read this article about Brock Purdy. It looks sensational.
Well, we all know the story with the 49ers, how he was pick number 262, so he was unheralded coming from the previous level. And then his very first year, he dazzled on the scout team. And then he was the third-string quarterback, and he turned into the starter, and he didn't relinquish the starter's job after he got the opportunity due to an injury in front of him, or two injuries in front of him, in the case of the 49ers. That same exact sequence of events happened at Iowa State.
No way.
So if you would have, he shows up at Iowa State, turns down Alabama and Texas A&M, first of all, because he'd rather go to the school where it's just a more homey vibe. He didn't want to be part of the football factory. He's a humble guy. He didn't want to deal with, the big SEC schools. So he shows up at Iowa State. He's a third-string true freshman. There's a play in practice where I include the tape. The offensive coordinator at Iowa State let me use the all-22 tape. He's walking me through it. He digs it up on his computer where Purdy, nobody knows who he is at that point because he's a true freshman, jukes out the defensive end with this nifty pump fake, completely off script, and scores a touchdown. And the whole field, whoa, what's going on? We got to play this guy. This guy just has it, right? Then about, I think it was 4 or 5 games into the season, the starter, who was a good player, his name was Kyle Kemp. He had led several big wins, including a win over Oklahoma the year prior. I think Baker Mayfield was the quarterback of Oklahoma when he beat him. He goes down with an injury. So that's the Jimmy Garoppolo in this situation. And Brock Purdy takes over and does not relinquish the starting job for 4 years. And between 2010 and 2018, Iowa State had never had a quarterback finish the full season. Like they didn't have a quarterback play all the games in the season. And as soon as Purdy took over, he played in every single possible start for him in 4 years. So, I mean, if that doesn't sound familiar, I don't know what will sound familiar. It's like history repeated itself with the 49ers after Brock Purdy did it all at Iowa State.
It's just incredible. It's incredible. We actually, David, we've been sitting here on a number of fronts the last 2 days talking about players who take advantage of the opportunities that are presented to them. And Brock Purdy has got to be Exhibit A. It sounds like twice doing that in his life. So really suggest people go check it out. It's a very, very cool article. Great job. David Lombardi, The Athletic, with us. Okay, the obligatory question. So 2 days in a row, Brandon Aiyuk has watched closely from the sideline. What does that mean?
Well, he hadn't been out on the sideline for a full 2 weeks. So we saw him on the sideline July 31st, that was the infamous handshake and hug day. And then he wasn't on the sideline. Now, he did peek his head out of the weight room to watch practice on one of those days. But it was, I don't know what the 49ers told him after the hug and the handshake day, but there obviously wasn't the same presence that we all of a sudden saw again 2 weeks later. Now, obviously, in the 2 weeks between the two sideline appearances, that's when all the trade stuff, all the trade rumors were going down. My read on it is that negotiations were not going well, and the two sides were far apart, and there was emotion and there was frustration from both sides based on how little progress there was being made, which obviously spurred the whole trade stuff, which may or may not have just been a way for the 49ers to break the impasse. They needed to get some movement done, so they Brandon Aiyuk requested a trade before training camp, and the 49ers were like, okay, we'll call the bluff, and let's see if this gets movement going. I can't say that for sure, but it appears that might be the case at this time. And then once when we got the reports that things were going better, that the two parties had reapproached each other, all of a sudden Brandon Aiyuk was back on the practice field at the very next opportunity. So if you're just reading this simply, based on the clues that we have, it seems that as there's been good progress being made based on some of these reports, Brandon Aiyuk has been back on the field. So I think that might be what to read into this, if anything at all.
What's your best guess on this thing getting done? When is it going to get done, and is there too late? Is there such a thing as too late?
Yes, of course, because the 49ers learned that last year when Nick Bosa didn't sign until a couple days before the regular season, and that obviously hurt them. It hurt Nick Bosa, and it hurt them. I think the 49ers really want to avoid that this year. I think that they, I'm just speculating here, but I think they probably set a mid-August date as a time that they would definitely want this done by, because this is right now as we speak is when the joint practices with the Saints were supposed to be happening. Those obviously got canceled. So I think it's no coincidence that the team started applying this deadline pressure, trying to break the impasse a couple weeks before the middle of August, right? It was right at the start of August when all of this stuff started to happen. So I think they're really hoping to get this done as soon as possible. But obviously that requires Brandon Aiyuk signing on the dotted line. And, from the 49ers perspective, big picture is important here. To remember context of where this negotiation is coming in. It's coming a year after Nick Bosa, I would say, won a negotiation against the 49ers. I think they ultimately had to blink because they needed him on the field, and they ended up cutting a little bit further into their budget than they would have wanted to. And it's coming the year before Brock Purdy is going to have every bit of leverage if he continues playing well because he's a quarterback. So it's tough luck for Brandon Aiyuk, but he falls in between these two contracts. The 49ers already have all these highly paid players. So they have a really, really finite budget here that they feel they can't go over, because they feel if they go over it after already cutting into the excess money last year, they're going to have to start cutting people just to pay Brock Purdy next season. And for them, it's really important that they stay salary cap sustainable. Now, there's a lot of fans, and I'm sure there are media members that are saying, well, it doesn't matter. They just need to kick the door down this year and win the Super Bowl and deal with the consequences later. A team like the 49ers in the 90s, at the end of Steve Young's career, decided to do that. And it may not be a bad strategy if you can win a Super Bowl, but that's just not the headspace that Shanahan and Lynch are in. They want to make sure that this stays sustainable. They see themselves at the beginning of a window because Brock Purdy is about to sign a long-term deal. They don't see themselves as being at the end of the window. So I think that's why they're holding firm in this price for Brandon Aiyuk, because they don't want it to this contract to damage the rest of the roster down the line.
David Lombardi, The Athletic. David, I'm very interested by you drawing a line between Nick Bosa's negotiation and Brandon Aiyuk's. I had made the comment earlier that I do think something is going on right now that is the Niners sort of battling against the fact that they, quote-unquote, lost that deal last year. So when you draw that line, where they are with Brandon, how much of that is mathematical and how much of it is emotional? In other words, are they bringing that loss from last year to this year's negotiations in an emotional way?
Well, first of all, Nobody knows how big the salary cap is going to be next year and the year after that. A lot of this is a guessing game. And you have your models and you have your projections, but it's all tied to league revenue. And there also is a chance that it goes down if the economy doesn't do well and league revenue obviously suffers in conjunction with that. So you're always projecting into the future. You're always determining based on, just kind of a guessing game. You're in the dark, what's going to be safe and what's not, how you distribute this money. And you just never want to let that sink overflow, because if the sink overflows, then you run into problems. So I think part of it's definitely a financial hard money thing, except that you're just feeling around in the dark, and you just have to make sure that, I guess you can't make sure, but you have to try to be as safe as possible to be able to keep all these large contracts under. I do sense that in this situation, that emotions have gotten involved. And that's where I would point out that John Lynch probably doesn't get enough credit because you got people working on contracts. You have Kyle Shanahan, who obviously has to tend to the football team as the head coach. So he's dealing with these guys on a closer basis. And then you have Lynch, who throughout his time with the 49ers, and this is going to be season 8 for him now, I think has done a really, really good job being the CEO of the football team. And by that I mean I don't think that he's dirtied himself too much with any individual issue unless he absolutely has to step in. And I think that's allowed him to be a stabilizing force in the building in case things do get too emotional. And, we were reading tea leaves, right, this last week. There are no real verified reports of any actual movement. There are a lot of rumors, and there were reports of what the 49ers were considering doing, what might have been on the table. But if you did read those tea leaves, it did seem that there was a danger that Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers would do something based on emotion that didn't end up being the optimal solution for both sides. I think that the optimal solution for both sides, just when I look at this from a business perspective, is that if Brandon Aiyuk stays with the best roster in football, probably makes a little bit less money on his actual salary, but earns much more monetary value through being with a big market team that's really good, that has a chance to go to a Super Bowl. And he could also probably set himself up better for a third contract with a very accurate quarterback, and he's not getting beaten up as much because there's other targets on the team. That's what I think is probably the optimal outcome for both. But if emotions cloud judgment on either side of this, with Shanahan and with the people doing the 49ers contracts and on the side of Brandon Aiyuk, if emotions cloud either side, that can prevent the optimal outcome from happening. And I think that's where John Lynch's role comes in, because I think he's experienced, and I think that he's done a good job setting himself up in that CEO type of role to where he's a little bit above the fray, so he's able to stabilize the ship in case things get a little too unsteady.
Well, let's hope they get that thing done and we can talk about football. And speaking of football, the Niners had maybe their longest practice all camp today, and maybe you could tell us about how did Brock Purdy do today?
Today was his most accurate practice as a 49er. He was 21 of 25, and 3 of those incompletions were intentional throwaways when the line collapsed in front of him. So he got out of dodge and just chucked the ball out of bounds to make sure that he could live to fight another day. The one incompletion was the Chris Conley in the red zone. Wasn't really open, so Purdy just kind of put the ball out there in the back of the end zone. Some defense couldn't get it. It was going to be a tough completion anyway, so that was his day. 21-25, hit Kittle deep, was just pinpoint accurate on some of the shorter passes. Deebo Samuel's playing so well right now. A few of the completions were to him. He's just so strong. His hand was so strong, and Purdy was able to hit him on a few crossers, even though Diamond Lenore was in tight coverage. So even without, two of the biggest weapons out there, Trent Williams is a weapon at left tackle, and Brandon Aiyuk's obviously a weapon at receiver. We've seen a lot of stretches of brilliance this training camp from Brock Purdy, which is what you would expect out of an MVP finalist. So now they just got to get those guys back, and I think they could really fire at full cylinders.
Are you at Oracle Park with the Seagulls right now? Well, I was going to say, David Lombardi is joining us on the River Islands guest line, and he might actually be at River Islands. Yeah, are you in the Tiki Room at Disneyland? What's going on back there?
I'm at the Dolphin Club. I just got out of the bay. I was swimming in the bay, so I just got out because I knew you guys were going to call me at 5, and there's some seagulls here. So I guess you could pick them up through the AirPods.
How often do you do that? Like I see that you jump in the water a lot, don't you?
I took about a month plus off just to kind of reset my body. We did a big swim from Point Bonita, which is the lighthouse on the other side of the Golden Gate Bridge out in the open Pacific Ocean, swam through the Golden Gate back into the city. That was kind of the big thing that I was preparing for in the spring. And then I was like, okay, I need to get out a bit. That was one of those where you're kind of in the red triangle with all the sharks.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you if you got bit.
And let me tell you something about this swim. This is what I tell everybody. I got seasick on this swim. They call that water west of the Golden Gate Bridge the potato patch or the washing machine. And the day was much rougher than the forecast called for. And I literally got seasick as I was swimming. And it was one of the most miserable experiences of my life. I kid you not. I was hoping that a shark would come and bite me in half to let me out of my misery as that was happening. It was really, really tough. There's nothing worse than feeling nauseated, especially when you're swimming under the Golden Gate Bridge. It was still in the distance, so it was even tougher. It's like 5:30 a.m. and I just wanted to be let out of my misery. The shark did not come let me out of my misery. But anyway, so swim is finished. It's behind me, and now we're getting ready for the next one. So hopefully we get clearer conditions. So I'm back in the water every day. I'm building up the endurance again.
I'd be more scared of a jumper than a shark.
Oh, my God. This whole thing is like my nightmare right now. I can't even put my mind. Can we talk about something
I'm getting
more
anxious.
I know. Like something more pleasant. Like what shoes did you wear to practice today after George Kittle challenged all of you?
I was on my way actually this week at some point to buy new shoes anyway. I like to wear these white sneakers, and after a few months you got to get new white sneakers. That's the problem with these white shoes. So I went into Nordstrom after practice yesterday and said, okay, well, I have to do it today since George Kittle.
Right.
So, buy my new shoes. It's still camp right now, so I'm wearing shorts and shoes, but once it's not camp and we hit fall, I'm a pretty big shoe guy or boot guy. I like to wear the cowboy boots and jeans and stuff. But right now I'm still wearing the white shoes.
Hey, but before you swim out of here, I feel like we should ask you about Trent Williams. Like, any concerns on what's going on with him?
I don't think so. I think that I always thought that it would be around mid-August with Trent Williams. He's 36. He doesn't need these 3 or 4 weeks of dog days of camp. I do think that he needs a little bit of time. Kind of like I said the same thing about Bosa last year. I don't think that Bosa needs all of training camp, but he got to build the callus a little bit, and he didn't last year. Right? Bosa came in a little bit too late, and that was a problem. This Trent thing isn't nearly as big of an adjustment as Nick Bosa, who is the largest non-quarterback contract ever. I think a lot of it could be taken care of by guaranteeing parts of the deal. Now, of course, you worry about the fact that he is 36, and if he retires and you guarantee a bunch of the contract, that could leave you with some dead cap that, if you're being really careful, Brandon Aiyuk can undo all the work that you're doing with Brandon Aiyuk right now, because it's all coming out of the same pot. So I think it's delicate, but I think he's so important that if they could get this Brandon Aiyuk thing right, then it could fit right in with that. So I wouldn't be all too worried about it until if the calendar turns to September and it's still not done, that's when you got to be like, oh God, not again, because it did affect them with Nick Bosa last season.
David, great to have you, man. Thank you for all of that. Appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, there he goes. David Lombardi, the fish for The Athletic, joining us right here on 95.7.
I hate being in the water,
dude.
And then he's talking about
nightmare.
currents, and I know where he's talking about.
Yep.
I've jogged by there. It's just like different currents going every which way in waves. Apparently, there's tons of sharks because the Farallones are right around the corner.
Go Sharks!
So my question to you is, what would be worse, a great white taking out your torso?
Oh God!
Or
what the hell could be worse than that? You'd be dead.
A jumper landing on your back while you're swimming.
Oh.
Because you're swimming under the Golden Gate. Odds of those happening are very slim, either one. But Which
I
which
think
one
the
would
jumper's worse because then 2 people die. Like what an awful, what a terrible question.
just stay on the beach. You got a zero
my
chance of either
God.
one of those things happening.
Yeah, the whole thing's a nightmare, dude. I
was getting anxious.
I'm so bad when it gets to water like that. I got lovely Christy tried to do a surfing lesson for me in Hawaii last year. I got seasick doing that. Like when you go out there, like deep out in the water, it just doesn't fit with me very well.
I don't play that game.
Everybody wanted, the whole family practically, everybody wanted to swim to the buoy at Tahoe over the weekend.
Oh.
And they all did. And a lot of them are really good swimmers. She's a good swimmer. My son's a good swimmer. Her daughter, they all swam out to the buoy. She's like, you want to go? I'm like, I'm not even thinking about this. This isn't tempting. That's a no from me, period. Like we're not swimming to the buoy. Why?
I stay on the boat. It's a perfectly
and that's
good boat.
a lake. Like there's nothing bad that's going to happen. But I'm just like, why?
I'll wave the flag if you go down skiing. I got that. I am not going swimming in the ocean.
I tell you what.
That's nuts.
Here's when I'll swim.
Not seasick.
No.
The creatures. The currents.
If you want to ask me, I've said this before on this show. What scares you in life?
Sharks.
The ocean.
Sharks.
The ocean is the most intimidating thing in the world.
Last time I went surfing, which was the last time I've ever surfed, I almost drowned.
Like for real?
For real.
Yeah.
With burns. Like 10 years, 12.
Somebody have
12,
to save you?
13 years ago.
Someone have to pull you out of there?
My grandma up in heaven saved me. I said a prayer after I got doubled, tripled up, and I couldn't breathe, and my limbs were burning, my lungs were burning, my legs. I flopped on the surfboard like it was a piece of the Titanic sideways, not the way you're supposed to get on it. And another wave hit me, and I went under for like the third time. And I'm coming up, and the intervals were so close.
Right.
As soon as I came up, I was just getting
hit again.
One on my head. And they were like 6 or 7 foot waves. They
So
were
how'd you
decent.
get out of it?
I just said a prayer and flopped myself on the board, just laid on it, pointing toward the shore, and I caught a wave perfect. And it just like laying on the board, and it was like a 5-foot shore break that slammed me into the sand.
Ground.
And Burns is like, I was caught inside, and Burns was outside.
Burns is probably like, dude, that was awesome.
The first thing he said is, you almost died. I'm like, yeah, where were you? He's like, I couldn't come get you because the waves were so close. I would have been doing the same thing. He goes, you got to go out there right now. You got to go back out. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going back out.
No.
I had sand in my nose, sand in my ears. I could barely breathe. My arms were burning. My legs were burning. I know how people drown.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know everything burnt like that. Like your lungs and your arms.
Well, if you swallow that much water, sure.
When I was underneath and doing the wash machine thing and come up and then the wash machine thing and the board's going, man.
No.
That's the last time I've ever been in the ocean.
It's terrifying.
I won't go back.
Yeah.
Maybe like a little snorkeling expedition. Somebody asked me what I did for a living the other night. So I'm a pro snorkeler. And so maybe I'll have to do that.
Now you have to.
Yeah.
You don't want to be a liar.
I'm on the West Coast tour right now.
888-957-957 is the number. We'll get back to some calls in a little bit. But I think going back to where I know everybody's head kind of is, it sounds to me like David takes something from the way Brandon is behaving at camp the last 2 days. That timing does seem a little curious. As soon as the reports came out that they have reignited talks, Brandon suddenly started going to practice every day and watching closely and talking to teammates. So I don't know, man. I don't want to do this for effect. So I'm not going to do it for effect. I'm not going to promise that I'm going to do something embarrassing if I'm wrong. But I just could not feel stronger about this. Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams will play for the 49ers week 1. I could not feel stronger about that.
It sounds like they got contentious. They argued a little bit. Pride kicked in and ego kicked in. We're going to trade you if you want to be here. You don't want to be here. We don't want you here. And then they came back, circled back, and said, look, we want you here. And he's like, well, I want to be here. Apologize. Let's get the deal done. Now they got to do it.
Here's what I think matters more. It is my perception, and I think David started to dance in this space a little bit. And then he started talking about John Lynch. And with all due respect to David Lombardi, I do not think for 1 second that any of this stuff, when it happens in August, is about John Lynch. I know that he's the general manager of the San Francisco 49ers. I do not think that this bus is being driven by John Lynch. I think it is above John Lynch. And my concern, forget Brandon. This isn't about Brandon anymore. This is a larger concern, which is that the 49ers got their butts kicked last year by Nick Bosa, and they're carrying that with them going forward.
Well, what I took out of that is when he mentioned Brock Purdy next year.
Yep.
So you got those bookends, those big bookends with big contracts, and now you're a really, really, really good receiver trending in the right direction to be great possibly. And that's kind of, he's just caught in that.
And I think there's some truth to that.
In that current under the Golden Gate Bridge.
My point is to the 49ers, it's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like when you strike out, and then you come to the plate the next time, and you got a little bit of red butt in you, like like the Niners are carrying that loss with them. And now, instead of just calmly approaching this with math and a plan and specifics and being ready, you're carrying with you competitiveness. I don't want Parag, Jed York, I don't want them to be competitive. And too bad, Mark, they are. But do you know what I mean by that? I don't want them negotiating, trying to win. I want them trying to win football games, not negotiations. And maybe there's some overlap there. I think they'd argue that there is. Them winning the deal helps them be a better football team. If that's your motivation, great. If your motivation is, I don't lose deals, so I'm not losing it. If that's what's going on, I don't like that. I do not like that.
I don't know what's going on, but it's fun to speculate. I would imagine they're doing what's good for the whole organization, not just one player. And they're doing what's best for the future of the organization, not just one player. And
I don't know. I hear you. I hear you. But at the same token, this is not the way that you want to be doing it. I don't care what anybody says. This is not business as usual. Nick Bosa was business as usual. Trent Williams is business as usual. Brandon Aiyuk is not. I know that this is not, to me, just the business side of things. This has gotten contentious, public, both sides, all over the media, trade demands, trade rumors in August. In August. That's not the plan. People compare this to DeForest Buckner. DeForest Buckner was traded before the draft. I don't think 49er fans would even have their arms up anymore if the Niners had traded Brandon Aiyuk before the draft. If you trade him on August 15th, I don't care where you trade him and I don't care what you got back. That's a stupid thing to do. It's a terrible idea. You don't do that when there's a game in 3 weeks. So
it's going to get done.
I agree with you.
I want to talk about football. That's why when I was doing the show on the other place, I didn't care about the preseason. I want games to count. And even when I do spring training games for baseball, I don't care about them. I don't care about number 74. I want games that count. Winning and losing is what I'm addicted to, besides my phone. But it is. So when games don't matter and you see coaches on the sidelines laughing and yucking it up, and I want intense games, wins and losses. I don't even get into even Brock Purdy was 21 for 25 today at camp. Oh, great. It's camp. Doesn't matter. Preseason doesn't matter. Spring training doesn't matter.
I don't care.
It matters to get your body ready to compete.
Totally.
But as far as the games go, I just have never been, even as a player, I didn't care. We come out of the game in the 5th inning, Mark, and for the Giants, you go, you do your training, you leave, and then you come back the next morning, you ask, did we win last night? Did we win yesterday?
Right.
Nobody knows. We get in the vans, we go back from wherever, Peoria, we're in the vans, we're going back to the ballpark in the 4th inning because we got 2 at-bats and we got out of there. It's games that count. Right now in August and September, games that count. Football, week 1, let's go. It's fun. It's fun to get excited about the season that's approaching, but all the minutia and the details of training camp, and I know it's some people's livelihoods, right, in the media, they're Niners beat writers, they're coach. I get it, I respect that, but just for me personally, give me week 1, man. Let's go.
Yeah,
and get all this crap out of the way. Can I fast forward to week 1?
Yeah, I wish. I mean, the problem with that is, first of all, there's such a thirst for it, And I'm with you. I'm not excited about Brock Purdy tearing it up in practice today because I'm not upset when he throws picks. I don't care. I don't know what he's doing out there. I don't know if he's trying something. That's like a pitcher getting torched in spring training. Whatever. Who knows what they're working on out there. So I'm with you as far as that's concerned, but there's no putting the toothpaste back in the tube. The thirst for this stuff is so off the charts.
Yes.
And August, as I said earlier, is always frustrating in the NFL because there's no payoff. This is a bunch of bad foreplay. That's all August is.
Yeah.
And the only real news that you get out of August, real hard news, is when someone gets hurt.
What's bad foreplay, though?
Foreplay that doesn't lead anywhere. when you just
and
leave.
then you get traded.
Yeah.
Don't talk about that.
You think of big contracts there at the end, and then you get traded.
Like bad foreplay is when the phone rings and somebody needs a ride or something
point.
like that. Like
Yes.
it's like, oh, okay.
Gotta pick up the kids from
everybody
school.
put your clothes back on. That's bad foreplay. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's August, and it stinks. And you get a J.J. McCarthy news piece, and you're like, oh, like that's actual news. And I do get into, I like to read a lot about, okay, what are they saying and what are you seeing? A rookie player who looks good, or this guy's struggling. He's struggling to get up the depth chart or whatever. I read that. I'll get into that a little bit. But by the same token, it often does not turn into be a real thing. And so that's just August. And I promise you someday August won't be August anymore.
Getting bit by a shark or run over by an ocean liner?
Do you definitely die if you get run over by an ocean liner?
Those big bad boys that are in the bay that take up the whole horizon. Some days I'm on my jog in the Embarcadero and look at those ships. I'm like, I didn't know they made them that big.
Yeah, it feels like it would be awful, but would it just shove you down into the water?
No, it's crushing you, man.
Is it?
Yeah, I think I would go shark versus ocean liner.
Shark, or someone forgets to turn off the speedboat as you try to climb back in.
Oh, that's gruesome.
The propellers.
Ooh, this is getting dark.
What is going on here?
This is getting awful. No, let's go.
Would you rather get attacked by a lion?
What's going on?
Or bit by a shark?
Larry in Lafayette. Hi, Larry. What are you doing?
I got to follow that.
It's tough, man. This is the hard-hitting radio.
I'd argue that's the best thing to follow. We don't even know what the hell we're talking about right now.
I'll try to do my best here. So I'm just gonna go back 2 years. Well, I'm gonna go back, 2 years, and the Chiefs trade their number one wide receiver down to Miami. There was none of this garbage going on. They just made the trade. There was no talk about it. He wanted money. The Cheetah is now in Miami. The 49ers have not handled this very well. I believe they have somewhat of an arrogant coach, and he's awesome. He reminds me of Andy Reid before Pat Mahomes. And I just hope he can find somebody to manage the clock. Okay. He is. The other thing is that they're forgetting that Super Bowl teams who lose statistically have a horrible season the following year. The last time they lost in the Super Bowl, they had a tough time.
Well,
and everybody does except the Buffalo Bills in the 90s.
Well, the Kansas City Chiefs lost a Super Bowl 4 seasons ago, and they've reacted with an AFC title game and 2 Super Bowl victories in the next 3 years. So, I'm not arguing with you, Larry. I know what the stats say. Sometimes I think that Super Bowl hangover is sort of miscast. It's actually just math. It's a lot of luck goes into making the Super Bowl. But if you're the best team, and the Niners are one of the best teams, and you stay healthy at the key positions, you're going to be there in the end. You're going to be one of 4 or 5 teams who have a shot at the end.
I would just argue they have harmed the culture, and that basically they've really got it. They've got an upside to go against. And if they had picked Pat Mahomes with the 3rd pick in 2017, we would be reaping these benefits.
Well, sure, Larry, and it's a good call. But let me also say this: he compared this to Tyreek Hill and what the Chiefs did. They just sent him to the Dolphins, and it was quiet. Do you want to know why this was different? Tyreek Hill wanted the money; he didn't want to stay. He wanted the $30 million. That's what mattered to him. The reason Brandon Aiyuk and the Niners have been so loud, I made this comparison the other day. It's exactly, for those of you who used to watch Friends, this is Ross and Rachel. There you go. Good job. It's actually, I learned one night, it's only 4 claps. It seems like 5. It's only 4.
Oh, my bad.
Up. Anyway, this is Ross and Rachel. Neither side has any interest in breaking up whatsoever, but they're all acting like they do because they're mad or emotional or they want what they want. And we were on a break. I mean, all of that stuff. Brandon Aiyuk and the Niners have been loud because they don't want to part. They want to stay together, but they're mad because their partner is not giving them what they want.
Anybody hooking up with Joey?
I think that's Trent Williams.
Is this blasphemous? I never liked Friends. Is that blasphemous? I have friends that watch Friends all the time on TBS and the reruns.
My kids still watch it. My kids watch it. They weren't even born yet when this thing went off the air.
I'm the king of corny humor. It's just corny humor to me. I don't know. You like it? That's your show?
No, it's not my show. I watched it when it was original, when it was out. And now it's on in the background constantly because the kids are into it. But no, I don't think that's blasphemous.
I think it's cool that Wilmer Flores learned English by watching Friends.
That is very cool.
And that's why it's his walk-up song. I think that's super cool. But I'm not a Seinfeld guy either. I'm not a Friends guy. Not. I was playing baseball during those days at night when those games were on. Those shows were on at night. You're
too cool.
I was going 0 for 4 while those games were on. Those shows were on. Shows, whatever.
I mean, it's funny to talk to the kids, though, and explain to them what it was like when you had to wait for Thursday night to be able to watch those shows.
You can't just watch them all, watch all the shows.
They were back-to-back at 8 and 8:30 on Thursday night. And it was that's it. You watched it, and then you waited a week.
I need a show right now. I'm struggling. I'm the guy that needs a boring.
Football.
I can't wait.
NFL.
Let's go.
Yeah, that'll be your show.
All right,
it's coming up. It's coming up real soon. We're sponsored by Express Employment Professionals. There's some more of you who want to weigh in on this, so stay right where you are. We're coming to you. Rich and Jose, you'll be first up. 888-957-9570. FP is in for Dibs. It's Dibs' birthday. Say happy birthday to Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
If your supply chain demands a flexible workforce, hire with Express Employment Professionals. With contract and full-time workers from Express Employment, you get the staff you need and manage contingent labor costs. Learn more at expresspros.com. That's Express Pros.
Listen for it. 1, 2, 3, 4. I got into an argument. This is about 6 years ago. I got into an on-air argument with a listener.
About the claps?
Yeah. I'm like, it's 5 claps. He's like, it's 4 claps. I'm like, it's 5 claps. You're wrong.
No, it's
You're
4.
wrong.
It's 4.
It's 4 claps.
Wait. Oh.
Yeah, I think we're
The claps
past
don't
it.
come back up.
It's the first time. It's a one-time deal.
Hold on. Please hold.
Yeah, it's a 4 clap. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it's
4. It's 4.
Yeah.
I was wrong. I undressed someone on the air. I mean, I didn't. I was like, it's 5, and I'm sure. He's like, it's 4. You should listen to it.
Oh.
And I went home that night and listened to it, and I'm like, damn it.
Oh, no.
Take the L.
Take the L.
Take the L.
Walk of shame.
Yeah, because don't you think, like, if you just listen to it fast, it's... No, it's 4. It's 4 claps. Anyway. It's not like an 8 clap.
Number 4.
Which Lucas really hates.
They were all horsing around with each other on that show, right?
What do you mean?
On Friends.
Like, for real?
No, like during the show itself. Like, as part of the plot, right? Wasn't everybody dating everybody?
Oh, here and there. Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Well, what? Like
throughout the course of the show.
Ross and Rachel were the thing.
Yeah.
And then Monica and then Chandler ended up getting married.
That's what I'm talking about.
And then Lisa Kudrow's character, what's her name? Phoebe or whatever?
Yep.
She, not really. She probably like just kissed each of them for whatever, but there was never a relationship there.
So I said they're horsing
and
around.
then Joey just did everything that moved all the time. So, yeah, there you have it.
It's kind of like living in San Francisco. Same thing.
Sitting at a coffee house, hooking up with everyone. Yeah. All right. Anyway, that's enough of that. Let's go to Jose in Oakland. Hi, Jose. What are you doing?
Hi, guys. Good afternoon. Commuting home. First of all, happy birthday to Divi.
Yeah.
On my behalf and also on behalf of the Willie and Divi show. Okay, listen. I don't see this turning out well either way, whether they sign Brandon Aiyuk or don't sign him. If they don't sign him, they're going to be losing a capable receiver. If they sign him, they're going to get stuck with a contract that they didn't want to get stuck with. Plus, I don't think that Brandon is going to perform the way he would if he had the advantage of actually going through the whole, training camp. The fact that TJ Husband-Sada mentioned Jed York last time you guys interviewed him, and he also mentioned feelings, leads me to think that something may have been said that offended Jed York. Okay, the last time that he got offended by something that someone said, Jim Harbaugh ended up in Michigan. Okay, so who knows? Hopefully they can get him out of there. I think, like you said, I think that if John Lynch was the only one involved in this, they would have gotten done a long time ago. I don't even think that it's on Kyle. I think it's above his head.
John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are not the ones who are pounding numbers with agents. That's not what they do. That's Parag Marathe, largely, not by himself. But anyway, go ahead, Jose.
Yeah, I don't even think it's Parag. I think Jed York is the one that signs the check, and Parag might work the numbers and everything, but if Jed York is offended by something that was said, it's not going to happen.
Why do you think Jed York was offended? Like, TJ brought him up. He didn't even know who he was. Remember, he asked us. He goes, who's the owner? We're like, Jed York.
Because he mentioned feelings, and he would only mention feelings if Brandon Aiyuk brought it up. So Brandon must have said something to TJ to the fact that, well, we kind of said this and Jed York care about it. So now he's not that happy. So he's the one, like I said, he's the one that signs checks.
I know, but then again, but look at his
episode of Friends.
But look at his track record, Jose. You know what I mean? Like, listen, and thanks, Jose. I don't know. I'm not in these negotiations, but look at Jed York's track record. Like, everybody brings up the one situation with DeForest Buckner where somebody didn't get paid a second contract when they're a good player. He's paid everybody. They are just rocking guarantee after guarantee after guarantee. All of these great players, and they've acquired big contracts, McCaffrey, Trent Williams. I don't know. I got a hard time believing that all of a sudden Jed York is over there offended or pinching pennies or whatever.
Well, they probably got their formula. Excuse me, Mark. They probably got their formulas that rank Brandon Aiyuk amongst the elite receivers. And they're like, he's here and he wants here. And it's not matching up with our formulas.
Yeah.
With what we're projecting him to be this year, how many catches, how many this for the next however many years this contract is going to be for. So they have their data and their formula over here, and it's not jibing with what the agent and Brandon are doing. Then it got weird that it's like, you don't want to be a Niner? Get out of here. We'll trade you. We'll make it public. And then they came back to each other probably and said, let's do this.
I think all of these things are true. And I also think
I don't know anything.
that certain executives are carrying last year's loss to Nick Bosa with them into these negotiations. I think all of that. And then there's the part that none of us get to know, which I really think would change everyone's opinion. If the Niners were able to publicly just come out and be like, okay, you want us to go to $30 million for Brandon Aiyuk? Okay. Get a ticket and go say goodbye to Charvarius Ward and Diamador Lennar.
And Brock Purdy.
No, and Deebo Samuel.
And everyone. It's just going to be Brandon Aiyuk on offense against 11 guys.
Don't you think people's opinions would be different if you could tie to this conversation who they'd lose if they do XYZ? If they do this contract, then it means that guy's gone. Wouldn't you change your mind, maybe?
Well, if we heard everything behind the scenes, we'd probably change our mind. And I'm sure it's just, they're going to get it done. And I'm sick of talking about it.
I know you are.
Just go play football, everybody. Yeah. Let's go. Figure it out. Kumbaya. Let's get in a circle.
Let's go to Rich and Fremont. Hi, Rich.
Go for a swim.
What's cooking?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just getting off work. I want to first of all say, FP, those are two of the worst possible outcomes a person can have in the water. And you're wondering why Mark is dead set against both of them. I'm with Mark, man. It's like, dude, no. First of all, I'm going to die, okay? And then I have to choose which one I'm going to die. Both of them are worse. They're very bad, okay?
Mark said death by propeller, for God's sakes. That was gruesome.
They're all the same.
I just had a jumper landing on your back.
You're done. It's all the same.
Yeah, and then what made it worse, you're throwing a lion. I'm like, dude, what's going on here? This guy needs to be dead.
Yeah, that was over the top. That was unnecessary.
I think they should let lions loose during the home run derby when people are shagging. That would be fun. I would watch. Just let a couple lions loose when those kids are out there running around.
Hey, but FP, you should be talking to Mark because Mark's the one who knows about the story at San Mateo High School when they had a prep rally, God. And they let a 450-foot Bengal tiger into the auditorium, and the tiger mauls one of the kids in the front row.
No. One of the football players. And
where was this?
This was at San Mateo High School. My alma mater. This was in 1990.
Oh, my goodness.
This is actually, wait. No, not 1990. It was when my sister was a freshman, and she was class of 1990. So this would have been, what is that, 87?
Was the person all right? I mean, we're joking here.
No. His name was Craig Henderson. So this happened at the other station one night. I brought this up.
His nickname is Lefty.
No. He's fine, and he owns a restaurant, runs a restaurant in the East Bay now. He ended up catching wind of the conversation, and 2 hours later, he's on the air with me. It was it was a memorable night. This came up, and the other guys are sitting there, and they're like, I sort of walked into it as if it was common knowledge that everyone remembered this happened. And everyone's like, wait, what? What the hell happened? And I brought it up, and then people started calling in and sending the videos of it. And 2 hours later, Craig Henderson, the fullback of the San Mateo Bearcats football team, and this was the prep rally for the season-ending game.
It was a season-ending.
The day before the game, the fullback got mauled by a Bengal tiger who got brought on stage from Marine World.
In the gym?
In the auditorium. They brought a tiger out on stage, and it freaked out when the crowd started going crazy, and it jumped into the first few rows, which was the football team, and it mauled the fullback.
Was he hurt?
Yeah, he was hurt. I don't remember if he played in the game or not, but obviously he went straight to the hospital. Like, he got mauled by a tiger.
Soft. Come on.
I mean,
tape it up.
The takeaway from everybody is, can you imagine? I mean, there's no better snapshot of how much has changed in the world
than that
from 1987 to 2024. Do you know how many people would be fired? Do you know how many lawsuits there would be if something like that happened in 2024? And before you answer, that would never happen in 2024.
What year was this?
1987.
And then just like the tiger got away from us.
1987? Yeah. 87, 86, one of those.
Just like to make a public apology.
No, there's video of it. I'll find it and I'll send it to you later.
The tiger got away from us.
The guy brings the tiger out essentially on a leash. He's got the tiger trained, but the tiger flips out.
Forgot to feed him?
I mean, it's like you try to stop the tiger. I have a hard time stopping my shepherd if she sees a squirrel.
87.
Yeah. Jumped into the crowd. My sister was in the auditorium. She was in the upper deck. She was in the because she was a freshman.
Were they playing Frank Stallone, Eye of the Tiger, while the tiger? Like, because that was right around 87, right? Rocky 3?
Probably. That sounds about right.
Yeah. Is your mascot the Tigers?
No, it's the Bearcats.
Why did they have a tiger there? Then?
We were orange and black. That was our colors.
Should have brought a binturong on stage.
And what was your mascot?
Which is also known as a Bearcat.
Thank you.
A Bearcat.
Yes.
Wow.
And our rival Burlingame used to chant, "What is a Bearcat anyway?" That was like one of their chants.
And we're like, we'll show you. We're going to bring a hungry tiger to the game.
That's right. And none of us knew until one night I saw on, like, remember when the late night talk shows used to bring animals on?
Yeah.
They brought a Bearcat on. I'm like, oh my God, there's actually a Bearcat. And as Lucas just said, I think the official name is a binturong. It's also known as a Bearcat.
I got to look up what a Bearcat looks like.
Yeah. It's like mid-size. It's like black. And it looks kind of like, it's the
They're
size.
super cool.
Yeah, they're very cool. It's the size of a shepherd dog, probably.
The 80s were great. I miss the 80s.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, the pep rallies
you
in
could
high
just
school.
have lunch and then have a tiger jump into your lap.
Guess what? We're having a live tiger at the pep rally tonight. No way. Did you hear about that? You're not texting each other because there's no cell phones.
Nope.
You get to draw directions on a piece of paper and go right at the stop sign, left at this, at there.
But true to form, this ended up being prophetic. It was on video, just like everything is now. They've got video of it. I'll find it for you.
I'm Googling right now.
Yeah.
You should have told ADD boy about this story.
It's going to take you a minute. You have to dive deep on the
Really
internet
not
to
that
find
hard.
it. Yeah.
San Mateo High School tiger.
Yeah, but you have video?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm watching.
All right.
I feel really bad for the tiger. He can't. He wakes up from whatever just happened, and the guy
he got darted. Did they have a dart
he's
gun?
slapping him with a stick. It's like, come on, what's a tiger supposed to do?
They
You
didn't
can't
bring
blame
a
him.
dart gun?
You can't blame a tiger for being a tiger.
No, you can't.
I mean, I'm all for like not being cruel to animals, but don't you got to bring a dart gun to that show?
Nope.
Just in case he goes.
Just a fullback. Just a fullback.
You know what never would have done that?
What?
A binturong.
A binturong.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, they
Very
are.
chill.
They just eat your throat out.
They're actually pretty fierce.
And fun fact about binturongs, I don't think I've ever told you this. They smell like popcorn.
Ooh.
Their fur smell like popcorn.
Would you rather get eaten by a tiger or a
God,
binturong?
here we go. Fun fact, we're supposed to be off the air right now.